Like, listen, Mark, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I have been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the up. He spews talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand
you gotta let these people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think it's okay?
This is where we are. Donald Trump wants to put his stamp on the nation as these folk undermine the very foundation of democracy. They are committed to this idea, as I've said over and over again, that this country belongs to them, that America must be and it must remain a white republic. We're seeing it in real time, the kind of assault on any pretense to be otherwise. I'm sitting here looking at the president's statement on Black History Month issued on February 3rd. Listen to what he said. I post the link in the video, right? But he says, this year we celebrate the most significant milestone in our nation's history, 250 glorious years of American independence. From the beginning, our country has been blessed with countless Black American heroes for more than 2.5 centuries. These legends have made timeless contributions to our government, laws, military, economy, workforce, and culture. With tremendous legacy in mind, as president, I proclaim that Black history, quote unquote, is not distinct from American history. Rather, the history of Black Americans is an indispensable chapter in a grand American story. America's founding was rooted in the belief that every man, woman, and child is created equal, endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights, and free to live lives in pursuit of happiness. For 250 years, these principles have inspired and informed the independent, bold, and pioneering American spirit. It is our bedrock belief in equality that drove Black American icons to help fulfill the promise of these principles. And it is our unwavering commitment to liberty that continues to sustain our nation's greatness. And he goes on and on. Our story becomes a minor bit part in the grand story of America itself. No mention of slavery, no mention of the failures of the country, no mention of the tragic choice that has defined this country for 250 years. No, you wouldn't expect him to, but no mention, no gesture toward the madness at the heart of the country. No. This month, we are also reminded that the source of our strength, he writes, is rooted not in our differences, but in our shared commitment to freedom under one beautiful American flag. You know, what's so beautiful about African-American history? What's so beautiful about Black History Month in its 100th year is that we didn't need the White House to acknowledge it and for us to understand that this country wouldn't be America without us. In 1926, in the 150th year of the country, in that decade of the Klan, when Klan violence, right, threatened and overwhelmed so many of our communities, so many of our people strung up from trees because of them. In 1926, at the 150th, when the Klan was going to hold its convocation at the heart of the celebration of the nation, Carter G. Woodson, Association for the Study of Black Life, Negro Life and Culture and History, right? What did they do? They put forward Negro History Week because there was an all-out attempt to disappear us. A. Philip Randolph spoke at the 150th celebration. And what he did, he invoked the fact that Black folk are true. If there are any true Americans, we are them. And then he invoked our history, told the story of our contributions that Donald Trump wants to redact, pulling off the outdoor plaques in Independence Mall, right? Taking back the brochures at the Medgar Evers home, not wanting to describe Beckwith for what he is, for what he was, and that is a rabid racist who committed unimaginable evil. Then he wants to give us this nonsense. The country's unwavering commitment to liberty. Tell that to Frederick Douglass, who lived long enough to experience, the Emancipation Proclamation and to see the first Jim Crow laws passed. Tell that, right, to our dead, to all of those who sacrificed just because they wanted to be, right, full citizens, because they wanted to be recognized as full human beings and wanted to ensure that they could live lives of dignity and standing. Donald Trump's playing fast and loose with our dead. He plays fast and loose with our traditions. So here we are in this moment. When you read the statement, it gives us a clear sense of where we are. 1926 was Negro History Week. 1976, President Gerald Ford was the first president to recognize Black History Month. And here we are. Here we are in the midst of a trial. In the midst of our trial. Black History Month doesn't require state recognition for it to be meaningful. We told our story. We told our story of freedom, of our commitment, right, to love and justice. We told our story. We told our story January 1st celebrations commemorating the abolition of the slave trade. We told our story on July 5th commemorating the abolition of slavery in New York. We told our story in August commemorating West Indian Emancipation Day. We told our story in Juneteenth. We've always told our story in the face of a country that in so many ways has historically tried to disappear us, tried to make us invisible, tried to make us just simply minor players in the story of America. But we know better. When I was a little boy, I used to listen to Stevie Wonder. I really loved, Songs of Key of Life and that track, Black Man. So I'm going to end there. Stevie Wonder's account of role of Black history and his warning to the nation. Pull your loved ones close in this time of trial. Don't try to repress the sadness or the feelings of depression. Don't sit there. Don't just park yourself there, but understand why you feel this way. I do. I'm trying to. And pick yourself back up and be the love and light the world needs. All right. Celebrating Black History Month, no matter what these folk try to do or what they're saying. All right, Stevie, take us home.
All right. Well, welcome to Stanley versus the World. Good afternoon. I don't know. I think it was a good sermon. I think that by now, I don't know. I kind of take a different tack. No one expects Donald Trump to even know American history, the details, or think deeply about it. It may be too much to expect. So it goes. You approve of the message. What's up, Nagon? Funny you should be here, Nagon. Hit the let me post the link. This day has been kind of inspired by Empire of Cotton, believe it or not. What's up, Shiesty? Anyway, I think that I'm just a smidgen more cynical. I don't expect Americans in general to even care that much about American history. People just naturally want to hear about the good things. They don't want to hear about the bad things. White people in particular understand that history can hurt feelings. Apparently, I've always thought if you teach history right, feelings aren't gonna, be hurt by facts. But maybe we just don't have good teachers. And so we go. So today's theme is more or less around a book that I'm reading, recommended by Mr. Nagone, called Empire of Cotton. And a lot of what I read history book wise, it's kind of, if you read different historians' take on, say a survey course for American history, you're going to get their particular version of it. Empire of Cotton, which is the book that I'm reading, I showed a copy of it yesterday online. It is actually filling in a lot of holes there. For instance, I'd never really even thought or knew that Indian cloth, for instance, from India, played a big part in the slave trade. I just never knew it. So, there are a lot of things that I'm actually learning. I never thought that, the cotton industry was basically more or less birthed the actual overall industrial revolution. Had no clue. Never thought about it. So, that's kind of the value of a good history book. Because it's only going to reinforce, a lot of the politics I talk about. So salute to Nagone. There are people on YouTube who actually know shit. So he is saved. He is resurrected my faith in YouTube as a vehicle for learning. So thank you, sir. And speaking of Nagone, Empire of Cotton came up on a little BGS snippet that I was made aware of. Nothing, urgent. There's a person, hopefully he shows up, that I'll talk about BGS about with, if that makes sense. What's up, Natasha? So anyway, today's theme is pretty much what the title says: the look, the feel of cotton. Few history things. The author of Empire of Cotton, Sven, is it Beckert? I found a lecture by him on the book. Then there's another hour-long video talking about the growing cotton and kind of the cotton industry in Mississippi way back in the day. So it's pretty much going to revolve around cotton in one way or another, and the Industrial Revolution. So it is sure to bore you unless you're actually interested in that sort of thing. I will post the link. Now, as usual on Saturday, it tends to devolve at some point. So I'm not particularly, I want to hold to the theme at least as long as we can. But, I do realize it's Saturday and, people want to let their hair down. So I'm not absolutely married to the to the topic. I just want to stick with it for a little while. Let's see. So I will post the link, and anyone who wants to come up can come up. And let's see, what'd you say here? BJS was trying to say slavery was just about money and tax. Oh, well, that's so. Yeah, okay. He just didn't really understand the whole issue. Well, I think one of the things that I find interesting is the debate that slavery actually was anti-capitalist. As it turns out, American slavery was like part of that cotton culture, cotton empire, and it was integral to the start of the Industrial Revolution, etc. So when he says money and taxes, does he mean, during the Constitutional Convention? Because I mean, slavery, when they say slave culture, it was more than just money and taxes. It was a fucking way of life. It was in the culture. So I think that's kind of the obvious. It's not a very nuanced view of what slavery actually meant to American culture, and still does, in my opinion. So this young lady is someone that I just kind of discovered a month or two ago. And this particular video talks about why is this not working right? Let's see what it is. This is called They Lied About How Slavery Built America's Economy. I haven't heard it, so whatever her take is, we'll just react as she presents it.
To talk about slavery as if it was an aberration, something separate and apart from us with absolutely no connection to the modern world. That story is comforting. It allows people to believe that exploitation was just a detour on the way to American exceptionalism. But that story is just that, a story. A convenient fiction created so that we could keep believing that America is exceptional, that it's the greatest country on earth, land of the free, and all that. I hate to break it to you, but the legacy of chattel slavery absolutely permeates modern life, in particular, modern business, the modern economy. It was the engine that powered American capitalism. And if you want to understand the origins of the balance sheet, the bond market, or why modern work feels dehumanizing, relentlessly optimized, and completely indifferent to human needs, you are in luck. Because in this video, that's what I'm going to talk about. Slavery and capitalism. Because it's Black History Month, so why not? A few years ago, I read 2 books that absolutely broke my brain, fundamentally changing how I understood American economic history. Those 2 books are The Half Has Never Been Told, Slavery and the Making of American Capitalism by Edward Baptist, and Accounting for Slavery, Masters and Management by Caitlin Rosenthal. Together, they reveal that slavery didn't just produce
The Half Has Never Been Told. I actually own, but have never read it. And Accounting for Slavery, it's the first time I've ever heard of it.
Produce wealth for a few Southern planters. It was the foundation upon which our entire economy was built. Before we get started, you know what to do. Love or hate, like and share, because the algorithm does not care. One of the biggest myths that we are taught is that slavery was backward or inefficient, that it languished in the South while real capitalism developed elsewhere. In reality, 19th century slavery was one of the most dynamic and rapidly expanding economic systems in the world. Between the American Revolution and the Civil War, the United States became the world's leading producer of cotton, the most valuable commodity in the global economy, more valuable than sugar, tobacco, or any manufactured good that the United States produced at the time.
By the way, one other thing I just never thought about, there was actually, cotton growing in the Caribbean. I just never thought of it. I always associated sugarcane, but apparently there was quite a bit of cotton grown there.
Almost all of that cotton was produced by enslaved labor. Cotton connected Southern plantations to Northern banks, British textile mills, insurance companies, shipping firms, and international credit markets. Slavery was a national and global economic engine. As global demand for cotton increased, slavery expanded with it, violently and deliberately. Land was seized from indigenous nations through state-backed removal. More than 1 million enslaved people were forcibly relocated from the Upper South to the Deep South in what historians call the Second Middle Passage. Families were torn apart to populate new cotton frontiers in Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, and Texas. Enslaved people were marched hundreds of miles or shipped downriver in chains or put in cattle cars on trains so that plantations could keep up with global demand. Credit markets followed. Slavery was a growth economy. It sought new markets, acquired new assets, and increased output. Planters systematically increased cotton picking quotas year after year. These quotas were enforced through escalating violence. Whippings were the primary enforcement mechanism designed to increase productivity. Every year, enslaved people were expected to pick more cotton than the year before. If they failed, the response was pain. In The Half Has Never Been Told, Edward Baptist argues that pain itself became a productivity technology. Suffering wasn't incidental to economic growth. It was how that growth was achieved. This is where Caitlin Rosenthal's work becomes essential, because her book shows that this violence was paired with something else: meticulous record keeping, quantification, and management. Plantations were intensely data-driven enterprises. Slaveholders and overseers kept detailed ledgers, tracked output, costs, and performance. Enslaved people were recorded as assets on the balance sheet alongside livestock and equipment. Planters assigned monetary values to enslaved people based on their age, sex, health, skill, and reproductive capacity. Births were recorded as new assets. Deaths were recorded as losses, and injuries were factored into calculations of future productivity. There are real, documentable similarities between the conceptual frameworks used to manage slave labor and those used to manage labor today. These concepts were built inside slave economies and were never fully abandoned. What survives is not the legal status of enslavement, but the language, the logic, the abstraction of labor itself. Enslaved people were listed in ledgers as assets, units of labor, or inputs. Individual humanity was stripped away in favor of productivity numbers, replacement value, and expected lifetime output. Now, employees appear in financial...
Let me address this. Believe it or not, England didn't really, the Raj as we know it, didn't start until the mid 19th century. India, China, and Africa, West Africa, actually independently started their own like very local cotton markets. Also, I guess, was it Central America or thereabouts, had like a totally independent, form of cotton and weaving and all that sort of stuff. Basically, colonization came after cotton became a big deal, and England became the biggest manufacturer of raw cotton into actual clothes or cloth. So yeah, a lion's share of cotton actually wound up in England, and after they processed it, it went out to the world. So yes, most of the cotton went to England, Fred.
Documents as headcount, human capital. The abstraction is what allows decision makers to act at scale without having to confront individual harm. Modern workers are legal persons with rights, of course, but abstraction still does the moral work of distancing the decision makers from any consequences of their decisions. Productivity metrics still serve as a moral judgment. Labor costs are still a problem to be minimized. The methods differ radically, but the cost minimization logic is inherited. Surveillance is still a primary management strategy. Overseers monitored the pace of work, physical condition, compliance, and resistance of enslaved labor. Records justified punishment and sale. Now we have digital surveillance that tracks keystrokes, time on task, output per hour, location, and availability. When you are a professional service provider, the great thing about working in-house, as they say, being directly employed by a company instead of working at a professional service firm, is that you don't have to meticulously track time. At least you didn't used to. The year I left my in-house corporate position, they started requiring us to track our time. Modern surveillance is justified as efficiency or accountability, echoing the same managerial desire: total visibility of labor. One of Rosenthal's most chilling findings is that plantation owners often managed through paperwork and rarely through direct observation. Direct observation was the overseer's job. It was remarkably easy for slaveholders to overlook the human costs of their profit, and it can be similarly convenient for modern managers and consumers to forget the conditions under which goods are made. Inside the covers of the enslavers' account books were often these elaborate engraved book plates, a peaceful illustration that offered a romantic view of business, a view that does not include slavery. A slaveholder might have flipped past it as he reviewed inventory of lives or a record of cotton picking. For Rosenthal, the image on the engraved book plate conveys, quote, the distance between the calculations of the planter and the violence of slavery, showing how easily the connections between capitalism and slavery can be overlooked. From the comfort of the counting house or a basement conference room, it is perilously easy to render human figures as figures on paper and to imagine men, women, and children as no more than hands. Distance from the labor force reduced empathy. Modern corporate structures do the same. Executives decide layoffs via spreadsheets. Entire departments vanish through financial models, and harm is diffused through layers and layers of bureaucracy. The symbolic legacy of slavery's scientific management may be its most enduring contribution. We now live in a global economy where the labor that produces wealth is deliberately obscured. Distance, abstraction, and quantity.
You know, actually, I guess everybody kind of instinctively knows it, but I think she did a good job of making the point that a lot of modern accounting methods comes from people who kept, detailed farm books. Jefferson is the one that I'm most familiar with.
Management make that obscurity possible, while cultural assumptions about capitalism and freedom help normalize it. Free trade and free markets rarely result in free humans. This is where American capitalism learned how to manage people at scale, not on an assembly line in Michigan, but in a cotton field in Mississippi. Plantation managers tracked daily output per person, compared workers to one another, and calculated averages and trends. If one person picked less cotton than another, the numbers were treated as an objective proof of failure. The ledger became a moral document. Low output was interpreted as laziness, defiance, or deficiency. Punishment followed the numbers. Rosenthal shows that many planters believed quantification revealed truth. If the data said someone was underperforming, the conclusion was that discipline needed to increase. This pairing of brutality and bureaucracy is crucial to understanding how slavery shaped modern capitalism. Slavery was also deeply leveraged. In the 19th century, a lot of American banks engaged in something called discount lending. These were short-term loans designed for merchants. The merchant would issue a promissory note to the seller in exchange for goods, promising to pay the full price at a future date. The seller would then take the promissory note to the bank to be discounted, and the bank would loan them the face value of the note. Banks liked these kind of loans because they were short-term and backed by actual goods for sale. As soon as the sale was completed, the debt would be paid. If a debtor failed to repay, the court would authorize the sheriff to confiscate their property in order to cover the value. That property often included slaves. And Southern banks did this a lot in the 19th century, confiscating and selling slaves to satisfy unpaid debts. Banks regularly accepted slaves as collateral. After the War of 1812, there was a big economic boom. Massive land expansion. In 1832, the Supreme Court ruled that Native nations were sovereign political communities and that the state of Georgia had no authority over Cherokee land. But President Andrew Jackson simply ignored their ruling. His administration backed Georgia's land seizures and accelerated removal policy, culminating in the forced expulsion of tens of thousands of Native people. The result was the Trail of Tears, where thousands died from disease, starvation, and exposure while they were marched west to Oklahoma. So now there was all this vacant land in Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, and Florida, and it was seized by state and federal governments and redistributed to white settlers. Large portions were awarded through land lotteries, sold at bargain prices, or given to political allies. The most fertile land was converted directly into cotton plantations. Banks, speculators, and plantation owners profited enormously during this period. What had been native territory became the economic core of the Deep South, producing massive wealth that fueled American capitalism before the Civil War. The demand for slave labor increased, and therefore the price of slaves increased exponentially. And a bunch of banks started popping up in places like Kentucky, Tennessee, and Mississippi. because the United States had stolen the land from indigenous people and driven them off to reservations. All of that land was now free to cultivate rice, cotton, or whatever. And everybody was buying and selling slaves, marching them from Virginia and North Carolina down to Mississippi, to Georgia, to Tennessee. And businessmen were racking up a lot of debt.
Yeah, one thing that that people don't realize after the actual African slave trade ended, was it in 1808 or something like that? You know what? I don't know that I want to get that deep into it. Basically, there was an internal slave trade. Basically, they the number of slaves increased in the United States due to something wonderfully named natural increase, which means, part of that was just basically breeding slaves, which is actually one of the unique things to American slavery, among others, other elements, things. It was a major thing. The Upper South, Virginia, North Carolina, Maryland, they basically wanted an end to the slave trade for a couple reasons. One of them being that, at one point in time, there were more slaves in Virginia than there were white people. So, part of it was fear. Hey, we got too many. We need to, create an internal slave trade. At one point in time, or, at some point in time after the slave trade ended, Virginia farmers were actually making more money on trading slaves than they were actually, tobacco. Tobacco kind of went away as a major cash crop over the years because tobacco ruins soil, just like cotton does, as a matter of fact. So anyway, I don't want to ramble much farther on, but yeah, the internal slave trade, basically from the Upper South down into Georgia and over, as the U.S. expanded west, Louisiana Purchase, that sort of thing. It was South and West. The internal slave trade was.
Many were unable to repay the initial loans, but were able to basically refinance them, extend the loan by offering new collateral, slaves. So in addition to short-term loans, these frontier banks began to offer long-term loans that were secured by slaves. Now, slaves had been used as debt collateral before this period. It happened on occasion in the colonial era, but it became much more common due to the increased prices and rampant land speculation in the early 19th century. Now, do you remember what caused the Great Recession back in 2007? Let me refresh your memory. There were these things called mortgage-backed securities. These were bonds that were secured by mortgages that, okay, you know what? I'm just going to let Hollywood explain this. Here's a clip from The Big Short.
Basically, Louis Ranieri's mortgage bonds were amazingly profitable for the big banks. They made billions and billions on their 2% fee they got for selling each of these bonds. But then they started running out of mortgages to put in them. So the banks started filling these bonds with riskier and riskier mortgages.
This is your basic mortgage bond. All right? The originals were simple. They were just thousands of AAA mortgages bundled together, guaranteed by the U.S. government. The modern ones are different. They're private. Somewhere along the line, these Bs and double Bs went from a little risky to dog shit. When the market deems a bond too risky to buy, what do you think we do with it? We just repackage it with a bunch of other shit that didn't sell and put it into a CDO.
A CDO?
Yes, a CDO.
What is that?
Here's world-famous chef Anthony Bourdain to explain.
Okay, I'm a chef on a Sunday afternoon, setting the menu at a big restaurant. I ordered my fish on Friday, which is the mortgage bond that Michael Burry shorted. But some of the fresh fish doesn't sell. So what am I going to do? Being the crafty and morally onerous chef that I am, whatever crappy levels of the bond I don't sell, I throw into a seafood stew. See, it's not old fish. It's a whole new thing. And the best part is they're eating 3-day-old halibut. That is a CDO.
So in the 1830s, you had huge growth, rampant real estate speculation, and ballooning debt. In 2007, you had huge growth, rampant real estate speculation, and ballooning debt. Land in Mississippi, Georgia, and Tennessee became very valuable, and people were borrowing and borrowing and borrowing, counting on the fact that they could make a bunch of money flipping land or slaves and make their fortune and be able to pay off their debts. In fact, for many Americans, the entire concept of a mortgage was first experienced by them in the form of a slave mortgage, not a real estate mortgage. And America's first bond market was born. Most of the credit provided to the American slave economy came from banks in London and Amsterdam. And the underlying assets that backed those bonds? Enslaved people, my ancestors. These bonds were traded in stock exchanges all over the world, particularly the London Stock Exchange. A 2019 piece from Forbes magazine called CDOs, the grandchildren of slave mortgage bonds. Both debt instruments made a handful of people a ton of money right before sinking the entire economy. Then a guy from Louisiana had an idea. Slave owner J.B. Moussier was being sued by some Virginia slave traders to whom he owed $21,000 for 70 men, women, and children that he had bought with a short-term high-interest loan. And he said to himself, what if planters used slaves as collateral to raise capital overseas from the people who needed American cotton and sugar, and then used the money to build a lending institution that the slavers could control? What if we did that? Moussier took his idea to a couple of guys in New Orleans, and they founded the Consolidated Association of the Planters of Louisiana, the CAPL, chartered by the state legislature in 1827. Potential borrowers would apply to buy stock in the association. If their application was accepted, they could mortgage slaves and land to the CAPL in order to pay for the stock. The stock would entitle them to borrow CAPL banknotes of up to half the value of the mortgaged property. To ensure that people would take these banknotes at face value, the founders needed a large reserve of hard cash. They raised that cash by selling bonds on the global financial markets. Each bond would be $500 in face value, which was about the average price of an enslaved young man. A bond would reach maturity in 10 to 15 years, and it would pay investors 5% in annual interest. I found one of these bonds on an auction site. Apparently, it's a collector's item. Somebody found one. And since lenders always want security, how do you think the CAPL assured potential investors?
Wow, this lady has been a busy little bee.
That the bonds would be worth their face value plus interest? They convinced the state legislature to guarantee the CAPL's bonds with the faith and credit of the state of Louisiana. So if the planters failed to repay their loans and the bank couldn't pay off the bonds, the government of Louisiana was now obligated to do so. The state's commitment convinced the European securities market. In 1828, the CAPL received from Baring Brothers, its European brokers, the first receipts from their bond sales that would ultimately total $2.5 million in sterling bills, redeemable for silver at the Bank of England. The bank started to lend out $3.5 million in new CAPL notes, printed by a London engraver, to their planter stockholders. And this system was working so well that Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee went on to replicate it. But their banks were even bigger, generated even more capital, and sold even more bonds than the CAPL. The tens of thousands of enslaved people named in their documents were still used as collateral, mortgaged to a lender, which was now a local bank like the CAPL. But the bank's bonds securitized the slave mortgages. Securitization is the pooling of debt from many borrowers so that it can be sold off in large chunks, thereby reducing the risks inherent in lending to one person at a time. Now, all bond buyers would share in the profits of the CAPL while being shielded against the catastrophic individual losses that a single lender would experience if, say, a borrower's slaves died or a flood destroyed a cotton crop. The financial product that Baring Brothers and others were selling to investors in London, Hamburg, Amsterdam, Paris, Philadelphia, Boston, and New York was eerily similar to the securitized bonds backed by mortgages on U.S. homes that attracted investors from all around the world and caused the economic collapse of 2008. Like the CAPL bonds, mortgage-backed securities shifted risk away from the immediate originators of loans and onto financial markets, while promising to spread out and thus minimize the consequences of individual debtor defaults. Investors who purchased the 21st century mortgage-backed securities planned to share in streams of income generated by homebuyers' mortgage payments. Likewise, the 1830s bonds generated revenue for investors from the enslavers' repayments of their mortgages on the enslaved people. So even though Great Britain had freed their slaves, a guy could put on a jaunty hat, grab a fancy walking stick, and head right over to the London Stock Exchange and buy a commodified slave. Investors worldwide were able to make huge profits off of slavery, but without having to assume the risk of owning a slave themselves, having to feed them, house them, or spend money to pay bounty hunters to bring them back if they ran away. But then,
this actually gives a really neat spin on my family never owned slaves. You can benefit from, something awful like American slavery and maybe not even be aware that you're doing it. It just strikes me, that commodified slave thing.
Uh-oh, here comes the Panic of 1837, the financial crisis in the United States that began a major depression, which lasted until the mid-1840s. Profits, prices, and wages dropped, westward expansion was stalled, and unemployment skyrocketed. The cause attributed to speculative lending practices in the West, a sharp decline in cotton prices, and a collapsing real estate bubble, among other things. So when the bottom fell out and the panic hit, who do you think came to the rescue? You got it, the taxpayers of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee. State governments bailed out many slave owners who had mortgaged their slaves, those mortgages of which were included in those bonds, those mortgage-backed securities that were sold all over the world. And that was America's first bond market, people. And the government bailed out the investors in 1837, just like they would do 170 years later. The American economic system, our banking system, has its roots in slavery. It was an incredibly profitable institution for every single person involved at every level, for the merchant, the banker, the broker, to the owners themselves. Across the world, everybody profited from it. Everybody. God bless America, right? By the way, those credit rating firms, the ones that gave those crappy CDOs AAA ratings back in 2007, even though the bonds weren't worth shit because they were filled with subprime mortgages?
What is that? This is where we take a bunch of Bs, double Bs, and triple Bs that haven't sold, and we put them in a pile. And when the pile gets large enough, the whole thing is suddenly considered diversified. And then the whores at the rating agency give it a 92, 93% AAA rating. No questions asked.
Mercantile credit agencies, the precursors of Standard & Poor's and Moody's, were created as a direct result of the Panic of 1837. They rated the ability of merchants to pay their debts, consolidated those ratings, and published them in a book. Enslaved people were mortgaged to secure loans. Entire financial instruments were built around the valuation of human beings. Plantations ran on debt. The debt was backed by enslaved bodies. Banks in New York and London profited directly from it, as did insurance companies and investors. American capitalism grew not just through selling cotton, but through speculation on human lives. The government was not a neutral observer, it was an active participant. The state protected slaveholders' property rights. It enforced fugitive slave laws that required free states to return escaped enslaved people. It structured tariffs, trade policy, and diplomacy around King Cotton. It facilitated territorial expansion in ways that benefited slavery. Slavery shaped national policy. It financed the state. It underwrote American power. Both Baptist and Rosenthal emphasized that enslaved people were not unskilled laborers. They were very skilled, knowledgeable, and adaptive. They developed agricultural expertise. They understood soil, climate, and cultivation techniques. Their knowledge and skill made those plantations profitable. All that knowledge was stolen. It was extracted without recognition or compensation. Capitalism absorbed their expertise while denying their humanity. One of the most important conclusions of the historical scholarship on slavery is that the system was not on the verge of collapse when the Civil War broke out. It was thriving. It was more profitable than ever. Cotton production was accelerating. The system showed no signs of dying on its own. In 1860, the city with the highest concentration of millionaires per capita was not New York. It was Natchez, Mississippi. Slavery ended only because of massive resistance by enslaved people themselves and because of a catastrophic civil war. The enslavers were willing to declare war on their own country in order to preserve that system. This is important because it challenges the idea that capitalism naturally evolves toward justice. It doesn't. It never has. And slavery didn't just generate wealth, it generated a managerial and financial logic that still shapes how work is organized today. Slavery taught American capitalism that people could be reduced to numbers, optimized for output, and discarded when they were no longer profitable. It taught managers to trust metrics over human experience. It taught institutions that distance and abstraction makes harm easier to rationalize. Modern employment is not slavery. Of course it's not. I wasn't enslaved by a Fortune 100 company when I worked in their finance department. Enslaved people were property. They had no legal personhood. They could not quit, like I did. And the violence they experienced was legally sanctioned. But the logic survived. The belief that productivity justifies suffering. The belief that numbers are neutral. That efficiency is more important than human limits. The belief that the harder you work, the more virtuous you are assumed to be. Yet the less you own of your time, your body, and your life. In a capitalist system, our labor and our skills are commodities to be bought and sold. We get to determine who we sell ourselves to most of the time, but we're still just a line item on a balance sheet. These ideas didn't disappear when slavery ended. They were refined, normalized, and professionalized. We're still feeling the echoes of it in every securities transaction on Wall Street, in every performance review. Slavery wasn't just a moral horror of America's past. It was an economic foundation that was never fully dismantled. And until we tell the whole story, the half that's never been told, we'll keep mistaking the system's feature for a bug. And we'll keep pretending that capitalism was corrupted by slavery instead of shaped by it. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
Well, the only thing I have to say is the next time an SKC or someone who is a big Thomas Sowell brother, and they say that slavery, everybody had slavery, American slavery was not unique, I hope that this video gets recommended. Hey, I don't think I need to, repeat how American slavery was extremely unique. So, what's up, man? Tomorrow?
Hey, what's going on, man? Yeah,
Oh,
man.
nothing much.
I agree, and especially how she worded some things there. Capitalism was it did shape it. It did reproduce people to that. While most of
Yeah,
these people are working class, try to worship capitalism like capitalism cares about your opinion or the fact that you worship it. Like that's not capitalism doesn't need you. It has never needed you. It needs your
right.
vote to vote against your own best interest, but other than that, you're really not needed in this setup at all. So
Well, just to remind everybody, this is welcome to Black Historian Day. Essentially, Nagon was in the audience. Empire of Cotton, just kind of inspired this day, basically.
oh
So
yeah, like once
I
you read that
figured,
book, it really
yeah.
opens up a lot more
Oh,
other
yeah.
doors, and you realize that it is an actual. And it doesn't matter what your age is in
Right.
reading. Like the Empire of Cotton was something that I read when I was in Germany. Actually,
Really?
yeah, I read it in actual Germany because there was an argument between like two people and like an older person from like Mississippi, and it wasn't even a black guy; it was a white guy. Because
Hmm.
like there was a actual black conservative who was trying to talk that conservative talk about slavery. He was like, whoa, hold on a second. That's not what we think. it was about slavery. He was like, no, it wasn't. I'm like, I'm from Mississippi. Most of my family's in the most of his family was in the Ku Klux Klan, and this black conservative was still trying to tell this white conservative that the Civil War was not about slavery. He was like, you know what? I'm gonna recommend a book to you. I'm just gonna sit down here. You're gonna read it. Then we're gonna talk about the book. Never heard from that guy
Right.
again.
I'll bet you didn't. Speaking of Mississippi, this video is called MacArthur Cotton and John Obie, Mississippi's Black Cotton. So that'll be our next showing. What's up, Nagon? You there?
he's
You're
still
muted.
I'm
That's
sorry. I'm just tied up. I'm running around here right now. I didn't think I can get in. This show it's too strong. It's too strong. So I mean, no. Besides some of the other stuff that goes on here, you're right on the point here, Sven Beckert. You get into the Empire of Cotton. He does not just talk about the Empire of Cotton, what it was, but how it shaped and created capitalism. Okay, he gets deeply into that, and I don't have enough time here right now to really get into this book deeply, but this is a very, very, very key point.
Well, look,
and this sister you had who came on here, I don't know who she was. I would have run up to her and given her the biggest kiss on the side of her face and hug, because the amount of information that she dropped and literally linked this together was exactly running right in parallel with Sven Beckert and the creation of your capitalistic system. And not only did it help to create it, but expand it. And it expanded certainly not only through the United States, but certainly without Europe and the rest of the world, including parts of Asia and so forth, India and so forth. All of that, very important. And very few people very few people don't make this connection. That's why I said, the Empire of Cotton is a masterwork. It's really
let me tell you something. The way he sets up the war capitalism, basically leading to the industrial capitalism, I never thought of it that way. It blew my mind. I'm like, holy shit! Why didn't I know about this?
You're not supposed to really understand that. Okay, you're supposed to look at slavery as just one little thing, and you're not supposed to understand that this was the bulwark, the very structure of the Western economic capitalist system in so many ways. And this company grew massively. This country grew this way. If you really wanted to have another America, if you want to create another United States with its power and wealth, get a country, give them free labor, slavery for 200 years, and then watch what happens from there. This is what really created that. That's where this wealth was created, and it reverberates right down to this very day. And people don't seem to understand it. But you have these black folks who come out here and say like they understand, come out here and say, well, it was taxes, and then some dollars that really created slavery. Thoroughly not understanding exactly what this whole system was truly, really all about. And it just wasn't tied up into just dollars and cents, but it was tied up into your black body. It was tied into their whole survival, their whole existence, where this was a deep-seated way of life for them. And in so many ways, it still is. And we've never gotten away from it. We never really got away from it.
People don't understand, like, for instance, Haiti, basically the reparations that Haiti paid to France created the French banking system.
Well, not only did it help to create and foster the French banking system, but it also helped to bankrupt Haiti and keep it poor.
Yes, absolutely.
And keep it run down and let others get involved in its economy and undermine it. So that was one thing that Haiti, they did a great job in smoking and killing these slavers, but they should have maintained that war. What happened was the economic system of the United States and Europe came against them. They didn't come back into Haiti to fight on their soil because they knew they would have been beaten. So what they did was literally try to isolate them economically. I and really shut them down, because you had a lot of issues going on where European powers were starting to come into Haiti to try to work with them. You even had many of the you had French princes and German and British crown coming there, princesses coming into this area and talking with Toussaint, Louverture, and Dessalines and all of them. And, they were, bowing them up and, banging them and all that kind of stuff, having orgies with them and all, tearing them out the frame. And, and the white guys were like, you guys, we can't have this. We literally can't have this, the West African, based nation right in the middle of our, enterprise.
In the middle of the Caribbean.
And that created a lot of that would have been an area really of how would we say disrupting the whole slave trade, if you will. Of the reason why slavery really dropped wasn't because once this young lady said that this young lady said it right on the head. This thing got shut down because of slavery got shut down because of the revolts, and they didn't want to talk about the revolts that went on in Jamaica and went on in Barbados and so forth.
Scared the hell out of Thomas Jefferson.
But
scared the hell out of Virginians.
Well, of course, and that was the whole issue, and that also, and people didn't understand that they were Haitian rebels that also helped to foment many of the slave revolts here, including the 1832 slave revolt of Nat Turner. So all of that was this big, and we can, we just getting into the whole area of what went on in Florida and the whole deal with the Seminoles. I mean, it's just a whole different. I mean, it was big. The let's say the Haitian Revolution was the death knell to slavery in the Western world, in the West, and people thoroughly understood this. They understood what that meant, and that was very terrifying to the slave owners and the enterprises here in the United States, and understood that this system was going to, at some point in time, come to an end because of much of the revolt and so forth. And they started to get proactive, because we saw the whole movement in England where they got rid of their whole slave trade game in the 1830s and totally eradicated that. But they still profiteered deeply off of slavery.
They profited from I didn't realize the other thing I didn't realize is how much cotton was actually grown in the Caribbean. I always associated it with the southeast of the United States.
No, that was it was a worldwide enterprise. And remember, as things shifted from the United States and moved during the war, the conflict. I mean, during that conflict, much of the cotton and so forth started to switch over and be grown in where? India,
right?
Egypt. These areas became very big.
And speaking of this young lady, this is her channel. I dropped this particular show link and her channel link into the chat. She does
brilliant young, brilliant.
Yeah, she will catch some flack because she is a feminist. But the one thing I even listen to her feminist stuff because she just sounds sharp as a tack.
Yeah, no.
Her delivery,
her connection in the financial markets, and we're talking about in the whole bond game, and exactly how these guys shifted the financial market to really shift off to make sure that they got the profits and shifted the debts onto or the risk onto the consumers, and how that was played was absolutely perfect. She thoroughly understood how that worked, and literally linked it together. But when you get deeper into the Empire of Cotton and you look at how the whole trading piece and the mercantile exchanges and so forth really worked, and how this really played in building that, you'll see exactly what she's talking about. And that was the brilliance of that book, and people like like this woman, her name's Teresa, whatever. I could give less than a damn about her feminism at this stage. When she's dropping this kind of critical knowledge about how the system works, you can't reject that.
Oh, absolutely not.
You can't reject that. And I'm looking at MOT says Haiti was structured like a loan from the World Bank. It's exactly correct, and they fucked that loan up. They fucked that loan up, man. But by that critical revolution that the Western world and the Western financial system has not forgiven them from since. They have not been forgiven of that since. And that's why Haiti is in the condition that it is now. Not because these are incompetent people, not because these are brilliant folks, but they have consistently been undermined by the Western European powers, so that country did not take off, because they could have been the Gay Paris of the Caribbean, and that was not permitted to happen.
So next up is Mississippi's Black Cotton. Again, I haven't watched it, but it's gonna stick within this loose theme. So let's see what this is all about.
Okay, so I'm gonna say real quick. Hey, MOT, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, man?
All right.
Let's see here.
So before we get started, did anybody figure out what I was referring
By the way, I think this is up at University of Michigan.
to when we're talking about Nicole?
So, yeah, it's the Ann Arbor Library. My bad.
To what was going on in this video, Sarah, you can't tell.
It sounds like the volume's a little low, so you'll have to adjust your volumes.
All right. So when this was filmed, a producer met with Mac, as he prefers to be called, and went over some questions that she was likely going to ask. But the person didn't ask about what happened when he was imprisoned and where he was literally hung by his wrists to the top of the bars of a prison cell, which is how the book opens. So when you look at her and you think back about her expressions, she didn't know that was coming. And for a reporter who has been around a lot and been through a lot, the sincerity on her face and the horror that she felt that he was put through shows in her face. So Mac and I are going to have a conversation, and I'm going to pull some stuff out of him because he's a quiet, soft-spoken man, not somebody that looked for accolades or looked for anyone to put him in videos or put him in books. But when he and I started working on his story, one of the things that impressed me so much about him was where he came from. We, and I say this because most of the people in this room are white, we have these stereotypical images that we have been foisted upon us about Black families and Black people. The family that MacArthur came from, and he's going to talk about his family, because when you read, and hopefully you will, the first two paragraphs of the book, what he did and how he projected in this video was almost like a natural progression of where he came from with his family. So, Mac, I want you to tell them a little bit about your grandfather, Quitman Cotton, who was enslaved on a plantation, and we tried as close as we can get to find the plantation that his grandfather was enslaved in, which is incredibly difficult because when for voting purposes, the slaveholders kept records, but not by name. They kept it by age, and that couldn't be necessarily accurate, and identified the person with an N, and we can figure out what that N stood for. But his grandfather escaped from this plantation and established this incredibly vibrant community outside of Kosciuszko, Mississippi. And so, Mac, I'll hand it over to you to tell us about your grandfather and your father and your mother.
Thank you for having me. I'm not very good on telling stories, by the way. I often think in the future, but let me do the best I can. As John was saying, my grandfather was enslaved. He was about 12 years old when the war broke out, probably a little less than 12. But anyway, the plantation that he was living on collapsed because his father, first, I think the white men, many got called into the armed services, so that weakened this plantation system. So it eventually collapsed. So after about, I think, 1862, those women's who were left and a few children enslaved who was too young to leave, they eventually just closed the plantation down, from what I understand, and told my grandfather he could leave. And he came across the river into the hills, and there met, I guess, other like-minded people, and they began the community. And meanwhile, my grandmother was what they call a nanny for a Representative Gillen, and they were in, I think, living in Arlington, I think. Of course, he was serving in the United States House, and there she was there to take care of one of the girls, about, I guess, a little younger than she was. And she was able to learn to, well, they had a school, from what I understand, that went to the 6th grade for Black people. So she was able to get 6th grade education. And from also, my mother used to talk about the stories that she used to tell about how she was able to meet with Lord Garrison and Frederick Douglass and all those people. So she kind of came, had some expanded knowledge, I guess you could say, about how the world was working, not working. So she came home back to Mississippi also. And so having the two of them, my grandfather, who seemed like a natural economic guru or whatever, he was the kind of person that made stuff work. So with the two of them together and other like-minded people, they were able to, develop a community which still exists, but has changed quite a bit. But thereby, having to do schools, because the state didn't do schools for Black people, so on and on. And of course, economic systems at that time, basically you're talking about the farms and the mills and stuff to produce, to take care of the products and of course the lumber and all that kind of stuff. But I hope that's enough. You have to read the rest of it.
Well, and there's part of the story that of his family that really resonated with me when we were working on that story, and that is Mac's grandfather's would be Mac's great grandfather. When he left the plantation, he went to Kansas. And after your grandfather established this community, he went to Kansas to look for his dad, because his mother was Mac's great grandmother was living there with his grandfather. And in doing some research, I mean, that's one of my favorite parts that I have to talk about. In doing the book, like most folks who I may consider myself educated on civil rights related matters, but there's a lot of stuff that we don't know because it's not told. And your grandfather went to find his dad. And I came across, I have a couple books here that I just want to recommend to everybody as to Black mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, relatives who searched.
Oh, by the way, this book I looked it up is I think it was published either last year or early this year. Interesting that it is put out by the University of Georgia Press. So good job, University of Georgia.
For their children who were sold, their parents who were sold, and both before the Civil War ended and after, they would advertise in newspapers and church bulletins if anybody saw somebody. And in one book, it's called Help Me to Find My People. It's by Heather Andrea Williams, but there's actually a newer book that just came out called Last Seen, where this author actually created a database to try to track and create and find people who were actually trying to find their family members. And some actually did and were successful in doing this. So as part of the process, I reached out to her to see if there was any data related to Mac's family in Kansas trying to find him, and unfortunately there wasn't any such information. But your dad was born in Kansas. And then they came back and talk about your dad as a role model and your mom as a role model for you.
I don't know exactly how to approach that question, but you know, of course, my father was my role model, main role model. But you know, as I began to study that part about, you know, my grandfather being lost, I just kind of smiled going through the story because my father passed when I was 18, and of course, when you're 18, you don't, a lot of stories you don't really follow up on the details. You listen to stories, but you probably don't have the questions that later come on. But something, of course, the story was that they never found him, but they had a farm there, and they lived there for several years. My guess, as I got older and started noticing those things, and also how they used to tell the story, I kind of think they probably found them because it wouldn't have made sense that they would have stayed in the same place for that long. And meanwhile, maintaining his home down here in Mississippi also, you know. And then I recognized that during that time, if you had, you know, maybe any kind of record or whatever, by now we dealing with the period, what they call a period of redemption. and they, the Ku Klux was back in control, and they probably, if they found you, and left, and probably had to do this, maybe had to steal your horse to get away, whatever, and you wouldn't want to be found. So of course, they never found them, as they say. But I often thought about, they would tell a story, very sad to me, but they didn't seem, I didn't remember them seem to be talking about it in a sad way. As you could imagine how sad it would have been. You look for somebody that long and don't find them. But I don't think that's what John asked me.
So your dad was an educator. Your dad wanted to be a doctor, but in the turn of the century in Mississippi, the chances for a young black man becoming a doctor were zero. So he became an educator.
Right. So yeah, he decided that he would, be an educator for a while because of you can imagine the turn of the century, all the education systems that the Reconstruction government.
Okay. One quick point I want to make here, for all the people who will say, and a lot of them are MAGA blacks and other, Thomas Sowell brothers, that, slavery's over. Okay. Of course, and things similar to that. Of course, slavery is over. What people don't seem to understand is that there are lingering effects. Okay. Well, this elder, who has a father who may well have been capable of becoming a doctor, but couldn't, owing to where he lived and probably economic circumstances too. Well, that man with ability is deprived of the opportunity to be all he can be. People don't understand that, life happens, but one of the big things, one of the big lingering effects of racism in America is so many people never get the opportunity. And you hear the far right, you'll hear Soul Brothers, and you'll hear MAGA blacks talk about, there's no such thing as equality. Well, we all know that no two people are exactly equal. It's the opportunity. There's not equal opportunity does not exist in America the way people claim it does. There is no meritocracy in America the way people claim there is. So I think a lot of times when you get into these back and forths with MAGA blacks and, their ilk, they constantly move goalposts because they know they can't stand firm on a point like equal opportunity. There's no way they can win that point.
Can I have a rebuttal? First off, I would like to say top of the evening to everyone. I am Mike 123, and I am here just temporarily. But according to the statement you just made, Stanley, slavery, it's been over, and the lingering.
Okay, well then whoa. You can stop right there. You don't need to repeat what I said.
The lingering, and I'm responding to what you said. Just because you don't like the way.
Hold on, Stanley,
we're not going to do the back and forth.
I am not in the mood for the usual.
Yeah, we're not going to do the back and forth. Just let me
get
respond.
to your point. You do not need to repeat what I said. Everybody already heard it.
Okay, but just in case somebody came in and missed it.
Okay, no, don't worry about that. Just worry about making.
Well, like I was saying, slavery has been over, and the lingering effects come from the weak mindset of these people still stuck in the past, and people hate to hear that, but it's just the facts. And shout out to Donald Trump.
No, it's not a fact. Like I said,
it is a fact.
Weak
People mindset. It's a mindset thing.
Once again,
I'm not trying to go back and forth. Just let me respond.
I'm responding.
Let me respond, man.
Once again, a MAGA black misses the point. My point is equal opportunity. What does a weak mind have to do with equal opportunity?
Because Stanley, you have to understand, like slavery it's been over. It's been over.
Okay,
just
we're
because
not talking about slavery.
Well, you
I'm
mentioned
talking
it, so I'm talking about it.
I'm talking about equal opportunity
Well,
and
it's
weak
same
minds.
shit. If
I
you want to
need you
talk
to
about
make that.
equal
I need you to
opportunity,
make that. Okay, dude. I'm literally not in the mood for the bullshit.
well, I'll
Stick
let
to
you
the
speak. I
point.
didn't interrupt you.
Okay, motherfucker, this isn't you don't have equal opportunity. I'm gonna be like Massa. You don't have equal opportunity. I need you to connect weak minds to equal opportunity. Slavery, we've already covered.
Well, people have equal opportunity. It shouldn't even be a thing if you
I
ask me.
literally
But
just
people
said they
have
don't.
equal
I
opportunity
literally
if they
just said
didn't
they
have a weak
don't.
mind. It's simple.
Okay. Okay, so you actually think that equal opportunity is something everybody in America has in 2026?
They had it before 2026. They just didn't use it.
Gotcha. Okay, well we don't need to go farther than that.
You know I'm
Nigga
telling the
set
truth,
up.
G.
Okay, dude,
It was destroyed
don't
by
belabor
them.
it. I said
I'm not.
I'm
Look, you
not
got
going
to
to even.
understand. I'm not going to say what you want me to say, G.
You have
Just let
got
me
your say.
respond and let me give my opinion.
Motherfucker, you've responded. It's time to move on.
I didn't
So
finish with how I was responding.
I don't really care if
You
you
want
did.
me to respond in
working
a certain
education.
way
Okay,
that
are you
was
talking over my
I
video?
think
shout out to Trump.
Are you talking over my video?
I am doing that.
Okay, well,
I am doing that.
I suggest you do it from the chat, because if you're going to be up here, you need to go on
Well,
mute while
I
the
responded
video's
to your
playing.
statement, Stanley. I'm not talking over your video.
Okay, you responded, and
I came
I'm
up
not
here and tried to
going
be
to.
respectful.
I'm not
but you-
going to respond to your response. You
Every
got the
time Mike
last
come up
word.
here, it's always turning into chaos.
You got the last word on the topic. There, your response is there is equal opportunity and always has been in the United States. I'm not going to respond to it.
Well, see, you asked me the question that in regards to my
Well,
response, and that's what
motherfucker,
I have
how
responded.
long is it going to take you to answer? You said there's equal
I could
opportunity.
have been over and done if you didn't interrupt
You
and start
said
acting all in your
there
feelings.
is equal opportunity, correct? There is equal opportunity in 2026, and there has been in the past.
There is equal opportunity. There's no
Okay, good.
slavery in 2026.
That's all I
There's
need.
a
I don't need. I
mindset
don't
thing.
need.
It's a
Thank
weak
you.
mindset.
I don't need more. I don't need any more. There
You
is
got to
like
stop trying to hype your
opportunity.
audience up to agree with the bullshit that you're talking. Shout out to Trump.
Are you done now?
Play this.
You
We
got it-
can't barely
you got it
understand what the
all
fuck
out?
he's saying.
You got it all out?
Go ahead, Stanley. You know, because we ain't going to get nowhere, G. I ain't trying to argue.
You're absolutely right. That's why I want to go on with the video.
I ain't trying to argue with you, P.
As I remember, I think he thought he was going to work there for maybe 10 years or so or whatever, and then pursue his, his real interest. But, he continued until he passed, in the school system. And of course, there he met my mother, who also was a Gene's supervisor.
Yeah, motherfuckers think I can't talk serious questions, dude. Come on, man. You try to silence me a lot. That's what the problem is.
Well, John explained that to you.
I could be serious on topics if you let me speak.
But anyway, they
Goddamn.
were married and of course had seven children. And I happened to be the sixth one. Well, actually seventh one, because one of them didn't live. So, of course, my father that was his second wife. His first wife had passed, and it was seven of them too. So it was a nice crowd of us.
It's the CKG,
So, he mentioned
CKJ3, that's a false statement, G. I'm not always drunk when I come here. I may have had a beer. I'm not drunk, G. And I'm gonna talk over the video because
They were-
Stanley, he got to show
it's
some
named
respect.
after a wealthy Quaker woman from Philadelphia who gave $1 million, and this is, we're talking the 1920s and 30s, to help develop teachers to teach in the black schools in Mississippi and Alabama and Georgia. And Mac's mother was one of those Jane's supervising teachers to help do that. And they met in Kemper County, where his dad was establishing schools for black children in Kemper County. So let's move a little bit to, we got you to college or close to college. You started in college in 1960 at Tougaloo College. And Tougaloo College, for anybody that knows the movement in Mississippi, it was really the hotbed of where activists grew out of. So talk about your initial involvement with the NAACP youth group and some of the leaders of that, including Medgar Evers, who came to the school and talked to many of you.
Yes, I had spent quite a bit of time on the campus at Tougaloo because I had two sisters who had graduated from there. And I noticed that it was a little different from most of the other institutions around me because you had people from all different stripes of society and international people. So I liked that, atmosphere. And also it was an accredited school, only accredited school in Mississippi that blacks could go to. So that was, it attracted me. And of course there we had a college NAACP chapter. And I joined there, and we I got to meet all the activists, and I think some people heard about the Tougaloo Nine. Most of them were my classmates. We all were a part of that that local college NAACP. And of course, Mr. Evers, being our field secretary, he often spent time at Tougaloo, and not just, which also drew a lot of other people around the state in for different conferences and stuff. So I got a chance to meet a lot of different civil rights people. And Bob Moses came through that summer wanting somebody to working on voter registration in the Macomb area. And I really liked that because that was something that my father had always pushed. And then Mr. Evers, that's something that he emphasized. People wasn't that excited about the lunch kind of sit-ins and the bus rides and all that because, which was okay, but they knew that if we took care of the politics, that other stuff would be taken care of. So voter registration is very important to me. And when Bob mentioned it, I was all in, and he asked if I would see if there was someone else would like to go. And Jimmy Travis, who was a good friend of mine, I asked him, and he said he would be glad to go. And George Lowe, who was another classmate of mine, he just so happened to have.
By the way, I actually saw the video, and I'm sorry, I actually, saw the topic of the video. This guy, his name is MacArthur Cotton. He's basically the author of the book that I'll show at some point, and I don't own it. I may get around to reading it, I may not. But this guy was a field secretary for SNCC, the Student Nonviolent something committee. I forget what the second C stands for. But he was a field secretary, 61 or so, thereabouts. So, I mean, he was in the thick of it in Mississippi during the civil rights movement. So that's his claim to fame. And me being from the South, once you get used to the accent, I can understand him just fine. The old man's voice. Let's see here. Let's start this video. You know what? Damn it, my browser's hung again. Just give me a second. It'll unhang. And Mike, I at least want to start the show out. It is Black Historian Day. I've declared it, and there are some things that are informational that some people actually appreciate. So that you don't appreciate it, that's fine, but why be disruptive? It's almost like having a kid in class who just disrupts all the other students. You ought to work on that. Just give it a second, folks. It'll unhang at some point. It's weird. I'll never understand why the audio doesn't go out, but everything else hangs. Probably need to reboot my computer at some point. Come on. And I don't have that many tabs open either. All right, come on, computer. There we go. So who knows what damage has been done here? Yeah, my computer is upset. So let's get some resetting done
If
here.
would like to go.
There we go. Sorry about that, folks.
And Jimmy Travis, who was a good friend of mine, I asked him, and he said he would be glad to go. And George Lowe, who was another classmate of mine, he just so happened to have people there. His father and C.C. Bryant was first cousins. So, but I asked Jesse Harris, who also was very involved in the Jackson Hines movement. He didn't go because he felt that he wanted to stay there and develop, his home area. That's where he lived in Georgetown, which is a part of Jackson. So he was committed to that space. But anyway, we went there. Some people probably know John Hardy. We met John Hardy down there, and we all went over to Talatown and set up a project, which is Nix County over from Pike County, which is Macomb. And that.
Well, let me just take a second here, because you mentioned the Tougaloo Nine, and there is a brand new book that just came out about the Tougaloo Nine, and it actually should have been the Tougaloo 10. That's what I keep telling him. It should have been the Tougaloo 10, but he wasn't chosen to be one of the students to go down. In Jackson, Mississippi, there were not like everything. There were two libraries. There was the white library and there was the black library. And the black library didn't have half of the stuff that the white library had. And the black library didn't have half of the stuff that the white library had. And the black library didn't have half of the stuff that the white library had. And the black library didn't have half of the stuff that the white library had. And the black library didn't have half of the stuff that the white library had. And the black library didn't have half of the stuff that the white library had. And the black library didn't have half of the stuff that the white library had. And the black library didn't have half of the stuff that the white library had. And the black library didn't have half of the stuff that the white library had. And the black library didn't have half of the stuff that the white library had. And the black library didn't have half of the stuff that the white library had. And the black library didn't have half of the stuff that the white library had. And the black library didn't have half of the stuff that the white library had. And the black library didn't have half of the stuff that the white library had. And the And the whole idea of the Tougaloo Nine was to sit in at the White Library, making the argument that they were looking for books that they couldn't get in the Black Library. And so just briefly explain how it is that you didn't get chosen to be the Tougaloo 10.
Well, I suppose they asked for volunteers and I raised my hand. And I noticed that Mr. Evers kind of looked past me or over me. And I didn't think very much about it. But I think that he did that because he knew that my mother would be fired immediately if my name got out, which happened later on anyway. But he came to me after the meeting and asked if I would be interested in going with him and meeting with different local organizations around the state. So I was glad, and he really came. I really thought he was probably just trying to be nice, but he really came the weekend and picked me up and started taking me around with him.
So at some point in time, your mother did get fired.
Right.
And how, what were the circumstances that your mother got fired because of your activity?
Well, the Freedom Ride was, they made some kind of deal with Kennedy that if this ended Freedom Ride, Kennedy was going to give an order to end segregation in the public accommodations, or I think the interstate accommodation, whatever. On the 1st of October, 1st of November, probably 1st of November, wasn't it? Anyway, so what we did, what the Corps initiated was to test to see whether or not it was going to make any difference. And of course, I was sent to Macomb to pick the Freedom Riders up and buy some tickets for them to continue their trip. In the process, I got hit by one of the people there, and the newspaper got my story. They put it in the paper, and of course, I think it's in the paper that Saturday. And I think that Monday she was fired.
And that was a pretty common thing that even for those like when Mrs. Hamer went down to register to vote, they would publish in the papers all of the names. I have the newspaper article because I'm working on another story, which shows when in the newspaper when Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer went down to register to vote. That was the end of her days and her job of working on the plantation, because the plantation overseer told her, you either take your name off or you're off the plantation. And she chose to be off. Your mother didn't have a choice. She lost her job.
Right.
So at some point in time in the film, they talk about Greenwood and the impact of Greenwood. You were involved in the movement, but you were in school, and you were involved in the movement and you were in school, but something happened where you made the plunge to just be involved in the movement. Talk about what happened in Greenwood with Jimmy Travis and Bob Moses and Randolph Blackwell.
Jimmy got shot, shot in the car, and he won and got shot. He and I had been very close since we met, at Tougaloo. So, and also he went to Macomb with us. So that was kind of personal to me. And also, I always had this concern about the movement, not so much of what he was doing in the present, but the idea that I knew that if we didn't continue, we would probably, be in serious trouble because anytime movements fail, the repression sets in. So, and it'd be harder to get back where you were. So I felt that maybe I had to do my little bit and commit myself to be full time. So that's kind of how that went. And we probably do better if you let them ask some questions. And
Sure. Does anybody have questions? If you do, pop up, or I'll continue to ask questions. I'll get you. You're not going to get away.
Okay. I guess you have to continue.
There is a question over here. I'm not going to let you go.
So when you say you got hit, did they hit you with a car? Did they hit you with a club? Did they?
Okay.
A little closer. Sorry. So when you say you got hit, you said you got hit, right? Did you get hit by a car, or did you get hit with a club, or did you get? What way did you get hit?
It was with, I think it was a sack of surplus food. Back in those days, during the winter months, the poor people would be given some army surplus for food. And he had it was a sack of something. I'm not sure what it was.
Could have been canned goods.
Right. And it wasn't a serious, I didn't get knocked out of anything, but it was a disturbance and made the newspaper pick it up.
So if there's another question pop up, but let's piggyback a little bit off about what they just saw about, you and Lawrence Giat and Hollis Watkins and a number of others wind up in Parchman Prison on death row. And you're there for 55 days?
I think so.
And so how do they treat you when you were there? We already know, and that's how the book opens.
Lord,
when he and I first started talking about his story, and when I heard
Holy cow.
the part about the hanging, I said, this is how this story starts, because this is it's a gut-wrenching thing to happen. But a lot of other stuff happened when you were in that Parchman prison. So tell these folks, there's a book out there that refers to Parchman as being worse than slavery, because the prisoners were treated like slaves.
If I tell them all, they won't have to read it.
Oh no, but there you're luring them in. You're enticing them.
Yeah, it was a constant harassment. Of course, that was the purpose anyway, that we were there to be tortured. And I think people still have that idea that torture is just right. You will quit what you're doing and fall in line. So I think that their purpose. So very limited food, sometimes no food. If it get cold, kind of rain, how it get kind of cool. And of course, we only had the little V t-shirts and boxer shorts. That's what we had to wear. And so it get kind of cool, around the rainy days. And they would cut the air conditioners just as low as they could, And on sometimes the hot days, they would probably turn the heat on, But mostly just all kind of stuff. Put us all in solitary confinement for several hours one time. I think about 14 of us. And that's a 6x6, I believe. And you can imagine 14 people in a 6x6. And solitary confinement, it made to be miserable for one person, you know. So you can imagine 14 in the same place that one person supposed to be miserable in. Mhm. But it was so much, and you know, I can understand people like to hear this, but you know, it's like scratching wounds, so not all that much fun. And so, but you know, I'm glad to be here to able to talk about it. But I'd like for y'all to ask questions about things that's in your mind. And I know John, he means well, but we don't know your heart. We don't want you to leave here with something. I wouldn't want you to leave here with something that maybe I could share with, and that it would be, you know, helpful.
There's a question over here.
Hey, how are y'all doing? Can you hear me? Thank y'all for being here tonight. I'm from Mississippi, so this means a lot to me to have you here.
Whereabouts?
Don't turn me.
Whereabouts?
Flowood, but I have family from Kosciuszko. Oh, okay. 2 questions. Sorry. First one, what was it like to get to work with and spend one-on-one time with Medgar Evers?
I think that was, I guess, one of the greatest experiences I've had. It wasn't so, I wasn't thinking so much at the time or how great it was or how great he was, but he was very knowledgeable, and I was eager to learn. And he was a kind of person, and calm, intelligent, and he would take, you know, and I could watch him as he worked with other people, and looked like he had a certain charisma, you know, that it was just a wonderful thing, like that other big brother that I needed.
Okay, my second question is, I don't think that you ever lived anywhere but Mississippi. Is that right?
More or less.
Okay.
I've been out for a few months at a time.
Right. Okay, so I'm just curious about if you ever contemplated leaving, if you ever wanted to, why you stayed.
Well, I was at home, and I didn't intend for nobody to run me away from my home. That's one of the main reason I stayed. And I guess the only reason that I would have considered leaving, I left for, you know, a little while from time to time, was just to work, you know, just to make a living. But I always appreciated, you know, Kosciuszko in Mississippi as a place, good people, good land, you know, yeah.
There's an essay that Medgar Evers wrote about why he stayed in Mississippi, and I think it kind of Mac's comments kind of mirror that the importance of being there. Anybody else have a question? Let me just briefly poke you a little more. I'm poking the bear. Yeah. Most of the folks here probably know about what's now called Freedom Summer, which is not what you called it back in 1964. You called it the Summer Project. And then somebody wrote a book and named it Freedom Summer, and from there it's been called Freedom Summer ever since. But there were a number of you who had been involved in the movement for quite a while, young Black Mississippians, who were not entirely in favor of the idea of a horde of young, naive, I was there in 1967 at age 20, naive white kids coming into Mississippi. Talk about what your thinking was as to why you didn't think that was a good idea.
Well, I think it was a good idea.
Yeah.
Well, there was two schools of thought on that, I guess you could say. We was about split about 50-50 staff that felt like that would be a good idea. And some that thought it wouldn't be such a good idea. One of the ones that thought it would be a good idea was that it could be a buffer somewhat to the violence and that was going on among the black people in that the Ku Klux Klans and all, because we had noticed. Well, this wasn't the first time. There had always been black and white students working together. So this wasn't the first time that it happened. And we had groups of people came down from some of the universities just earlier, the year before. And we noticed that we didn't get any attacks. Nobody was attacked during the time. Of course, they were there like maybe 3 weeks at the most. But on Freedom Vote, we didn't get attacked. Nothing got bombed. And some people felt that that'd be a good idea, just to bring more. And then, of course, some of us felt that that's a bad idea because we didn't want to be dependent on somebody else for our security. And like me, I knew it had been passed down to me, and I think most of us knew we kind of was a victim of that, during the right after the Civil War, where you had the soldiers supposed to protect you, and then when they got tired, when the politics changed, they dropped and left and left the people, defenseless. And that was kind of that other side of the story, which that was kind of my side of the story. But through it all, it seemed that it didn't exactly work either way. So we made it. John, I don't know what you wanted to hear.
Let me just
change I add to the story every time, so I think
that's good. That's good. I learned something every time we go here. Let's just finish off by just a few words about the fact that without these young black Mississippians, Martin Luther King could preach and talk anywhere he wanted to talk, but they were there on the front lines, day to day, experiencing all of the trauma and difficulty and terror because.
One other thing, I guess I just thought of it, and it's probably obvious, but for the people who say, things like Jim Crow and the civil rights movement, this guy's still alive. Okay, he is literally talking about his days back in the early 60s on the front lines of the civil rights movement in what I would actually consider ground zero, which was Mississippi. And, pretty much anybody who's interested in, quote, Black history will know that Mississippi was one of the more brutal places to be Black back in the day. That and Louisiana, probably Alabama too, but even me being from Georgia, Mississippi and Louisiana had special reputations even in the Deep South. So Faulkner said the past isn't dead, it's not even past. That's kind of how I feel about people who basically want to say the civil rights has been the civil rights movement won, and the civil rights movement is over. In a racist country, the fight for civil rights never ends. It's just the way American culture is. It was founded as a slave state, and it is still recovering from being a slave state. And I really don't care whether it hurts feelings or pisses people off. I know that there's no one who can come up and challenge me on that. You can try, you can move goalposts, you can do all kinds of rhetorical techniques. But the bottom line is there is ample evidence that American slavery was unique in on many different levels and in many different ways. There is ample evidence that American culture is fundamentally racist. It's in the Constitution, etc. I'm not going to bore people with the obvious, but for those MAGA blacks and those Thomas Sowell brothers, there's a reason. There's a reason there's only 300, well, almost 300 subscribers to the show, because sometimes it gets brutal. And I will admit, sometimes I am very scornful of people who talk shit but don't know shit. So, it keeps the riffraff count down.
Mississippi was a
What's up, Dave?
terrorist state. And we collectively owe them, him, and all of the others who served, many of them who are no longer with us, some of whom were really good friends of yours, Jimmy Travis, George Green, Sam Block. There are names that people, get Willie Peacock, keep going. Yeah, Jesse Harris. Yeah, there's all these names that Dory and Joyce Ladner, that people need to know and should know, because without them, the most significant social movement that we've ever had in this country, which was the civil rights movement, would never have happened. And we're honored, and I was honored to help tell his story, because it's a story that should be known by everybody. Anyway, any more questions? Otherwise, yes. There's a question up here. Oh, okay. We got a mic back there.
In the video, in the clip, you said at the end that democracy is always a fight. So what we're going through right now, and not comparing them obviously, but just what's going on right now in our country today with the administration, what do you think is the most effective way to fight like state-sponsored violence, really?
I wouldn't, I think if I thought I knew, I probably wouldn't even try to answer it, because it's a big question. A movement is a people thing. And, we try to, I guess, historians and people, they personalize it and pick the different leaders and different strategies. But if truth was told, no one strategy worked anyway. It was that collective, basically it's a collective will. Once people make up their minds to relieve themselves of oppression, and things happen.
Thank you.
There's a question up here.
Mr. Khan, if you don't mind telling us, what has your life been like since the end of the civil rights movement? Okay. What has your life been like since the end of the civil rights movement, if you don't mind telling us?
What my life been like?
Yeah.
At the end,
I hope it's been good, but how has your life been?
I take life as a blessing, just the fact that it's life. But I don't see no end to the movement. Matter of fact, I didn't see no beginning, and I don't see no end. I think it's I guess kind of like the question that was just before, I was talking about democracy is hard. It's something that you work on all the time. It's a choice of life. So I feel as much in the movement now as I guess I was in 64 in a sense of the word. In my, I know that my activities are different, and the conditions are different, but there are problems that still, need attending to. I hope that.
So while you're doing that, I'm gonna quote something from the book. It's by Gwen Patton, who was involved in SNCC in Alabama, and it's kind of a heading to chapter 37 of the book. So I'm not giving away your story, but I'm giving away this quote. And she wrote in her own book called "My Race to Freedom." It had been made clear to me that the movement is a mindset, a lifestyle in conducting one's life, a set of values that propelled purpose in all personal endeavors to uplift self, family, community, and the world where you live. And I think that pretty well encapsulates the idea of what you do, what we do, what we have to do as the movement. Anybody else have a question? Yes.
Actually, I have a statement. I just want to point out. I just want to point out that we in Ann Arbor had a connection to the Mississippi movement, and in 1963, as students, we had a citywide food drive to take food to Mississippi for people who had tried to register to vote, because after they tried to register to vote, they couldn't even get the commodity food. And the food that came from Ann Arbor was the first truckload that came into Mississippi. I think you were in jail then, maybe in 63.
Probably 62, I think.
Yeah. So I remember when you were in Parchment. But anyway, Ann Arbor had this connection. The students in Ann Arbor had a connection to the Mississippi movement, starting as early as 62 and 63.
There's I'm in U of M territory, but when they froze out the people in LaFleur County and took away their right to commodities, there were two students from that other school up in East Lansing, one of whom was by the name of Ivanhoe Donaldson, who came down to Mississippi with a truckload.
They came with the food from Ann Arbor.
Ah, okay, okay. All right.
Will you let folks know who you are? Will you stand up and introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm Martha Noonan now. I was Martha Prescott then. And I spent some time in Mississippi.
And you helped write a book.
Called Hands on the Freedom Plow.
Yeah,
It's about
an excellent book.
women. Oh, Hands on the Freedom Plow, about it's the stories of 42 women who worked with SNCC in the Deep South.
It's a wonderful book.
Martha Prescott.
Hmm?
Martha Prescott.
Yes. Yep. Anybody else have any questions?
Oh, you're back, Mike. Would you forget something?
Well, I had to comment on the topic at hand. Civil rights and slavery. You could people gonna talk about that every day.
Talk about what?
Did you not just hear what I said?
You said you needed to address something.
And then I said civil rights and slavery. People gonna talk about that every day.
I'm sorry. You need to address what? My earbuds, I guess, are dying.
Well, that's a you problem, not a Mike problem.
Okay. What do you need to address?
So let me get it out. and I was going there until you interrupted. I'm sorry, but so what I was saying, slavery. I need to address a few things, quite honestly, because slavery and civil rights, right here today, you know, people are gonna think about it. That happened 500 years ago, and you talking about this guy, he lived through it.
Well, wait,
So
hold it.
what makes
Oh,
his
whoa, whoa,
statement
whoa,
and
whoa, whoa,
goddamn, can I
whoa.
finish?
No. Okay, dude,
So
you
this
know
is
how
kind
I
of a
argue.
personal question,
You
but
say
everything
you're
we went through
saying
is
that slavery
hard to
ended
believe as a
500
white
years
woman.
ago. Let's make sure we're getting the dates right. Slavery did not end 500 years ago.
I'm not giving the exact date. I use that just as
Okay,
I
well,
use that.
okay. Then don't talk about a topic you
Okay,
don't know.
well,
If
okay,
you
I'm
don't
not
know
gonna
the
talk about a
exact
time
dates,
period.
if
Okay.
you do not know the exact dates, don't talk about it because you
Well,
don't
I'm
have
just
your
saying,
facts
well, you
straight.
get the you got what I was
You
saying
do
though.
not have your facts straight.
Well, basically, I'm not going to use a exact time frame because I don't think
Okay, well
personally it
then
ever existed.
don't bother talking about stuff you
So
don't
I'm not
know.
going to talk about a time frame. I could speak on the topic.
No, actually you can't.
I can because when you get
Not if I put you in the back, you can't.
well, that's all you're going to do is silence me, G.
That is all I need to do.
Okay, so what makes your opinion
Okay,
right and
so
mine wrong?
slavery pretty much ended in 1866.
Just because you have all these dates and all that don't make it right. And it doesn't make it true at the
Okay,
end of the
what's
day.
your point?
Well, the bigger point is that Stanley, you're stuck on this stuff on this
Okay,
goddamn shit.
I'm not going to
It's
sit
driving
here
you.
and let you.
Well,
filibustering is not needed. Get to your point, Mike. Your cool points are all used up.
You asked me my point. I'm trying to explain it. Don't interrupt it. Just say, hey, when I'm
No, I'll
done, I
interrupt it
disagree.
when I think it needs to be interrupted.
Okay, so now you see where I interrupt you when I think it need to be
No,
interrupted.
we are not equals on this panel.
And I know I'm not. You know we're close to Mike 123 G, but you gotta let me speak. And
That's
you gotta
right. No, I don't gotta do anything.
Well, you have to when you get
No,
up
I
here and
don't
start
have
talking
to.
about.
I don't have to. I don't gotta.
When you start talking about these topics and somebody's gonna have a difference of opinion, all you got to do is say, I'm not trying to argue with
Well,
you,
I
Stanley.
don't
I'm just
mind you
trying to have
having
a
a different.
conversation.
I don't mind you having a difference of opinion if
I'm
it's
trying to have a
based on
conversation, G.
if it's based on something. I don't want to have a conversation. Conversation is overrated.
Well, can I have an opinion? Why do you come on here then? If nobody
You
can have a conversation,
you can have an opinion if it's grounded on fact or something.
And how do you know what makes your fact so? What makes you so grounded? Because you read it out of a book. I assume you read it out of a book. So
what makes me. I know you didn't read it out of a book. You just making shit up.
Well, that's fine, Stanley. But you have to understand,
No,
man.
it's
Hey,
not
whether you
fine to. It's not fine to
I'm not
make
here to
stuff
argue
up.
with you, G. I'm really
Good. Well, then
Stanley, let
you
me
can
ask you a
be
question.
quiet and
I'm really
say
trying to get
hello
my
to King Shenard.
King Shenora, stand down, G.
This dude is annoying, man.
You a weak
I
ass
just came up
dude.
here to give
King
you some
Shenora. No,
good.
you came up here to go back and forth, and you see I'm trying to have a conversation, G. That's what you came to
Stanley,
interrupt some shit and throw
are
some
you
shit
paying
off.
for your son's
Weak ass
college?
nigga. This nigga weak. King shit Tor, you weak, bro.
I'm sorry.
Stanley,
what do you ask?
are you
I don't
paying
like that whole
for
ass
your
nigga
son's
King
college?
shit
Yo,
Tor.
shut this clown up, man.
Nigga, you shut me up, dude. Shit, you shut me up.
No, don't worry about what I'm at. I'm not trying. No, I just want to know.
Don't tell me what I don't need.
So why do you address him, Stanley? But I was talking to you. He came up and interrupted me. Come on, G. Come on. You see how you operate, G?
This is
You
the
like
biggest
bootlicking
crab in the
motherfuckers.
bucket.
You like bootlickers, Stanley.
People
People who
like
agree with
Mike,
you.
those
That's
are the
what you do.
biggest crabs in the bucket, man.
Nigga, I ain't a crab, and you
Like, you
can
got to
call me
stay
what
away
you
from
want.
clowns like this.
You could call me what
And like
you call
you said,
everybody a
didn't you
clown, but
say
your
that you're
clown
not gonna
ass.
come over here no more? Didn't you say that last time?
You call everybody a
You
clown,
sent them a
tap
super
dancer, but
chat.
your
You
tap
gave them
dancing
some
clown
money,
ass come up here and you still
and you're
talking
still
all
over
this
here.
bullshit that you
You said that
talking.
was your last time you
Come
ever
on,
come
G.
over on this channel. You still here.
And when was it? My first
And
day
as soon
was
as I
here.
typed in the chat, yo, is this? So Stanley, the reason why. Yo, can you hear me? The reason why I asked you that question is because I want to give
Hey, you
a
can't
good
come up here and
a
ask no
good stock
questions when I'm
play,
having a conversation, G. You can't do that.
because if you're
You
paying
better
for this
say Mike
college,
123. I'll wait till you
I got a
done,
good
G,
play
and
for
then
you
I'll
that'll help
respond.
you
King
pay it
Shatar,
off and have some
you're not
a lot
Bogart
more
or
in your
nothing, G.
pocket.
King Shinar, you're not Bogart or nothing, G. Right around here.
So if you want to listen, Stanley, I mean, for any of the other tap dancers in your chat, I got a very good play. We can't hear you, Stanley. There's something wrong with your mic or something.
Something wrong with you, nigga. You can't hear shit. I can hear it.
I
That's
can't
your
hear you.
goddamn problem. You come up here
Hold on,
talking all
Stanley's
this
talk.
shit. You come up
Stanley is
here talking
talking.
all this shit, King Shinar. You ain't about
Is
shit, my
Stanley
nigga.
talking? Is
Dude,
Stanley
I don't give a
talking?
fuck. I'm talking right now.
No, I'm
I'm talking
saying
right
is his
now.
mic
No,
fucked up or
hey,
some
you
shit? Because he
saying
keeps
go back and
dropping people
listen.
for what?
You saying go back and listen. You came up here and disrespected me, G, and I ain't gonna respect. I can't respect
I
that.
didn't disrespect you. Just shut up,
Yeah,
man. Yo,
nigga.
there's something
When
wrong
you
with
hear
you,
me,
man.
when you hear me
There's something
speaking,
wrong
when
with
you hear
you.
me speaking, it's what's right with you?
Something wrong
Can
with
you
you.
answer that? What is right? If something is wrong with Mike, what is right with King Shinar? You see, you dumb fuck. That's why I said, King Shinar, you a tap dancer. You do the same shit. You get up here and call people, but they afraid to.
Yeah, yo, there's something wrong with your mic. I don't know if you're talking or you're trying to talk. 'Cause you're just throwing people in the back. Yeah, get out of here. So I got a good stock play for y'all. It's called State Street Corp. It's STT. All right. It's a huge custodial bank in Boston. I want you guys to short it, get some good puts. All right. That's a lot of money to be made.
Okay, Shenard, save that shit for a financial channel. That's not today's topic, okay? But I appreciate it. But save it for Get Crack or somebody on their show. Can you hear me, Mela?
I absolutely can hear you.
Okay, so Shenard, today's topic is basically, it's Black Historian Day. We're talking kind of loosely about the cotton industry and how it built, how it basically financed the United States. I had no clue until very recently how fundamental the cotton industry was to building or to giving birth to the Industrial Revolution. Cotton was basically the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. So what happened back then definitely has affected, today. That's why it's relevant. So
Oh, that I disagree with
that's
Yo,
that.
pretty
didn't we
much the
have a
topic.
discussion on this before, Stanley? Didn't we have a
I
discussion
disagree
on
with
this?
that, Stanley.
What if we did? Is
I
there a
We did,
reason
disagree
I
and
with that
can't do it
statement
you
you
again?
didn't.
made, Stanley.
Okay. Again, is there a reason I can't do what the fuck I want to do on my own show, Shenard?
Yo,
Yeah,
I'm sure
nobody
I
want to
said
hear it. He
something
don't even
like
know what
that
the
when
fuck
we
he
had that
talking about when he
discussion, and
say
you
stocks. He
Why
don't
it's
know.
like now you're agreeing.
why are both of y'all talking at the same time?
Because Stanley, this fool don't know what the fuck he talking about. Some stocks. He don't know what the fuck he talking about, G. And it was
Right.
proven
Well,
in concrete.
Yo, get this crap out of here, man. Get that crap out of here.
I've already dealt with you know what the topic is, whether we've repeated it. If
You
you're
can
not
tell he hates
interested,
black people, bro.
again, I've level set as to what we're going to talk about on the panel. It's fine
Stupid
if you
tap
want to
dancer
go into
worships whites.
if you want to go to the chat and type whatever your pedal, whatever your wares are, that's fine. Don't do it on my panel. And Mike, can you just fucking like have some decorum? Damn.
I can't do that, sir. I can.
Cause
Well,
you a
thank you.
crab.
Hey, I'm
So
not trying
Mela,
to, Stanley. I'm not trying to disrespect your show, man. But
man,
this
I'm
guy
really
comes
tempted
around.
just to
I was
boot
on
you
your
both.
topic, Stanley, until you brought him up. I was
Just
on your
hold
topic.
your horses, Mike. Let me say hello to Mela.
Well,
What's
she
up,
can
Mela?
wait. She ain't important.
No, you don't get to determine if she can wait.
I came here to
I thought this dude
learn.
was a simp.
I came here to learn.
Absolutely, I am.
I came to learn. I want to hear historical information that I didn't know about before. That's why I'm here.
You need to wake up first is what you need to do. Have you a cup of coffee or something.
Okay.
Your voice is
Yeah, I don't know.
irritating.
I can't figure out. I
My
can't figure out
voice?
why Mike. I can't
My
figure out
voice?
why Mike is.
Her voice is
Mike is
irritating,
all.
man.
Mike is all belligerent
My
today. He's been
voice.
belligerent ever since he got into the chat.
Yeah, that's a reach right there.
Well, I'm not belligerent, Stanley. I'm just having my
Oh,
opinion,
why,
man.
what would
This is my opinion, man.
These are times when I'm tempted.
I'm not gonna let this lady
This
overtalk
dude
me. See,
slows
Stanley,
down
you bought
the show, man.
Stanley,
Yeah,
I was up
I was
here
about
and
to
I was
say
I
having
don't
a
know why you keep
conversation.
bringing him back up. I don't
You
get
bought
it.
these
I don't
people.
know. I don't know why I bring you up.
Stanley, I was up
I
here
think
first. I
he's
was having
looking
a
for
conversation about your
attention in
topic.
the worst
You
way.
brought these people
And
up.
there's some
And
shit going on in his life.
this
Yeah,
is your
something
problem,
happened
Stanley.
to
It's not
him.
Mike. It's not Mike, Stanley.
This boy has been
I don't think.
violated, and he wants an open platform to
No,
talk
I'm
about.
just trying to tell
You've
Stanley he
been
got to keep it real.
violated, brother.
Stanley has to keep it real.
It's like I want somebody to hear the stress in my voice
I was
to
up
know I've
here.
been
I was up here
violated.
responding to the topic
I
at hand,
want
and
to
then Stanley brought y'all up here.
complain.
He came up here
I
talking
want to
Damn,
stocks, and he don't know
complain.
shit about stocks. And you come up here with this weird ass, irritating ass
Wait,
voice.
hold it. What do you? What? Why are we talking stocks again?
You see, he's talking faster now
I'm
because
calling
he's
out
getting
what
cooked.
people came up here and did. What you brought these people up here to do, and I was having a conversation. You brought them up here and you derailed this, Stanley. Don't put it on Mike.
Stand when I'm tempted to demolish somebody. I can't stand it.
Mela can't demolish shit. She
Oh,
couldn't even.
You know what the problem
So-
is? This dude really hates black people. Like this
Dude, I'm black.
a
What the
black
fuck is
person
wrong
must
with
have.
you, G?
He's not even. He's mixed. This is a mix. He's a mutt.
somebody
What
had
the fuck is
Someone
wrong
like
with you?
really fucked him up or
and he's
something.
paying it forward.
Stole from him, robbed from him.
See, that's
Do you
y'all
not
problem.
You know,
That's
and
why
he,
y'all would never be able to move ahead. That's y'all problem.
All
That's a
right.
you
Well,
problem.
let me do a quick
And as
commercial
far as
here.
slavery and silver,
Let me do a quick commercial here, and then you can come in, Mike. So, everybody, please make sure you're hitting the like button. And I suspect there's some people who are going to take back their likes and hit the thumbs down, but it counts, even if your thumbs down. If you are new to the show, please make sure you subscribe to the show. Check us out. Kick the tires. Most people, if you're into history, politics, news, pretty much like it, at least even if it's in small doses. Saturday, we do devolve into some places that it's a little early to go there now, but apparently I'm going to be dragged kicking and screaming.
Yo, as
Sovereign
far as
Beer
like
Fund. The Sovereign Beer Fund is open for investment. Contribute to the show. It can
Amen to that.
only it can only devolve from here. So
How
the
are you
Cash
today?
Apps. I'm doing pretty good actually. I actually got a good night's sleep.
hey Mela, can I ask you a question, ma'am?
No,
You can wait till I'm done with the commercial.
Oh,
So
I thought
once
you stopped. You
again,
responded to her.
once again, folks, Sovereign Beer Fund is open for investment by the host of beer. Also, other ways to contribute to the show, show ideas, which people are actually doing pretty good about giving me show ideas these days. So anything you can do to support the show. And by the way, there are bills, that have to be paid as well as the beer fund. So if you like the show, support the show, support the host. So anybody,
you said
any beer puts.
you
That's
said
that's a
you
good.
said cotton sparked the industrial revolution.
Hey, I would
The
like to
cotton
ask the lady
industry,
a question,
yes.
if I may. If she
You
doesn't
can
want to
wait.
answer the question, that's
Would you
fine.
say
You can wait, Mike.
Well, you said when they come back, Mike, you can go ahead. That's what you said.
Damn, this is like kindergarten.
No, but come on, G, don't try to play this stupid shit.
Just
Stanley.
hold
That's
your
what you
question. Shenard was at least on topic. What's your question, Shenard?
do you think colonialism has something to do with it? Like I'll say starting like in India.
Colonialism had everything to do with it. How do you think cotton got to the southeastern United States? Wouldn't have been here if it weren't for colonialism. Colonialism in the Caribbean, where they grew cotton and sugarcane. How do you, cotton is not native to the Caribbean. How do you think it got there? Through colonialism.
Well, the black,
What is
American
colonialism,
people
though?
or the black
Is it
African
going
people,
You
they
to
mean?
other
Do
lands
you know what a?
and
Do you
taking
know what a
ideas
colony? Do you know what a colony is?
right? It's a
Okay, well, the setting up a colony, the act of setting up a colony is colonialism. And the way Europe did it, and I'm just going to concentrate on Europe because this is Black History Month. It was European colonialism that created slavery in the Americas, both Spanish, Dutch, French, English, and who knows, a few others as well. So, and honestly, if you actually want to know what colonialism is, I recommend independent study. I should not be teaching a 40-some-year-old man what colonialism is, especially if
I'm
you're a
not in my
black,
40s, bro.
especially if you're a black American.
But so like let's look at say like Nigeria, for example. The
Okay,
British only
no,
colonized like
well,
the southern part of it, but
no,
not the
no,
northern part.
no,
But they drew
no.
lines on a map.
We are not going to talk about Nigeria. Nothing to do with the topic today.
No, I'm just giving an example of
Don't
what
give an
colonialism
example
really
because
is.
don't give an example if it's in Nigeria.
Okay, let's go to Togo.
Let's stick to America. What the
He's
United
talking
States
about American
specifically.
slavery, and
It's
you can't.
it's not Black American history. it's not
Oh, so
Black
Black
history.
Americans don't.
It's not Black History Month in Nigeria or Togo.
But I'm saying, what is black?
Okay, I need you to understand. It's Black Historian Day. I guess I should have put Black U.S. Historian Day. Don't ask me what black is. That's not the topic, King Shenard.
So you're saying that
He can't ask nothing else.
the cotton industry is what sparked the Industrial Revolution.
It was
as
a
far
major
as like
cause. It was a
that's enough of him,
major.
Stanley. Let somebody
I
else.
can't even have a clip.
God damn it! Why do these two have to? Dude, you know what? I'm about to bounce both of you. Okay.
Just stop bringing them up, man.
I
can't even have a conversation with this clown up here. I keep tripping on my words.
Wait, hold it. Are you telling me what to do on my own panel, Shenard? Are you giving me instructions how to conduct my panel?
I'm giving you a solution.
Okay. I don't need you to give me anything except your bad question, and I'll either answer or be dismissive about it. Do not tell me how to run my panel. Do not give me suggestions. If I need your help, I will ask you. Now, what's your question?
Yeah, you're not here for this.
I'm sorry, you're not here for what, Shenard? All right. Well, here's the book I recommend. If you have questions about, if you have questions,
You just said you want to bounce us. Why don't you bounce both of us then? Why you keep bringing us back up then? Why you keep bringing him specifically up?
Motherfucker,
If you know he's gonna run his mouth.
You better keep a goddamn civil tongue in your head, Chanel. Who the fuck do you think you are, son? I'm trying to be nice. This is the book you need to read. As a matter of fact, there's a preview of the book on YouTube. It's not the whole audiobook, but it's called Empire of Cotton. It will answer your questions about the colonialism part, the cotton part, or the industry, the industrial revolution. All that is in this book. Buy it.
I didn't even say that.
Get up here talking
Okay,
all this
you don't
shit,
need
go
to
to-
say anything, Shenard. All your questions will be answered by reading this book. I
He
know.
get up here talk all this shit. Probably
Okay,
sitting in
Mike.
a dark
What
ass
do you
room.
need to? Mike,
You
what do
assume
need
things
to-
too quickly, man.
What do you need to ask Mela, Mike?
So, can I address you, Miss Miller? I'm asking, may I address you, or you don't want to? If you don't want to speak, that's fine.
Say what you got to say.
So what I have to what
Say what you have to say.
okay, let me get it out. Okay, you responded, let me get it out, ma'am. So Mela, my opinion of you, and it's my opinion. I didn't tell you what I was gonna say, but
What
I'm
does this
telling
have
you
to
what
do with
I'm gonna say.
the topic?
Why
I
are
don't
See,
get
you
it.
look at this shit,
interrupting?
Stanley. And
Shenard, why are you interrupting?
so Mela, my opinion of
Yeah, you're
you, I
not here
think.
for any of this shit, man. You're just
Well,
here
you don't
to.
have to be here. You got a button at the bottom of the
This is
screen. You can
crazy.
fucking leave.
Why do
You don't
you
know how to
want
run
me to
shit,
be the
Stanley.
topic
So,
of
King Shinar, you think you think you
Okay,
that
I've
dude,
taken
King
care.
Shinar. You ain't
I've
that.
taken
You
care.
ain't that. You weak.
I have taken care of Shenard.
King
What's your
Shinar is
question?
weak.
Tap dancing like how you usually do.
Go
So
ahead,
Mela, what I
Mike.
was getting at, my opinion of you, Mela, and I'm not sure if you're married. I'm not trying to disrespect you. Let's just be clear from the jump. But my opinion of you, ma'am, I think you go around. I've been hearing you. I've spoke with you before. I've been hearing you and seeing you on all these panels, and you have a lot to say. You have a lot to say, a lot to comment on, but you're not
Okay,
doing the
what does
very
that
thing,
have to do with the
ma'am.
topic? I thought your question was something to do with the topic. You can save that for later.
Yeah, I
Once the
thought he
show.
was gonna ask if I was a
Yeah, I
noble
know.
laureate.
I'm like, why are you attacking someone when
Mela, are
that's
you
No,
not
a
I'm
your
not
noble
position?
attacking her,
laureate?
Stanley. She agreed to respond to the statement I was
Okay,
making.
well,
She
you know
agreed.
what? Let me go
I
ahead
was
and
trying to get back
derail.
to the topic, but
Let
okay,
me
it's all
go
good.
ahead.
It's all
I
good.
don't think giving your opinion of Mela
Okay, that's
has
fine.
anything to
I
do
can
with the
respect it,
topic.
G. I can
Thank you.
respect that, G.
So anyway, this next video is actually the author of the book that's up on the screen. It's called Empire of Cotton. So let's go ahead and hear what he has to say. Sven Beckert is his name.
Of this very city of Mumbai.
Oops, let me start it at the beginning.
I'm
This is
looking
written by a
forward.
white.
Gotta
Oh,
take up.
it's a
These ships gotta
lecture.
take up for these
It's a
women. These ships
lecture
gotta take
about
up
the
for these
book.
women.
Thank you so
You
much
all,
for being here in such
Okay,
large numbers.
I can't hear this.
I'm somewhat
I don't
overwhelmed
give a fuck.
and greatly honored.
Well,
And
then
it's
you
great
should
to
leave.
see that history seems to still be relevant, and that you must believe in some ways that dealing with history helps us not just develop a better understanding of the past, but also to deal with some of the problems we are facing in the contemporary world. So it's really wonderful to see so many of you, and I'm very much delighted to be here. I very much want to thank the Goodrich.
Oh, by the way, all the videos that I've shown so far are actually in the show notes, including this one.
Well, you got somebody, the very people you're talking about speaking on the topic. You talk about white people, but you got a white man up here explaining to you. See, I don't
Do you
understand.
honestly think you're making any sense whatsoever?
Because you don't think I'm
I
making
mean,
sense.
you least of
I
all
do.
should be criticizing white
Yep.
people. Aren't you
But
half white?
yeah, I am.
Aren't you half white?
I am.
Okay, so you're criticizing your own kind.
I'm not. I'm criticizing you. You trying to flip it
Okay.
like I'm
No, you're not.
criticizing.
No, you can't be criticizing
No, I
me.
am
You should
criticizing
not.
you, Stanley.
You know what happens when you
No,
go
I
too
don't care
far with
what
the
happened. The only thing
criticisms,
you
right?
can do is put me in.
Yes, that's the only thing I can do, and now I've done it.
This lecture series for being such great stewards of India's economic and business history, and of course also for inviting me to be able to speak here today. And I also very much want to thank Brunda for all her great work and her colleagues for making it possible for me to be here today. I think the preserving, I mean, this is not part of my formal talk, but since you just spoke about all the good work that you do about business history and archives, I think preserving this history is important on multiple levels. I mean, for one, it's important to a better understanding of the history of India, But beyond that, one great problem, and I'm going to talk about this in a little bit, one great problem of business history, economic history, the history of capitalism has been that it has been focused way too much.
It's like if Arnold Schwarzenegger had a PhD
Don't
in
interrupt
history.
the video.
Much on very few parts of the world. And preserving the record of entrepreneurs and economic actors and
Save your statements till it's over.
in other parts of the world is important also to come to a new understanding, not just of the local history, but also of the global history. And that's what I'm going to be talking about today. So what I want to do today is exactly what is being advertised right here. I want to tell you about an empire, and it is not, as you might suspect, the British Empire, an empire that certainly has left a deep imprint on this city, nor is it something on the more informal American empire that structures a lot of the world today. Nor am I going to talk about empires of the very deep past, let's say the Mughal Empire or the Roman Empire or the Aztec Empire. Instead, I want to talk about an empire that is largely not remembered, that remained unheralded, but one that left nonetheless a powerful imprint on the history of the world, and in particular, as you probably all know, left a powerful imprint on the history and physical infrastructure and the design and architecture of this very city of Mumbai. And this, of course, is the Empire of Cotton. At first glance, that empire's emperor seems rather innocent and even inconsequential. It's a fluffy, white, and soft fiber.
Okay, now this has to stop.
Spun into yarn, woven into cloth, and then printed, painted, and dyed. And if you have never touched cotton, I brought you a small bale of cotton, so I want to pass that around, but just make sure that I will get it back at the end. Okay, I've managed to travel with this bale of cotton literally to all corners of the world, and I've always gotten it back, so please return it.
You can get cotton out of a field
seems
jar.
certainly intriguing, but what role of
You didn't pick it.
consequence could it have?
Usually that cotton is actually synthetic these days.
You don't know nobody who picked cotton.
Yeah.
You just know what people tell you they
Hey,
get.
wait, I've picked cotton. I mean,
You just know
like
you
a
ain't
couple.
pick shit.
Are you serious?
I've yeah. Well, I live in Georgia. As a matter of fact, a few times on the way to school, I'd pass a cotton field. I'd stop and grab a
Oh, okay. I thought you
couple
were talking
bowls.
about sharecropping. Okay.
No,
Now, curiosity and obligation
Yeah,
for
you do have a
survival are
lot
two
of cotton
different
fields
things.
up that way, but I don't think you picked cotton personally, Stanley. You gonna say you did,
I've
but
picked.
until you can prove it, I think.
I have literally picked a couple bowls of cotton. BOLLS. Not hard to do. South Georgia has plenty of cotton fields.
Is it true that
Well, I can't respect that because it's
irritates your
hearsay. It's
fingertips?
hearsay.
Yes.
I can't prove it. I can't prove
Can
it.
you
You can't prove
imagine
it
what
Mike, why the fuck are you even talking?
because I'm trying
Okay,
to
I don't.
engage
Why
in the
does it need?
conversation.
Nobody needs to.
I'm
See,
engaging in the
this is.
conversation,
Let
G.
me. Okay, don't engage in conversation. You're not good at it.
Well, just because you don't.
Okay, again, I don't know what it is with you far right freaks in conversation. I swear, a lot of you fucking MAGA blacks y'all are under the impression that the goal of a panel is to have conversation. Well, sometimes it is, but not always. Okay, and I do not have to entertain stupidity. Okay, I refuse to have a conversation with stupidity. So if you got stupidity in the conversation, save it for another panel.
It's not stupidity. You just don't like the
It is
way I say
literally
it.
stupidity.
It's not.
If you were
It's
sitting,
not. It's not, Stanley.
if you were sitting here talking about you need proof that I picked cotton, fuck you. It's not the conversation I want to have. And why do I need to prove anything to you? You take it or leave it, but you don't have to converse about it.
Okay, that's the same shit you just said is what I can
Okay,
say to you,
dude,
Stanley.
I've already
You
told
mentioned that
you,
you picked
I've
cotton.
already told you that equality does not exist on my panel. You are not equal to me. You are subservient, like a woman.
Like a woman. Oh shit.
Well, I don't give a fuck what you call me, G, but
most
you
women,
know,
I
I'm just
wouldn't
trying to
say
come on,
that to,
Stanley. You got to
Mela,
be
so
real
please
at the end
forgive
of the
me.
day, G.
But to a man who's
You
acting
got to
like
keep it
one,
real,
I'm
G.
sorry, I have nothing but scorn.
No, you got to keep it real, G. That's what I
No,
be wanting.
dude, I'm keeping it.
Because you mentioned cotton,
If
and
I
I
was
was
keeping it
responding on the
real,
cotton. You
if
said you
I
picked
was
cotton,
keeping it
and I
real,
said I don't
your
think you
ass
did.
wouldn't be on this panel.
So come on, man. Don't play me like I'm stupid, Stanley. Come on, G.
Wait,
I'm
hold it.
tired of you doing that
Why
shit, G.
can't I
That's why I
treat you
talk
like
about
you're
you on my
stupid?
show. On
Tell
my
me
shows,
why I should not treat you like
you
you're
the very
stupid.
person I talk about on
Prove
my
you're
show.
not stupid.
You the very same. You the type of people I talk about on my show. And
Well,
I want
good.
you to come on my show and
Good.
do an
Now I
interview
need you.
so I can
No,
call, so
I
I
don't
can show
even.
the people. This is not show and tell. This is not a goddamn elementary school where you get on the stage and show and tell. Just because you don't like the way Mike is speaking it or saying it doesn't make
Is
me
that why
less.
you wanted to answer
Doesn't
the
make me
question?
less of intelligent than you
Oh,
think
he
you
may
are,
want
Stanley.
you to go
Come
over
on,
to his
Yeah,
channel.
he wants me to go to
come
his
on.
channel.
No, Mela, I would never let you on my panel,
I doubt it.
respectfully, because I think
My
you're an
name
internet
rings
bopper.
bells, Junior.
You're
You
an
want
internet
me.
bopper, Mela. You're an internet bopper.
My name rings
And I'm not going to
bells,
say nothing else to
brother,
you.
or rather, Junior.
So, Stanley, what I was saying in
My
regards to your
name rings
topic,
bells.
you
No
know,
wonder you want
when
to
you
ask
start
me a
talking
question.
about
You
cotton
trying to
picking
fluff
and
me up
when you
to
start
get
talking
my
about being
persona
colonized,
to bring
anything
traffic
you
to
want to
your
say,
channel.
Stanley, this
I
is
tell you what,
2026.
I only present
Why,
myself to
Stanley,
people I
why couldn't
respect,
you and
and
your
that would
people
not be
and
you.
my people, why couldn't everybody
Not
band
now,
together
not
and
ever.
y'all had a choice. When slavery was over, what did
Enjoy
everybody do?
your
Wait,
reach.
what the fuck does slavery have to do? Dude,
He's
you're just
reaching.
all over the place.
He's reaching.
When
Mike,
slavery was
Mike, Zhang wants to know what your channel is. Why don't you give it to him, and why don't both of y'all go over to your channel?
I don't fuck with saying Stanley, but
Yeah, Kick
in
Rock.
reference to what I was telling you, Stanley,
Kick
you
Rocks,
know,
Junior.
I mentioned what I mentioned,
Kick
Stanley,
Rocks,
because
Junior.
at the end of the day, you know, whether it happened
All
200
right,
years.
Mike, I want to watch the video. Can we do that, please? You can save whatever your whining is for after the video, please.
I didn't interrupt the video. You did, and I was
Okay,
responding
well,
to
you
the
know what?
statements
I'm
that you
glad
made.
you didn't interrupt. My
Okay, so
apologies.
I
Let's
was.
watch it. Let's watch it. Don't say another word.
You got in your feelings. I didn't.
Yeah, I'm in my feelings.
I was responding to the statements
Okay,
you
the
made in
video is
regards to the
playing. The
video.
video is
How could
playing.
an emperor
Come
ever
on.
have formed a
Be real.
kingdom that would come to dominate vast stretches of the surface of the earth and would come to draw millions into its orbit, as all proper empires, after all, have done? Even though it might seem unlikely to you, such an empire did emerge. And not only did such an empire form, it also became one of the most impactful empires of world history. As I will explain in a moment, Cotton's empire inaugurated the modern world in which we all live today.
Tired of people keep talking
And
about
its
slavery and all
history,
this
for better or
goddamn
for
bullshit
worse,
when you
the
ain't
history
did
of
nothing
cotton
since
illuminates core facets of one of the most important processes
haven't did nothing to
of
fix shit
histories
since
in
slavery ended.
during the past 500 years, and that is the emergence and development of capitalism.
You people are just
So I want
nuts,
to
is
tell you
what it
about that
is.
empire of cotton this evening. And it might be best by stating at the outset that one of the core characteristics of that empire was its amazing geographic scope. It touched down on a remarkable number of locations in many different parts of the world, from centers of handicraft production in Gujarat to manufacturing cities such as Manchester, from cotton trading places such as Le Havre to cotton fields in places such as Brazil. In Mumbai as well, that empire of cotton is very much, as you know, a local history. Indeed, in many ways, the city is a creation of the empire of cotton. And as most of you will know, since the early 19th century, Bombay has been India's cotton export center. It's cotton green, the place where hundreds of thousands of cotton bales changed hands in the 19th century.
I did not
In
know this.
1860, for example, the city of Bombay alone handled 92%
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
of all South Asian imports of
I
cotton.
had no idea Bombay was integral part of cotton trade.
Well, here's the deal. Oh, you know what? That's Mike talking in the background. I turned down his volume. So Mela, just a quick synopsis. I didn't know this until I started reading this book, and I'm only about 10 or 15% through it. The cotton trade, like weaving, harvesting, weaving, the cloth, spinning, to make the yarn. It literally grew up in about 4 or 5 places throughout the world independently. Like right around I think it's in Mexico. And we're talking like 5,000 years ago. It's like a millennia ago. So China, India, west coast of Africa, a couple places in Central America. And then somehow or another, the English wound up discovering, what India was doing. And then it kind of went off from there. So for like a couple hundred years, India especially, but India and China were like weaving the best cotton cloth out there. And I had no idea that the cotton, the finer cotton cloth, literally was something that was a part of the West African slave trade. They trade like Indian cloth because even though West Africa had cotton cloth, they didn't have the weaving and spinning technology. So, Europeans would basically trade Indian cloth for slaves.
Yeah.
And so eventually, the English wanted to basically
Colonize.
Well, no. They wanted to get it. They wanted to get into the weaving industry because Europe basically didn't have cotton. They were doing wools and I think flax or something like that. So basically, England wound up cornering the cotton market. They wound up, they literally, like, it went from India over a couple hundred years, maybe more than a couple hundred years, where India was like the biggest producer of cotton cloth. At some point, after like 300 or 400 years, England took it over. I mean, they dominated the trade. They took over the technology because they used water power to power their mills, so you didn't need human power. So they took a lot of technology from India, they talk about the cotton industry basically being the first form of industrial espionage.
Yeah,
A lot of technology went from India to England, and then England took it and kind of adapted it to water power. These big mills right alongside these flowing rivers. And at some point, England wound up being the biggest manufacturer of cloth, the biggest importer of cotton, and they needed a lot of cotton to dominate the industry, and that's where the American South comes in.
The
wound up
slave
that
trade, yeah, because labor
right,
is
and that's
needed
a
to produce it. And
well, I mean, at that time it was,
yeah, you
and then
know,
the cotton gin actually wound up, playing a part in it. And that's a real down and dirty. I read the book. It is one of the most fascinating books I've read in a few years because it ties, when they talk about the triangle slave trade, what I
mhm.
didn't know is that for quite some time there was a fourth leg from India to West Africa.
Yeah, this is new information for me.
Yeah, it blew my mind. And then how the technology needed to spin cloth, and then England exporting it. E- England was exporting cotton to India at some point in time, and it was the opposite for like hundreds of years. But the thing is that the cotton industry provided money, capital to do other types of technologies. It's like cotton basically just was the root, and the Industrial Revolution grew out of the cotton industry because it generated so much money. And then there was, of course, mechanical technology. It's just way more complicated than I ever
It
thought it was.
is. It is.
So you've got to read the book if you're interested in that sort of thing, and it really takes what maybe you and I were taught in high school about American slavery, and it adds about 3 or 4 different complexities. It wasn't
Mhm.
just, now we know what they were doing with the cotton. All these slaves were picking cotton, and to be honest, I thought all that cotton basically went to New England because there was a textile industry in New England. Well, no.
It's a
New
whole
England was
different operation.
New England was a small cog in a big ass wheel, and most of that wheel was over in the Manchester area of England. I didn't
And
realize that until now. So, if you're interested in that,
Empire of Cotton is the name of the book, everybody.
right, and if you're interested in Black history, you ought to read it because it ties a lot of loose ends together.
Thank you.
I mean, it kind of tells you what the purpose, the slaves were picking cotton, we know that. But what happened to the cotton once it was baled up and shipped? Well, I knew it was sent to England. I had no idea like England was the biggest producer of cotton cloth in the world. In England being a seafaring nation, which India and China weren't, not to that extent. Um, Basically, all these colonies that England and France was in on it, but England is kind of the focus. All those colonies that England wound up establishing throughout the world, they created basically customers. Um, when they created colonies, they were basic. Colonialism wasn't just conquering in territory; it was economic, and it fleshes out some of that. What the purpose. England created its own market. It basically started out where they were clients, basically, or customers of India and China and even West
That's how
Africa,
it
and they
started.
and they wound up taking it over lock, stock, and barrel.
And that is for me to interject, I hope it's appropriate. It seems to me that had not other cultures been welcoming to these intruders,
Well,
we would
no,
have a
a lot
different
of it,
history.
no. A lot. Well, they call Sven Beckert, the guy on the screen, he calls it war capitalism. Okay, these places weren't particularly welcoming. Some were, some weren't. But if you think about how America took over Indian land, sometimes there was Thanksgiving. Sometimes there was Thanksgiving dinner, sometimes it was like, the Indians would show up and kill everybody, women, children, it didn't matter. It wasn't as welcoming as all that. And the other thing is, if you are sitting somewhere on a beach and all these people walk up like Columbus did, Columbus, basically got to Hispaniola, and they were kind of welcoming until the Europeans, showed their true colors. Then it wasn't such a good relationship.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, stranger danger really ought to have been in effect in
Okay, well, what
certain.
I'm trying to tell you is don't think everyone was welcoming. It's a mixed bag at best. It's not most of these places that, were colonized were open to being colonized. Sometimes they were forced into submission.
Well, that's a very important distinction.
I mean,
Being,
there were a lot there were way more slave revolts than you would ever know in the United States, pre
oh yeah, they
Civil
keep
War
that
United
hidden,
States.
don't they?
There were hundreds of them, but you're
Yeah.
never taught it. What you are taught is that slaves were happy and well taken care of. You
Well,
gotta
that's the
dig into that.
propaganda.
Well, I won't say they're flat out wrong, but it wasn't like it was a very mixed bag. I mean, think of the human nature. Who really wants to be a slave? Now, you can be brainwashed into benevolence, okay, but you're always going to have a Frederick Douglass. I mean, there were a lot of slaves who escaped. So
What
the happy, well taken care of slave, it did happen, but that's nowhere near the total picture. It's
what I'm
it's
concentrating on is learning the tactic, the strategy, and the execution of a plan in regards to these references of the past. I want to examine, not that you care, but I'm listening to this lecture that you're presenting to examine the similarities of tactics, strategies, and execution that
well,
are
I'm gonna tell you
presented
right now,
now
the
in
lecture, the lecture,
geopolitics.
the lecture is an hour. The book is like 400 to 600 pages. You're gonna get a lot more out of the book than you will this, less than an hour long lecture.
I'm just being introduced to it, and I
Right.
appreciate it.
Yeah, they're on YouTube, and if I think of it, I'll drop that link. There's like a 2 hour introduction to the book where they read a portion of it. It's right on YouTube, but it's not the whole book. I'll find it here in a second.
The United Kingdom. And here you see a view of the cotton market in 1870. Bombay was also an important place where British imperial bureaucrats and British merchants worked to self-consciously recast India's position within the empire of cotton and thus within the global economy, away from its former dominance in world cotton trade, in manufactured cottons, and towards a subordinate position of supplying inexpensive raw cotton to world markets. And here's one of these examples of one of these British bureaucrats working on this project, but there are literally dozens, hundreds of them if you go to the local library or to the Maharashtra State Archives right down the road. Bombay also has been one of the centers, as you know, of Indian industrialization, which, as elsewhere, began in the cotton textile industry. Banker Kobaji Davar and his associates floated the Bombay Spinning and Weaving Company as early as 1854. And indeed, India was one of the very early places that saw cotton industrialization. And he established the first cotton mill in Bombay. A boom in the textile industry followed, with 10 cotton mills set up in the city of Bombay in 1865, employing 6,500 workers. By 1900, that number had increased to a staggering 136 mills, created by people like Mr. Tata right here. The number of mill workers in Mumbai grew exponentially, climbing from 13,000 workers in 1875 to 76,000 workers in 1895. And then by the 1920s, 150,000 workers were employed in Mumbai's cotton industry. Mumbai remained in this industrial stronghold way into the 1960s and 1970s, and its mills provided employment to approximately 1/4 of Mumbai's unionized workforce as late as the 1870s, and that's also played a very important role in the history of the Indian trade union movement. Indeed, the Bombay cotton industry saw the emergence of India's trade union movement just as much as it saw the emergence of an employers' association with the 1875 founding of the Bombay Mill Owners Association by Dinjor Petit.
And I just want to point out, he's talking about mills in Bombay and throughout India. At the very beginning, most of the cotton that was spun and the cloth and woven, basically, it was a home industry. It was a cottage industry. There were no mills when the British or Europeans actually got to India. And it took them a while. I think the Portuguese were the first ones there in Goa. But anyway, the mill that, for spinning cotton into yarn and the actual weaving of cloth, that was introduced to India. Basically, it was almost like a full circle because England in particular and Europe in general, they used to buy the cloth because India was kind of like the biggest producer of cloth. And then, over the course of 200 or 300 years, it reversed where the technology went back to India and, England basically dominated. It's fascinating how, the student became the master, essentially.
So deeply was Bombay connected to the Empire of Cotton that the 1861 American Civil War, which was fought many thousands of miles away from the shores of the Indian Ocean, had a decisive impact on the city's history. With the outbreak of that war in April of 1861, demand for Indian cotton grew tremendously on world markets, and exports of cotton from India tripled, allowing merchants in Bombay to make vast profits, which in turn drove up the Mumbai real estate market. If this sounds broadly familiar to today, then yes, that's perhaps a comparable situation. Which in turn, so it drove up the real estate market. That market then collapsed after the end of the American Civil War in 1865, which had devastating implications for the Bombay economy. But that shows again how deeply attached the Bombay economy was to the global cotton market. And last but not least, when India's freedom struggle gathered steam, cotton manufacturers played an important role, as did the very idea of cotton, with a central strand of Indians' critique of British colonialism, as you know, focused on its ill impact on the domestic cotton industry of India. It was certainly not a coincidence that Mahatma Gandhi pictured himself spinning cotton on a spinning wheel, and that the flag of the Indian National Congress had a spinning wheel at its center. These histories demonstrate that the history of the Empire of Cotton is extremely global in scope, but that here in Mumbai, that history is also very local. Its history is deeply entangled with all facets of the global Empire of Cotton. For someone like me, who has spent all too many years being obsessed with the history of cotton, there's hardly a better place to speak, and as we can also see here with the turnout being very good, There's hardly better place for me to speak than in Mumbai. For me, being here is a bit like what it must feel for a scholar of Renaissance art to visit the city of Florence. In some ways, it all began here. So it's very good to be here today. And by the way, there is still some floor space here in the front. So if you feel like sitting on the floor, or here there's a podium, you should come up. It looks rather uncomfortable to stand there in the back. So feel free to come up. There's still some space if you want to sit down. So what I want to do in the next 40 minutes is exactly what has been advertised. Namely, I want to speak about the empire of cotton and then see how that empire illuminates an issue we all care about, namely the issue of capitalism and its history. So if you don't care about cotton at all, it's fine. I'm also going to speak about something that I hope you care about, namely the history and the contemporary state of capitalism. As you know, this is a very big topic, both the empire of cotton as well as the history of capitalism. Indeed, it is so big that many scholars instinctively have stayed away from it. I still want to take that plunge, and I want to do so partly because of the contemporary urgency to deal with capitalism and its history, and partly because historians can contribute to these discussions on capitalism and its history in very distinct ways that I think will help us also see our contemporary dilemmas in a slightly different and new light. The urgency to think about capitalism is partly the result of the very fact that capitalist social relations have spread today into nearly all corners of the world and are constantly embracing ever more spheres of human life, a process that can be observed, I think, particularly well in a place such as India, where this process is occurring at a kind of accelerated speed. To understand the modern world, it seems clear we need to come to terms with capitalism. And indeed, as you might know, during the past few years, there have been few topics that have animated more public discussions than the question of capitalism, a discussion that is very much to be welcomed. Latest since 2008, during the great economic crisis of 2008, it has become clear that to understand our contemporary world, we need to come to terms with capitalism. And also what speaks to the urgency of this issue is, as you remember, a few years ago, a French economist by the name of Thomas published a book called Capital, which turned him into an academic superstar, and he sold millions of copies of this book, which speaks to the fact that there is a lot of interest trying to come to terms with contemporary capitalism. But our thinking about capitalism urgently needs the voice of historians. Capitalism has a history, even a very long history. The social and geographic expansion of capitalism is by now 500 years in the making, and the tendency of capitalism to revolutionize societies, technologies, states, as well as almost all aspects of our lives poses a great number of questions, which I think can only be answered from a long historical perspective. And in that analysis, historians, I think, have certain advantages over economists, or at least some kinds of economists, not least because all too many economists have at times an unfortunate tendency to naturalize certain economic arrangements as if they are just like a fact of nature and have always been around, and then to search for the laws that explain this world, often with allegedly mathematical precision, a mode of thinking that fortunately is not commonly associated with the mode of thinking of historians. And in that way, business history is also fundamentally different, for example, from much of economic history being done by economists. If we instead study capitalism by looking at an important commodity such as cotton, we will immediately see the historical specificity of capitalism and also how it changed over time. We will never be able to know if capitalism could have developed differently than it did, let's say, for example, without colonialism. But we do know that cotton stood at the center of capitalism's history for an awfully long time. By looking at a commodity, by looking at the history of a thing, by looking at the history of cotton, we do not dissect the abstract nature of capitalism, but we can try through a detailed empirical analysis to understand the actual functioning of capitalism, or what I call capitalism in action. And as you will see in a moment, that capitalism in action often work quite differently from the capitalism you might encounter in your microeconomic or macroeconomic textbooks at college, which maybe some of you are reading right now. So which can be quite dreadful. I remember that. Of course, both the history of cotton and the history of capitalism are subjects that have been explored by many historians. Thousands of books chart the development of cotton manufacturing industries in Europe and elsewhere, the history of cotton plantations in North and South America, the shifts within India's huge cotton and spinning and weaving sector, and the turn towards production of cotton for exports in West Africa, for example. But to truly understand the history of capitalism and the history of cotton, these diverse developments in many different corners of the world need to be connected to one another. They cannot just be told as separate stories, but we need to focus on how they all relate to one another. To understand cotton and to understand capitalism, we need to follow it from the farm and plantation to the merchant houses, to the factories, and then to final consumers. We need to follow it to the far corners of the world, to places such as Egypt and Argentina, to Brazil and India, England and Japan, the United States and China. Indeed, no part of this story can be understood without integrating it into a story that encompasses the entire world of cotton. The rise of slave plantations in the Americas, growing cotton for world markets, for example, was directly related to the structure of agriculture in places such as central India, while in turn the severe challenges faced by India's cotton cloth export sector in the 19th century can only be fully understood if the vast exploitation of slave labor and the expropriation of the land of America's native peoples is also kept in view. Many such connections, often across vast geographical distances, characterize the empire of cotton and thus characterize also modern capitalism.
Okay, Mike, for me to deal with your volume, you need to be unmuted. If you mute, I can't adjust your volume. Only you can. And I will let you know, since I've stopped the video, if you piss me off, I'm just going to bounce you, and then it'll just be a reverse bounty. Dave or somebody can pay for you to come back. One more chance. Piss me off by over talking or just being your usual Mike 123 self, and I will bounce you. Somebody will have to pay for you to come back. I'm out of it. I'm out of patience with you. Unmute. Okay, so your volume is back up, and I'm not gonna be bouncing you. You know, once I bounce you, you'll pay to come back.
Hey, Stanley, but regardless of the fact, man, fuck your feelings. Hey, I just want to
No,
respond to
Richard,
the.
I'm not letting Mike cook.
Yeah, fuck what you're talking about, Stanley. I just want to say I got to respond to all this nonsense you talking, G. Stanley, you making it seem, you pushing your narrative. That's cool and all, but tell the truth. You didn't pick no motherfucking cotton. You didn't pick no money. Stop lying to your people. Stop lying. Keep it G. Keep it G.
Are you
That's
done
all
now?
I'm saying. And then you got bootlickers like Mela and Stanley. We know you simp for these ladies. We know that. It's nothing new. We know that's what you do. You simp for these ladies and they just gonna use you and abuse you whether you want
Mike,
to
you
agree
know
with
what?
it or not. But nigga, let
Mike.
me get finished talking, my nigga.
Yeah, you're
Let me
doing
get finished
everything you
talking.
can to get bounced, aren't you?
Well,
I see
I
what
wouldn't
you're
give a
doing.
fuck I don't give a fuck whether you bounce me or not. And I don't have to be here. I'm just waiting until I start my show is while I'm here.
All right. Well, why don't you go and plan your
Well, I
show?
can
You've said
do
what
that. Just say,
you said what you
my
had to
last
say,
say.
correct?
No, I didn't. No, because you interrupted it. You interrupted it. I'm not here to call you out. You a weak ass motherfucker, Stanley. You got to keep it real for your audience, and have just because somebody come up and you want to call them all these names, MAGA blacks. That's what you do. It's old at the end of the day. But you have to understand it's their opinion. What makes you so right and the next person so wrong? I don't understand it. I don't understand.
Because it's my panel.
You think
Even
you
if
read
I'm
because you read so?
like my father used to say, even
Well, you're
if
not
I'm
talking
wrong,
about your
I'm right.
father.
My father used to say, even if I'm wrong, I'm right. And I will adopt that attitude for this panel.
I've been in that saying I don't have to adopt it. I've been in that. So what I'm trying to tell you, Stanley, is that you just because somebody doesn't float your boat or rock your boat like Mela and the rest of these type of people like her, the reason why they bootlick you is because they're afraid of you. Mike 123 not afraid of you. You could bounce me
How
and
is
I leave and
somebody?
never come back.
What are they? Are they afraid I'm going to reach through the internet and slap them or what?
Well, you
Why
might do
would they
that. You
be?
creepy,
Why would
Stanley.
they
You
be
creepy, and
afraid?
you sometimes you. Well, Stanley, your problem is, you push your narrative. That's cool and all. I get it. And I'm here to just give you a different side of opinion and you hate it. You just can't say it. You can't suck it up and be a man and say, hey, I disagree and move on. Maybe people won't get belligerent, as you call it, or they whining. Maybe people won't do that if you just straighten up, tighten your bootstraps, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You served in the military. They screamed at you. They forced you to do something. So when you say Stanley versus the world, when you want to start a channel like that, I am the world. You got to remember that. You can't
Yeah,
push. You
that's
can't
that's
fight the.
why
You can't
that's
fight the
why
whole world.
that's why. Well,
While
if
it
the
is certainly
world, oops, if the world is just you, I like my chances.
Well, you can't fight the whole world.
You said
That's why
you
you have
said
to
you were the
silence one
world. Did
individual,
you
but you
not
got another
say?
individual that
Did you
speak.
not say that you are the world?
Okay, I let you speak all this time, and now you can't have 2 or 3.
Okay. You said you're the world. Like I said, if the world is you and you are the world, Mike, I like my chances of winning.
I am the world. I'm the hottest. I'm the hottest it is right now in the world. Besides my G, Donald Trump. Donald Trump, we got the hottest country in the world right now, and that hurts your feelings, Stanley. It hurts your feelings. You didn't have this much energy. You didn't have this much energy towards Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe Biden. You didn't have this much energy. You didn't critique
Okay.
nothing he did. You didn't
We are
critique nothing he
outside.
did.
Oh my Lord. This dude is just
And now you
talking to
want to
talk.
talk. Now you want to talk slavery because you get 28 days
Okay,
out of the
thank you, Mike.
year. It's
Are
okay.
you done now? Have you
I'm
got it
not.
all out?
No, I
Okay,
didn't.
well, yeah, actually you are. I'm ready to get back to the video.
Okay, well, you could just say, hey, Mike, let me get back to it. You don't ask me if I'm done, and I'll let you know when I'm
Well,
done.
I would much rather say, Mike, shut the fuck up.
But I will step aside. I'm not running. I
Thank
will
you.
step aside.
That's very kind of you.
True that the global constrained the options available to local actors, it is also true that the local conditioned the global and the local in many ways produced the global. So we can only think about the global, not just from a satellite perspective where we kind of keep the whole world in view at the same time, but in order to understand the global, we need to understand the local and how many different locals in their interaction produce the global world. And therefore, for example, the history of Mumbai in itself is very important to
How these
understanding
goddamn
the history
motherfuckers coming
of
up
the
here
empire
lying.
of cotton. It is for these reasons that we need to take a decisively global perspective, but at the same time, we need to show how local conditions, local struggles, and local preferences.
Yeah, that's the
local
other
politics
interesting
create
thing. I'm pretty sure other than other than slavery, cotton was basically a worldwide commodity market. It's amazing. I had no idea
So let me ask you the question, Stanley.
how widespread it was. What's your question, Mike?
Let me ask you a question. Is wool better than cotton?
Well, I know wool is itchier. That's actually something that comes up in the book. Wool is
Well, I'm
pretty
asking you the
scratchy.
question. You didn't. It's a
Okay, I'm
direct
trying
question.
to answer the question.
No, it's a direct question.
Okay, wool is itchier and it's also oilier. So obviously people thought cotton was better. Cotton won. Even today, you don't find many fabrics that are wool. Or
Well, I
many
beg to
clothes
differ,
made out of
but
wool.
I beg to differ. The reason why I asked you the question was because, I'm trying to use it. It's a comparison question at the end of the day. But
Is
the
that
reason
right?
why I asked you that question is because you said the white man invented wool, and you know you had to pick cotton.
I said
That's what you
wait,
said.
hold it. The white man invented wool.
You don't
You
recall
do
what you
know
said?
there was no reason to invent wool. It grows on sheep.
But you don't recall the statements you made previous to what you said?
I didn't say Europeans invented wool.
Well, you said something to the effect of
Okay,
that.
I didn't say
This,
something to the effect.
well, you did.
Either quote me exactly or don't
I'm
quote
not
me at
gonna
all.
quote you. I'm telling
And
you what you said to the effect of.
Ryan, dude, I'm surprised that you're thinking that the hardwood forests of North America invented
Yeah, but I'm
capitalism.
asking you the question. I'm here on the chat. I'm
I'm
here on the
sorry.
panel asking you a motherfucking question, and you try to skirt around it. And
I understand that you might think that the ships are, the ships that sailed the seas to open up markets would basically be, no, I mean, shipbuilding has been around for centuries. Shipbuilding pre-existed capitalism. Shipbuilding did not invent capitalism. It was a tool. It was opening up markets. There was no worldwide market for ships. There was a worldwide market for cloth. So I don't get your point. Admiral Nelson was a sailor. He wasn't a capitalist.
so whether you like it or not, Stanley, wool is better than cotton, just like the Europeans are
Okay,
better than
Mike,
white
for someone
blacks
like
today.
you, it might be.
Europeans are better than blacks today, and you're stuck in the past. If
Yeah,
you won't get
Europeans
nowhere
are
until you
better than
move on.
blacks. Gotcha.
Okay,
And that's
yeah,
all. Europeans are better than blacks, and that's
yeah.
based on your opinions about
Well,
wool over
that's
cotton,
my
correct?
opinion, and it's facts. It's facts.
No, I disagree, Ryan.
Because the reason why
This is a whole historian who's basically saying it was cotton. If you think it's lumber, write your own book.
well, it's facts because
So let's get back to
because
the
the reason why I
historian.
say
Let's
Europeans
get
are better
back
is still here
to
today
the actual historian.
because you don't know what you stuck in the
Okay,
past.
Mike, I don't know why
You
you're
stuck in the cotton
persisting
picking
here.
days, G.
Yeah, okay, Mike.
The history of cotton allows us to see with unusual clarity that the history of capitalism is in important ways about the connections forged between different places, different regimes of labor, and different kinds of states. So, for example, empires. Indeed, looking at capitalism through the lens of the history of cotton makes it clear that our old attachment to national history is insufficient to understand that crucial part of our history, and that only a global perspective allows us to truly understand the empire of cotton, but also to understand capitalism. We need to start this exploration with the basic,
And see,
but in the
ships.
context of the discipline
I'm
of
not going.
history,
Well, I
nonetheless
will, but
significant
I won't
insight
do it.
that in the end there is just one human history, and that its parts, the different parts of that human history, need to be understood within the whole, and that all
Tired of all
parts,
these goddamn
not
lies,
just the
Stanley. Get
ones
up here
that
to
happen to have been privileged during the past 3 centuries, constitute the whole.
I'm glad that
Which is why
motherfucker left.
Mumbai
Miller.
is just as much at the center of the
She ain't
history
about
of the
shit.
Empire of Cotton as the city of Manchester. The slave plantations of Mississippi are just as much at the center of the story as the factories of New England. And the history of the highly skilled artisans of Gujarat are just as much at the center of the story as the highly skilled artisans of Lancashire. But unfortunately, often when these stories are being told, the slaves of Mississippi, the artisans of Gujarat, and the entrepreneurs of Mumbai are completely ignored in the telling of that
Need to leave them
narrative.
goddamn books alone and learn something.
And so we need to look
Get
at
out in the
different
streets
sets
and
of
learn
people.
something.
So, for example, here, as we had seen before, the merchants in Mumbai. This is a textile industrialist from the 1820s.
Goddamn books driving you
Beautiful city
crazy.
of Valladolid in the Yucatan, Mexico. Here you see cotton spinners in 1903 in Togo. cotton textile workers in the city of Nagoya in Japan. And here you see
This is interesting. So Sin says she didn't think America exported much cotton. Well, Sin, why do you think the slaves were picking cotton? Just to have something to do?
Yep.
Cotton,
To have
cotton
something to
pretty
do
much, cotton
because you
pretty
couldn't do
much,
nothing else.
cotton pretty much financed the Civil War for the South. Uh, I knew America exported a lot of cotton. I didn't realize how much and what the final result of the slaves picking the cotton, northern shipping, of course, transported it, a lot of it. Um, that's why the book just kind of blew the doors off of well, I wouldn't say it taught me a lot, but then it also kind of expanded what I knew was a big deal. But the slaves weren't just picking cotton to whistle Dixie, to mix metaphors. What's up, Speak Radio?
The books are driving you nuts.
Speak Radio. I'm not even sure why you need to add that comment. Of course, it wasn't the only thing picked. There were vegetables too. Cotton basically, and you know what? All of you are free to disagree with a guy who's actually an award-winning historian. Y'all disagree all you want. The bottom line is that a lot of people agree that number one, slavery was an economic engine, especially for American capitalism. And as it turned out, slaves were American slavery was the economic engine for world capitalism. The lady at the beginning of the show explained all that. And then she talked about the two books that she used to, kind of formulate her video. This guy has gone way in depth about how the cotton industry basically fueled the Industrial Revolution. Read the book. I love the theories, Ryan's lumber theory, which even if I hadn't read the book, sounds kind of ridiculous to me. Sin didn't know that America shipped much cotton. There was a whole slavery thing where they were picking cotton, 4 million cotton pickers. But she doesn't think that much cotton was exported. We weren't using it all here, that's for sure. So the book is fascinating. The links to the book are in the show notes.
Nobody wants to read these sick ass books you read, but
the United States.
Yeah, well, you know what? I did say that I was going to put you in the back and reverse ransom you. I think we'll just go ahead and start that now. And actually, I was going to thank Deacon Dave for contributing to the show. And 12th Man contributed either Thursday. I think it was Thursday that he did. So let me update my banners here. And while I'm thinking about it, join Deacon Dave and 12th Man in supporting the Saturday show. The Sovereign Beer Fund is open for beer puts, is Slick Rick says. So there we go. And I've gone ahead and just, Mike has had his say and more than his say. If y'all want to bring Mike back up to continue the foolishness, you can go ahead and do it. I'm going to start the bidding at $20. Not less than $20, $20. I put up with him enough. And the fuckery's fine. We will get to it, but I want to at least do a little bit of, Black history stuff. And Mike just, for some reason or another, he's got his racist boots on, and it's a little more disruptive than I'm willing to put up with at this point. After this video lecture is done, I actually have one more, but we may not get to it. But we'll see.
Stories informs all of the stories, and how they inform one another. But you might ask, why is looking at cotton a way to understand these problems and these questions? In a nutshell, to focus on cotton allows us to illuminate some important themes in modern history in general and the history of capitalism in particular, because it was one of the most important commodities in the past 500 years. Yet most people in today's world hardly ever think about cotton. Cotton is familiar, to be sure, but this very familiarity makes it almost invisible. In some ways, cotton is like the air we breathe. We need it. It's really essential for us, but we never really think about it. And I think the cotton and the history of cotton is in a way very, very similar. We are surrounded by it at any moment of the day, but we hardly ever think, how do these things that we consume that are surrounding us, how do they come into being? Because the wonders of cotton seem so distant, only very few people know or can imagine that for about 900 years, that's a very long time, from the year 1000 to the year 1900, the growing, spinning, and weaving of cotton.
Okay, you know what? I was hoping to make it too expensive. I'm gonna have to make this more cost prohibitive. Speak Radio, let me add your name to the support team for this Saturday shenanigans. Hold on one sec here. All right. So this is where we stand. Mike wants Mike wants 10 minutes to just do nothing but talk. The fuck? Dude, I need to make it through this video. And I am going to finish this video whether you speak 10 minutes or not. What's up here for the tea? So Ryan, what did you Clovis peoples were here 10,000 years ago. What the fuck does Clovis man have to do with the topic of today? So anyway, thank you to 12th Man Speak Radio and Deacon Dave for supporting the show. Unfortunately, you folks want to support fuckery. I'm not sure that I'm that on board with it, to be honest. Because the decent people in the chat, like Natasha and Dawn, I'm more interested in finishing this video than the fuckery to come. We got all night to do fuckery. So I have my banners done here. So let me put that up. And again, I will thank 12th Man Speak Radio and Deacon Dave for supporting the show. Mike, I guess, let's see, what time is it? It's almost
Hey, no,
6.
I want you to go ahead and finish your show. I can wait, Stanley.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I can wait, man. I have enough decorum and respect about myself. Mike 123 ain't all time.
You were so nice. You only have 30 minutes left.
Oh, it's all good, pimp. But shout out to my girl, Miss T. Shout out to T for rocking with me.
Hey, hold it. T. You know what? I was listening to Roz's show last night and fell asleep. So I didn't get to troll in her chat like I wanted to do, but I guess I was tired. So
shout out to Miss T for rocking with Mike 123.
Does she?
You ask her.
Well, hey, if she was able to put up with you, I don't need to ask her anything.
In what is
Nah,
now
man,
Mexico.
I was on her
In
karaoke
very
last
large
night, but
areas of the
we'll let
world,
you
from
finish
Central
your
Oh,
story.
were
Asia,
you?
East
Well, that
Africa,
sounds like
from
fun.
Anatolia to India, a very large number of people kept themselves busy growing, spinning, and weaving cottons. Cotton was important to their local economies. It was one of the more important economic activities they engaged in, but it was also important to long distance trade very early on, partly because cotton fabrics were valuable, they were relatively light, they kept well, and thus they could be transported over long distances. In many parts of the world, cotton served as a form of currency. You could take a piece of cloth and you could purchase other things
Yeah,
for it.
that's a,
And
and
indeed,
I
in
think
some
I've
parts
already
of the
said
world,
it,
such
but
as
I
China,
wanna.
for a long time,
One of the things that just kind of blew the doors off of what I thought I knew was that a lot of, I was under the impression that it was things like rifles and ammunition and stuff that was used to purchase slaves in West Africa. Well, at the very beginning, it was actually cloth from India. They would trade cloth woven in India for slaves in West Africa. I had no clue. So
Hey, Stanley, can I give you a
when we
quick
say,
critique real
hold on
quick?
one second, hold on. When we say that cotton created was like one of the parents of capitalism, I don't mean just the cloth itself. It's what the cloth bought. It was used as currency, like Dr. Beckert said. It was literally used to purchase slaves in West Africa, and those slaves were taken to places like the British Caribbean in the southeastern United States. And, cloth bought slaves to pick tobacco. In Charleston, it would be indigo and rice were the big crops. Cotton came late to the Southeast. So it wasn't just the cloth itself, it's what the cloth bought. It bought labor, and slavery, American slavery, and in the Caribbean and in Brazil was an economic engine for capitalism. And Ryan, you missed the opening video for the show. They were able to basically take slaves and make bonds, like create debt with slaves as collateral. You were able to mortgage slaves for capital. When I say cotton was at the one of the roots of it, it's not just the cloth itself. It's the finance system, the banking system that was built on cloth and slaves, etc. It's way more complicated than lumber for ships.
So, do you mind if I give you a quick critique?
Sure. Go ahead.
So, what I was going to say, Stanley, nobody. It's Saturday, Stanley, and I get it. Nobody really wants to hear about slavery talk, down talking. My God, Donald Trump. Shout out Donald Trump. Nobody wants to hear all the bashing of Donald Trump 6-7 days a week. You got to switch it up, G. Have some fun. Have some fun. Don't take everything serious. Have some fun, G.
Well, what makes you think I'm not having fun watching this video?
Well, you're not having fun because the simple
How do
fact,
you
Stanley,
know?
you come here.
Look, see, for
Well,
some
you
of
asked me
us,
the question, how do I know it? Now I'm trying to explain to you, and you don't like the way I'm explaining it.
Access by
okay, what I'm trying to do is correct you. Some of
You
us
can't correct Mike 123, my nigga.
Some of us have fun learning stuff.
That's fine. They got 5 days, Monday, Tuesday through Friday. They have 5 fucking days to get this serious. Well, if they think it's serious, I don't.
You know
I
what,
think you're stuck.
motherfucker?
I think you're stuck on
I
these
think I
stupid
need
ass
to put
books.
you in the back in general. I'm
Well,
gonna
do
have
what you gotta
fun.
do, pimp.
I'm gonna have fun putting bounties on you. How about
Oh, that's
that? How
fine.
about I
That's
have
fine. That's fine, G.
how about I
That's
have
fine,
fun?
G. You got to do what
How
you.
about I have fun doing reverse bounties? Most people will accept money to boot people off the panel. I want to accept money bringing folks back to the panel. How about that? Now, make your critique.
Oh, that's fine,
and
G. You got to do what you got.
make your critique and make it real quick. You got your 10 minutes coming. You said you could wait till the end of the video, and you seem to be kind of going back on that.
Well, I'm not reneging on what I said, but I just had to make a quick critique before I forget. You know, I've been drinking here a little bit, and I'm just trying to make a
Yeah, I can
quick
tell, Mike.
critique
I can
before I
tell.
forget it.
I can
But
tell,
what
Mike. I can
regardless
tell.
of the fact of the drinking and whatever I don't smoke. I do not do that. I don't do that. I drink, but regardless of the fact, whether you want to call me drunk, Stanley, I do have sense, and
I
I
didn't
can,
call you drunk, dude.
I
You're
can
the
have
one who.
decorum. Listen, can you
You're
listen?
You are the one who brought up your drinking. I didn't say anything about it. Are you too drunk to even remember what you're saying?
Well, I didn't say you said it, Stanley, per se. I'm just saying I'm responding to how your perception and your persona, how you
Why
think
are
I
you
am.
telling me
You
what
know,
my
that's
perception? Why
because
are you telling me? Why are you telling me what my perception is?
Well, because you say it, you get on here and you say what your perception of Mike 123 is. You get on here and say it. And I'm responding to what I'm telling you to your face. I don't hide. I'm telling you to your face, Stanley. How you do your show, that's fine. It's all good. I'm not trying to dictate your show, run your show, come up here and cause a scene. But what I'm trying to do, Stanley, at the end of the day, I come on here, I be respectful, I let people speak. I only disrespect when I'm disrespected. Do you understand that? Shout out to Donald Trump. But and Stanley, I think it hurt your little feelings. I think it hurt your little feelings, and then you get all your panties in the bunch. It ain't serious all the time, Stanley. Come on, this stuff is driving you nuts. This stuff is driving you nuts. You need to take a break, step back, and enjoy life. You're 60 or 70 years old. Yeah, you seen it and you've been through it. Yip to you. Yip to you. That's fine, you know, and I ain't saying what you've been through was right or wrong, because I don't know. You lived that, I didn't. But at some point, Stanley, you got to understand this is 2026. Adapt to your environment. Stop being stuck on the past. Adapt to your environment. Let them words ring in your head. Adapt to your environment. You paying a white man right now, but you may own your house. I'm not sure if you do, but I'm using this as an example. I'm not talking about you. Don't take it personal. But if you own your house, yip-de-yay. But what I was saying, if you're renting, you're probably paying 9 times out of 10 or 8 times out of 10. I'll give you 8. I'll give you 8 at the best. I'm not going no lower than 8. 8 times out of 10, if you don't own your house, you're paying a white man. And if a black man owned the house, and I'm not
Okay,
racist, and
do
it's
you
just
know
what it
how
is. It's
ridiculous you
modern day
sound right
slavery.
now? Do you
Well,
know
you could
how
call me what you
ridiculous? Okay, dude, even if you own your house, until you pay it off, you're going to be paying the white man something. You're either going to be paying the white man's mortgage, or you're going to be paying the white man's taxes. So why don't you pull your head out of your ass, take a sip, and shut the fuck up?
Well, I was
You're
getting at a
saying a
bigger
bunch of
point here,
nothing.
Stanley. What
You
I was
are
saying, I was getting
saying
at a
a
bigger
bunch
point.
of nothing.
So
Did
the
you
bigger
hear what
point,
Did you hear what I said? You're going to pay the white man's mortgage. You're going to pay the white man's taxes. Why don't you pull your head out of your ass, take another swig of rot gut, and shut the fuck up? You're not saying much of anything that I don't already know.
and I'm not racist. So why couldn't the blacks pull themselves up out of their goddamn booster and lace their bootstraps and get out of here and do what they're doing? Why do you have to demean the white man for you to get
Okay,
ahead? You
let
don't
me
have to do
ask
that.
you a question. You said that you're black, right?
Stanley, when I fill out any
Okay,
type of
I just
paperwork,
answered the
I'm
goddamn
biracial.
question.
I'm
Just
biracial. When
okay.
I
Well,
fill out any
let me just
paperwork, I
talk
check 2
about
or
me
more
then.
races.
Let me talk about me. Okay, I own my house. My son has a full ride to a major engineering school. So, what the fuck are you talking about? Blacks aren't pulling themselves up and doing anything. Just like any other group, some black people are, Some black people aren't. And if you didn't know, the majority of blacks don't live in the hood. The majority of blacks in the United States are working class or above. And number three, why do you give a fuck about what other people are doing anyway? As long as you're doing okay, you help the people that you can help in your immediate family or your immediate group, or if you're a very good Samaritan, you help the people out in your community. But stop worrying about 45 million black people. They don't give a fuck about you. God damn. I think the root of this all this ridiculousness is just people not minding their own business.
Well, Stanley, it's not, I respect what you just respect it because that's your opinion. But I got a different, you're going to bash it. That's what you do. But what I was saying, Stanley, my bigger point was, I mentioned, I used your house as it, and I told you before you even got in your feelings, I told you, I'm using as an example.
The only feeling I have right now, is I wonder how much bounty I can generate off of Mike 123.
Oh, that's fine. Make all your money you can make. Make all the money you can make, G. I ain't gonna hold you down. If that's what you gotta do, you gotta do that.
I appreciate the opportunity you're presenting me, Mike.
Make all the money you gotta make off of Mike 123. I'm not gonna shut up if that's what
I appreciate the
But what I'm trying to tell you,
opportunity.
Stanley,
I appreciate the
getting to a bigger
opportunity
point.
that you're presenting me.
May you allow me to speak my bigger point I was getting at? May you allow it'll be quick. It'll be quick, but not as in Stanley's quick, but it'll be Mike 123's quick. So
Which
I'm
means
asking
it'll
you
take
before
all
I
night.
go on.
Which means it'll take all night. Gotcha, Mike.
So I'm asking you before I speak. It'll be quick, but I'm asking you before I speak. I'm trying to have some
ahead,
respect
Mike.
here.
Go ahead, Mike.
So
My
what I was
best
trying to say,
laid
Stanley.
plans are being derailed, Mike.
Oh,
But you
it's
go
on
ahead.
the topic. It's on the topic. I never derailed
All
from the
right,
topic.
Mike. Go right ahead, Mike.
So
What's up?
The bigger
What's
point I
up,
was
Mr.
getting
Shawnery?
at when I mentioned, goddamn, the bigger point I was getting at when I was mentioning, or I was using you as an example. I told you that.
Right.
I was up front. I told you. I didn't lie to you. It wasn't out of the blue. I told it. So you knew what was coming when I said what I said. So regardless of the fact. So here it is right now. It's 2026, Stanley. What happened in 1940, 1950, 1960, 70, 80, 90, and all the way up? What happened then? It happened. Yeah, some people was here to witness it, or claim they witnessed it. Some people here, but they won't give you these people that claim they witnessed something or they did something back then or their family went through something. You hear it's third party information you hearing from this type of shit. That's why I keep telling you, adapt to your environment. Yeah, it happened, or you think it happened. You read a book and it told you it happened. It's somebody else's opinion, whether you know it or not. But yeah, you want to talk about that, but that's a subject for another day. When you read a book, you're reading somebody else's opinion. I'm not
Mike,
saying
are you
everything in
done
these
yet?
books are false.
Can I speak now, Mike?
What? No, I'm not done. I'll let you know when I'm done. And I'm
Okay,
getting ready to land the plane here shortly.
Dude, you're just blathering on.
Stanley, I'm
saying
getting
the
ready to
same
land
thing.
the plane
You're
here
saying
shortly.
the
Have some
same thing
patience,
over
G.
and over and
Have
over.
some goddamn patience, G. I'm getting ready to lower the plane. I'm not simulator pilot Bob. I know how to land the plane. I can do that. Mike 123, we can do that. But I'm gonna land the plane, and it's gonna be simple. Stanley, stop reading people's opinions and getting online and blabbering shit that you don't know, and you want people to bootlick for your whole ass. Mike not gonna do that. I'm sorry, G. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to tell you. I come up here to have a conversation like everybody else, and you kind of crying or whining, or whatever you want to call it. You're drunk, you're stupid, you're bitch. Call me what you want. It's just a word, G. Mike 123. No, I come up here on the weekends to goddamn hear people, to goddamn hear, have some goddamn fun. So play your stupid ass sick video and talk about it. You're stuck in the past, G.
All right. Well, I was going to ask you if you have a house in the basement floods,
Well, I have.
you can, okay, hold on.
I'll let you finish your question.
When that basement floods, it's a hell of a time getting, the mold, getting the mold abatement and basically, getting that house back to a point to where it was
Well, up
as
to
good.
code is what you're trying to
Okay,
say.
I don't know. I don't know
Well,
why
you
you're
should say,
interrupting.
just say get your house back up.
Okay, basically, there are lingering effects if your house gets flooded. Okay, that's why the past matters. There are after effects that can last for quite some time after the tragedy. Okay, American history is a lot like that. Okay, you ending slavery doesn't mean the next day everything is golden. The problem with the United States is it has yet to reckon with its history. It has yet to correct some historical wrongs. And you don't just end slavery and everything is okay. In this case, the United States ended slavery and figured out a way to do another type of slavery-ish stuff called Jim Crow. Okay, Jim Crow literally technically ended a year before I was born. It's been only 60 years. You don't end 80 years of deliberate economic abuse, economic basically oppression, and get over it in 60 years. That's what the United States does not seem to understand. And people like Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump are doing their level best to make sure that American kids don't know about the full picture of American history. They only want you to know the good parts, not the bad parts. And basically, the American education system, the goal that's being set by Donald Trump and people like Ron DeSantis is to create a bunch of Mike 123s. They want a whole generation of kids with the historical knowledge of Mike 123 and other MAGA blacks. And my goal is to not let that happen and to basically resist that every chance that I get. I don't want a panel full of Mike 123s blathering on and run on sentences about absolutely nothing of consequence. So that's my opinion. And I don't need you to respond.
Well, I'm going to respond.
I've said what I said. You won't be
me
responding. Nope, you will not be responding. We can move on with this video.
America has no history. The history stops when a person dies. That's your history. When you as an individual die. America has no history.
How very I don't know what to call that.
Well, you
Well,
could call it what you want, but
if America has no history, then what the fuck is Donald Trump doing? He's doing like America 250. Okay, your Lord and Savior Donald Trump is celebrating history. So how can you say there's no history?
Donald Trump isn't celebrating. Shout out to Donald Trump. He's not celebrating history. Donald Trump is celebrating the fact that he's alive and he's a president, and he's trying to keep these goddamn illegals from crossing our borders, and he's stopping that type of stuff. See, the history stops when a person dies or they cross over. But if you're religious, I call it crossover. But the history stops and ends with that person. You out here fighting for something. They send you over there. They yell and spit, just like you served in the military. You went there. I'm gonna use that as an example. Is it gonna hurt your feelings before I go any farther? Will it hurt your feelings if I talk about the military if it go any farther? I need a yes or a no. But either way, I'm still gonna say it. So your statement, your answer would be forced to do something.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm muted. Khan, when you say that human history is brutal, um, we're at least to me, I infer that you're talking acts of God, disasters, earthquakes, floods, that sort of thing. American slavery was not an act of nature. It wasn't an act of God. It was an act of man. Um, Men enslaved men, and I mean men as in the 300, 30,000 foot view, mankind. It was totally preventable. American slavery did not have to be. There were people at the very beginning who knew that slavery was wrong. Um, the Bible was used to justify slavery. It was also used to, in a abolitionist by the abolitionists. So you're not going to convince me with that life ain't fair. You can't control acts of God. You can control acts of man. And because it was an act of man, there are remedies to mitigate the harm that was caused by Jim Crow. And slavery, even if you just justified slavery, hey, it was legal. Okay, explain Jim Crow. Okay, Jim Crow was not an act of God. Jim Crow didn't have to be. So that human history is brutal. I think that is a tepid response to American slavery as a justification.
Well, like I said, there's no history in America, whether you want to believe it or not. You have your opinion, that's fine, but there's no history. You had to be forced to do something in life. You couldn't just get up, go to complete your 12 years of school and go to college, get out and then find you a real job. You had to be forced because you couldn't go out there and get a job after your degree, probably a basket weaving degree, whatever you want to call it. And you probably got a degree in African American studies or whatever. I'm not sure, but whatever your degree in, you didn't use it. You went and had to have somebody go and scream in your face and spit in your face and make you get up every morning at a regular time, march. And they made you march. These motherfuckers made you march. These motherfuckers made you salute them, and you took it upon yourself to engage in that. You had to be forced. And then you come out here, you talk about the military. It's just forcing lazy people to do what they can't do. Come on, you got to be real at the end of the day. Just forcing lazy people to get up off their ass and do something that they can't do regular like normal people. And they come out, they go over there and do what they tell them. They get blowed up or whatever. That's their business. I don't feel sorry for them. I don't feel sorry for them. You chose to do that. You signed up for it. You knew what you were getting into. So don't come over here and just act like you're Billy Badass and you're not. You're not. And I will land that plane.
Giving the tax collector cotton cloth, which I hear now is not really possible in any part of the world any longer.
You're not motherfucking Billy
Cotton became
Badass.
also important to myth-making and to religions. People in many different parts of the world, as you know, understood their fate to be either spun or woven. People across West Africa attributed to Anansi a spider god, their skills in spinning and weaving cottons. Native people in North America, in what is now the United States, believed that one of the four sons of the ray of sunlight and daylight had created and planted cotton after he made the insects and the mountains. In Japan, people to this day pray to a god that symbolizes cotton. And as you know much better than myself, in Hindi scripture, cotton appears frequently and prominently. As these stories show, cotton was not just important to economic life, but also to social and religious lives in very large parts of the world throughout Asia, Africa, and North as well as South America. There was really only one part of the world, one significant part of the world, where cotton played almost no role. And that was, as you know, the continent of Europe. Europeans had remained marginal
And
to
there
the
was no
networks of
underground
cotton growing,
railroad. There was none
manufacturing,
of
and
that shit.
consumption for many centuries. Even after
You people
Europeans
are
began
lost.
importing small quantities of
Okay, Mike, can you stop blurting out shit? As a matter of fact, it's
I have
coming
to,
up.
when I hear shit,
It's okay. I need you to fucking put
you
a
can need all you
handle.
want.
I need you to get a handle on it. As a matter of fact, he's talking about Europe, and he's talking about something that you commented on. Why the fuck can't you just be quiet and hear what the man has to say?
I have to respond to the stuff he said before what
Hey,
he's saying
you
now.
don't have to respond to anything, and you're not
So
responding,
what
you're
gives you?
blurting. You are blurting like a kindergartner. Okay. You said that wool was superior to cotton. He's about to talk about he said that cotton was not a thing in Europe. He's about to talk about something a point that you made, and you're not even interested in your own talking points. That's kind of sad. Is it because you're drunk or is it because you're dumb? Which is it?
I'm neither or. And that's your perception, and it's okay. But
Yes,
whether
it's
you
my
want to, you can
perception, Mike. And
you can call me anything you want to call me, Stanley. But at the end
I
of the
know
day,
I can, Mike.
the point still
And
remains. The point still remains. You got to get over the fact that slavery and whatever you want to call it, Jim Crow, whatever you want to call it, you got to get over it. You got to get over it.
okay, what makes you think I didn't get over it?
Well, you didn't because you're still talking about
Okay,
it.
do you know how
You're still
limited
talking about it
your
and making
your
references
limit
and
your range is very limited intellectually, conceptually, or whatever you want to call it. Um, all I'm saying is that the history happened. There are effects of it. They don't necessarily affect me, but they certainly affect people, legacy Black Americans. I've brought up plenty of examples like Bruce's Beach. Okay, it's not my fault that you are so ignorant that you can't understand my point. You're not here to learn. You're here to just blurt out your drunken knowledge. Okay. And it's not good enough, Mike. It's entertaining, but you're not spewing anything other than Saturday night beer breath stupidity.
well, that's your opinion. You're entitled to it, Stanley.
It's not my opinion. It's
Okay, well,
obvious.
you could call it a fact. If you believe it as a fact, you could call it a fact. But what I would get
Yes, Kushti, I'm still bullying folks. It's really good to see you. Hit the link if you want, Kushti. I've actually been wanting to tune into Rap Raven's show, and maybe I'll do it next Friday just to harass y'all because it's been a while. But really good to see you, man.
So,
What were you
Stanley,
saying,
you
Mike?
disproves your whole argument. You know what the comment you said? You just told everybody earlier that they should worry about themselves, something to that effect. And I'm not quoting you direct, but you said something to the effect people should just worry about themselves. Well, you just disputed your whole argument trying to get back at Mike 123. You just disputed your whole
You
argument.
might have a little bit of a point, but
It's a whole
since
point.
I'm
It's
in,
not a little
okay,
bit.
I don't know. You might have a little bit of a point, but you know what? I'm not necessarily worrying about other people. I'm worrying about the system. I'm making a political argument, maybe a cultural argument. Um, that is actually kind of a conservative position. I'm worrying about the institutions because I think if you don't address past wrongs, it weakens institutions. I mean, I think at an individual level, people individually can thrive if you're black. Look at me. However, it's the institutions. It's how the institutions survive, say 100 years from now. It's America stagnating when it could be thriving. And I think addressing some of the systemic issues, because racism is a systemic thing, it's not necessarily a day-to-day thing that individuals need confront. So if America is going to thrive, say 100 years from now, I think taking care of some of these historic wrongs is necessary for the good of the system.
So, Stanley, wouldn't you agree that you have to clarify yourself before you start speaking, like you tell other people?
I'm sorry, say that again.
I said, wouldn't you agree that you should have clarified all this before you said what I
Okay,
just?
I just assume that people kind of
Well, you can't
understand.
assume. That's your problem. You assume too much.
I don't disagree with that point.
That's your problem. You assume too much rather than listen and try to hear stuff out. Just because Stanley thinks he know it all doesn't mean you know it all. At
Well,
some
I don't
point,
think
you
I
got to
know
be
it all.
real with yourself.
I basically my problem is I give people like you too much credit. I assume you're kind of smart and you kind of know things. And you're right. It's my mistake. You don't know shit, and I should treat you like you don't know shit. So I'll try and do better.
So, are you directing that at me?
Yeah.
Are you talking to Mike 123 when you
There,
just
there
said
are a
that?
lot of people. There are a lot of people out there like you.
No, you said a lot of people, so you're talking to. You should say I'm talking to the world. Don't. So when
No,
you make your statements,
I'm
when
talking
you
to
make your
you.
statement,
I'm talking to you, Mike. You said you're the world, remember? You're the world. That's what Mike 123 said. So I'm talking to you and people like you who think they're the world as well.
do you see how I just made you straddle your own fence?
No, I don't see that, Mike. But in the
Okay, we
meantime,
can move on, Stan.
let's give someone else a chance
That is
to be
fine. We can
addressed.
move on. You
To be addressed. So to whose satisfaction? That's another good point. We tend in America to like statistics. Let's get together and agree on a statistic. If, for instance, the wealth gap between blacks and whites as a group, if whites have 10 times the generational wealth than blacks do, well, let's just say, let's agree on a number. Is twice as much good enough? Is 3 times as much? Because obviously 10 times as much isn't something that black people are willing to deal with. So I don't know what that number might be. That's where everybody gets together and kind of make a goal.
Well, at some point you got to
What's
understand,
up,
Stanley.
Clarence? Good to see you, Clarence.
At some point you got
What's
to
up,
understand,
SP?
G. Okay, stop speaking to these people. If they want to speak to you, they'll speak to you. You respond when people speak to you.
Damn, so you want me to be rude now? Look, you're the only one I enjoy being
I
rude
don't want
to.
you to do a motherfucking thing, and what I want you to do is keep it real. Stop doing people the way you treat them. And hashtag pregnancy
So
cookery.
so what you're saying is you only want me to be cruel to you.
Fuck me. Fuck Mike 123. I'm not looking for clout. You are. You looking for clout. I'm not too
Am
high
I
on
am I
myself, not
really
too low
looking
on
for
myself.
clout?
Yeah, I'm not too high on myself and I'm not too low on myself. I'm just want you to keep it real,
You're
G.
just too drunk you're too drunk on yourself.
Call me what you want, G, but I'm telling you, Stanley, I made you straddle and hurdle your own fence.
You think
Just like I did in
you did?
Imperious last night.
You actually think you did?
I made Imperious run last night.
Did you really? On your channel?
Ask your chat. The people in the chat, they know I made
Okay,
Imperious
I
run
just
last
asked
night.
you a simple question. Did
And
you
I'm
make
telling
him
you a
run?
direct answer.
Did you make him run from your panel
It
or
wasn't my
channel?
channel. He was on somebody else's channel. And I was on and I was having a good time. But
I
I made
see.
him run. See, you people get up
Did
here and
you?
talk all
You're
this
proud
shit.
of that? You're proud of that? You
I
got
am
your
proud of
shot
that.
you got your shot in on the white man? Is that what you're saying?
And then I came back. I came and bounced back, and I made you straddle your fence today.
Well, you should be proud of that accomplishment.
So I am proud of that. But I'm gonna let
But
you
look
get
at
to
here.
your little narrative.
Okay, wait, hold it. Brian Nichols says his parents and his grandparents were poor. How much does Stanley and MOT owe me? Well, I don't know you that well, Brian. Why don't you hit the link and we can negotiate? Saying all that in the chat is one thing, but
And I
let's
never
hear
said
your voice up.
I never said
Let's hear your voice up on the panel, and we can chat about who owes what to whom.
I never said I knew every fucking thing. I'm not trying to know every, because people only are smart. If you think you're so smart, you're really dumb. People like Stanley. People like Stanley.
Brian Nichols is cooking hobo soup. He needs to come up to this panel and we can negotiate who owes whom.
Shout out to Brian Nichols. Shout out to Donald Trump.
All right. Well,
So
let's get
the bigger point of the issue at the end of the day, Stanley, was really trying to get at, if you'll let me. But what I was really getting at, Stanley,
Go ahead, Mike. I guess I'm not going to be able to get back to the serious stuff.
Well, I got 4 words, and now I'm gonna mute up. I got 4 words for you. Adapt.
You know what? As a matter of fact,
your environment.
why don't you go ahead and take your 10 minutes now?
Oh no, I'll wait. But I got 4 words, and then I'm gonna land my plane. Adapt to your environment.
Okay.
Cotton cloth during Greek and Roman times, coming all the way from India to ancient Rome, ancient Athens. Europeans remained of little importance to the global cotton industry as a whole. Europeans dressed as they had for many millennia. They largely dressed in linens and in woolens. And it was indeed Mahatma Gandhi who put it most starkly when he observed in a book that he wrote on the global history of cotton. He actually wrote a book on that as well. When he said that at a moment when India supplied Europe with its cottons, like in the 16th and 17th century, Europeans themselves, he said, were submerged in barbarism, ignorance, and a state of wilderness because they did not produce cottons. And in a way, being able to produce cottons was a sign of being civilized and advanced, also technologically advanced. Cotton, quite simply, was exotic to Europe. The fiber grew in faraway lands, such as in Anatolia, West Africa, and many Europeans reportedly imagined the cotton plant to look like this, a mixture of a plant and an animal, or what they called a vegetable lamb. Okay, so these lambs were supposed to bend down at night to...
I guess there's no slide that's going to pop up on the screen, but there's a picture of the of that of that cotton plant that grew lamb. There were a lot of analogies of the raw cotton, looking similar to actual wool. It is kind of funny. It's maybe what I'll do is I'll pop it up because I've got it on Kindle. I could actually pop it up on the computer. Let me work on that.
Drink and somehow then they were somehow they produced the wool or the cotton, and that's how it came into being. And indeed, stories circulated in medieval Europe about these little sheep growing on
This is
plants and
enough of
living
these
down the valley.
videos, Stanley. At some
What-
point, you got to move on,
And as
G.
we all know, this is not how cotton is coming into being.
You got to
Even if
you
you've
got to
never
move
seen a
on
cotton
from these
plant, you
videos,
don't
G.
really know that much.
It's
Do
Saturday.
I?
Use
But
use
this
this shit
was
Monday through Friday.
that Europe was
Use
very
this
much
to
on the
content
margins
from
of this
Monday through
global
Friday. You already said it's fuckery Saturday. You always say that, don't it?
This is my old man Saturday night.
Well, fuck your old man shit. Adapt to your environment. Adapt to your
I've
environment.
got my history video. I got my good buddy Mike 123,
I'm
and I
not your
got
good
a
buddy. Let's
chat.
just be.
I got a chat full of people who are also interested in history videos. How could an old man like me have a better Saturday night?
Well, let's be clear, Stanley. I'm not your old buddy or whatever your statement was. I'm not your old buddy.
Okay,
Let's
all
just be
right.
clear.
I
You don't
understand.
talk to Mike
I
123 like
understand. I understand that you don't want to think of your grandpa Stan as your buddy. Okay. Well, then I'm just your grandpa.
and you could call it
Grandpa
what you want.
Stan,
Have your little fun.
Grandpa Stan won't be calling you his little buddy anymore. I know you're a man.
And see, you can say whatever you want to use your terminology.
Go
Whatever
ahead.
you want to use.
Go ahead,
That's fine.
grandson.
But
I know you're a young
I'm not your
man now,
fucking grandson.
grandson.
I'm not your fucking grandson. I'm 10 times better than your son, so I couldn't be your grandson. Mike
Go ahead,
123 is 10 times
Go
better than your
ahead.
son.
Go ahead, young man. Speak your mind.
So, okay, so what I was getting at, so Stanley, you got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I got to name it out because I think.
Oh,
Really
look
think
at this.
stupid.
Look at this young man knows all his days.
You got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday to talk your shit, your politics, and be serious. You got those days. When it comes to Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, you gotta goddamn loosen up. You ever heard that song, Stanley? You ever heard that song? Huh? You ever heard that song, Stanley?
What song is this?
Goddamn, can you hear or not? Can you hear?
What song are you talking about?
You ever heard that song, Stanley? It's Friday. TK Soul. You ever heard that song? And I'm gonna
I don't think I have.
Till the lights come on. Hey, I did my work this week. And baby, I just got paid. I'ma go and do the electric slide. The Johnny Taylor slide. You ever heard that song? Shout out to Donald Trump.
You must be having flashbacks to T's karaoke.
I'm not.
We
I'm
don't
asking
do
you.
that. We
It was
don't
a
do
direct
karaoke
question. You never
here.
answered the question. It was a direct
We don't
question.
do
I asked you, did you
karaoke here.
have you ever heard the song? You didn't say
No, I
yes or
said
you
no.
didn't say no.
I said no.
Okay, now you're saying no. You didn't say that when I asked you the question
Oh
original.
man, I tell you
So
what,
come on, Stanley. Stop trying to
you
play
are
me like
you are becoming a burden.
You got to do what you got to do, G. I respect it.
Oh, I'm about to do
No,
what
that's
I'm gonna
fine, G.
do.
I respect it. It don't hurt Mike 123. I ain't got to be here, Stanley. I'm here because I want to be here and I'm having fun, G. You take yourself too serious. You got Monday through Friday to be serious, like I told you. But you gonna do what you had, run your channel how you want to, and I
Yeah,
respect it.
absolutely. Damn skippy I am.
I respect it, but you gotta loosen up and you gotta adapt to your environment. Is what I'm telling you. You stated out your mouth several times that the people that view your channel are way younger than you. Didn't you say the 35 to something age range?
Actually, it's funny you ask that. The two biggest groups are 35 to 44 and 65 plus, which shocked me.
And you know the 65 plus is
They're
that's
about they're
your age
about the
range.
same. They're about the same numbers wise.
But you know the 65 plus, that's your age range. These are the bootlicking type of people, and you have some under that age or your age range. I call you a boomer, and you a boomer in my book. You're a boomer.
Yeah,
I
well,
don't give
I
a
mean,
fuck.
you might have a book, but we know you don't read it.
I don't. I read the books that
So,
interest me. That
so your book is unused. Why are you even talking
I
about
don't.
it?
That's why I say I don't have a book. I don't. I never published a book. You want me to lie? Say I published a book?
You said your book, and
Yeah,
I know
that's
you
my
don't
internal
have a
book.
book.
If See, that's how I know you don't you don't comprehend well, and you just spout out the stuff that you read in
Yes,
these books.
that is true.
Yeah,
Because what I'm
you
trying to do, I know you're my grandson and all, but I'm trying to calm you
and you got to
down so
stop
we can get
disrespecting
back,
me like that,
so we
G.
can
Real
get
shit.
back to the history.
No, you got to stop disrespecting me like that, Stanley. No, that's it. Don't,
Come on now,
Stanley. Don't,
grandson. Grandson, do I need to give you a butterscotch so you can calm down?
Stanley.
Give you a little
Don't cross
butterscotch
Mike
candy.
123 like that, Stanley. I'm trying to tell you, you don't play with Mike 123. I'm not nothing
I
in
don't.
relation to you.
Okay, Mike. You got it
So
all
you
out?
don't. Yeah, no, I haven't. But you're not gonna disrespect me like that. Call me your grandson. You're not gonna play with me like that, G.
You
I
mean
don't
you're
rock
not
like
my
that.
grandson?
My motherfucking name is Mike 123. I don't rock like that, G. You hear me, P?
Okay, Mike. Okay, Mike. Can we get back to the video now?
No, this is what I just came up here and told you, Stanley. It's the weekend. Fuck your video. Talk about something try to have some fun. This stuff is driving you nuts. I'm trying to
Okay,
open your
I don't
mind to
think
a
I
better
didn't.
horizon.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, that's right. Werther's. That's what I need to give
I'm
him, a
trying to
nice
open your
Werther's
mind to a better
candy.
horizon. This
If you
shit
put
is
some
driving
candy
you
in the
nuts.
little boy's mouth, maybe he'll stop talking.
Yeah, you don't play with Mike. That's one thing you don't do. You don't cross me, Stanley. Ain't that your name, Stanley Cross? You like crossing motherfuckers? You ain't gonna do it to Mike. You ain't gonna cross
Con,
Mike.
hey, Con, I don't do that pause stuff. People are so, if people are just kind of weirded out by normal English, they can go over to one of those other channels.
Of cotton. That was all about to change, at first in the 17th century rather slowly, but then by the end of the 18th century with enormous speed. Europe now, by the end of the 18th century, began to embark upon an industrial revolution.
Hey, Stanley,
And this
don't get any
industrial
feelings. I'm not
revolution
trying to
was one of
argue
the
with you,
most
G, or nothing
important
like that.
Well,
events in
good.
history.
You should
I'm
never
just trying
try
to
and
have
argue
fun,
with
G.
me.
I'm just trying to open your mind to something different, G. It's the weekend. Have fun.
What?
Open up.
Wait,
Drink
hold
your
it. You're
bottle.
trying to open my mind up to
Yeah.
something new.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to open your mind up to something called knowing something.
I know everything I need to know. You worry about you. You
Do
said
you?
that people should
Do you
worry about
really know
themselves.
all you need to know? How do
I
you
know
know you
everything
know
Mike
all you need to
123
know?
needs to know.
How do you know that you know all you need to know?
Because I'm living in my life. I'm living myself. I live day to day. My body.
Are
I
you
know what
living your
Mike
best
123.
life, Mike? Mike,
I know
are
what
you
Mike
living your
123 needs to know.
living your best life?
I'm not out here trying to get people to join sides or live the way somebody else want to live or think the way you want to. I'm not out here trying to do that to people. That's what's wrong with you people, because you out here trying to force your opinion on everybody else.
Wait, hold it. I'm trying to force my opinion.
You are
My
trying to
Lord,
do that.
how big do you think this channel is?
Fuck how big it is.
It's not like this channel has mass
See
appeal.
what you don't realize. Fuck how big the channel is. How many numbers you got? It's not about the numbers. It's about the bootlickers that never have
We are a boutique channel here. We are
Well,
big on knowledge, and
that's fine and dandy. Run your shit how you gonna run it.
We take a dim view of Mike 123 level bullshit.
Can I do a quick commercial break real quick?
You go right ahead.
Shout out to Miss T. Shout out to John Galt. Shout out to Donald Trump. First off, I would like to start off by giving a shout out to Donald Trump. He's the head of my life right here as we stand in the physical world. He's the head.
Hey, hold
But
it.
the
Say that
religious
he's the
world,
head of your life.
yeah, but the religious world, God is the head of my overall soul, if we're being technical about it. But as we stand here in the physical world right now, shout out to Donald Trump. He's the
Would you
head of my
say that?
life.
Would you say that Donald Trump is Jesus level?
He's not. He's not, and I don't. You can't compare the two. You can't. You'll never be able to compare the two. I don't think you comprehend what I just said, did you? I don't think you just comprehended what I just said, did you? Did I just make you straddle your fence? So, regardless of the fact what I was getting at, the quick commercial break. Shout out to Donald Trump. Shout out to the lovely lady, Miss T. I respect you, and I appreciate you having me on your panel. John Galt, you already know what it is, G. Keep doing your thing. Keep standing on their head. You know, you got to put your knee on these people's neck. Shout out to John Galt. Don't run from him. And Stanley Cross, you never cross Mike 123, G. I get your name is
Well,
Cross because you're crisscross, but you never
all
disrespect.
I heard you say that Donald Trump is the head of your life. It just sounded like something
No,
someone
you
would say
chose
about
those
Jesus.
words. I did say them words, but you chose it and you took it
Yes,
out
you
of
did,
context.
and that's why.
You're flipping my words.
That's why I asked a clarifying question.
Well, you're flipping my words with what I said.
Oh, I'm twisting your words. You know
Yeah,
I do
you
that.
are twisting or flipping, whatever you want to call it. If you want to backflip it and twist it, you can do what you got to do.
I
But
also noticed that you use the word straddle a lot. Why do you use the word straddle so much?
the reason why I use the word straddle, it only comes up when when somebody speaks and and they jump the fence, they try to straddle the fence. You can't play both sides of the fence.
Well, you're using the word straddle a lot. Is
Yeah,
that
because that's what you do.
Is that something you do a lot of in your life? Do you just
Well,
like the sound of the word straddle?
I use the word more towards you, and when I'm addressing you, because that's what you do.
I don't usually say
Now you're trying
pause,
to
but
redirect and make it seem like
when you say that you use the word straddle a lot when you're talking to me, I gotta go pause.
Well, you gotta pause. If you gotta pause, Steve, Stanley, you fucking sick, G. You fucking sick, P. And I'm not going to see if you gotta do all that. You just don't comprehend. Your reading, your comprehension skills is not up to par.
Oh, is that
Your
right?
comprehension skills is not up to par, Stanley. I made you straddle several times right here.
Okay.
I made you jump your own fence. I made your camel jump the horse's back.
This video was sent to me courtesy of our
Fuck the
friend
video.
Clarence.
What I'm telling you right
And
now.
it's called "Man Prays for Donald Trump to Save Him While Getting."
Shout out to Donald Trump. He's the head of my life.
While getting arrested. So let's see Mike 123 praying to Donald Trump.
Shout out to Donald Trump.
Tag in Donald Trump. Donald Trump, if you can hear us, please, Donald Trump, please save me. Please save me, Donald Trump. Please. I'm asking you.
That's a good guy right there.
Please save me. Please get these people away from me. In dear God's name, please stop these truth.
Get it off your chest, Bill. I got sympathy for you. Get it off your chest. Shout out to Donald Trump. We done dealt all we can deal in this goddamn last 4 years. The Democrats will no longer exist.
Yes, sir.
Holy cow.
Sleepy Joe didn't even know whether he was waking up every morning or not.
I'm not doing anything, sir.
He didn't know.
I'm a believer
He
in the
didn't know
Lord. I'm
whether
the
he
Lord's
didn't know
child.
whether
I
his
promise
breakfast was lunch
you.
or
I
dinner.
promise you, I'm not
He didn't
trying
know.
This man, hey, let this man finish.
to resist.
Sleepy Joe
Okay,
didn't know whether
listen,
he ate
my
lunch
wallet.
for
Okay, I
dinner or
don't know
breakfast for
what
dinner.
what is it with videos that prompts you to overtalk all of them? Do you
Because I'm
get
better
mad
than a
when
fucking video.
I think what
I
it
don't need to
is,
show a video that
I honestly think what it
you have to
is
show a video to make yourself relevant.
you were like a baby. You don't like people to pay attention to anything else other than you. Let the video speak there, grandson.
And for the last time, you gonna stop disrespecting me, Stanley. I'm not your fucking grandson, G. I'm Mike 123.
Watch your feet. Watch your feet.
You gonna dig yourself into a big hole.
Well, I honestly don't know what. Oh,
Well,
that's
shout out to
culture
Donald Trump.
creations.
I'm not doing all that crying
Please,
like
somebody
he's doing, but shout out to Donald Trump. He's ahead of my life as in the physical world.
He's
The
so
spiritual,
Donald Trump is the head of your life.
yep, and
Okay.
he's ahead of your life right now too. But in the
Is
spiritual
he
world,
really?
yep,
Is
in the
Donald
spiritual
Trump
world
really
is
the
different.
so
You have a
Donald Trump?
physical and you have a spiritual. Do you
Can you
understand the
say that
difference?
again? Can you say that again?
Yeah,
Donald
you
Trump
have a
is what?
Donald Trump
Donald
is the
Trump is
head of my
the
life.
head of your life. What's
Donald
up,
Trump is the head of
Untrackable?
my life, and he's the head of your life right now.
Do you pray to him?
See, did you just not hear what I just asked you? Did you
No, I
not just
didn't.
hear what I just
I was
asked you?
I was too busy laughing.
I said Donald Trump is the head of my life in the physical world. In the spiritual world, he's not. He won't compare
Yeah.
to the spiritual. He won't compare.
Uh-huh.
But as we stand here today, if you're alive and breathing, Donald Trump is the head of your life, and you got to accept it.
Donald Trump is a
It's a difference
so
between physical
untrackable.
and spiritual.
Untrackable.
Yes, sir.
Is Donald Trump the head of your life?
Oh no. No.
Yeah.
No.
Man, see Stanley, you twisting what I said. You twisting what I said and trying to make. And this guy, he does it. He probably is a supporter of Trump.
This guy is a longtime friend of the show.
Well, that's
Please show
fine, but he's
respect.
probably a
His
supporter of
name
Trump.
is
But
his
he won't.
name
He
is
just can't keep it
his
real.
name.
He gonna tell you
His
what you.
name. His name is
He gonna
untrackable.
tell you what you want to hear. That's what he gonna do. I'm telling you what I'm telling you in this facts. He's ahead of my life in the
You'll have
physical
to
world.
forgive him. Untrackable. He's 3 sheets to the wind.
Donald Trump is the head of my life in the physical world, and the spiritual world is different. I told you that. He'll never compare to God in the spiritual world. Come on, G, you got to be real with yourself. Right now, he's the head of your life. Right now, he dictates what you get every month on your military pension or whatever. If you get that, I don't know if you get it. Disability, Social Security. He dictates everything going on right now. So he's ahead of your life. You file head of household when you file your tax returns, don't you?
Richard says
when you file your tax return, do you file?
Richard says Donald Trump is heading his life into higher ammo prices. Can you address that, Mike?
Yes, it's not Donald Trump's fault on the ammo prices. It's the individual's fault because you have 4 years under somebody, a president we didn't even know was living. You have 4 years to stock up. You chose not to stock up, so don't blame it on Trump. G.
Hey, Richard, he's saying you did piss poor planning. Piss poor planning leads to piss poor future results. Mike has spoken. Any comment on that, Untrackable?
Oh boy.
When you had everything going for yourself.
How's your family, by the way, Untrackable?
Well, fuck the family. I'm talking right now.
Okay, no. We don't do that, Mike. You're stepping a little bit out of your body there. I'm sorry, Untrackable. How is everybody?
Everybody's doing just beautiful. We went out to a diner this morning.
Oh, really?
And
What, for breakfast?
the ladies went they went shopping, and I said, you know what? Charge it to the game. Just don't make me watch.
Well, good for you.
And
We need to cheer Mike up. He seems to be in a little bit of a funk this evening.
Well, fuck, regardless of the fact,
No,
I
hold
don't care.
hold on. I'm inquiring about the important stuff about a man's family. And Mike, you have a family. I encourage you to tell us how your family is doing.
I do not have a family. I have children now. But the family, me
I
and my
mean,
wife,
if
we
you have
divorced.
children are generally
Me and my
considered
wife
family.
divorced. I told you that.
Right, but children are generally considered family.
Yeah, no, it's not a family
Do
until you have
you
a
don't consider your children
family. You can't
family?
call a have family a
You don't
family. It's not a
consider
family.
children
I say I have
answer
children.
my okay. Do you consider your children your family, Mike?
I do, but when you put it in the term,
Okay, then you have a family, Mike. How is your family, Mike?
I do not have a family, but everybody is copacetic. They
Okay, you literally just said you consider children family, and I asked you how your family is, and you are saying you don't have family. How am I supposed to take that, Mike? Do I need to call the cops?
do what you want to do, but I'm not here to talk about family. I'm here to talk about what we're talking about. Family, that's your personal business. I don't need to ask somebody else how your family doing.
Okay,
I don't
well,
know you.
just say
I
you
don't know
just
you.
say
I'm
it's
not
not.
trying to be friends with you.
All you
So
have to say is
let's
none
just
of
keep it
your
real.
business. If you just said none of your business, Stanley, I would understand.
Yeah, but we got to keep it real at the end.
Okay, so let me talk to someone who is comfortable talking about his wonderful family. Mike, please. I'm sorry, Untrackable. Please forgive Mike. He's a little bit out of sorts.
When you
I'm not
start
offended.
when you start letting people talk about their family, you just give people ammunition to use against you. I don't do that.
Well, I, I hold all the ammunition, so I'm okay with it.
Well, you don't hold nothing right now. Let me tell you something. You came up here
Wait,
disrespecting
hold
Mike
it. You
123
don't
when I
even
spoke.
know. You
You
don't
don't do
even
that.
know
You don't come
Untrack.
up here.
What are you doing?
I know
You don't
Untrack.
even. You don't even know the man. What the? What? Do you know this character, Untrackable?
No, but
Okay.
but
Why
my
is
ammunition,
he attacking? Why is he attacking strangers?
my
What's
my
wrong with him?
ammunition is the truth, and I have truth.
And I'm not attacking him. I've seen him on other panels. I heard him.
Okay, well, you've seen him, but you've never interacted with him. How about leave a good first impression there, Mike?
I'm not here to impress nobody, dude.
Oh, you're not?
You here
Well,
to impress people. I'm
let
here
me
to be
tell you,
me. I'm here to be me.
if you're not here to impress anybody, mission accomplished.
I'm here to be Mike 123. I'm me. I don't give a fuck who
Yes,
like it,
you
who
are.
don't.
You are here to be Mike 123, and you are winning.
And he's getting up here talking. He let another man ask you how his family doing. This man might undercut you and try to take your girl. See, you stupid, untrackable. I
On
think you're
earth are
stupid.
you talking about?
I think you're
My
stupid,
Lord.
untrackable. You don't get on here and talk about your family.
You're
It
thinking
just
he's
give people
stupid and you
ammunition
don't
to use
even
against
know
your
it?
sick ass.
Oh
I
my,
think
oh
it's
my.
I think it's quite all right.
Yeah,
It is so often.
it's Saturday night, and he is apparently Saturday nights are made for fighting. Is that the Elton John song?
Yes, it is.
Apparently, he's taking it to heart. There, Untrackable.
I ain't taking shit to heart. I don't take this shit to
I've
heart.
heard
Y'all
Mike
niggas just in y'all
123.
panties.
I've heard Mike 123 is a huge
You
Elton
heard, but
fan.
it's not
John,
you.
that's
You heard
your
third
boy.
party. It's not the facts. You heard it. You heard it through the grapevine. You remember that song? You ever heard of it? I heard it through
Yes,
the
I do.
grapevine. You ever heard that song?
Yep.
Yeah, it was
I've
the
heard
California
both of 'em.
radio.
Well, shit, I'm not asking you. You speak when you spoken to, G.
Oh, that's right. Saturday night's all right for fighting fighting.
So what I was getting at, the bigger point I was getting at, I hate the disrespect when Stanley let these people up in the middle of my conversation. It throws me for a loop, and
Oh,
that's when I
okay.
get
So
agitated.
I can't let
You
other
can let who
guests
you
up
want up, but
while
don't let
you're
them speak
talking.
when I'm
I
speaking.
got you.
You
I
can let
got you. Little widow Mikey wants to be all selfish and not share.
you can let whoever the fuck you want to let up, Stanley, but don't try to take what I was taking. Don't take
Come
away
on
from
now,
me from what
Mike.
I was saying.
You gotta learn how to share, Mike.
No, you don't tell me what I need to gotta do and all this type of shit. That's what you're not gonna do. See, when you let these simps come up here, like he's probably a bigger simp than you. And I sense he's a Donald Trump supporter is what I sense. You know, I used to be a psychic medium, but I left that alone. But I
You
gave it
broke
up.
your crystal ball, did you?
So what I was trying to say, I think he's a bigger simp than you. He's a Trump supporter, but he's so afraid to come out. That's why I think he's sheltered and he's stuck up under his shed, if that's what you want to call it. I call it a shed because they hide up under the shed like a rat. They hide in your walls. He's one of them Trump supporters. He hides in your walls and he's afraid to come out in the daylight.
Aren't you a Trump supporter?
Donald Trump is the head of Mike 123's life.
Yeah, okay. So let me do a quick
Shout out to
let me
Donald
do a
Trump.
quick commercial here. The Saturday show is blamed on 12th Man, Speak Radio, Dirty Dude, and Deacon Dave. Share the
Did you
blame.
put my name in there?
Mike, this show that Mike
Did you not put my
123
name in there?
is ruining. Oh, that's right. You know what? You're right. My bad.
I support your sick ass even though I don't
Hey,
like you.
hold on. It's an oversight. I've been so
Even
busy
though I don't
talking
like
to you.
you, I support your sick ass.
I've been so busy talking to you, I forgot to credit you. So let's add.
No, you've been so
let's
busy
add-
straddling that fence is what you've been doing.
So what's
You
been
don't
going
believe
on
your
with
own
you,
argument.
Untrackable? It's been a while.
Go ahead and speak, boy.
Yeah, I just I keep it live in these YouTube streets and keep getting different perspectives everywhere I go, and keep living my life the best way I know how, and keep sharing the love every opportunity I get the chance. And today's Valentine's Day. I got
Well, happy
the
Valentine's
opportunity.
Day.
I got the
See, that was
opportunity
queer,
of
you,
time.
Stanley, to tell a man Happy Valentine's Day. That was queer. You got to call it how you see it. You don't tell a man Happy Valentine's Day.
Oh
G.
man, you know what? You don't.
You don't tell no man that, and he didn't have no rebuttal to you. So it just shows the type of rope y'all walking on. Y'all walking a tight rope.
Oh boy,
for sure.
And Mike 123 gonna cut
He
that
is.
bitch every time.
I think.
I can.
I think we need to just put him in the back and just reverse bounty him. People want.
Do what
if
you gotta do,
people-
bitch ass nigga.
I'm about to do it. He is going out of his way.
I'm responding to the queer. When you start talking queer,
And Dirty Dude, salute to you. Thank you for supporting the show. Dirty Dude and Deacon Dave. Speak Radio, 12th Man. Even Mike 123 are all like really good supporters of the show. And I appreciate y'all. By the way, we are almost I think I've had like 10 new subscriptions in the last week. We are 3 short of 300 subscribers. So we are making headway. Almost 300 brave souls supporting Stanley versus the world. So I can only thank everybody for the support.
That's good news to hear. That's good news to hear.
Yeah, we're surviving. We're surviving. And I don't expect this channel to ever be like, Anton Daniels level. But you know what? I have fun doing the show. A lot of people, enjoy dropping by on Saturday night. So it's a good little show.
You are very consistent, and consistency it breeds. That's what breeds the future. Keep
Yeah.
showing up,
Oh,
and if you build it, they will come. Things take time. You know what I mean?
yeah. That is very kind of you. I mean, I've got like 30 people, in the chat, which is fairly rare. So yeah, we're growing. Hey, I had a short a couple days ago that got like almost 2,500 views, which I was like, I thought it was a pretty boring short, but 2,500 views. It did like 2,500 views in 8 hours. So and then it
You,
leveled off. But
you,
yeah,
you,
maybe I should have
if you
been
get the
doing
topic,
shorts all the while.
if you get the topic
See,
right,
this is the shit I don't like. When you start coming up here and you start letting people do this type of shit, Stanley. See, this untrackable guy,
What on
he's a
earth are you
he's a
mad about
character.
now?
He's a character. He's a character, and he's trying to put on this persona like he's just above the line. He's not. He does the same thing you
Wait,
do.
Mike. I've known him
And I
about
don't have a
three, about 3 times longer than I've known you. He's extremely consistent. What is your problem, Mike?
well, I don't have a problem with everything, Stanley. My deal is,
Well, just
I
most
have a
things.
problem.
Not everything,
I have a
just most
problem when
things.
I hear something
What's
that's
up,
a
Nidish?
problem.
What's happening?
I have a
Mike is a
problem when I
drunk, I
hear
think.
something that's a problem.
Last
Mike
night he
is
was
what?
going off on a whole panel of people, alcoholic.
Nowadays, we're not gonna get started on your leprechaun looking ass, G.
Oh my Lord. You
You
know
look
what?
like the leprechaun. You ever heard of that?
I'm getting real close to the
He
reverse
came up here
bounty
talking
here.
about me, Stanley.
Everybody has their signature wrestling move, and mine is about to be the reverse bounty. I'll drop you for free, and they'll have to pay to bring you back.
Don't play that
So
sissy
behave.
role, Stanley. He came up here and dressed me, G. Don't play that sissy role and drop me. If you
So
gonna
what's
drop somebody,
going
drop
on,
him.
Nidish?
I heard somebody up here saying it'll take time. No, I want it now.
Man, fuck Nightish whole ass. I don't
Yeah,
got no respect for that
JG
dude.
Wentworth. I want mine now.
I ain't got no respect for Nightish.
And by the way, actually, Nidish just
He
kind of
can't even get up
reminded
out of his
me.
motherfucking chair.
Anybody, including Mike 123, if you're a content creator, feel free to drop your links in the chat and talk yourself up. You don't have to ask me, just do it. All right. So
Dear supporters, I don't need your people. I'm gonna grow my shit from the ground up. I don't
by
need
the
your
way,
support.
that show that you reviewed with Philosophical and pretty
I ain't review shit.
Yeah,
Who
yeah,
you
yeah.
addressing?
I was gonna say pretty persuasive, pretty
Pretty
intellectual.
intellectual, yeah.
Yeah, Philosophical had a
Night is
huge
just a
problem.
stupid ass.
Philosophical had a huge problem with those women, and he basically did a react to it.
Yeah,
He
it was. Is it still on? I was
I don't know
watching
if
it
it's
earlier.
still on, but I watched it, and he was none too kind to those
Yeah.
young ladies.
Yeah, I heard him. It sounded like a bit of a crash out.
I wouldn't say he crashed, but I will say that they rubbed him the wrong way in a major way.
I thought he called them misandrous B words.
Yes. Well, I know he used the word misandrous. Now, I only watched maybe about an hour, the first hour or so. So, if it devolved from there, I don't know about it.
Yeah, I don't know where I came in. When I came in, though, it was a bit of a crash out. And then he brought some other people up there that
Hold on, we're not
subtly
talking
said the
about
same
this.
thing.
We're not talking about this shit. We're not
we
gonna
are.
do that.
So
That's something we're
anyway,
not gonna do.
go ahead, Nightish. He's a little bit in his teacups.
Yeah. It's some people on here that take things very seriously.
Yeah, fuck
and
you,
they want
Nightish.
to create a structured, ordered, like cultish type environment. And
Right.
you'll see those people every now and then that what they have to say is super important, so everybody be quiet and all of the stuff. But it is what it is.
Yeah, you a crybaby. Grow up. Grow up. You an
The
old
only one
ass simp.
crying up here
Grow
is
up.
you,
You a
alcoholic.
crybaby. You a
Are you running
crybaby.
out of booze?
You a crybaby. You a crybaby. Mike never run out of what I need. That's fact. It's just facts.
You
I never
need
run out. Never run out.
therapy. You
Never
need
run out.
therapy.
Hey, I feel bad because Untrackable is such a nice guy.
Man, fuck untrackable. Nobody got sympathy for these motherfuckers, Stanley. You the only person got sympathy for these motherfuckers that come on here.
Well, I've known some of these
Just
quote
because you know them
motherfuckers
don't
for a
mean
while.
just
When you've
because you know
known
'em-
people, for a little while, even on YouTube, you tend to, be friends with them. And it's kind of what happens when you're not an asshole, Mike. I mean, I'm
just
a
because you
I'm a
know them
big
don't
enough
mean they have your
asshole on
best.
my own. But dude, you are teaching me new tricks, and I'm an old dog.
Just because you know
Shout
these
out to
people
you,
don't
Mike,
mean
for
they
being
have their
a
best
person that's able
interests
to
at heart.
teach.
Just because you know these people don't mean they have their best interests at
Even
heart.
hey, even Solid Snake is asking what you're talking about.
Man, fuck Solid Snake.
You know,
Solid Snake know what it is.
you are off the rails when Solid Snake is like, what is he talking about?
Fuck
Solid.
Solid
It's
Snake. Solid
solid.
Snake know what
Solid.
it
Me and
is.
you both drink, and I don't know what he's talking about either.
Solid Snake know what
Listen,
it is. You don't
I'm
know what I'm
talking
talking
about
about because you're too
subscriber
stupid to comprehend
supremacy.
it.
So
You don't know what I'm
my
talking
link
about
is in
because
the
you're too
chat. Go
stupid.
subscribe to the layer. We on our
Look,
way back.
that's all he do. He a clout chaser.
Yeah, that's everybody on here literally are trying to gain followers and but here's the thing about what I can say
You're a
about
clout chaser,
Stanley.
G.
Stanley is
My
on here
Lord.
actually trying to teach you dummy something and y'all fighting against it. He should have 1,000 subscribers instead of 3.
I don't know. I don't know that teaching is exactly the word, but Mike, please, before you go into your
He's a
diatribe,
clout chaser.
have you subscribed to Nidus's channel? If not, please do. And Untrackable, please. I think you're subscribed, aren't you?
I'm not subscribing to that shit. Fuck.
Nidus has a new channel, and please subscribe to Nidus's show.
He a clout chaser. I'm not subscribing to that bullshit. Fuck.
Okay, we're all clout chasers. People
I don't understand why I don't get it.
People actually want subscribers to their channel. So, I mean, tell us about the obvious. We're all clout chasers if you're a content creator.
That's false because I started my channel and I got 200 subscribers with that. I didn't come on here clout chasing.
I have a question for you, Mike. Mike, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Doing that.
Are you comfortable with having conversations, brother?
I didn't come on here.
Are you comfortable with having conversations, brother? Can I ask you a question, drunk?
I got 300 or 400 subscribers already.
Mike 1, 2, 3. Do you mind having a conversation?
I had a conversation, but don't get into the
so this is what I want to ask you. Why do you show up to places with people you don't necessarily agree with?
I come up here for the difference of
opinion.
opinion.
Not here. I think you like Stanley. Last night, I want to clarify it so you can answer what I'm actually asking you. So last night you popped up on. Wait 1 second. Last night you popped up on Entwine channel to talk to him about his sexual proclivities.
I popped up on there. I popped up on there since
that's clout chasing. That's clout chasing.
No,
Nidus, was he
See, Nidus, you a fool.
Curious?
That's not clout chasing.
He was sounding curious.
No, see, Nidus, you a fool. You an old fool. You don't know the difference between.
What was the first thing you asked
and you don't know
when you got on the panel?
You tell me what's the first thing Mike asked the gay boy?
You asked him, was he that?
Yeah, I did. And you want to know why?
That's curiosity.
Do you want to know why I asked him that?
No, I don't. I'm never going to ask somebody if they're that. That's curiosity, though. So Stanley asked me a question, and I answered it by saying, yes, you came up there curious.
You so fucking stupid, Nidus. I asked him the question because the reason why Mike wants
you wanted to know. That's why people ask.
I was hoping Mike had asked, "Are you experienced?" like,
See, this the type
like
of queer shit
what
y'all
was
get
it?
into,
It's
but when
The
it's
y'all
a
when
tables
Jimi
y'all
turn,
hear
Hendrix.
Mike.
somebody
The tables
see
have
Stanley
turned.
drop me to
Is that
listen to
The
Jimi
this
tables have
shit.
Hendrix?
turned.
Are you
See,
experienced? Wasn't that an album, a Jimi Hendrix album?
the reason why I ended up on this channel is because Slick told me to go. I ain't never heard nothing about the dude.
A
And he
dude
was
named
putting on
Slick told you to go to a man
he was
who
Oh
has
he
my
was putting
God,
questionable.
on
you did
he was
what?
putting on
Wait,
the
hold
impression
on,
of somebody else.
Lawrence, please tell me Mike didn't do that.
Oh yes, he did. He eventually got
Oh
around to
my
that.
God. Oh, dude, you know what? Entwine and I are not buddies, but motherfucker, what kind of fucking monster are you, Mike? God damn. Dude, not alcohol can't make you into that kind of monster. You know what? I'm how did Entwine take it?
He
How's
said
that
he let
being a
him get it
monster,
off
Stanley,
last
for
night.
telling the truth? God don't like queers. God don't
Mike,
like
didn't he tell
queers.
you?
How is
Mike,
that?
one
How
question,
is
Hey,
that?
brother. One
Mike,
question.
wait,
Mike,
hold on. Mike, seriously, Mike, I'm about to drop your ass simply because you're a monster. So what you want to do is you want to fucking stand down or I'm going to bounce you. This is fair warning. I mean, literally, it's not that I'm Entwine's buddy, but dude, I don't know that I want to spend my Saturday night with a goddamn monster.
How's
So
it being a monster, Stan?
motherfucker. No. I'm dead fucking serious. You better wind it the fuck down, or you can go over to your channel and start it up.
Stanley, fuck you, G. You don't run Mike.
Okay. Well, tell you what, that is the last fuck you for the night. You can, if anybody wants Mike to come back, he's already contributed $10. So, oh well, he's gone. So I guess he is gonna go back to his monster's lair. But $10 to bring Mike back if he comes back. If he doesn't, fine. Yeah, and I hate to I hate to sound like that kind of, bleeding heart liberal, but dude, that sent fucking I can't believe he fucking did that. That's disgusting. All right, well, now that little chatty Kathy is gone, we'll just move on. So what have you been doing all day? Today was like Black Historian Day Part 2. There will be another Black Historian Day next Saturday, and I think there's a Saturday after that. But today was we're talking a little bit about how the cotton
Oh
industry.
yeah, I was over here earlier too. I was over
Oh,
here
were you?
yesterday too when we were starting to talk about it.
Yeah, look, the book actually was recommended to me, and it has sharpened up some things. It has taught me some things, and it's been quite a while since I've read a history book like, gee, I didn't know this. So, that's why I've been talking about it.
Okay.
And what was, if you could say one major takeaway?
Well,
What
I
were you
didn't
learning?
realize I didn't realize that cotton basically was a precursor to the actual industrial revolution. Cotton, in the way it was mechanically weaved, basically gave rise. It not only gave rise mechanically. They had to invent a lot of new technology to make the yarn and actually weave the cloth. Water power, cotton mills. The water power. Um, it was other than mills, the grist mills and stuff like that have been around for a while. But water power is one of the first industries that was water powered in mills. Um, England wound up being like the biggest cotton cloth producer in the world. Started out as India. Well, the biggest thing is cotton weaving basically sprouted up in 5 different parts of the world independent of each other. Like parts of Mexico, cotton grew. They started weaving cloth and spinning the yarn. Um, it spontaneously popped up in West Africa, spontaneously popped up in India, in China. Just independent. Humans figured out how to do it, and cotton, uh, native to those 4 areas that I mentioned. It wasn't native to the Southeast. It was basically transplanted, but the U.S. Southeast became the biggest raw cotton producer, and the bulk of it got shipped to England. I always thought that cotton basically went to the North textile mills in New England. No, the majority of it went to England, and England basically took over the world cotton market. It started off in India, Portugal, and other European countries. India was the biggest producer at the beginning, wound up after a couple 250 years. England wound up being the biggest weaver and spinner of cotton. And then the other thing that I learned is that a lot of slaves were bought with cotton. Cotton cloth was currency. And even though West Africa had a cotton weaving culture, they preferred the Indian textiles. It was just, I don't know, it was just superior for one reason or another. So a lot of cotton was used as currency to buy African slaves. And there was essentially at the beginning of the triangle trade, there was a fourth side, which was India to West Africa. I didn't know that.
That's crazy.
Oh, it is, and I'm only like 15% through the book. So
think about it. We had slaves picking cotton and slaves being bought with cotton.
Well, the thing is slaves actually had expertise in cotton, cultivating it. I mean, slaves, the rice culture in South Carolina, it was West African slaves who were specifically brought here because they had a rice culture and knew how to cultivate it. Same thing with indigo in South Carolina. There was a cotton culture because cotton was raised and woven in West Africa. It's just they preferred the Indian version of it. Then eventually they preferred the European or English version of it. It's fascinating. I hadn't been that kind of enthused about learning from a history book because I read a lot of U.S. history. This empire of cotton is really cotton was also like a world market. In England, literally, they built their markets. They literally took over the cotton market and they used colonialism to expand their cotton market. So colonial, I guess I knew it was economic, but it was more economic than I realized when, at the beginning, Europeans were buying Indian cloth and selling it. In the end, India was buying cloth from England. England literally took their technology, their water, their spinning technology. At the beginning, they stole technology for weaving from Asia, and at the end, they built mills in India. It's crazy. So anyway, the book is there. We were in the middle of this guy. He wrote the book, but I don't think we're going to make it through the end. It was all ruined by Mike 123.
Yeah, he's a what we call the derailer.
No, I have to say, Saturdays devolve. It's kind of expected because we are fairly serious during the week, and the fuckery starts on Saturday night. So Mike has been this week's agitator / initiator.
Well, shout out to Mike for going to all these different places and saying that he's not clout chasing.
Hey, this is pretty funny. Queen Sunkiss says, "All right, Stanley, thanks for the history lesson. Thanks for finally dropping Mike. I'm going to sleep now." Damn,
Mm,
Mike moves markets.
there we go.
Well, he did a good job here. I actually got up to like 32 people in the chat, which is like a record for me.
Yeah, next time do better, people.
Oh no, you know what? I'm almost up to 300 subscribers, so I'm happy. Last week I was at like 270 something, so I've gotten.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You know me, I'm never gonna be a big channel, but I appreciate the
Well,
special people
we
who.
supposed to speak life into our world. Never say you're not going to be something. You never know.
Well, that's true. You know, and since I brought up philosophical, I guess let's see here. I don't know. I just didn't think when you reviewed it, I didn't think it was that bad. And I subscribed to philosophical because I thought the way he critiqued John Galt was just extremely just it was really insightful. You know, he gave me stuff to think about, and I had no clue that he had certain views.
Yeah, it sounds like pro-black, but he doesn't call it that.
I wouldn't say he was pro-black. I would say he had some very interesting ideas about celebrity culture. I personally think that celebrities like Cardi B are not like us. Why people are fascinated with the ins and outs of Cardi B and Stefan or whatever his
She's
name
just
is.
in media, period. Because that's the other conversation. Like they were saying last night, she is not black, but they call her black. The same with Nicki Minaj, she's Trinidadian. And then I was before I came up here, I was going through the whole. They say they don't speak English. They speak a patois form of English. So they say English words just with a patois.
Some of the patois are French also.
Yeah. But the ones I was hearing, it's like they talking backwards with a funny
And
accent.
Spanish, for that matter. I forgot about that.
Yeah. It depends on, and then it depends on that too. Because when I was younger, I wasn't able to distinguish, Mexican, El Salvadorian, and all the things that look like,
Well, I tend to be a little bit less into all that tether stuff. I don't
Yeah.
think it's just not how I think. I think that again, it's kind of a historical perspective. They're all African. More slaves went to Brazil and the Caribbean than ever made it to the United States. You could make the claim that they have a closer relationship or closer proximity to their African heritage than a lot of American blacks do. There was a whole lot less miscegenation. So
I think the
I
tether comes in.
I don't have a problem calling Nicki Minaj black if she identifies as black, and I don't have a problem with Cardi B if she identifies as black. Then she's
They
black.
don't.
Oh, they don't.
No,
Okay.
they just fit in the culture. Before Cardi B got her success and got her teeth fixed and all other stuff, she used to call black women in particular roaches.
Didn't she kind of go back on that though? Because as far as I know, his Cardi prefers black men, it seems.
Yes, but that's the thing. She prefers black men, but she's on black women's head as being better. See, I don't mind if here's the thing. If you don't want to be with a black woman, you're a black man, that's cool. As long as you don't go to those people and then disparage your people.
I see.
So I wouldn't have no problem if somebody was provoking her, and then that's what it was. She wasn't being provoked. She just preferred the men and talk crazy to the women.
I see.
On some I'm better than you stuff.
Because I personally, I personally don't. Oh shoot! Hold on one sec. What did I do? I look. I I think that um, these celebrities are not like us. I've never really paid much attention other than, that's interesting. Like sitting here and having a long conversation on Stefan Diggs. Is that his name or Biggs? Um,
Diggs.
yeah, I sitting
With
here
two
and
G's.
wasting, thinking about the ins and outs of their relationship. There are a couple things that I just found interesting. He Philosophical thinks, I don't know, I guess we should review some of it. I find a lot of his points. He made a point about, well, who is more valuable, I guess, to society? Would it be someone like Stefan Diggs or would it be Cardi B? And I don't think you can make that comparison. I have a problem when people
Neither
start.
one of them.
Well, I have a problem when people start comparing human value. Like, is this person more valuable than that person? You
Oh
can't.
yeah,
I mean,
I understand what you're
life
saying.
is life is priceless. How do you compare two priceless things? There's for someone who is philosophical or some sort of sophical, there's some philosophical kind of, uh, I don't know what you would call them. Some things that don't sound very philosophical. You don't compare the worth of two human beings. You can't compare two priceless things.
Yeah, I
So
agree with that.
there were some things that I just found kind of, I don't want to use the word reprehensible, but concerning.
Yeah, I had a conversation about that one time because somebody was talking about whores. And I was saying, so, okay, you call this person a whore. So does that mean that they are now dehumanized, that you've objectified them? Because that's how, crimes happen.
Well, it means that that person just has a weak mind. And if you can't respect the, if you can't handle the word, you don't need to be anywhere.
The person that's saying the word or the person that's being called the word?
Both. I think you're sad for calling it the word if you can't stand on you calling them the word, and if the person that you called the word to can
Oh, you know
accept
what?
it,
I forgot it. Didn't I put a bounty on you?
fuck your
Damn it.
bounty. I'm here.
I am the worst entrepreneur. I'm the worst
Well, I'm
internet
trying to have a
entrepreneur
conversation with
ever.
the leprechaun for once.
Dude, he's taller than you.
He's not. He's not taller than me, Stanley. That's a fact.
I think he is. Aren't you like
How tall are you,
5'7"?
Nuttish?
Aren't you
Huh?
5'7"?
What was the question, Mike?
How tall are you?
6'2".
You a goddamn lie. You sit your fat ass in that goddamn chair.
Oh my
You a
God.
goddamn lie.
Dude, you know what? I'm sorry, dude. That's just God damn it. Okay, well, if y'all want untrackable, see, you drove untrackable away. Look, I brought Mike back up, not thinking, and I was like, well, he's here now. We'll just let it go. But dude, I owe you 10 minutes. So if anybody wants to see Mike back up here before he's ready to spend his $10 on his 10 minutes, it'll be $10 to bring it back for a total of 20. Let me double check with Mike right quick. Mike, do you want your 10 minutes now?
I don't want it now. I'll reserve it and I'll wait.
Yeah, well, keep reserving it and you're going to
He's
lose it.
submissive.
So,
Shout out to Mike being submissive to Stanley.
See, we
all
let these
right. Well,
queers like Nightdish. We let
you don't want to take it now, so you just hang out. I will try and make sure you get your 10
Yeah,
minutes.
Mike, you can take it later.
If you want Mike back up here before he's ready to use his 10 minutes, because he's going to have to take those minutes consecutive. We're not going to be doing reserving time and all that stuff. When you want your 10 minutes, you're going to take the whole 10 minutes and be done with it. If you want Mike back up here in the general conversation, audience or Mike, it's $10. I'm sorry, I can't take this sort of belligerence and insulting, folks that I'm letting up like this. It's a little much. So anyway, I was saying there're just some things that I'm kind of shocked. I mean, as thoughtful as Ilosophical was with his critique of John Galt, I'm just kind of surprised that this is the critique he gives of these young ladies up there. And it's not me simping. I just think it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't
No, we
matter.
heard your feelings about Boheme. You don't have to change it now because
Well, I mean, I've never talked to Boheme. It's really just a crush. It's not like I'm not defending her honor. And quite frankly, she's not the cutest person on the panel, but I just kind of like her style.
Okay.
The way he went in on pretty
Intellectual.
Intellectual, I thought was a little unfair too. So let's because I thought it was an hour. I listened to almost 30 minutes. I'm going to backtrack it a little bit. Oh, and by the way, I was in his chat and got a gift membership. Somebody bought like 10 gift memberships and one of them, came to me. So I guess I'm a member now.
And it's like, we're just going to make her.
At least for now.
We're just going to make her. And it's like, it's really people that's really artists. You know what I'm saying? That don't get those pushes. So it's like, to me, she just shifted this economy to a world where a woman can become something just from being a sexual object. And now she's on the same level as real artists, real Grammy winners, real award winners, like real composers. It's like now she's shoulder to shoulder with them. And I think it bled into society where now you got women who, because they look a certain way, but they got followers, so they get views, and they think they're on the same level of value
Damn
as
it.
an engineer, as a doctor, as a lawyer.
All right. I hate to stop this because I don't like stopping every 2 minutes. Mike, damn it, paid his bounty. Damn it. So let me
he's submissive and he pays. Shout out to Mike.
Yeah. But I'm going to reserve it because I may have to refund it. If it gets too much, I'll just refund the fucking money. Give me 1 sec here, Mike. Let me edit. So Mike times 2. Man, MOT, what's up? Hold on 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. What's up, MOT? Welcome back, Mike.
Hey, Stanley, another thing I hate about you is just a quick critique and I'll land the plane.
So you came all the way up here to tell me why you hate me?
It's not hate towards you, it's a hate towards what you do. So, I think Stanley...
no Mike, no peace. That's funny.
Okay,
what's up,
whatever
Chris?
you want to call it. So what I was going to say, and I'll make it real quick and land this plane. But one thing I hate about you, Stanley, is the fact that and it's your channel. You got to run it. I respect.
Okay, how long is this going to take, Mike?
Oh, it's gonna take a couple of seconds, a couple of minutes at most. A couple of minutes. It's not gonna be long. As long as you don't interrupt. And what makes it longer is when you start interrupted or when your bootlickers start interrupted. That's what make Mike. I have to respond to the shit I hear. I'm sorry. I'm not just gonna let anybody say nothing and not respond. Come on, G. But in regards to you,
Yeah, because that would be self-control.
So in regards to you, Stanley, what I came up here for is I had to tell you, you got to do what you got to do here, but don't silence me and agree with these. I don't want to call it a name. Goddamn. And Mike 123 Harley.
Let me interrupt you right quick. Folks, somebody sent me a Cash App with the initials NK, and for some reason it's not registering. So that's what I'm asking. I want to make sure
Stanley,
everybody gets credited.
Stanley, I rock with you, Stanley, but you got to understand, G. I'm not your typical. Yeah, I don't try to come up here and be smarty arty. You could call me dumb or whatever, illiterate. I don't know shit. You can call me that, but I don't come up here for
No,
that.
you just talk too much.
Well, that's your problem. You don't have to be here.
Vice
That's a
versa.
you
Oh
problem.
no!
Vice
Hey,
versa.
hold on. Actually, he does need to be here, and you don't. So stop it.
But that's a him problem, Stanley.
No, it's not a him, Mike. When you are off the panel, things calm down, and people are actually able to make headway and talk about stuff. It's a Mike problem.
That's fine.
And I
I
don't
bring
mean
life to your channel.
MIC,
I try
I
to
mean
show you a different side of life.
MIKE.
I bring life to your channel. I try to show you a different side
Yeah,
of life.
different. It's
Oh, yes, but
annoying.
not all life is equal. Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. We just agreed that it's not equal, but it's important.
And you
No,
see
no,
how
no.
you motherfuckers just
No.
can't be quiet when I
Look,
talk? You
not
see
all
that?
life is equal. I'm not talking
You
value.
motherfuckers
I'm not
just can't be
comparing
quiet when I
value.
talk, and you
Do
haven't
I
set the
want
time.
do I want street life or do I want country club
You
life?
motherfuckers haven't
I
set the time
choose
to you,
I
Stanley, and
choose
they get up here
country
and you
club.
give them the right to speak. These
You're
motherfuckers
supposed to
don't
respect
support
the
you.
host, though.
They just want to come up here.
When
They
the
just
host
want to
Yeah,
come up
a
here and
lot of
at
promote.
people
least respect the host.
don't seem
Fuck
to
the
be
host.
able to understand that. Mike gets drunk and belligerent. He just doesn't care. And I'm trying to teach him not to.
You can't teach me shit. Fuck the host. Just because y'all bootlick them don't
Yeah,
mean I gotta do it.
we gotta teach our kids
Don't mean
better.
I gotta do it. Don't mean I gotta
Well,
do
he's
it.
my
Just because y'all
grandkid.
bootlick it, don't mean I gotta do it.
Ah,
You see, y'all cry up and y'all kiss Stanley feet. Y'all kiss his feet. And then when I come up here and say Donald Trump is the head of my life, you got a problem with it.
no, we understand you submissive to men and you'll pay. We agree with that part. So that's
See,
another man you
your
submissive to.
problem. The reason why I send Stanley money is because I feel sorry for him. I know he got to pay his rent. The government
Feel
don't
sorry
give
for
him
me
a lot.
too. I gotta pay mine too.
Fuck, I don't like you, Nightish. I told
Hey,
you that. I
just
don't
out
like
of
you.
curiosity, did you contribute to Entwine's show?
I don't like queers. Why would I send a queer money?
Oh my lord, he let you up on the panel for starters.
And then he dropped me soon after. As soon as he let me up, he dropped me. As soon
Oh,
as I said,
I wonder why
as soon
he
as I
dropped
said he was
you.
going to hell.
That's not the
I
truth.
wonder
It is the
why he
truth.
dropped
Play
you.
it back. Play it back. It is the truth. As soon as I said he
Holy
was going to
shit.
hell for being
Holy
queer, and
cow,
it's
wait,
the truth.
hold it. Hey, guess what? I fucking hit 300 subscribers.
He gonna burn in hell for
Damn.
being queer.
Wow.
Let's acknowledge this. I don't think I have my applause over here. Let's give him an air
You come
horn.
up on all these
No,
panels trying
I
to make,
actually have
trying to be
applause.
smart. Dude, you not
Wow.
smart.
Shout out to
Take
the
a look at
people that
this.
got
Nightish
my
come up
man
here
up to
trying to
300
play all smart like he's
subscribers.
smart. This nigga
Well,
sit up here
I
and
Mike,
think
snore on
Mike,
camera.
this is for you, Mike.
I think
Nah,
you
fuck.
being up here might have had something to do with it. Well, hey, all I have to say is I have to thank everybody. I am truly gratified. So,
Yeah, shout out to y'all.
yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
See, Nightish, fuck
I
you.
do
You
want to.
come
I
up
do
here
want
to
to
get
get back
clout,
to
Nightish. That's what you do.
philosophical at some point because I think,
You a clout
like I
chaser.
said, his
At least Stanley
analysis,
don't.
his critique of John Galt was so good. I subscribed to his show just because I thought, well, damn, this dude, is a thinker. So it's a little
At least
disappointing.
Stanley don't clout chase. At least he don't do that. Stanley don't clout chase like Nightish. I can
Oh,
give
for
you that. You
God's
don't
sake,
clout chase.
dude! This is Stanley Sparta, and that's pretty
I
funny
can give you
untrackable.
that. I can give
I
you that,
think
Stanley.
I think
You
that's
don't clout chase like the
that's
rest
a
of them.
show title.
Now, if you're in an argument with somebody, you might say, "Hey, drop by my channel and argue with me there." But you don't get up here like 90s leprechaun looking ass and ask people to support his channel
Did you
and
just talk
always.
about my rear?
Nigga, fuck you. 90s, I don't have no respect for you, G.
Yeah, this is gonna get old, Mike.
You the scum of the earth for me, 90s. Real shit.
Okay, thank you, Mike. So
Yeah,
back
and
to
fuck whatever your supporters got to say. Fuck them. I'm Mike 123, nigga. I stand on 10, G.
Nobody knows you. Shout out to you though.
You know me, you address me, bitch.
Yeah. Now, the one thing I do have to say is we all know this is performative.
Completely.
He's really, he can't be that vile. Can he?
I am that vile, Stanley. I'm a violent nigga, dude. I
Are
work
you
every day.
an A, I, E, or a U?
See, and I hate when fools like Nighters come up here try to dictate some shit and try to run some shit. I hate when he do that. He had T ban me
I
the other
don't
day.
think he
Well, she didn't
is.
ban me. She
I
dropped me
think he
because
is
of Nighters
fine.
simping
I
ass.
actually think you are the problem, Mike.
Well, that's what you think. I think y'all are the problem. Y'all as a collective.
Spell it.
No. Oh, so as a collective, we're a problem.
You guys are a problem, Stanley. And the reason why I come here,
Well, I'm
and
gonna take your word for it,
the reason
little
why I come
Mikey.
here and I send you money because I feel sorry for you. I know you got to pay your rent, and the government don't send you enough.
Well, you know what?
Well,
All
like you
I can do is tell you how much I defend.
Night is just mad
on you,
because I
Mike.
won't come to his
Mike,
channel
can we
and boost his channel.
Can we set up
That's
like
why
a
Night
direct
is just mad.
deposit deal? Can we set up a direct deposit?
Just say yes.
Hello. You know, I love that you support the show, and I want to depend on you
No,
more.
Stanley, but you got to understand,
Can
Stanley.
you
I'm
just
not
set up
trying to
like a
dictate your
direct
show,
deposit to my Cash App weekly?
Stanley. But you got to understand, I'm not trying to disrespect
Listen,
your show
you
in
don't
any
have to
type of
flirt
way. G.
this hard. You
Oh,
can
all
flirt
right.
like this in the DM
I'm
or
not trying to
something.
disrespect your show in any way. Gee, I support channels I don't even go on. I send them money.
Oh, so
I don't
I'm
even
really
go on
offended
some of these
now.
channels and I
Now
send
you
them
didn't
money.
offended me. All the other stuff didn't offend me. You send money to other channels.
See, Mike,
Oh yes,
Mike
I'm
123,
pissed off
money is not
now.
a problem for Mike
Now it's F
123.
you, shrimp.
You niggas simp over money and these females that come on here and you mad because Mike 123 real enough
Let
to
me
come
help
on
y'all
here
see.
and tell your bullshit.
Hold on. There
Let me-
are a whole lot worse things to simp on. I like women.
That's what he's mad
What's wrong
about.
with that? What's wrong with that?
Nothing is wrong. I don't think you like women, Stanley. You got to stop lying to yourself.
Whoa.
You and Nightish, y'all have to stop lying to yourself.
Hey, I haven't been up on Inchmon's
Whoa.
panel yet. You have.
These
Ask
women
me
come on
questions.
here.
Okay, listen to what I said. I did not go up to Antoine's channel and inquire about the lifestyle. So you might want to be real careful there, Mike. Mike, what you don't want to do is get my troll engine running because I will crush you. What you want to do is take a deep breath.
Sound like Mike want to be crushed.
I don't have to do that,
Yeah,
Stanley.
well, I don't
Needs
mean
to
like
spend
that.
money
I know
and
shit
want to be
about it.
crushed.
Entwine
Mike,
or whatever you want to call them.
Mike,
Entangle.
Mike, you know what I'm capable of. I'm in a good mood, trying to be magnanimous, celebrating that we reached a 300 subscriber milestone. I just want to be cool and chill out. You're doing too much, son.
Well, Stanley, fuck your mood and fuck how you feeling right now. I'm trying to tell you.
Look at
I
this
wouldn't know-
dude.
The reason why I went to Antoine is
This
because
motherfucker is just
Slick didn't
pouring
tell me he was gay.
gasoline on the fire.
Slick didn't
What
tell
is
me
up
that
with
the
this?
guy was gay. I had to go over there and I called him out on it.
You had to go and find out, huh?
Yeah, I don't think you called him
Slick
out.
said-
It sounds
Slick
like
said, man,
it
Slick
sounds
said-
like it sounds like what we old people call bi-curious.
See, you done lost your motherfucker.
You know, you just said you were divorced, and all of a sudden you were inquiring into some alternative lifestyles.
Whoa, I didn't know all of this.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but
In 2026, you don't have to lie anymore.
That's right. You might just want to temper. You might want to cool your jets with that stuff, son.
Spend it how you want, Stanley. It
Like
means
I
nothing at the end of the day.
said, there's not that there's anything wrong with that, but you might want to cool your jets.
Spend it how you want. I don't engage in it. I'm here to call it out. I'm here to call you queers out. Y'all a bunch of queers. Y'all a bunch of queers.
We didn't
y'all
did
do.
All right, well,
last night. We didn't do any bi-curious stuff though, like you. You did some bi-curious stuff
You
last
was
night,
over there
Mike.
watching Mike 123 so hard.
I
wasn't you?
left. Once
No,
I
you didn't
heard you,
leave.
I
You
left.
didn't leave. You was
I
over
couldn't
there.
believe the level of
But
flirting you was doing.
oh,
I did a show, sir. I got away from all of that.
no, you a goddamn lie. Not that you was over there trying to get up in the man back in. Come on, G.
How you know about that?
Come on, G. You was over there just like you come up here try to get in Stanley back in. You try to pull it on John, but he a real nigga, and y'all hate it.
Oh, that's your real boyfriend. Okay.
And shout out to Donald Trump, who's the head of my life.
Why you need all these men ahead of your life?
I don't respond to stupidness. Neither does you look like a leprechaun, and you gotta own up to the fact that you just go around clout chasing. G, you gotta respect that. That's what you do. You specialize in clout chasing, and you're not good at it. You're not good at it. All you do is you go on these panels. Hey, y'all, I got a
Are
new
you
channel.
good at it?
Every time one of your channels
Let me
gets
talk
struck
like you
down,
talk. Are you
every
good
time
at
one of
it?
your channels gets struck down, you go begging.
Are
Hey,
you
y'all
good at
support
it?
my channel. I got a new channel. Fuck you,
Yeah,
Nutty.
but it's
I'm not
reciprocity.
scared of you, G.
You scared of something though.
I'm not scared of you, G. I gotta call your weak
You
ass out. I
scared of
know a
something though.
weak motherfucker when I see one P. And P for you mean pussy.
Wow.
That's a
'Cause
brave drunk
you
right
ain't no
there.
player. You ain't no player. You ain't no player. I
You a
gotta call
brave
this shit
drunk.
how
You
I
sound
see
like
it.
one of those guys that like to get beat up by people.
Well,
Is that your
you could
kink?
say what I sound like. You could tell me what I
Is that
talk
your
like.
kink?
At the end of the day, it's the
You
truth.
like being verbally
At the end of the
abused
day,
by a
it's the truth.
man? You want a man to verbally abuse you? Is that your thing?
All
This
y'all do
is
is resort to gay
slowly,
talk. That's all y'all do.
slowly
Y'all
spinning out
resort
of
to the gay
control.
talk. Y'all resort to the gay talk
You
like
ever
y'all running,
seen?
like
Have you
y'all
ever
just
seen those old World War II footage things? Those newsreels
slavery
Yeah,
never
where
yeah,
the
existed. Fuck
bomber,
World
the
War II.
bomber
There's
gets
no
hit
history.
over Germany,
There's no
and
history.
yes.
History
and the
dies when that.
crew can't bail out because it's a slow flat spin and gravity's pinning them to the walls. That's kind of how I feel with Mike on this panel. It's a flat spin, and I'm just helpless. I want to bail, but can't quite do it.
You cotton
Centripetal force.
picking. You
Centripetal
cotton
force.
picking.
Exactly.
You cotton
Exactly.
picking people or
It's
something
like
else, man.
they go down with the plane because they can't get out.
You hoes, y'all act just like the simulator pilot, whether you want to believe it or not.
Well,
The only
Lawrence, let me talk to Lawrence right quick. Yeah, I did an interview way back when months ago with 777. I was the first interview he did, and I don't know what 777 did to Entwine, but
Oh,
because I did that.
that's what the show was about last night, Stanley.
Oh, really?
So in 777 had some conversation about 50-year-olds being with 17-year-olds. And then he called Entwine the same thing that
Stanley,
Mike
you can't tell Mike
123 did.
123.
Okay, well, because I had an interview with him, that stink has apparently rubbed off on me. So Entwine is not a fan. I didn't even know who Entwine was, to be honest, but he'll get over it. I'm not the biggest fan of 777. You know, but so it goes.
It is what it is.
Yeah,
He'll
man, fuck
get
all this
over it.
bullshit y'all talking, my nigga. See, y'all gotta understand the fact y'all act just like the very same people y'all talk about. And you think you're gonna get somewhere with
All
that?
I care about is the clout, Mike.
Not as
I'm
you a
over here
clout
for
chaser.
the clout.
You a
All
clout
I care
chaser.
about is the clout.
He has
Not
been
as you the
partying
scum of the earth to Mike
No,
123.
listen, Stan.
Okay, Mike,
Mike 23.
it's more than beer that you're on, son. Beer doesn't do that to a fella. You have literally been speaking in a run-on sentence for hours now. What else you imbibing there, son?
I don't do shit but drink, man.
No one believes you.
Well, you ain't gotta believe it, nigga. I'm telling you, that's what I do. Just because y'all on dope or whatever you want to call it, just because y'all think that
You
way,
on a
y'all
different kind of
y'all
D though.
project your feelings
You
and
on a
your
different
doing
kind of
on
D. No, we're
everybody else.
just listening to you.
Nope, you project your feelings and what you do
I
on
was
everybody
hoping
else.
to get
That's what you do.
philosophical here. I need to
Fuck
add him. I need
philosophical. I was
to
speaking in the 90s.
add
The
him
simping,
to.
clout chasing, leprechaun looking bitch. I was speaking in the 90s. Fuck in the rest of these motherfuckers.
You like to
don't
talk
really-
to a lot, don't you?
I
I
don't
don't like
really
90s,
know
and he keep running.
philosophical,
90s
so
always run
I
from
don't
Mike
know that I
123.
really
He
want
always run.
to.
His leprechaun ass can't sit up there and just take it. That's what he do. He
Whoa,
he
that's what
motherfuckers.
you do.
Take that.
You
Take
sit
that.
up there and just take it.
See, that's
Let
what you
me.
do. And now these motherfuckers, they try to flip and switch people words, but they can't respect the fact they can't be real with themselves. You queer, own it. I'm here to call you out on it. We see it. It's plain as day. We see
Who is
it.
we? Who is we?
We see it. Me and the people and the people who are on my level, we see it.
Mm-hmm.
You could call me drunk.
So,
You could call me stupid.
let me
In
add
electrical,
philosophical to this.
whatever you want to call it. But Mike 123, I ain't gonna back down for you hoe ass niggas, man. 90s, you a fool, dude. You a fool.
Oh Lord.
And Stanley, I got a little respect for you, Stanley, because the reason, and it's just a little. The reason why I have a
Stanley's the
little
kind of guy
respect,
you can be submissive to and give money to. I can
the
appreciate
reason
that.
why I got a
I'm
little
not a
respect
hater.
for you, Stanley, because you don't go around throwing your channel, throwing your weight. Yeah,
You
you might
in
go on
violation
another panel
of
and say,
all
hey,
that reckless eyeballing
Stanley,
and going to other
Stanley,
men's
you
panels,
might go
ask
on
them about
another
their
panel and say,
sexuality.
hey,
You out of
if
pocket.
you know, these people don't want you to argue on their panel. The reason why I rock with you, Stanley, because you got a little,
You just let you babble like this.
you got a little giddy up in your hip
Well, you know,
tell
I
them,
can get up and
What you say about his hips?
come over to my channel and argue with me on my channel. You know, when people try to silence you, Stanley, like you do everybody else, it hurts your little nerves, don't it?
His little wow.
Yeah,
This
I'm
is
real.
crazy.
I'm real. I'm
That's
besides
why I
myself.
rock with. That's why I rock with
I'm
Mr. John
besides
Galt.
myself with emotion right now, Mike. You're
That's why
hurting
I
my
rock with
feelings.
John Galt. John Galt don't block me, and T
John
she
Galt.
do me
Half
right.
the time, John Galt is
Shout out to John Galt.
comfortably numb.
T do me right, but she only drop me when this leprechaun looking nigga come up here complaining and crying. That's when she
You
drop me.
you don't like that? That's too much power for one black man.
I'm not trying to get with the lady. The lady is married. The lady is married.
Nobody said anything like that. I said, do you not like the me having the
You know
power?
what? I'm not gonna be mean. I won't go there.
The lady is be mean, nigga. Stand on 10.
No.
See, you a lame, Stanley. That's why I tell you. You speak your mind. Stop
You
hiding
want
behind.
somebody to talk dirty to you, Mike?
See, this
Well,
nigga
that's not
queer.
what-
That's all
that's
these queers
not
think
what
about.
I was gonna do.
Everything is queer with these motherfuckers. Everything is queer. Every other word. They
You
talking to
are.
a man.
We're
They talking to a
trying
man and they
to.
want to say all this
You
queer
know,
talk.
we are both gentlemen of a certain age.
You're not a gentleman.
and,
You
you
both
know, we're
queer.
trying to just keep up with the times, Mike. When I was a kid, you know, someone like
explain
you would
yourself,
have been
G. Don't explain it.
ostracized. We would have stuffed you back in the closet. but times have
we get the
changed. And
queers that
old
trying to love.
men like me got to change with the times.
And shout out to Donald Trump, who's ahead of my life. Keep making America better than what it is.
that lame shit again.
Keep making America
Richard,
better than.
Mike, Richard wants to know what your channel is, and I'm assuming the veiled message is why don't you go back to your channel? But I don't want to read between those lines. What is your channel? Richard wants to know, Mike.
I'll let Richard know on my time.
Mm.
If on my channel, I'll let him know.
Hey,
I don't
Richard,
need you to repeat what somebody else said.
apparently, he wants to send you an engraved invitation. So just wait for his bat
You see,
signal.
everything is queer. Everything is queer with these motherfuckers. See, this
Well,
is the problem.
all I
Everything
have
is
to
queer.
say, Mike. All I have to say, Mike, is I'm just going with the evidence you're presenting.
All you have to say, Stanley, is that you're a queer. That's what you should say. That you're a queer
Mike,
I don't give a fuck.
gotta
Call my
let it
name,
go.
nigga.
Not
You can
all
call
the
it all you
world.
want.
Okay, it's
Call it
all
all
the
you want.
world
It's not
is
gonna
a
change the
slave.
fact that you're
Not
queer.
all the world is a queer.
It's not
He
going to
would
change the
like,
fact
but
that
he would
Trump.
like it to be that way. We can understand you would like it to be that way, but yeah, everybody's not like that, Mike.
So now this, let me ask you a question.
See,
Oh, of
it's
course not.
always the converts. It's
See,
always the converts that are the most, militant. You found a newfound lifestyle, Mike. Not everyone wants to go your route.
he can ask me a question, but when I come with a question, he run from it. It's just like Imperius did. I shut him down, make these niggas
Not
run.
every man wants to talk to you. It's like that sometimes.
I make this. You're not a man. You a sissy.
You
You a
know,
sissy. You're not a
you
man.
don't have to. You don't have to shoot your shot at every man.
Yeah,
This is
one
not a
at a
man.
one man at
Stanley, you
one man
far
a
from
day.
a man.
One man a day at least.
Stanley, you far from a man, and
Maybe
you ain't no
tomorrow.
man.
But
I know
one
you like juggling two balls, but start with one.
See, you hoes,
whoa.
you two hoes get on here. You two hoes get on here, get in cahoots. 1 minute you're talking about the next one. 1 minute you're talking about one another. Next minute you're all buddy.
See how it works?
You two
See how
hoes,
it works, Mike?
nigga, fuck you. Not this
You just
I'm
exposing
not even
yourself.
gonna address you no more.
You're
Not we know who you
exposing
are.
yourself today,
I
sir.
ain't got no respect for you, hoe ass.
You
nigga.
are exposing yourself
No, you exposing yourself. You
badly.
You know
dumb
what?
bitch.
I'm just gonna start calling you juggler.
Call me what you want, nigga. It don't change the
You like
fact that
you like keeping a lot of balls in the air,
Yeah.
don't you?
Yep. You could call it what you want, Stanley.
Michelle
Call me what you
123.
want. Are you gonna change my name on the screen or what?
Michelle 123.
Wait, hold it. Why are you asking me all that? What gave you the idea that I was
Does
going
that
to
pique your interest? Is why you had to
Why don't
comment
you
on it,
just
nigga?
ask? Why don't you just ask me to do so? You don't have to. You don't have to do that reverse
Wait, I'm trying to
psychology.
tell you, whatever name you
Yeah,
want
why
to
don't
call
you
me, Stanley, it
You
means
can
nothing.
change your name. You
do
can
so?
change
could
your
call
own
me.
name.
You could call me goddamn Harriet Tubman. It wouldn't
Michelle
offend me.
123.
See, that's what these niggas got to resort to when they just can't be real.
I
These niggas
came
gotta
here to get
resort-
some
What
subscribers.
is
They
it
got to
with you?
resort to name
You know,
calling
I
and all this.
prefer you don't use the N word up here.
Well, my nigga, y'all got to resort to name calling and
there-
all this.
See, he's trying to get dropped.
You can
He
do what you
wants-
got to do. I
He
ain't scared.
wants
Stanley,
to
you
spend
know,
more money. That's what the
you know
N
I
word
ain't scared to
means.
get dropped.
See,
Money
that's
not
the
a problem.
secret.
in my-
Subscribe to the layer.
That's the
Link is in
secret.
the chat.
That's the secret signal that he's wanting to pay more money.
Let's see. Slick
not a
Rick,
problem in my
subscribe to the
123.
layer. The link is in the chat.
See,
Brianna,
you hear this bitch? He wants you to subscribe to the layer.
Brian
he gonna lay
Nichols,
that dick on Stanley.
subscribe to the layer. The link is in the chat.
He gonna lay that dick on Stanley.
Palomino Ricky
that
Z,
layer.
subscribe to the layer. The link is in the chat. Dirty Dude, subscribe to the layer. The link is in the chat. Yes, I'm a cloud chaser. Yes.
He begging for viewers and all this shit.
Yes,
he can't get it from the bottom.
yes.
See, John Galt started from the bottom. Now you're here and y'all hate it.
John Galt started from the bottom.
John Galt started from
Did
the
he?
bottom. Now he's here.
How do you know this?
I know it because I know it. You could tell a real nigga when you see one.
I'm gonna leave you to talk to Stanley alone because I see I'm interrupting whatever this is.
No,
Yeah, get your bitch ass out of here.
The link is in the chat.
I need a chaperone.
Get your bitch ass out of here, 90s. We don't want you here anyway. You cloud chasing bitch.
All right. Well, Mike,
Yeah, he'll never catch Mike on
might
that.
be time for
fat
you. Might be
leprechaun
time for
looking
you to
bitch.
take your 10 minutes. We are at 5 hours and
I'll
36
let
minutes.
you know when I'm ready, nigga. You don't tell me when I'm ready.
Oh boy.
So in regards to the
Oh, is
topic
he?
at hand
Yeah, he
tonight,
probably is.
in regards to the topic at hand tonight, Stanley, you know, when you want to talk about slavery and people being colonized and all this extra type of shit, you done lost your fucking mind, G. You done lost
Well,
your fucking mind.
you killed that show, Mike. We're not talking about it now.
I didn't kill shit. You just got in your feelings and upset.
Did I?
Let's just be real. Be real with yourself, Stanley. You'll go a long way if you be real with yourself. I don't think you ever learned to be real with yourself.
You were real with yourself?
I am. I'm me. I don't code switch. I don't switch up. I don't give a fuck if somebody
Oh,
like
you
me
don't
or hate
code
me.
switch. Oh, I hear you've been switching a lot of codes here
I don't
in
think
the
people. I
past
don't think.
48 hours.
Well, you can call it what you want, G. Call it what you want, but I'm telling you, I went over there and told the gay man he was wrong. He was going to hell. What was wrong with that? Just because y'all don't like it, that's a
Well,
you
I
problem.
think there's a
That's a
lot of
you
things
problem.
wrong with that, Mike.
That's a you problem. If you don't like it, if you're a so-called
Mainly
Christian,
because it's really not any of your business
it is. When you
what
get
he does.
online and you promote this shit, that's it is.
I think a lot of people like you tend to be busybodies.
Well,
You're
what
you're a
I'm trying to
little
tell you,
gossip.
Stanley, that's what you think. You think that, but I'm telling you the real. When you get online and you promote this queer shit, it's a problem. It's a problem. I'm not gonna let it
Yeah.
fly.
So you mean when you come up to my panel, is when you come up to my panel, is that the same thing as advertising, Mike?
No, when I come up to your panel, Stanley, 9 times out of 10 is in regards to the topic. I only get derailed when you start doing the whole shit that you do. When you start putting me in the back because you hate what I gotta say or you won't let me
Right.
finish.
All righty. Let's see here.
And see your whole ass, you too far gone. You ain't even good for yourself at this point.
Well, I was actually going to do a little bit of a react to Philosophical, but
Well,
since Nine
Philosophical,
isn't
he's
here,
another gentleman that
there's
he's
really
another
no
gentleman.
reason to do it.
Well, see,
Let's
Philosophical
see,
is
what
one of these
else do
people.
we
He's a
have
he's a
that was
self-hating.
interesting?
He's a self-hating black, just like a lot of you people.
Mike, you are the strangest little man.
Hey, Stanley, if you really knew my deep in my background, hey, I was in the movie
Oh,
once. I'm not gonna.
I don't want to get deep in your background.
No. But what I'm trying to say, Stanley, I was in the movie once, and I've been in a couple of other things, as a background actor or whatever you want to call it. I was in a movie, but I'm not gonna
You were a
divulge.
thespian?
And see, this is the thing, Stanley. When you think you know everything, you don't know everything, Stanley. I'm here to call you out. You met the world. When
Ooh,
you say
buddy.
Stanley versus the world, I am the world.
Yeah, okay.
I am the world. That's why you hate me so much, G.
All right.
And I
This
gotta say,
might
fuck
interest you.
Mela. I don't like that bitch.
This is from 1988. It's called Black Republicans. So I'm wondering what Black Republicans were talking about
Shout out to
back in
Donald Trump.
let's see. I think Bush that was the last year of Reagan. So let's see here. From Louisiana Public Broadcasting, which I ought to subscribe to it. I like these PBS stations. So, and by the way, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new to the channel, please subscribe. Check us out. Kick the tires. We are not everybody's cup of tea,
Yeah,
but
because that's what you're gonna be doing. You come on here, you're gonna be kicking the tires. Cause he ain't gonna let you talk. He gonna drop you if you come on here and try to be real. You're gonna be kicking the tires, trying to get up at that bitch. You know how you get that black rubber on the ground? When you peel out, we call it peel out where I'm from. When you peel out, you gonna see that black. Yeah, that's what y'all gonna be doing. It take a motherfucker like me, Mike 120, the only nigga come up here that get on Stanley bitch ass. Fuck his feelings. I don't give a fuck about his feelings.
Mike, I'll be right back.
Well, fuck y'all, I control it. So shout out to Mike 123. Shout out to Donald Trump, who's ahead of my life. And let's just be clear. Stanley has this goddamn persona. He lets people come up. He lets them spill every fucking thing they gotta say. But when Mike come up, he try to make a quick buck. And see, Mike is hip to this shit. Mike is hip to the shit. I know how the game go. And y'all keep saying, "Oh, why you keep coming back? Why you keep coming back? He treat you like that. Why you keep sending money?" Bitch, y'all always so worried about money and all this shit. I come up here, I gotta call this nigga out. I gotta do it. If you don't call him out, he gonna keep rambling on. And it's gonna be years from now. He gonna keep misinformation. You gotta have some type of rebuttal towards this weak ass, faggot ass nigga. You gotta have that. Shit, gotta have that. Shout out to Mike 123. Shout out to the GOAT. But shit. And Stanley, man, you gotta straighten up, man. John Galt gave you a boost and you don't know how to use it. You don't know how to use it. John Galt gave you a boost. You didn't know how to use it. You denigrated your own kind. You denigrated your own kind, talked about them. But that's enough. That's enough. You said something about it, and then you just can't handle the heat. You can't go just like you tell me. Well, you try to tell me you can't go to these panels talking. You're talking crazy. You sound stupid. But that's what you did on John's channel. You ran his people away, and now somebody doing it to you. I'm not trying to run your people away though. It's a big difference. Now somebody getting on your ass. You don't know how to handle it. You don't know how to handle it. I don't think a book can teach you how to handle Mike 123. Mike 123, Mike 123 not gonna obey your rules or whatever. I don't follow your rules, especially it's the internet. I don't know you from a can of paint, but I do know what you come on here. I feel sorry for you. Feel sorry for you. But that's besides the fact. He's just a whole ass nigga. But sometimes you gotta goddamn, you gotta look over stupid bitches like him. But I come on here to call this shit out. People like CKJ3, MOT, people like them, Sun Kiss, Fella Mella, whatever the fuck her name, name is. And a lot of you people, I can call you out by names because I'm not afraid. I can call you out by your name. Y'all come on here, bootlick to this motherfucker. He dictate what y'all do. Mike 123 don't run. He always drop me or put me in the back. That's what he do. Try to make a quick buck. He can't make no money off of y'all. Stanley, no. I can't make no money off of my kind, so I gotta go to somebody who's really telling me the truth to make a buck. And nobody ever pays for it. And you want to know why nobody never pays for Mike 123 to come back? Do you really want to know why? You really want to know why? I'm here to tell you. Because they too scared. They too scared. They scared. They hate to hit Cash App. It's been a few people that bought Mike 123 back for a few minutes. I ain't gonna stun on that. CKJ3, you've been one of them. Speak Radio, you've been another one. I don't forget. I don't forget. But shit, y'all bring me back. I'm just here for the entertainment. I'm not. If you really want me to be serious, I can be serious. And see, Stanley, I can shit out just like I've been doing tonight. He been straddling in the fence all night. He only tried to make himself seem like he was talking about something one nightish. He has to have backup when Mike 123 comes up here. He has to have backup. You got to call this shit how you see it. So, Stanley, I don't know what you think you're doing. If you got to make your money, off of Mike 123, I respect it, G. I respect the game. You got to do what you got to do. But keep it real, G. Don't lie to these people. Keep it real. Keep it real. Your little narrative means nothing to Mike 123. Your little narrative means nothing to Mike 123. These people take your little narrative. Oh, Stanley, you're smart. I learned something here. All these type of people, they got to come here to learn something from you. These people that lost their motherfucking mind, Stanley. These people that lost their motherfucking mind. They got to come here to learn something from you that they're not smart enough to go out here and learn on their own. God damn, this is the type of shit I be talking about. These people are sick. These people are sick. And then they want to get up here and have all this negative to say about Mike 123. I'm wrapped up in these motherfuckers' mind. They can't handle it. These motherfuckers can't handle Mike 123. They gotta down talk me or say all this extra shit. That's what they gotta do. These motherfuckers are afraid of Mike 123. And I just come here to tell the truth. Come here to tell the motherfucking truth. I can't help it because y'all in y'all motherfucking feelings. I can't help that. But at some point, at the end of the day, it's a you problem. Don't make it a Mike problem. It's it's your problem. You, at the end of the day, the history, it starts and ends with you as an individual. When you dead, your history means nothing. People, they gonna say your name 1 or 2 days and forget about you. So come on, come on. So you got to be real with yourself. It start with you. Be real with yourself. And see, Stanley is one of these motherfuckers. He just can't be real with himself. He's one of these motherfuckers. He just can't be real with himself. Can't be real with himself. He gotta demean and talk about you, call you a name, drop you, put you in the back. You know, that's what he do. And then you get people like CKJ3, he comments in the chat. And then he goes to he runs back and tell, oh, Stanley, you gotta review this. Can you show this? See, these the type of weak motherfuckers. These the type of weak motherfuckers, you know, and then they talk about Mike. See, you gotta pay attention. You people gotta pay attention. You know, that's why you got 2 eyes and you got
Yeah,
2
keep
ears.
talking shit, Mike. I'll be
Shut the
right back.
fuck up. Shut the fuck up. When I talk, you shut the fuck up. I don't know why the fuck you came in and interrupted what the fuck I had to say. Shut the fuck up. I'm in control of Stanley goddamn versus the world right now. Should be Mike versus the world. Should be Mike versus the motherfucking world. Who the fuck is this coming up here? What you got to say? Yeah, I'm just at a boiling point right now where I'm sick of you motherfuckers. That's just what it is. I gotta call it how it is. I'm at a boiling point, and I'm sick of you motherfuckers. I'm sick of you bitches. And it's just facts. I'm sick of you bitches. It's
Okay, Mike.
time to call this shit out.
Huh. Why do I have an echo? Oh, I see what the problem was. Okay, so Mike, you still there?
Oh, I'm still here, nigga. What you think I ran?
Yeah.
You think I put
did.
on my track shoes and ran, nigga?
What?
I said, do you think I put on my track shoes and I ran?
Yeah, I hit the apparently
Come
I hit
on,
the
my
link
nigga.
by
Be
accident.
better than that, Stanley. You gotta be better than what you are, G. It's time for you in 2026 to get a backbone, stand up straight, leave the cane alone and stand up.
Yeah, okay. So let's see here.
Any rebuttal
So
to
I
anything
was
I said?
basically this video was
Fuck your video.
Black Republicans in Louisiana in 1988.
Oh, Stanley,
And
real quick, before you play the video, before you play it, I'm gonna let you play your video and I'm gonna be quiet. But
yeah,
I
thanks
have
for letting me play my own video, Mike.
I have to say hashtag bring Nancy Guthrie home.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Nancy Guthrie, Savannah Guthrie, you know, the lady from the news
Yeah.
anchor lady, her mother, you know, she got abducted.
Right, yeah. What, they found her?
No, they haven't. Did you just hear me fucking say hashtag bring her home?
Oh, no, I didn't hear you say that.
Well, bitch, open your ear.
That's a real strange. That's a real
It is kind of
strange
strange, you know, they have no leads or nothing.
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that, except for like TV shows, you know, where they
But you know,
abduct
and
somebody
why
for
are these
ransom.
people sending TMZ? Why are they sending them ransom notes? You know, it don't make sense. Don't make sense. They sending TMZ ransom notes instead of the family. You know, it just don't make sense. It don't add up. I've been following the case since day one she went.
It's so weird. And then like it was so weird because she stopped, like the security company, she had stopped paying it. So the FBI had to go in and like build. They had to
Well, I didn't
figure
hear
out.
she stopped paying it. I just heard that subscription expired.
Well, yeah. Well, it expired because she
It don't
wasn't
mean
paying.
she stopped paying it.
No, it expired because she was not
But
paying
at
the
the end of the
bill.
day, they was able to go back and get it the
Right. They
video
had
of the
to.
guy.
They had to do. There's something about it'll keep. It actually does record, but it records in a way where they had to go and do like forensic stuff to recover. So it was pretty
Yeah, but you got to
interesting. It is
understand,
pretty
why
interesting.
is the sheriff not cooperating down there?
I think they are. I haven't
Why
kept
he's
up
not?
with it, so you tell me.
Nanos is the sheriff's name down there. Sheriff Nanos. I may be pronouncing it wrong, but something to the effect. But he's not cooperating down there with the FBI. He claims he found a glove inside of the home and sent it to a private lab. But why didn't they take the glove and give it to the FBI and let them do what they had to do? Why can't he do that?
Yeah.
Okay, bitch, did you hear what I just asked you?
I heard what you said, and like I said, you probably know more about it than I do. Other than it happened, and then they brought like a person in and let that person go, and
Well,
I
they
think
just
they
raided
even
somebody's house last night in southern
right.
Tucson. You know, they keep raiding all these houses and ain't coming up with nothing. You know, it's kind of funny.
Well, funny, but not funny.
Okay, but let's move on to this other shit I want to talk about. Mike 123 want to talk about right now. I'm gonna take control of this show. Stanley, mute up and step down.
Yeah, you're
And
gonna take control until I get bored and
well, I don't give a fuck if you get
you know
bored
what?
or
I'm
you get
trying.
happy.
I don't even remember what the fuck
I made you lose your
JB
train of
Smooth
thought, didn't
did,
I, queer?
but I do know. Oh yeah, that's right. I do remember. Yeah, there's a ransom that I don't even remember what the ransom was.
Yeah, he
If
won a
you don't,
Bitcoin. Is what the
if
guy
you
was
don't,
asking TMZ
okay,
for
hold on.
Bitcoin.
Okay, if you don't have it, great one. Negotiate with your chat mates and see if they can bring you back on. Stank D,
Well, he
where
was
the
asking
hell
for a
have you?
Bitcoin, Stanley, the guy that sent the
Where have you been, Mr. D? What I thought you
Stanky
had
Dick. Where you been?
I thought you had fallen off the earth, but good to see you, my friend.
No, but Stanley, what I was saying, the guy that sent the ransom note to TMZ, he was
Well,
asking
how do
for
you
a
know it's a
Bitcoin.
guy?
Well, it could be a he, it, or she, hit. Well, I'll just call it it. But the thing that sent the note to TMZ that asked for a Bitcoin. Do you know the going price for a Bitcoin right now?
No,
It's
I heard it. I heard it fell.
$67,500.
I thought, didn't it drop by half or something?
No, it didn't. It didn't. It never moved. But right
Okay,
now,
for
as
some
we
reason
stand
I
here
thought it had
shut the
tanked
fuck up
or
and let me
something.
speak.
Okay, dude, there's only going to be so much of that, or you will join JB Smooth in the chat.
All you gotta do is you got.
Yes, I do have to do what I got to do. So why don't you just curb that tongue of yours?
I'm trying to inform you on something. You know, that's all. You just gotta learn how
Okay,
to be quiet. You just
I
said you
don't
didn't
need
know
to
nothing
know.
about the
I don't
case.
need to know that much.
Well, you just said you didn't know nothing about the case. You haven't been keeping
I
up
don't.
with it, and
I didn't
maybe I
say I
know.
wanted to know. I said I didn't know.
I'm trying to fill
Where
you
did I?
in on what's
Where
going
did
on.
I say I don't know but want to know? I didn't.
Well, you said that you didn't know about the case as much. You haven't been following it. That's what you said in a roundabout way. And I'm trying to give you what I've been following it since day
Okay,
one.
Mike, I know you want to share your knowledge, but I know all I need to know.
Oh, that's fine. You can move on to your other topic.
Well, I'm trying
I
to.
give you permission to move on.
I'm trying to actually remember. I don't even remember why JB Smooth pissed me off. I just know that he did.
Oh, I think he called you a nigger or something.
Oh well, you know what? You're
But you
using
told
the
him
N
you
word.
told him that you were gonna let him back in a week, Stanley. You did say that.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, you did. I think you just be inebriated
I
sometimes.
thought I said no. I thought I said the end of February.
No, you
Because
at first it
I
was
seem to
January, but
recall saying
remember it was the end of
recall.
January, but I paid for him to come back. You remember that?
You know what? You guys act up so much. It's hard. I guess I need to start writing down stuff.
Yeah, you need to write it. Get you a notebook and a pen, and you need
Well,
to sit
I
with your
have,
hair all over your head. You need to sit there with your little glasses on, sip your Coors Light, and you need to start writing in that goddamn notebook with the shit that you don't remember.
Yeah, Mo Love, you're absolutely right. Even Mo Love says you're doing way too much.
And see, Mo Love, she's the type.
No, wait, whoa,
I know
whoa.
I know
No,
she's T's
we
sister.
are not. I know you're not going. Do not cross that line. So, Mike, you want to say she is the loveliest woman on the internet. Don't go any worse than that.
I wasn't even gonna disrespect the lady. I just
Okay,
think she does way.
just
I think she
just
does
making
way too
sure.
much.
Just making sure.
I think she does way too much, and she's a fake Christian. That's my opinion, my critique of her.
She's a what?
A fake Christian.
Oh, Mike, you just want to pay
And I'm
more
not trying to
money.
disrespect her. That's just my
You know
opinion.
what? What if I do this? What if I exchange? What if I block you and bring JB Smooth up?
Oh, that's fine, G. You can do what you got to do.
Okay, so
I
it's
ain't gonna
okay
cry,
to
nigga. Not gonna lose no
I
sleep.
will block you. I will block you and
That's
bring
fine.
JB Smooth up.
That's fine. If
You're
that's
good
what
with
you want to
that?
do, hey, more respect to you, G. I just gave you my opinion, and you don't like it. She don't like it. You know, that's fine at the end of the day.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, JB, let me do a quick hostage exchange here. Give me 1 sec. I need to go and grab something. Be right back in about 30 seconds.
Insurance, serving Louisiana and the South since 1926. A family-managed corporation
this
providing
guy?
whole life insurance.
Straight ahead on, folks. Why don't more blacks join the Republican Party? We'll talk to the state chairman of the Republican Party to explore the answer to that question and more. We'll also meet the members of the exotic La Troupe Macandal as they share music and dance from Haiti, all in today's edition of Folks. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Folks. I'm Sonia Massengale. The Republican Party was the party of Abraham Lincoln, the president credited with the emancipation of slaves in America. In the brief and confusing era of Reconstruction, when blacks became politically active in Louisiana, they represented all of the popular political parties. But following Reconstruction, with the disenfranchisement of blacks, years passed before either the Democratic or the Republican.
Now, this is kind of nostalgic for me. I believe I was still in college in 1988. So it's good to see those old 80s hairstyles. All right. So let's see, Jay, I gotta do a quick adjustment here. Let's see. So I need to unblock if I can remember how to do it. Guest. All right, JB. You're out of jail for now, but I have a feeling it's just a little bit of parole. And where on earth are my other earbuds? It's pinned at the top, JB.
Republican parties took any interest in the black vote. But we must remember it was Franklin Roosevelt, a Democratic president with more liberal attitudes, who first became popular with blacks. In succeeding years, the integration of the armed forces by Harry Truman, another Democrat, coupled with a growing civil rights movement and an effort to register more black voters, encouraged blacks to join the Democratic Party in increasing numbers. And Republicans still did not take much interest in black voters. The Republican Party, until recently, has been perceived by blacks as an elitist, conservative political.
You know what? I wonder if something is wrong with the channel on here.
Organization, but those times are changing. As the economic and political structures evolve in this country, more blacks have seen a need to participate in both political parties
Wow.
in order to have more impact on political issues.
You know, something's wrong with the audio on this video. It's only coming in on one channel. I think it's recorded in mono or something.
Later on, we will meet 3 black Republicans who will tell us about their decision to join the Republican Party. But first, we visited
You know, I wonder what happened to it. It was
to find out
pinned.
how the Republican Party is evolving to include more blacks and other minorities.
Our problem in a statewide basis has been because the Republican Party nationally hasn't found the key on how to attract large numbers of the minority. I do think, though, that we've made some progress, and I think the best recent example is former Governor Treen, and I served with him for 4 years as his chief of staff, and I saw the effort he made to involve minorities in the government as well as in the party. And it was successful because I think the best measure of success is that we didn't involve blacks just to have numbers. We involved blacks.
Apparently, the
work and
block
did it,
didn't
and
take.
Many of them, you mentioned one before, have carried on.
I gotta say,
in
fuck
other
you, my
government
nigga
jobs
Stanley. You
unrelated
done
to
crossed the
Republican
line with Mike 123 tonight. You done crossed the motherfucking line with Mike 123. And I ain't gonna let you keep getting away with this shit.
Hey, how
Fuck
you
you and your
doing, brother?
supporters. Fuck you and your supporters.
What's up, JB?
You know, the people who
Hey,
rock
how
with
you
you.
doing, man?
See, I'm sick of this shit. You bring these
Did you
type of
miss
motherfuckers
me,
up and let
man?
them speak.
Yeah,
You
I've been
bring these
missing the both
motherfuckers
of
up
you.
and let them speak. But Mike 123 is a problem, right, Stanley?
Mike, fuck you, man.
Nigga, fuck you, G.
Let me talk, man.
Fuck your talking. You ain't got shit to talk about besides moonshine and fucking your kids and your daughters and all this shit.
JB Smooth in
I'm
house.
tired. I'm tired of fucking with these motherfuckers, man. It's time to call these whole ass niggas out in 26. Fuck these
You just
niggas,
mad.
man.
You just mad because you probably fucking with them man.
Fuck these niggas, man. You can
Fuck
call
you,
it what
you
you
piece
want.
of shit ass, Mike.
I'm tired of these goddamn motherfuckers coming
I'll
up here
give you a
talking all
good
this
smack
goddamn
in the
bullshit.
face, you piece of
And
shit.
then Stanley whole ass just sit back and he down at
Okay,
roll.
well, you know what? You're just gonna make it. You're gonna make it easy, Mike.
Man, fuck
JB
you.
Smooth in the house.
Refrain from using the N word, please.
Mike is a weirdo. I think he likes it in his back
Mike,
end.
Mike has a 10-minute thing. He paid $10 for 10 minutes.
I think he
But,
wanted in his back end, Stan.
Well, I'm thinking I might have to do a refund because I don't want the N word used. We wanna not do that, Mike.
You want me to punch
I
him in
do
his face?
apologize, Stanley, for using that. That was part of my vocabulary. I can't, I do apologize.
I'll punch him in his face for you,
You
Stan.
ain't gonna do a bit, nigga. You ain't gonna do a bitch ass thing, nigga.
Mike, did you change your Pampers today?
Nah, say my nigga, you don't talk to Mike like that, G. Real shit.
You got a tampon in, Mike?
Nigga, you just told me you were gonna bust me in my face. What's up, dude? What's up? What you want to do?
No, I'm scared if I hit you, man, I'm gonna get
Man,
something.
Nigga, I come where you at. You don't
You don't
threaten
want
me,
to
nigga.
come here because I'm going to shoot you with my
And see,
shoulder
Stanley,
gun.
you respect this type of shit. He just came on here and threatened me, and you respected that.
Because you
You
talk
didn't say
stupid,
nothing.
man.
You didn't drop him. You didn't drop him.
You an
Well, you
idiot,
can
man.
say, you know what? I really want to drop both of you.
Do what you got to do, nigga. You know Mike don't
I
care.
just
tell you
came
like
up
that.
here,
Yeah, there
Stanley.
you go, using the N word again.
Yeah, Mike don't care. I didn't use it
Stanley,
just then.
can I talk to him real quick?
Say what you got to say, whole ass nigga.
Yeah, you might as well. Maybe he'll
Well,
listen to
just
you.
listen to me, Mikey. Well, man, like, had you be talking, man, you sound a little slow, man. And I'm trying to teach you or something. All you got to do is just listen to me, Bubba.
I'm
And,
trying to teach you a little something.
Just hear me out, man.
I ain't hearing shit. I don't respect you, whole ass nigga. You handicap ass nigga. I don't respect you.
Just hear me out, man.
You're
If you
handicapped.
lay
You
off
probably
the
wear a
beers,
helmet.
if you
wear a
probably lay
helmet
off
every
all
day?
the drinking, man, you
Do
probably
you
be
wear a
able to
helmet?
do something.
Do you wear a helmet each day that you
What
wake up?
would he be able to do, just out of curiosity?
Shut the fuck up.
He wears a helmet and he gets special privileges on the city
I
bus line.
shoot you with my 12 gauge
He
shotgun,
gets
boy.
to sit in the seats on the handicap bus line.
Man, Mike, just hear me out. Just lay off the
It's no
drinking, man,
hearing
and
you.
you'll
You
be
don't
all
tell,
right, man.
say nigga, you don't tell Mike 123 what to do, G. You don't cross
Well,
the line, G.
do your baby daddy at least control you?
See, this is queer shit. You like Stanley, you like this queer shit. And then you try to flip it on Mike. Anybody that come on your panel besides a
Okay,
couple of
speak
people.
radio. Don't ever tell me to bring these people up here again. How about just be bored on a Saturday night?
Nah, see, Stanley, where you fucked up, you said these people like I'm just a scum of the earth, my nigga.
You are. You
I can't
piece of
speak
shit.
on that whole ass.
You a
Well,
piece of
Mike-
shit coward.
Mike,
I
are
can't
you a
speak on that
people?
nigga, Stanley, but
Are you a whole people, Mike?
nah,
He's a-
I'm me,
he's a
nigga. And
fucking
I
coward.
don't switch up, nigga. You don't fucking talk to me like that.
He's a
So
piece of shit coward.
you are a mixed race person using the N
Your
word like
son
that?
is a mixed race
How many
person.
times have you gotten your ass kicked by a real black?
Your son, Stanley, I don't get it.
Stanley, he don't know how to fight.
motherfuckers,
All he
Stanley.
know how to do is talk.
Mike 123 don't fight nobody.
Hey, let me tell you something. I raised my son as a black man.
Well, fuck what your son, what you raised him, man.
My son is mixed
Stanley,
race.
your
He's-
son and
my son is
your
mixed
son
race.
is a simp. Your son is a simp.
My son is mixed race, but he's blacker than you, motherfucker. How about that?
Your son is probably a queer tooting it.
My son was raised by a proper black man. How about
Mike
you,
said he
motherfucker?
wanted tooted up for a man.
See, I'm trying not to go all racial, but dude,
Mike wants to get fucked
you
in
are
his boot.
you're literally gonna pull a trigger, and once that bullet's out of the barrel of the gun, it's gonna be a problem for you. So what you want to do is calm your little mixed race ass down and act like a human being on this
Yeah,
panel.
and go stick a dildo up in your
Shoot your
asshole,
gun,
boy.
nigga. Don't be scared. Shoot your gun.
You know
Mike,
what?
shut the fuck up, man.
Coming from someone like you, shoot your gun has all kinds of connotations. You just need to calm your little Dexter sounding ass up.
Stanley,
Don't
he
need
just
to
wants
do a
somebody
bitch
to
ass
shoot
thing,
it up
nigga.
in him.
But what I'm trying to tell you, Stanley, is you got to understand the simple fact. Your son, he's tooting his ass up to the Asians in Georgia Tech.
I got your back, Stanley.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried about little. I'm not worried about little.
I'm here to call you out.
I'm not worried about little Mikey light skin.
And see,
Mikey takes
the
dick in
bigger
his back
issue
end.
is, you know,
Hey, Mikey,
the bigger issue.
did they call you Mikey light skin when you were a kid?
No, they call him Mikey
Nah,
taking
they
in
ain't
his
call me
back
that.
end.
They ain't call me that. See, the bigger issue of the what we're getting at here, or at least what I'm getting at, the bigger issue when you talk about the mixed race.
Okay,
you have to
enough,
understand-
Mikey light bright. Mikey
You
light
have to-
bright. You're doing
have to
too much, Mikey
understand.
light bright.
It's us light bright or whatever you want to call it. It's
Hey, I
us
bet
speaking
Mike
up for
look
you.
like the man on the screen.
See,
It's us speaking
that's
up.
not the
It's
first
us
time he's
speaking.
been called. That's not the first time he's been called light bright.
Hell
Apparently,
You got to
no.
understand.
His
It's a light
boyfriend probably
bright or
called him
whatever
that
you
when
want
they
to
in
call it.
bed.
It's the light bright speaking up for the dark gray, dark black. It's us.
Mike, did
It's
you
us.
find you a new boyfriend yet?
See this type of queer shit. This is what the dude.
Do he pull your hair and call you, come here, light bright?
you know,
See,
I
this is
wonder
the type
what
of queer shit.
happens if I
Stanley likes
ever
this
get
queer shit.
monetized. If I ever get monetized, will I
You'll
be
never be
able to?
monetized because you
Will
too
I
stupid.
be able to be
You too stupid.
monetized and have you two up here talking this kind of way?
I'm gonna talk the way I want to talk, whether you're monetized, demonetized, or monetized. I'm gonna talk the way I want to talk. You don't control me, nigga.
Mike, did you bounce on one today, man?
I'm with all this shit tonight.
So you gonna twerk on it tonight?
See, these whole ass niggas, they come up here thinking they doing something, but they feeding off of Stanley queer shit. That's what these niggas do. They come up here clout chasing and feeding off of Stanley weird ass.
Dude, you don't know
When-
how to
when-
shut up, do you?
When somebody
He doesn't even know how he sounds.
He sound like a
I wouldn't
fucking
give a
idiot.
fuck how I sound. I'm not trying to sound perfect for you.
Sound
nigga.
like you got dick and shit all in your mouth.
I'm not trying to sound perfect for you niggas.
Mike, you a
bust-
strange
you know
fella, man.
That N word is starting to be problematic, Mike.
Well, I
You
wouldn't
might
give a
wanna
fuck, my nigga. You got to do what you got to do, nigga.
We still love you though, Mike.
No,
Nah,
I don't love him.
Say, stop playing with
I
me like
do.
that, G. Real shit.
I do not
Stop pulling
love
up on
Mike.
you, G. Stop playing
Mike,
with me
you
like
wait-
that.
Mike, you got
Pussy
you a new
ass nigga.
boy toy, I heard, man.
You a pussy ass nigga. Stanley, you just gotta do
You
what you
want
gotta
to fight
do. You
about it or
You
something?
know, if you hate the way I'm speaking right now, fuck you
Do
too.
you
but
want to
you gotta
fight
do what you
about it
gotta
or
do.
something, bitch?
I don't play this shit, Stanley. Real shit.
Do you want to fight about it?
You
or
know
something,
what,
bitch?
Mike? You open this can of worms. I'll
And
allow.
So suck
and I
'em,
can-
bitch.
And the worms,
You opened the can of
died,
worms, so
didn't they?
suck 'em.
The worms died, didn't they? When Mike 123 said what he had to say, my
By
nigga.
the way, let me hold on one sec, Mike. Let me do a commercial right quick.
Now you don't
I
tell me
wanna
to hold
thank-
on. You can ask me to
okay,
hold on.
bitch. When I say I'm doing like channel business, you shut the fuck up. Okay, I don't know. You know, it's fun until it's not, son. So I want to thank everyone who has sponsored the show tonight, this Saturday. You know, I think I'm gonna wind up renaming this show the Saturday Regret because it is problematic. But anyway, thank you, 12th Man, Speak Radio, Dirty Dude, Mike 123 times 2, Deacon Dave, and NK, who is anonymous. So I am just going to thank everyone. We hit 300 today. I honestly was kind of shocked because I've had like maybe 20 subscribers, quite a number of subscribers in a week. So things are going well on the channel. You know, kind of doing it the way, as goofy as it may be, kind of the way I do things. So I really want to thank everyone, you know, kind of has been sticking with it, you know, doing, you know, keeping me company on these boring ass history video shows.
Yeah, you welcome, man.
Well, say Stanley,
Yep,
don't
I
get too
definitely
happy with your
appreciate it.
300 subscribers. You're about to have 299.
I am thrilled. Dude, do you ever, let me put it to you this way. Who was it? It was Ryan Bardwell last night. He said, "Hey, look, you know what? No one likes you, Stanley." And my response was, well, you know, 295 people have subscribed.
So somebody gotta like you.
Well, look, this is, pretty much I imagine the people who kind of rock with me, just they probably roll their eyes a lot and go, hey, we like the history videos then better than we like his personality.
Hell
So,
yeah.
And I actually respect people who can look past,
The
this
dumb
sort of
idiot
stuff.
shit, Mike D.
No, but I actually really do appreciate it. And I've got like people that I've known for a while, like Dave and Dirty Dude. I've had friends from, other YouTube channels that I've known for quite some time, and apparently they didn't know I had a channel either. no one knows. But the older folks that I've known for a while, and you know who you are, I honestly, I truly am grateful. So thank you all.
Hell yeah.
You make
Yeehaw.
old age fun. You're making retirement fun.
You
Yeehaw.
got to have 299 subscribers, bitch
Mike,
ass
shut
nigga.
the fuck up, you
Bitch
stupid
ass
son of
nigga.
a bitch.
Wait,
You got to
are
have.
you gonna so Mike, you are personally gonna take me back down under 300
I
subscribers?
am gonna do that, Stanley, and I'm letting you
Oh,
know to your face. I am gonna do that.
You are very mad.
I am gonna do that
Do I
because
do I
I
need
don't like to
Hey
disrespect.
Mike. Hey Mike,
Fuck
do
you
you want
calling my name, nigga. I don't like your
Hey
disrespect.
Mike, do you want
And
me
you're not gonna
you
talk
want
to
me
me.
to
I'm not JB Smooth or Bella
Hey,
Hey
don't
or
Mike,
mention
none of
my
these
name,
old.
you piece of
I'm
shit.
not none
You
of
want
these
me to
old.
take you out on the Valentine's date, boy?
Shout out to Donald Trump, who's ahead of my life.
Hey
I'll
Mike,
take you out on the
Mike.
Valentine's date,
Hey
boy, and
Mike,
put
do
you to
you want
sleep.
me Mike wants me to beg him to stay.
Nigga, fuck you. I ain't gotta stay here, nigga. I'm about to start a channel. I'm about to start my live stream here at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, Mike 123 will be live. So I ain't gotta
Mike,
be
you
here.
want me
I'm
to
just
take
killing
you out
Wait,
on the
hold
time,
on.
Stanley.
What
Valentine's date
time?
and then put you to sleep, man?
9 o'clock Central. I'm just killing time, Stanley.
I'ma burp you, you little bitch.
See, this the type of weird
Well,
shit
folks,
Stanley like.
thank you
Stanley
for
like this weird
getting
shit.
me. Thank you for getting me to
Let me unsub right now.
299. I guess it's gonna be 299.
Yeah, I'm about to unsub
Hey,
right
I'm
now, whole ass nigga.
actually 299 is a great number. I'm definitely thankful for 299.
Don't get your feelings. Oh, you got 300 subscribers. You can have
He
299,
can't
my
even
nigga.
talk right, Sam.
Yeah,
You better have.
I was about to bring that up,
Well, you
JB.
could say what you want to say. You
All
just
you
y'all
doing
just
is
in y'all
Oh, wait, hold
motherfucking feelings
on.
and
Did you just say I can say what I want to say? Motherfucker, you're so drunk you can't say what you want to say. You're slurring it.
hell yeah, slurring
bitch.
and all over the
This is
dick
the
and shit.
problem. This is the problem, whole ass weak niggas. I'm not drunk. This is the problem with you niggas. You think everybody is drunk. You put a perception on a person. You project your opinions on a person. That's what y'all do. That's what
Mike,
y'all
do you
do.
want me to buy you some panties, man?
See, and this queer shit, you know, Mike got to
Cause you
unsub.
acting like a woman right now, man. Nothing to say now, huh, boob?
Sick of these hoe ass niggas, real shit.
You the one up here bitching and crying like a woman.
Real shit. I'm sick of you hoe ass niggas. But
Well,
neither one of
if
y'all
you're
niggas
sick,
to
go
get in
take
that
some
paint with
medicine.
Mike 123. Neither one of
Well,
you
go
niggas to
take
get in
you
that.
some medicine.
Neither one of you niggas are getting in the paint with Mike
Well,
123.
whenever you
Okay,
want to fight,
hey,
Mike,
you
we
know
can
what?
fight, man.
He forgot to put on that estrogen patch.
Yeah, he's a pussy.
I
He's
show
a
these
pussy.
niggas. I show these niggas better than I could tell
Do
them.
you want to fight me, Mike?
I want to fight all you niggas. Real shit.
Well, I'll be the first one to get out there and knock your fucking head off.
Bitch, you can't even get up at your wheelchair.
I'll knock your dick in the dirt, boy.
He can't even get up out of his motherfucking wheelchair. All these niggas resort to gay talk. That's what they do. They gotta resort to gay talk.
Mike, cause you don't talk about shit. You get
These
up here and then you
these
want to
niggas
talk
won't get in
bad
the
to
paint
people.
with Mike 123. These niggas
You
won't get in the paint.
you get up here and want to talk bad to people, but when
I
somebody
come
say
to
something to
I
you,
come
you
to where
cry,
you
man.
are and whoop your ass. I come
Man,
to where you
if
are.
you show up where I'm at, boy, I'ma beat your ass and then I'm
I
fuck
come
you.
to Bakersfield, California, and whoop your motherfucking ass, nigga. I don't give a fuck how old you are.
When you show up to my house, I'm gonna knock you out and fuck you.
See, you see this queer shit, and Stanley just let this shit roll like it's
Wait.
nothing.
Oh, hold on.
He let this shit.
You know,
He let
I
this
was
shit
sitting.
run like it's nothing.
Hold on. I was
No, you
sitting
don't tell
here
me to hold
thinking,
on, nigga.
I
Nigga,
have
you let
not
this shit
seen.
roll on like it's
I
just
have
nothing.
not seen.
You let that nigga tell.
Okay, I have not seen, some of the ladies who were part of the 300. They haven't been typing because you folks have driven them away. I'm really rethinking how this show should run. Natasha was here, Dawn was here, Mo Love was here, T was here, and y'all have driven them away. You fuck. What is this? The Little Rascals? Is this like a clubhouse or some shit? Y'all need to actually learn how to behave.
Fuck them all. And only one I appreciate is T. But fuck the rest of them, man. I know Mo Love is T's sister, but I ain't got no respect for the Christian, the fake Christian.
Why you got a problem with her? What she do to you?
Well, I got a problem with her because she ain't.
Okay. I told
He's
you.
a weirdo.
Yeah, I know. Dude, Mike, just stop.
He just tried to try. He just,
You
I don't
can
know if
be-
he thinks about making up problems in his head
Well,
or what.
no, what Mike can be a trash human being in another way. Stop picking on the women who are an integral part of this show. Stop.
That's probably why his wife left.
I'm not picking on her, Stanley. You know, I
Well,
told you
let's
I
not go
respect her
there.
as a person.
I'm just saying, you
JB,
gotta talk.
JB. No, don't go there.
Well, all right.
I'm not disrespecting her. As a person, she's okay, but she.
Okay, Mike, when you attack someone's faith, that's deeper than a personal attack. I need you to stop, Mike. I'm dead serious.
Well, she engages in a very.
Okay, Mike, I'm not kidding, Mike. Change the topic immediately. When you attack someone's faith, it actually goes deeper than a personal attack. I need you to stop, Mike.
I don't give a fuck what you talking about. That's my opinion, nigga. Whether you like it or not, that's my opinion.
Stanley, wouldn't you
I'm
just
not
like to
attacking
punch
her
him in
as a
his face?
person. I'm attacking what she does.
No, hey, all I have to say, he can attack me, but if you're gonna attack someone's faith, as long as he's not doing that, he's golden.
I'm attacking what she does. I'm not attacking her as a person.
Motherfucker, I gave you your instructions.
You don't give me shit.
Violate them, and your ass is gone. I need you to understand how serious I am, Mike.
I don't give a fuck. You gotta do what you gotta do, but it's not nothing hateful towards her. It's what she does and what she engages
Well,
in.
what they got
And
to do with you, man?
She comes with this fake persona.
Well, what they got
like
to
she
do with
just,
you?
You know,
What they
some
got to do
people-
with you? You just
and
want to
y'all-
speak on some shit for no
y'all-
reason.
I
Ain't
noticed.
got nothing to
I
do with you.
noticed. Hold on. I noticed you're not saying Mo Love. You can even say she, as long as you don't get specific, motherfucker. The minute you do it, you're gonna be banned. Fuck your $10. I'm gonna take it.
He
I'm
stole
talking
that
about Mo
shit.
Love. What the fuck you think I'm talking about? I'm talking about Mo Love.
Hey, I don't know
Ain't
who
no
you're
sh- ain't
talking
no
about.
shame in
He's
my
an
game.
idiot.
Who are you
I think he got a mind of a peanut.
Mike, I have no idea who you're talking about, but if you say her name, your ass is gone.
I'm talking about Mo Love, my nigga.
Okay, well, Mike,
you dumb idiot.
You literally
You
are
gotta do
doing
what you
sh-
gotta do, bitch ass.
Yeah, I did what I had to do.
Yeah, he's an idiot. I think he just makes shit up in his head.
Well, you know how it is. You know, these young folks need to make a name for themselves. So, you know,
Ain't got no respect.
if he indeed has a channel,
it ain't gonna go too far.
Oh no, it'll go way far, but at least he has something to talk about tonight.
What he gonna get up there
How-
and talk about? People ain't gonna
Well, he's
understand.
gonna get up there and talk about how Stanley kicked him off for no reason. He was only talking about somebody's Christian faith.
He's a weirdo.
I've met weirder.
But I tell you what, if he was in front of me, I'd give him a punch right in the face.
Yeah. Now I understand I understand how annoyed you could get with him.
Hell yeah, man. It's not right to
Well,
talk
hey
about him
Yeti,
like that.
hey Yeti, mission accomplished. And now he has something to talk about on his boring ass channel.
Yeah, we gonna give his channel a thumbs down.
I have no idea what his channel is. He won't tell us the name of it.
He probably ain't got one if he ain't trying to tell you. What
Well, I
it
don't
is, the
care.
beer drinker,
As
Mike
far
1,
as
2, 3.
as far as I'm concerned, if he says he has a channel, he has a channel.
It's probably called the beer drinker, Mike 1, 2, 3. Come drink a beer with me.
All right, let's see. Well, do we have any replacements for Mike? People that are less vile and more entertaining? Hit the link, it's pinned.
Hell yeah, somebody hit the link and talk to JB Smooth and Stanley.
Let's see here. So this is a legacy piece about Black Republicans in Louisiana.
Dave Train or anybody. And I think something else has happened. I think we haven't gained in the number of blacks we've attracted to the party, but I think we do have some respect from the blacks. It's not
The blacks.
Unrealistic thing to talk to them about.
You know, when he said the blacks, he reminded me of John Galt. The blacks.
Yeah, he's an idiot too.
You know what? I'm not gonna talk about my heyday 1988. He's cool. Again, this is 1988 in Louisiana. So this is actually kind of a historical piece in and of itself.
On the other hand, we have no reluctance to support black candidates where we don't have a Republican involved. I think we've shown that mayor elections and all the rest, and we're somebody to talk to by the blacks, where years ago they just dismissed us out of hand. You know how we feel about it. We feel, and we do feel this sincerely, not from any, that the Republican Party is the party for the blacks to come to. And we're overcoming, I believe, slowly. But we had the same problem in the South with the white Democrats.
Joining me in the studio to give us some fresh insights on Black involvement with the Republican Party are three Black Republicans. We have Mr. Andrew Brown, who's a businessman from Jeanerette, Louisiana. He's an alternate delegate to the Republican Convention. Ernie Ladd is on the steering committee for Vice President Bush. He is from Franklin.
Hey, JB, do you know who that is?
Hell no.
Motherfucker, that's Ernie Ladd. He was a wrestler.
Never heard. I don't watch wrestling, man.
Okay, well, back in the day, I think they called him the Lariat. Ernie Ladd.
The only one I can remember is Jimmy Snooperfly Snicker.
No, he actually was probably in Ernie Ladd is like 1980s, 1970s. He was, you know, my grandmother, for instance, used to like wrestling, and that shit, you know, as kids, me and my sister, especially, I don't know that my sister actually liked it that much, but no, Ernie Ladd, he was called the Lariat. He had this black like elbow sleeve thing. Yeah, that's fucking Ernie Ladd. I cannot believe that.
Do you remember the Road Warriors and stuff?
Ernie Ladd was like probably 10 to 15 years before that.
No, I'm
I
asking
remember
you.
the Road Warriors, but that's like
All
90s,
Man
right?
Johnson and all them.
Well, that's 90s, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Hell
80s. I'm
Oh, okay.
80s in like 75 to let's just say up to say 88.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, this dude is about I think he was about 6'7". He's a big dude.
Louisiana, and Linton Ardwin is a Republican and the Assistant Secretary of the Office of State Parks, Department Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. Welcome to Folks. Mr. Brown, I'll start the questioning with you. Mr. Nungesser said that he feels the reason why there are so few blacks in the Republican Party is that on a national and on a local level, the Republicans have yet to find the key to attracting large numbers of the minority. What do you
see? This the type of shit, Stanley. There's no disrespect to Mo Love personally. I don't hate the lady, man, but she
Okay, motherfucker. I don't know what your major malfunction is, Mike, but you need to lose it. You are boring at this point. Now, here's the deal. Look, I do politics. I do news. I like history. Okay, and I would think someone as goofy and as fucked up as you are, sucking up to Donald Trump like Donald Trump even knows who the fuck you are. Look, these are black Republicans in Louisiana from 1988. It just seems to me that this would be interesting to a MAGA mutt like yourself. Okay, I'm interested in it. Fucking go with the flow or go somewhere else, dude. It's boring. You're being an asshole, a real asshole. So this is what this channel is. There's fuckery, but dude, you don't jam fuckery. Don't force it. It it happens naturally. We don't need a weirdo like you forcing it. And if you don't take hints, we are done. You are done. Even commenting.
He might be trying to come out.
Hold on one sec, JB. Stop with the Mo Love bullshit, Mike. Stop attacking people's faith. I literally said it's worse than a personal attack when you start. And I'm not a religious person, but you're not going to do that on my panel, Mike 123. I don't understand why you think it's funny, why you have to be so despicable. And I once again, I went against my better judgment and didn't just fucking ban you from YouTube, but you're pushing your luck, son. Don't say Mo Love's name. Don't even say her. Don't talk about what you were talking about. You will take a different tack or I will ban you from StreamYard. And if you keep the bullshit up in the chat, I'll just ban you from the channel. I have not banned even John Galt, bitch. You would be the only person banned from this channel. And maybe it'll give you something to talk about on your channel. But Mike, you've gone too far, son. You've used up my patience and my good humor. This is your last chance. I don't give a fuck about your $10. I'll just take it.
Well, Stanley, with all due respect,
Okay, fuck your respect. I don't care about your respect. I told you what not to do. If you do what I tell you not to do, your ass is gone. Don't do what I tell you not to do. I don't give a fuck about your goddamn pride. I aim to snuff it out on this goddamn panel. Do not mention Mo Love. Do not mention Christianity. You better change tack immediately or you're out of here.
I'm not with that. You got to do what you got to do. G.
Motherfucker, I don't care what you wit.
Yeah, I'm not
I don't
with
give
that.
a fuck what you're wit. Motherfucker, I gave you goddamn marching orders.
Yeah, I'm not.
Follow them, bitch.
I won't take your orders.
You will take my orders, Mike.
You got me fucked up, Stanley. I'm not your kid.
I
G.
don't give a fuck if you're fucked up, Mike.
Kid.
No one cares about you. Mike,
You a little boy, Mike.
See, Mike doesn't understand. I don't give a fuck about him. I give a fuck about what he's doing on my panel. Fuck you,
Right.
Mike.
He's
But
a
you
little
better not
boy.
do it on my panel. Whatever you think you're gonna do, it'll be the last thing you do on this panel.
He's
You
a
either
little boy,
want,
Stanley. He don't know.
well, hold on, JB. Let me handle it.
All
You either
right.
want to be a part of the 300 mic, or you don't. Your choice.
Well, I'm not gonna take your order, Stanley. Whatever you're doing, you know, it's your channel. At the end of the day, you know, I gotta respect it, but I don't have to respect.
You better respect it. You don't have to. You better.
I don't have to respect stuff I don't agree
You
with.
will goddamn respect my
No, you got
channel.
me fucked.
If you want, I don't give a fuck if you're fucked up, you little sissy.
You got to do what
You
you got to.
sound like a goddamn sissy. Stop being a girl, bitch.
Call me what you want, nigga. But you gotta do what you
Motherfucker,
gotta
of
do.
course I'm gonna call you what I want to call you on my goddamn panel, bitch.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
Dick sucking bitch. You ain't
You
no man.
don't
You's
have
a
to
whore.
give a fuck, Mike. You just have to do what I tell you to do on my panel. Or skedaddle, little girl.
Take
You
your
don't tell me
tampons
what
and
to do is
run,
what
bitch.
you don't understand, G. You don't tell me what
No,
to do.
motherfucker. What I understand is you're going to do what I fucking tell you to do on my panel. That's what I understand. I don't need to understand anything else.
Hell
Only
yeah,
thing
just
you
take your little
control is a
makeup and
button
shit
that
and
puts
run
somebody in
along.
the back. That's the only thing you control, nigga. Only
Yes,
thing you
and
control in life.
I control it well. I control it precisely. You do what I want to do, or I'll just put you in the back. That's how it works, Mike. You have a channel now. You know how it works, little girl.
Call me what you want. I don't put niggas.
Motherfucker, of course I'm going to call you what I want to call you. Thank you,
He's a
Mrs.
crybaby
Obvious.
bitch.
Listen to this bitch.
He's
He's telling me
crying
what
like
I...
a little whore.
I don't give a fuck.
Okay, JB,
See,
just
this is shit.
stand down. Let me handle this little mouse of a girl.
All right.
What else you got, Mike?
Well, I got a lot of shit.
Bitch. That's not what I want to hear. I want to hear I apologize to Mo Love. That's what I want to hear.
Oh, you got me fucked up.
Say it, bitch.
Shout out to Miss.
Say it, bitch. When you come back up, if I let you up to this panel, I want you to say, I sincerely apologize for my transgressions, Mo Love. If you better write it down, bitch, because I want it said verbatim.
Fuck Mo Love, my nigga.
Well, then, did he just... Wait, hold it. JB, did he just say fuck Mo Love?
I mean, that's what it sounded like to me. He's a bitch.
That's a bit much. Now, I have banned him from StreamYard. Don't make me ban you from the channel, bitch. Fuck Mo Love. I can't believe this dude. Now, I have to admit, he's a pit bull, but you know, some pit bulls have brains. Even pit bulls know when, hey, I'm being too much of a pit bull. This motherfucker is a pit bull without goddamn home training.
Hell yeah, because normally you tell that motherfucker to sit, he'll sit, but that motherfucker don't sit.
Okay, so let's see. And this is what I'm also going to start doing, you know, as a matter of course. It's a 30-day ban from the StreamYard. And if I ban you from the chat, it's a 30-day ban. And it might be a permanent ban, Mike. You just managed to go too far. And I know you just wanted to be the edgelord. That's what little white boys want to do. They want to be edgelords. But dude, I don't play that kind of bullshit.
And we have to first of all identify some of the existing problems that peculiar to minorities. And of course, once we begin to address those particular problems, i.e., if you will, jobs and job opportunity. When we talk about opportunity and economic development, we're talking about the first people to be hired and of course the first one to be fired in the process. if we're going to make an impact into the Black community, it is we're on record as saying that we need to go out and start go into the Black community and creating job opportunities. The one does not discriminate, I think, in terms of party or choice, whether or not he or she is white, but whether or not one has food in his pocket and a shelter over his home.
Mr. Ladd, are you in accordance with that? Are you in agreement with that?
I agree entirely, because as you said earlier, the last to be hired and the first to be fired in most cases, it doesn't have to be a specific reason. And one of the things that the state of Louisiana is doing right.
Oh, by the way, while I'm thinking about it, Mo Love, you got a wrench. You can, you handle, you handle little Mikey. You got the wrench and he does not. If he gets out of hand, I accept whatever you do. You don't even have to ask me. Just do what you think is necessary, man.
Right now, and has done. I've known some Black people that graduate from Southern and from Grambling and had to go to other states to get a job. That it has nothing to do with whether they're Republican or Democrat. But if you educate them in the state, you should be able to house them and feed them. It's not just a particular party; it's the whole structure of the state. And when you're cutting back now, I was up at Grambling, my alma mater, a couple of weeks ago, and I watched 18 people lose their position there.
That's harsh. Mr. Arduin, what's the key to attracting more minorities to the Republican Party?
Well, I agree in what has been said by both Andrew and Ernie. And not to seem redundant, I think the key is going to be sensitivity of the Republican Party to economic development issues. And that translates into job opportunities. The Republican Party is going to have to broaden its base. They're going to have to go out into the Black community and really generate some genuine concern and show the majority of the Black constituency that they are keenly concerned with getting the support of Black voters throughout the country and, of course, here in Louisiana.
When we decided to tackle this issue of Blacks in the Republican Party, I had a bit of difficulty not just locating Black people who were Republicans, but in getting the ones who were proclaimed Republicans to talk about it on camera. One gentleman said that he was starting a business, and having been identified as a Black Republican before did not help him before when looking for a job, and he was afraid that it would hurt his business. Have any of you had any experience with that kind of discrimination personally because you're a Black Republican?
Oh, let me respond to that. I can go back to 1979, campaigning for then candidate Dave Train, and I went through a difficult, one of the most difficult times, I guess, in my young, at that time, political career, having so many Blacks criticize me because of the fact that I was supporting then the Republican. I think since that time, going through the experience of the Dave Train administration, an administration that has appointed more Blacks to key level positions in the state of Louisiana, and appointments to non-traditional jobs, I think created a window of opportunity for Blacks. They see the Republican Party not necessarily as the enemy that it once was, but to some extent, you still have many of us who feel that the Republican Party, because of some of its stance on certain issues, have been anti-Black.
All right, you can't deny that many Blacks view the Republican Party as elitist, conservative, and racist, if not just non-caring about civil rights. With your involvement with the party, Mr. Brown, have you found that to be true?
No, Sonia, basically what I've tried to do and attempt to do is that I always use, and of course when I ran for the mayor of the city of Jeanerette, I did get some concerns from my Black constituents that I was a Black Republican. However, I laid that issue to rest by simply raising 2 or 3 questions. First of all, when do you need help? And of course the response was now. And I followed that up by saying, who is the current president? And of course they said Ronald Reagan. At that point I said, I rest my case. And I think what we have to do is become politically astute in the Black community so that we can start addressing, and I also go back to another. I said, okay, now there's a hurricane coming to Baton Rouge, Louisiana. there are going to be evacuation plan taking place. Are we as black people going to get on one bus, or are we going to get on 10 buses? Because that one bus might get blown away. So we have to become politically astute, and we in the Republican Party have made, those of you that you're sitting here have made a commitment that we too want to become what? The Jesse Jackson of the Republican Party. Now, we don't mean Jesse per se with all of his creativity and the things that he had done. We are simply saying that we must keep the door of opportunity open for our black community, and that's what we're committed to doing.
All right, Mr. Ladd, I'd like for you to comment on that.
Well, first of all, I like to say, first of all, the black man in the southern area throughout the United States must look at the Republican Party with an open mind. When your mind is closed, then you can't see what's good for you or what's not good for you. There are a lot of things about the Republican Party that is good for a black person as well as for a white person. But if my mother and my mother's
I'm really impressed that Chris M has some jungle fever there. It's like the second time that that Chris M has talked about pure black straight from the factory. Is he the kind of model from the factory that you appreciate, Chris M? I'm impressed. You got you some jungle fever now, don't you?
mother and her mother's mother were Democrats, and this is all I can relate back. And every time you ask, a lot of times you ask black people about, listen to what someone has to say that's productive about the Republican Party, then they give you a history first. They want to take the conversation over and monopolize it about things that's a waste of time from the Democratic Party. But you see, one philosopher said it's like a wise.
He said you got to clean that up, Stan. I think he might be a little on the funny side. What you think?
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. I was on mute. Now, see, this is what Chris said. That's a pure black straight from the factory. So he's there are three men up on this panel. And Chris makes a comment about a man, dark-skinned black man. And then I say this, you attracted to him, Chris? He's making a comment about a pure black, about a man. And then this is what this weirdo does. He wants to put that shit back on me. No queer shit, Stanley. Clean that stuff up, punk. Motherfucker, it's you making comments on the looks of a black man. And then you want to boomerang that shit back on me? Chris, you are a closeted appreciator. You're a closeted jungle fever sufferer, and I understand it. But you have the intellect of Mike 123, and I'm getting bored with your bullshit too.
You think he's trying to come out of the closet?
I don't give a fuck what he's trying to do. I just don't want stupid people in my chat.
Yeah.
So don't comment on the looks of black men, Chris. And I won't comment about how you're attracted to black men. You are a weirdo, son.
I was at my rose pole.
Apparently, he prefers Ernie Ladd. He likes him some light-skinned men.
He heard, but the less he said, the more he heard, and the wiser he grew. If black people just close their mouths and listen and receive a message that come to you, and I think there are a lot of good black Republican people around that can deliver a good message. And I'll admit this now, the Republican Party needs to do some things that make it more enticing for blacks to become Republicans. See, I don't need anyone to help me do bad. I can do bad all by myself. And a lot of black people can relate to that. Because
now, I want you to note that comment about I can do bad all by myself. This is from 1988. There's nothing new under the sun, folks. I can do bad all by myself has been around for quite some time. Just making historical notes here.
Administration, it's been bad for them about the Republican administration. But who's going to go out and put the food on the table? Who's going to go out and put the new car in the garage? There are some families come from age 1 to 60 years of age and have never seen a new car in their family. There are some families eating the same food over and over. They can't change the state. But can the Republican Party do this? Did the Democratic Party, Democratic administration do the proper plan in the state of Louisiana to make the state of Louisiana as progressive as it should have been? They have 3 states that are hurting right now. I think Texas, Oklahoma, and Louisiana. The other part of this great United States are doing great under a Republican administration. So everything can't be bad about the Republican Party. Now, I'll say one thing about the new governor. I personally believe the governor of the state of Louisiana is going to do the best job that's been done in this state in some time. I'm not talking about the past administration, but I just think the cutback, different people put in their own program. Then the money just starts dwindling and dwindling and dwindling. Then there is no money. Somebody has to cut back and get the budget in line. And I think this governor right here is doing the proper cutback. I know a lot of black people are going to cry. Well, we're only 22% of the minorities. We're the 22% of the people in this country. So there are going to be more white people affected than there will be black on the cutback. But we might cry the loudest, but the black people, if we get together and do the first thing, put quality in our head and get a quality education. See, if you put quality in your head, quality will come out of your head. If you put garbage in your head, then garbage will come out of your head. So what I'm saying right now, in my parish, there's a 51% dropout in students. We got to cut that down to like a 10 or 15 or 20%. 10% of all the girls become pregnant. I had children one time or another. These are some of the things. We must start the education at home and then go, so we need help here. Who can help you? If the Republican Party can help you, step into the Republican Party, let the Republican Party help you. If they can't, listen first of all. Don't come and tell about, my mama was this, my daddy was this, my mama's mama, my mama's mama's mama. On down the line. Look, if a kid has a problem on drugs today, I don't want to know what started him on drugs. I want to know what can we do to stop the problem. We want to save the kid.
Mr. Ardoin, I'd like you to pick up the conversation there. Blacks continue to perceive the Republican Party as racist, as elitist, as conservative, and not in their favor.
That's primarily because this has been a Democratic agenda. The leadership within the ranks of the Democratic Party have always created that kind of symbolism. I think what we, as black folks, have to do is change that symbolism into reality. And the reality is that, as Andy alluded to, is that we are not competing with anyone within the ranks of the Democratic Party as black Republicans. We have the same agenda. Our agenda is about education. Our agenda is about creating jobs and so forth. So it's not about competition. It's about how can we exist and get equal opportunity and develop some meaningful coalitions. And this is what we are attempting to do. I have always maintained with my friends when I was criticized years ago about changing my party affiliation, that the reason why I did it is because the lines were shorter. I didn't have to stand in line and become a Republican. But on a serious note, I think for too long, we as black folks have been participating in the political arena, and our participation has been too predictable. And I think we need to bring about some unpredictability.
Let me interrupt for a second. During the campaign for Paul Hardy was running for lieutenant governor, for the Democratic Party, a black organization made a commercial, said, I guess I have to take my old grandmama in a wheelchair to go and vote to keep the Republican out. See, what black people don't understand, the Mexican people got together and stopped the Frito Bandino commercial by degrading its race. The Indians got together and stopped degrading the Indian people about every war they come up in. If the Indian win, it's great massacre. If the white man win, it's great victory. You see, it's the same thing. Each one in a battle, but they're just the name and title. If a black man speak out, he's a militant. If a white man speak out, he's got something to talk about. So all I'm saying now, first of all, let black people come together and be able to listen to one another and be able to work with one another. put a project together, a program together that's going to be beneficial to our black children. See, stop black parents from fighting on the wrong side of the track with their kids, programming their kids with poison. This is the first thing that has to happen, and then we can go to the Republican Party or the Democratic Party. I don't want all blacks to be in the Republican Party. I don't want all blacks to be in the Democratic Party. We want a balance. We don't need no 95% versus 5%. Let's get 50% of the jobs in the in the Republican Party, get 50% of the jobs in the Democratic Party. Let us, first of all, understand one another. We know there's a Herculean task out in front of us. We can conquer this thing. And I think right now the state of Louisiana, the Democrats were along.
Hey, what's up, MOT?
How much better are the
Yeah, what's going on, man?
You know what? This video, it just wandered into my algorithm. Louisiana PBS station from 1988, Black Republicans, and the middle guy, the guy in the red hair, Ernie Ladd. He was a wrestler from when I was a kid. So anyway, I don't know. I love these old historical videos. The video basically is telling me that there's nothing new under the sun. Ernie Ladd is talking about the Mexicans getting mad at the Frito Bandito. Essentially saying, why can't blacks be more like the Mexicans? They band together and get rid of the Frito Bandito. However, I'm just like, Ernie Ladd. I remember watching him, wrestling with my grandmother back in the late 70s, like middle 70s. He died in 2007. I Googled him, and no, this dude was famous in the Southeast in that wrestling world.
Yeah.
So just kind of hanging out, watching old historical videos, just bullshitting around, basically.
Yeah, but most of black conservatism has always been surface level. It's never been a policy-based discussion. It's more of, I'm gonna live in a liberal area and I'm conservative, and I'm like, now you do have your people who live in Oklahoma and Mississippi who don't really complain about where they're at. They just kind of accept that their lot or whatever. But that's not the same about conservatives. They actually hate, or claim that they do hate, being around this liberal stuff, but they live in these liberal areas and they love this infrastructure and all this. But I'm like, okay, so what are the policy proposals that you actually discuss? What are the policy disagreements if you are so happy around liberals?
Do you think the arguments in 2026 are the same as the ones in 1988?
No, because you had.
Okay, well, we're looking at something in 1988. Now Ernie Ladd, fairly, I don't know if he was rich, but I mean he's famous even at that time. And
but look at famous people. It's not black.
The gentlemen on either side of him, well, they're black famous. The gentlemen on either side of him, one's in elected office, and I forget what. I think the other one's a business owner. So these aren't dudes from the hood, and they're talking about what they expect, and quite frankly, they sound like conservative Democrats from the time.
I don't consider hood dudes are even real. Most of them are synthetic hood dudes who just want to use the
Understood.
hood as an actual.
What I'm pointing out is these are people who are elected, business owner, celebrity. Even if it's wrestling, he was also a football player. So, he wasn't. At the time, he's on a PBS station in Louisiana talking about serious politics. And to a certain extent, I've enjoyed listening to them because they are serious. Maybe not policies so much, but they are stating concerns that the black community has, and they're doing it in a very sober, serious manner. And again, this is history for me. I just enjoy, seeing these old videos when old black people had, weren't so much into rap. This is before rap actually took off, at least, the early 90s is when rap for me kind of started taking a detour away from fun. So policies, they may not know policies, but they do know in their communities what are concerns.
But it's always been I'm gonna join this policy-based initiative and start talking about culture.
They're actually not talking about culture so much, except for the Frito Bandito thing. And I actually remember that. I remember, Mexicans and, people like that getting mad at the racist America, which shouldn't have surprised anyone. That Frito Bandito was a little racist. You couldn't pull that off in 2026.
At least so was Speedy Gonzalez, but it's yeah. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Let me do a little bit. Hey, we hit 300. We hit 300 subscribers, and look at the little channel that could. and I know it sounds such small, such a small thing, but no, I'm serious. For me, 300 people who can put up with my foolishness. So it is a good day. And Lupin, let me put it to you this way. Just put a Lupin. Do you mean Mike? Because it's going to be free. I'm not going to charge you. Just say the word. I know he has been problematic, and I try and be democratic about it, but
Oh boy. Oh, who are you talking about now?
Mike 123. He's just gone a bit far, and Lupin, who is a like pretty much the major sponsor of the show. He is asking me how much would it cost for a lifetime ban, which is like, oh shit. Lupin is a voice of reason. And if Lupin's pissed off, then
Yeah, but you have to understand how many times Mike 123 has been to this. Like other content creators would have gave him one shot, one chance, one buy-in, and it would have been done.
Hey, I am tolerant, apparently.
So how did he go too far that was too far than what he went the last time? How's that possible?
Yeah, well, Lupin, it is $0. I'll just have to make the hard call. And if Lupin's annoyed, because Lupin, he doesn't sweat that bullshit, but it's $0 and it is done. So it's as simple as that. So how you doing? What's up? What's been going on all day?
Nothing, man. Trying to get out of Miami. Heading back to the East Coast, probably over to Denver at some point. Hiring these. There's a lot of jobs opening, and there's a lot of people not getting them. People.
Well, I would love to actually, have you come up and talk about, this stuff. If you're, I don't know.
No, I willing to talk about it. No matter what it is. I mean, because people can make a lot of money out here,
well,
like
then
legally.
Okay. Well, let's see. Next Saturday is supposed to be another Black Historian Day, but let's do it next Saturday.
Yeah.
No, I'm dead serious.
You can just email me, and I can just show people how easy this stuff is to set up.
Okay. Yep. consider it.
Because that's why I'm in Miami. I don't like Miami. I love the weather of Miami. I would never live here. But if you have jobs and then you have an immigrant community who's scared to come get those jobs, and it's kind of,
Mhm.
you have to, like, people just don't know how to do business. Now, actual Southern whites and like the rural South are doing this the
Mhm.
same way that I've observed them doing it over like moving things over like beginning of the year. I'm like, dude, if they doing this, I could definitely do this.
Right.
And that's not, rent an office and going to these communities, put out some flyers, and people show up. There's transportation to and fro. There's free check cash and all that stuff. The only thing they got to do is show up. Pretty much.
Let's see here. I'm gonna play this. Give me a couple minutes while this plays, because I'm gonna have to, do some background banning.
Background banning?
I think you need to take a look.
Well, look, I don't actually get into the innards and ban people and stuff, but
Some preemptive banning, maybe?
no,
Oh, okay.
Mike is just, it's not productive.
Oh no, Mike never came here for a productive conversation. He came here to disrupt conversation.
Well, look, Saturdays I don't mind the fuckery, but he's just going too far with it. You get in here, like when you were a kid, we used to call it checking when I was a kid, it's
Yeah.
roasting or whatever. There's something going on, and it is not fun. It's toxic. And I keep going, hey, look, you're going too far. And he keeps going, a step farther. If I say don't use the N word, he's going to use it 30 times. And that's not the way I want this channel to go.
You know what that really comes from?
No, tell me.
It comes from not being able to go that far with people who cause these problems in your real life. So you come online to people's channel who would kind of let you get away with it, and then you just keep going and going and going until you get banned. The only thing they have to do is handle this in their real life.
First place.
Yeah.
I was too tolerant in the first place. I'm not gonna argue with that. You're probably right.
And this is what I mean by people come online to test the waters on things they would never attempt in real life with people who they actually have a problem with.
Now, I do have to say something in Mike's defense. He's an asshole on other channels.
Again, he's the same person everywhere.
So wait, hold it. My defense is he's consistent. Yeah, that sounds bad too.
Yeah.
That's kind of reinforcing your point. So, all right, well, it's done. So let's get back to the cat, Ernie Ladd. And look, the show can go anywhere it goes. There's no real agenda. But this is fascinating.
What will happen if you go to it with an open mind? That's all I ask.
Mr. Brown, you were about to make a comment.
Well, I think I was going to piggyback on what Lynn had alluded to, is that we're concerned. We too have an agenda, and that agenda is creating jobs in our community, eliminating drugs in our community, improving the education of our school system so that our children will become participants in a society in which we all contribute to. And we go back, we come from a heritage of long line of heritage from Africa. Everybody seems to forget about the blacks' contribution to the building of America. And it didn't come under Republican or Democrats. We did this as a people. And what we're saying now is that we want to make certain that all parties are sensible and also sensitive to what? The need of the black community. That's what we're saying. That's the bottom line.
And we all look forward to a time when it's no longer an issue of black and white.
That's correct. That's correct.
Thank you very much for appearing on Fox.
Thank you.
Haiti is a land of mystery and contrast. The first Black republic in the Western Hemisphere, Haiti has a violent and colorful past. La Troupe Mackendal, led by Haitian prisoner Augustine, seeks to preserve the beauty and ritual of Haiti's native music, dance, and voodoo. We met the members of La Troupe Mackendal in Lafayette at the Festival International de Louisiane.
Are you gonna make it out for when is Mardi Gras? I guess
I
it's
think
got to be
second
pretty
Tuesday in
soon.
March. Second Tuesday in March.
Okay, you gonna make it out there?
Oh, hell no, dude. I would never go there.
I have never been, and this year won't be the year I go. But
I've never
well,
been,
no.
and this won't be the year I go.
Yeah, you know what? But if my son says, "Hey, you know what? I want to go," it's
Dude,
a young person's thing.
dude, it was the year 2000 when I went. Like
I've
actually
never been.
specifically went for that
Mhm,
reason. Yeah, it
mhm.
was that long ago. And it's been
Yeah,
the
well,
same every single year for everybody I know who lives down there who goes to it every single year. It's the same thing.
look, you know, if my son and he has given no indication, I'm guessing he won't this year. But I'm, sometimes you think of scenarios, and if he said, "Hey, you know what? I want to go," I would even go. Okay, but you need to be checking in. You need to be here. You need to be there. Probably wind
That
up
place,
planning the whole trip.
dude,
But
that place is very dangerous. Even outside
yes.
of that, very, very. I'm talking about unimaginably dangerous. People just don't understand
Hmm.
how dangerous that place is.
Well, it's been maybe 30 years since I've been. This is back in probably around 96, 97. I spent a week there with back then she was my girlfriend. And, we were walking around the French Quarter, at night. We weren't big partiers, but no, we had a really good time. But that's shoot 30 years ago.
And it's way more dangerous now than it was then.
Hmm.
Way more dangerous.
I know you're right.
Actually, since Hurricane Katrina is when it kind of just kept spiraling up with the danger.
Right. What the fuck is it with these? You know, let's have a conversation because I don't get. You have pissed some people off.
Me?
Yeah, and I cannot figure out why.
I can tell you why.
So
I can tell you why.
yeah. Well, say it in a way say it in a way that'll piss them off more.
Yes. They're just mad that I'm not one of their stereotypical actual stepping black men that you find online. Yeah, I don't hand out protection to women in these actual spaces. My protection for masculinity is actually environmental. It is not my fault that they were impregnated by reptiles and they're actually attracted to simp energy and attention, not masculinity.
Well, let
It's
me clarify this. It's not like Zhang here.
no, no.
His point, like Zhang is a male of some sort. Why the fuck? Why the fuck are these? And I think he's a millennial or maybe
Who?
a Zoomer. Who knows? Why the fuck is he mad? What the
Who?
fuck? This dude named Zhang, who I've known for a while. He's a good troll. I'm trying
Oh
to
no, no,
figure
no.
out
Like
why the
no, but
fuck
the
does he care?
it's Jane. Um. Oh shit! I thought you were referring to the actual tons of emails that I get from another situation that happened on the Big J Triple X show. But Jane, I think his disagreement is kind of in line with Mike 123 disagreement. That we're not supposed to agree on anything. I'm supposed to come up here to give you nothing but pushback, that sort of thing. I don't understand what the issue is. And the thing is that we have these disagreements, but I don't look at the comments, not all the time, especially while I'm driving. So I don't even know that he even have these disagreements. But okay, I guess. I mean, I don't know what. I mean, the link is right there. If there's a disagreement, you can jump on and we can
Well,
discuss it.
let me just
Yeah.
ask. This is a Zhang specific question. Zhang, are
Okay.
you black? Because I can never figure out. He identifies as a pygmy. He identifies as, he's kind of a shapeshifter sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Zhang, are you a young black man? Are you mixed race? And now's the time to actually kind of pull back the veil, because I understand MOT. I understand Nagon. Maybe it's a man of a certain age sort of thing. I'm not quite understanding your hostility.
No,
So
that's fine. Like, what are the comments? What are the comments, for instance? Like, maybe I could, I don't know, parse it.
yeah, I'm a Congolese pygmy with Chinese spirit and white supremacist tendencies. But see, let me help you out, Jang. You can hide behind kind of the funny Nick Fuentes sort of comments, but at some point in your life, it might not be for the next 20 years. You're actually going to have to be you. And the funny thing about the Nick Fuentes, a lot of things that all these YouTube content, like the Anton Daniels, all those people, they're not them. Okay. They are YouTube personalities. And the advantage that I have, and I'll just use me, dude, if you met me at my front door, I'd be making the same jokes. I'd be doing the same thing. I don't code switch. I don't have to do an Anton Daniels. I don't have to be a Congolese pygmy with Chinese spirit and white supremacist tendencies, which is literally theater of the absurd. You need to go back, look at Samuel Beckett. That's literally something that Samuel Beckett could write. And you probably have no idea who Samuel Beckett is. Do better, son.
Yeah, but the thing that I have is that I'm far, I mean, magnitudes less tolerant of these people in actually real life. Far less
Well,
tolerant.
apparently I'm just learning. So
No.
here's
No,
Palomino Ricky Z. And again, you know what? Palomino and I have no problems with Palomino. We have practically for now years, trolling each other. Finally, he has a wrench. Lupin could be president of the United States, but he doesn't have a clue what's good content. Well, here's the interesting thing, Palomino. YouTube is not the United States, and
I mean,
being good on
cat videos are good
hold
content.
on one sec. Being a good content creator on YouTube almost disqualifies you from being president of the United States. Don't let Donald Trump fool you. Being a media personality doesn't make you even qualified to be a good president, look at the current situation. So those are the two little boys that need to be. Y'all can keep your wrenches, but there might have to be a reorientation. Mike, apparently I got the wrong moniker. I can correct that too. Mike, just go tend to your business over in your garden. We've had enough. So anyway, that is, let's see here. Well, let's go back and play this little New Orleans clip. I assume it's New Orleans. Well, I want to make a quick comment before we finish this video. And I knew it was going to come to this. So, Palomino, you can give up your wrench. Palomino writes, Lupin could be president of the United States, but he doesn't have a clue what's good content. Well, Lupin, let me, and I think I'll be consistent when I say I don't care about what good content is. I want good people watching whatever the content is. And Lupin has been one of the best. He is a voice of reason. And I'm sorry, I'm going to pay attention when he says, hey, Lupin has been complaining for like, he literally watches from the clouds. He thinks Mike has been taking away from, the quality of the show for months. And he has been very patient, probably more patient than he should have been. And he's busy. But Lupin, I take what the motherfucker is extremely successful. And look, I have given Mike plenty of chances, and kind of the same thing with JB Smooth. JB Smooth is probably going to go the Mike road. I'm a little bit more tolerant than I probably should be. So, Mike, you will either do like rehab, whatever that entails, but now I have a lot of people just saying, hey, dude, y'all don't know how many times people have emailed me going, why do you keep letting Mike up? Okay, so Palomino, Zhang, y'all are little teeny boppers. There are more opinions than your two little kid opinions. People have been complaining about Mike for months, and I've kind of, I'm at a point to where I've just have to put my foot down. And Palomino, you can give up your wrench and run along. I appreciate your input. You're a good moderator, but frankly, you're not essential. And I also want to point out this, which I knew it would happen. So I've gone from 300 to 297. Just putting your foot down a little bit will lose you subscribers. I was celebrating 300. Hoo, we've hit 300, and all of a goddamn sudden, it's gone down to 397. Well, you know what? That's three people that hey,
Needs to go.
we'll find replacements.
But here's the thing about that, Stanley, and the content creation route. Like me, like if you look at my thing, I probably lost 3,000 subscribers right over the last 2 or 3 years because I don't do the content that got me those subscribers in the first place.
Right.
And it's like I don't want to do the actual relationship conversation kind of any more or any longer. At this point, it's too. What I wanted out of the relationship conversation is what is currently happening right now, with a lot of people coming online just to hang out, to voice their problems. Nobody really being political. Everybody is a conservative just to talk about cultural issues. I'm talking about the men only, not the women. And that's just kind of, I always wanted to suss that out of the actual people who are here and what people are attracted to. And now I have that. So there's no real reason for me to do that kind of content anymore. And a lot of people like, well, I was here for this. And I'm like, well, you should have graduated by now. Graduated to getting your stuff together. And look, and if you're not going to produce enough to move to a better area, then you got to accept your lot where you at. I grew up in Mississippi. I had to be there for 17 and three-quarter years where I had no choice. And then I was in the military when I saw actual socialism and how socialism actually worked, when it does work for the benefit of everybody equally. Then I went to Colorado, and it was a conservative area, especially in the late 90s. And then after 9/11, everybody kind of banded together to kind of remove conservatism from the Denver metro area. And things worked. Like once you're in a working situation, you don't need to be around these toxic kind of people online. And once you have a career field and an actual spouse that actually gives a damn about you and that's separate from this toxic stuff that we deal with in society, there is no real reason for me to try to keep those people along for the ride. Unless you want to deliberately do it on some get the bag stuff. But I'm like, dude, that stuff is beneath me at this point. It just is. And yes, I was making $3 to $5 grand a month at my actual peak of it. I was, but I make $3 to $5 grand a day now. Profit. So I don't need to do that type of stuff.
Yeah, well, there comes a time, and I understand how it works, but look, even, and this is more Stanley versus the world channel thing. I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to be how I want to be. And I'm going to say something, and I've mentioned it on the channel before. As a father, the proudest moment I ever had was, back in the day, in the glory days when I was married and my son was young, and I was fucking in love with the world. It was awesome. My marriage was fucking awesome. My child was fucking awesome. My wife's grandmother after the age of 90, every year it was we would celebrate her birthday, 91, 92, all the way up to 96 actually. And it would be like a family reunion. And it was mostly, well, it was all my wife's side of the family. So oftentimes me and my son would be the only 1.5 black people there. So, but you know what? I don't like parties, and I I enjoyed those reunions after I'd left, and I'd go, hey, I had a good time. But I hated it. I didn't want to necessarily go. Now, my wife's grandmother, she honestly, there's a whole separate story. I love that woman. And there's a whole story there. But I remember usually I would let my wife, hey, you're with your family, I'll deal with my son, and we'll play in the corner or whatever. She's with her family, and I don't, necessarily, I'm lukewarm on it. But hey, if I get to keep the boy, it's fun. So,
Yeah.
one of her family members, somehow or another, it got to, well, who are you? And it's just, an elder talking to my son, just kind of that sort of, who are you? Hey, what's your name? And um the my wife's, I don't know, like an older uncle, who knows, he was making a joke and made the name, it was close, just some verbal joke. So my son went, um no, I'm Trevor. It wasn't like, don't get my name wrong, I am who I am. And this child was like 4 or 5. He knew who he was. No, don't get it wrong. I'm kind of, you know, putting words in his mouth, but he fucking knew who he was, and he was not amused that you get my name wrong. And you know what? That I don't think I've ever been more impressed with a 5-year-old. My son has a strong sense of who he is, and god damn it, that's who I raised. And his mother did too. Don't let these fucking half-wits bump you off your course. You fucking know what your mission is, and you go for it. There will be, there's going to be life happens and all that stuff. Dude, I that might be why I love my son. Motherfucker knows who he is. That's how he made all A's. Well, he made one B in band, and I allowed it because it was my fault. Motherfucker has a full ride to Georgia Tech. Not a partial ride. Motherfucker earned it. So all the Mike 123s, all the Zhangs, all the Palominos, this is my goddamn channel. And sometimes I allow too much, but if we go from 300 to 250, I'll just have to do it. It's gonna be my way. So leave if you must, Mike 123. I'll survive. You're not essential to my goddamn channel. Never were. And, sorry. There will be people like Chris M and Speak Radio. Dude, yeah, the fuckery is nice, but it's not essential. So anyway, I'm done with my rant. And lastly, Lupin has been one of the best friends to this show. And I don't mean even monetarily. Dude, this motherfucker is my age, extremely successful, and it is what it is. And dude, Lupin needs to listen to the show and participate. Mike 123 does not. In Mike 123, you can reform. You're not banned forever. But motherfucker, I'm tired of the N-word on my panel. I'm tired of the bad behavior. I know you might have a lot going on in your personal life, but your wife isn't dead. Motherfucker, I literally had to resurrect a whole goddamn life because I lost my wife. There was no divorce. There was no, oh, she's still around. She might, be able to take the child for the weekend, motherfucker. I had to do it all myself. So you're a pussy, Mike. Stop. I don't give a fuck about your personal life. You want to talk about it, but I'm not going to motherfucking guess. So enough of that. Sorry for the diversion, but Mike's a pussy. Motherfucker. Dude, let me tell you a story. After my wife died, dude, I remember we had to go to the goddamn funeral, the funeral home. And the worst mistake I ever fucking made in my life, and honestly, this is like 13 years later. You have to identify the body. And you know what? I would not let my father-in-law do it because I thought at the time the worst thing you could possibly see as a father is your child dead and you have to identify her. So I fucking did it. And dude, I will cry now. I can't describe how it was horrible. But you know what? I could not let her father do it. I'm her husband. So it was difficult. And until you actually have something that existentially, ontologically changes your life, Mike, be happy you just got a divorce. You didn't have to bury your wife. You didn't have to fucking explain it to your 6-year-old. Well, 7-year-old. Mike, you're a pussy. Grow up. So finally, I'm done with that. These guys are fucking pussies. Oh, wait, hold it. It's down to 294.
Great.
Oh, well, wait, hold it. Let me refresh this. Hey, fuck them. They gotta go. And see, this is what we call winnowing. Just winnow out the chaff.
Like Stanley, I used to have streams called "You Might Want to." Tonight is a perfect night to unsubscribe from my channel. I used to do that a lot to make people to make people either grow up or actually leave the channel because a lot of people join the channel because they want to control you. Like you can't have a show unless my bullshit is a part of it. And if you don't keep the BS up, I'm going to go somewhere else, mister. So you better not make things too over the line or else I'm going to leave. And I'm like, bye?
Yeah.
Dude, well, like, what type of control you think you have?
I just did my YouTube growing up. But so it goes. Look, 294, it's still more than I had a week ago. It's still about 20 more.
Telling people to step off that don't really belong here repeatedly will make you have the growth that you should. And I should have done that repeatedly. Like the whole unsubscribe from my channel type thing. I should have did that repeatedly because I had people who were like, well, you know what? I'm going to take my Patreon away. I'm I'm like, dude, it's $5. You know how long it take me to make $5? Like 3 seconds. What are you talking about? You're gonna take your subscription away? Like, I don't give a damn about your subscription. I care about the actual direction of men in society. That's what my channel is about. How can I call myself Man of Tomorrow and I'm still talking about relationship stuff for 10 years? That doesn't make any sense. I don't have relationship issues. Y'all dudes do. And guess what? They found other providers, which is what they wanted in the first place. So everybody's happy. Nobody wants progress, and I'm okay with that. I really
But
am.
let me give you let me give you something that I want to hear your reaction, and I'm not going to describe it, but I will thank my buddy Fred, who is well, you know what? I'm just going to let it go. I'm sure you will have a comment.
They're trying to get you guys, you especially white men, not necessarily you guys, but the white men to come back to the fold. Okay, there's a lot of money in it. Anyhow, let us get busy. Both simultaneously. Oh, both channels. Okay. And white man's problems. We already peeped it. So all the stuff they're doing, we already peeped. I doubt you know him. He's about your age, but hardcore lefty been hanging around MOT lately. What the fuck is his name? Okay, ask you for his goddamn name. What's his name? I don't have to know him. I just want to know his name. If you're gonna mention him, say who he is. And for cloud the search and that, yeah, Stanley Cross. Okay, all right, I'll look him up. Anyhow, let's get busy. Most of you motherfuckers have no idea what the fuck they're doing. No, Man of Tomorrow. We know you'd have mentioned MOT. It's Stanley Cross, who I have no idea. I don't think I know who he is. And most of these cats that are lefties are not really that left. Okay. Most of your black radical lefties are not really that left. They're not as left as you think they are. They're more centrist. The ones that I heard, they try to spout that socialist jargon, but they're not that left. He's on MOT's panels now and has a wrench there, but he usually hangs out around John Galt. You got a wrench, Andre? Put a link into what you're listening to, man. That's why you have a wrench. I have no clue what the hell you're talking about, man. I mean, most of this little stuff like this, man, I don't keep track of because there's so much going on now. I don't have time to keep track of it. So, but this is
well, any comment?
Yeah,
I love the radical left part.
Yeah. Yeah, hold on a second. I'm in the middle of something. I get you in 2 minutes.
Okay, well, here's the deal. I have listened to BGS, not for any length of time. And I think it's cool. Andre, I've actually known from John Galt's channel. He's a Canadian, if I recall. But hey, look, I'm getting out there as a name. What is funny is Andre thinks I'm radical left. That's actually the interesting part. So it was specifically for MOT.
All right, so here's the problem with what happened there. I don't like Andre 420. I can't stand the guy.
You know who he
sniveling.
is?
Oh
He's
yeah.
from
Oh yeah.
Canada, right? He's
Yes.
Canadian.
Yeah, he's a
okay.
sniveling coward. who's just like the rest of these stupid people in this space, had a kid by the wrong woman. This guy is incredibly inept
Yeah, I
as a human
remember
being,
that. I remember that.
incredibly inept. He hangs around BGS, and the thing is that he knows the difference between a U and a BGS, but he chooses to hang around these spaces where there's non-productive men at. Like, listen, I'm glad BGS exists. So, and the thing is, BGS serves a purpose now. BGS serves a purpose of getting most black men that I do not want to deal with in my life out of my life. That's what the manosphere does for me. It helps me clean up my personal circle because now I know what these people think, I know what they believe, and I know where they hang out at. And I know that they have an actual option to actually learn information. They just avoid it because we're in the age of information avoidance now. Like these people all live in liberal areas, like BGS. He claims that there are no political sides, but he lives in California and he plays a lot of Fox News and he responds to it. So, oh yeah, everybody wants to run right wing interference, but nobody wants to be quote unquote right wing. And the problem is that people like you and the Gone being here, who's a little bit older than I am, it really challenges BGS's position as an old fool. Because he's going to ignore the fact that you even exist. Like he ignores the fact that I even exist.
Well, that's good.
Yes,
I have no
of
problem
course
with
it is.
that.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
But what?
He's the
But
one
here,
who's actually bringing this up when he's the one who has the problem because he doesn't want to exclusively be around people like me and you. He'd rather be around people like BGS because he gets to have a voice there. Here, he doesn't have a voice. He can't contribute to the conversation. He doesn't know anything about history, and all of his problems he started.
but let me ask you a question though.
Yeah.
To me, BGS just kind of swatted Andre away. Like, if you don't have
He does.
details, why are
He
you? Why are
does.
you even?
No. It's not the details. He knows who you are because he pays attention to my channel. He's not stupid. The thing is that he wants something specifically to respond to that you said that's about him, and that's why Andre gets swatted away in these situations. BGS is looking for something that you said, not the fact that you exist. He knows you exist. He knows what your channel is. He's not that dumb or out there because BGS wants to be like, okay, can I put this guy as part of the show? Because your background, he's not going to be able to match. You know, like he can't even match my background. You know damn well he's not going to be able to match a naval officer with a successful child. That's not what's going to happen. Because BGS has a failed child, two of them, man and woman, the same type of men and women that he's actually complaining about online every single night. He actually created those under his roof. You didn't do that. So there's no real reason for him to be over there. But like Andre 420 or Andre Reformed or whatever name he's using right now, he's always
Yeah,
in
it's
these bad
reformed.
spots. Yeah. Yeah, he's always in these bad spots and in these bad positions, which is
Well, see,
his
that's the
fault for
weird
being there.
thing. I don't give a fuck. I mean, I've heard BGS. You know, I have a couple friends that, you know, are into that sort of stuff. I don't care. But I also want to say this. I would never know about it if, you know, my buddy didn't say, "Oh, hey." So, I mean,
Your name was brought up XYZ place. Yeah.
yeah.
But at the end
Well,
of the day,
good.
he's not going to challenge you on anything because he's not in the
Well,
position where he can even
he
challenge me on anything.
well, not only that, he shouldn't because I know who he is, but I don't give a what is he, dude, seriously. I read books and you know, I've heard BGS, he's more into like that economics. I care about foreign policy.
He doesn't care
Not,
about any of that. He doesn't care about any of it. He cares about playing everybody's shit, but he has no real opinion because his opinion, his strong suit is gender war stuff. What he does is
oh,
he
I
plays
see.
other people's
Oh, okay,
opinions
yeah,
and
yeah,
claim
yeah.
that they're his, but his bread and butter is getting these idiots to trust him over the gender war stuff. And look, he's in the gender war. He didn't want Kamala Harris to win. He now owns the Trump administration, and he keeps saying all these positive things, like he said that Candace Owens is legit. He said that what is this guy? Elon Musk is legit. He keeps saying that Pearly thinks that Nick Fuentes was going to get something for black boys. Yes, specifically within 5 years. He said that on live streams, and then he turned around and said that he didn't say that stuff right after it. So what BGS does, like the con artist on the left there on the screen who claims to be a therapist. It's notice how all these therapists and like these YouTube attorneys are not good at attorneying, and they doing everything else about what about their primary job is while they're online. So, like, BGS is kind of doing what Jeff St. James is doing. Jeff St. James is a guy who lives in Philadelphia, claim he doesn't take sides, run interference for the Republican Party, have people on who don't know anything about political history, but his name is Ask a Brother. How can your name be Ask a Brother and you don't know any of all this shit?
Hey, he's not using the hard ER. It's brother.
Yeah, I know. Either way, it's just like, how long can you keep running this con on people until somebody asks you, wait a minute, I-80 corridor in Pennsylvania is pretty damn conservative. So is I-81. So is I-78. How did you end up in Philadelphia, the most liberal city in the state, if you don't think there are no sides to be picked? And he only wants dilution of votes from the Democratic Party, but he doesn't want to live around white conservatives.
Mm-hmm.
He went to go get a degree to solve problems.
Is he in where is it? What's the neighborhood that that community that Bryn Mawr is in?
I have no idea about Philly.
I can't think. There is a like a rich, historically rich community just to the west of Philadelphia, and my wife had a high school friend of hers whose daughter went to Bryn Mawr, and that's like the Seven Sisters bullshit. This is like the Wasp Valhalla.
Oh wow!
And well, no,
Wasp Valhalla.
Oh, that dude. My wife. Now this woman that my wife was high school friends with. She was actually a good woman, and she is. She's still alive. So her daughter graduated, and my son was fucking, I don't know, probably 4 or 5. So we drove to Philadelphia, and my wife went to the graduation, and again I was relegated to keeping my son in the hotel room. But here's the deal: I didn't fucking want to go. It's like, dude, I used my son so many times, like, oh, I'll keep the boy. I don't want to go to. Dude, I'm not fucking going to a Bryn Mawr graduation. We can have pizza in the in the fucking hotel room. But my point is that BGS has no fucking clue about exclusivity. What I'm trying to say is you don't know until you get into like a formal like a class A white uniform with a sword, and you are literally in charge of something. Like, if you fuck up, you'll be crucified. If you do, like, keep everything on point and win, you'll get a medal. I've had to do that. And I remember this one change of command. It was for a 3-star admiral. And my captain's like, well, Mr. Cross, you will run the change of command. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to fail. Except I didn't. Motherfucker, I ran that shit like a watch. And you know what? I got the medal.
Yeah, but
All
you
I'm
have to
saying is
understand.
I'm one little black naval officer, but I'm in control, and all you motherfuckers are gonna do what I say when I say to do it, and we're gonna win. BGS has never motherfucking done that shit.
I mean, but he thinks he's
Motherfucker,
doing it online with these lost men.
motherfucker, I have done it for real, and I've done it. I've made life and death decisions, literally, on a deployment, in a war.
And here's the thing: the Jeff St. James and the BGSs can't fucking compete with
Yeah.
that. And the thing is that this content creation has allowed bullshit artists, underperforming men, to pretend like there's something else other than just underperforming men. Now, like the Tia Son Johnson and his fake 19-point agenda, even though he was third party and didn't tell nobody he was third party until after or nearly coming up to the 2024 election. So that way he wouldn't be responsible about making any type of policy, bringing this up to other people. And it's like, this is what these dudes do. It's like these underperforming men, dude, they make me laugh. I can't. It's just a problem. And the thing is that now BGS would never intentionally come up here because he has nothing to offer to the conversation. You have to
Well,
bring some type of
look,
background.
it's not clout chasing or any of that.
No.
bullshit.
It isn't. But allow me to finish.
I didn't mention him. I got mentioned.
No. But that's what I'm saying. The problem is that Andre 420 does this shit a lot, where
Oh,
he
really? Yeah.
tries to get people to engage with each other who would never come in contact with each other at all, ever. And he wants to hear the conversation between, like, it's never going to happen because there's no way a BGS Edmore is going to get on a panel with you and try to start talking background and shit.
Well,
Because you
no,
actually know
you
shit
know
about
what?
pop.
Actually, it could happen, but here's the deal. If he thinks Andre has a problem, if he thinks I'm far left,
But that's the thing. He lives in a far left country,
has no clue.
calling other people far left. It's like this dude has universal effing healthcare in Canada, interacting with people online in the United
that's
States.
funny.
Yeah,
That's a good
what I'm
point.
saying. And it's like he's calling other people far left. How are you calling other people far left? You live in Canada.
Well, you don't think
Unbelievable.
BGS did a good job though? Most, people. I think he kind of dissed Andre.
Yes,
Most
but see,
people,
yeah,
black
but Andre
people
doesn't
far
realize
left
that
are
he's
usually
being
center
dissed.
left.
Yeah, but he doesn't understand the difference between a person running a narrative for profit on people and somebody actually having a conversation. He doesn't understand the difference between the two. And this isn't the first time publicly that he's been dissed or dismissed, because he used to come over to my channel and try to get me to kind of engage with BGS, and we both gave him the brush off in the exact same way. Because I'm not here to really engage with BGS. I know what he's on now. I know what the people who are over there are with. I know they're incredibly stupid. I know that they don't have the strength of courage to actually go learn this stuff. I know they're ahistorical. I know they're apolitical. I know they don't know anything. And BGS, this is his own audience. He calls his own audience pedestrians.
Okay, I need you to explain that. I've never been able to understand what the.
Yes.
And
Pedestrians is a euphemism. Pedestrians is just a euphemism.
Average.
No. Worse than that. No. Pedestrian is just a euphemism for people who ain't on my level. But here's the thing. BGS is on no level because he has no background of any kind. I have a background. I have an MBA. I have a thriving business. I am married, a successful marriage, a successful business. You see, if you're not a successful content creator who exclusively lives off the pain and apathy of men, then you're beneath him. So he creates his own level of masculinity through these actual people who he don't like. And then he calls them stupid for listening to him.
Right.
It's like expecting John Galt to have respect for the black people who actually listening to John Galt's channel. It's kind of like that.
Right.
But hey,
So
let them stay
I
out
don't
there.
know.
Leave
Look,
them out there, man.
I'm in my cups. I've had a few Guinness stouts, and I hit 300, and then I got my goddamn bubble burst. It went, motherfucker. We're 6 people. I pissed off 6 people
You haven't
because
pissed off
I
six
spoke my
people.
mind.
You pissed off the same 6 people who are still here, but they just got rid of their second accounts on your channel. That's all.
Well, we shall survive. Uh,
Yes,
Deacon
and the thing
Dave is
is,
here. Hey, Deacon Dave, hit the link, man. Hang out.
when people leave, they'll literally think, you know what? You're not doing what I want. I'm gonna go to a much worse channel that does exactly what I need. And I'm like, okay, bye. What you waiting on? And that's just the way it is, man. Dude, at the end of the day, man, like a lot of these people got a lot of issues that content creation. Like, you can't mean to think that stagnant content creation that's around a certain type of arc is gonna make you a better person. And they're like, oh, well, you're not as successful as. I'm like, how do you think I got 30,000 subscribers? Like, I have videos that have 100,000 views.
Yeah, that's the other thing. MOT. Like, was it Shiesty Bum? Somebody on Sharon's channel, and I was in the chat mainly because Savage was there, and then Full Circle was there. And it was just messy, and I just went to Sharon's to hear the mess. But someone started, it was Brownsville, started like, he's man of yesterday and he's a failure. And I'm like, dude, if motherfucker, this dude has 30,000 subscribers and he does a show once a week. I'm like, dude, that's literally 15 times the channel you're on. What the fuck are these idiots doing? What are they on? The man has a 30,000 person channel, and you know what? He's like, he does it when he has time. And then the other thing is, when you're online, dude, you've got like 50 people in the chat in like what, 35 minutes?
And here's the thing: if I were to do gender war related shit, I have 300 people in there or 500 people in there. But I don't do it. I mean, to them, a successful channel to them is not what a success is to me. At this point, I serve a different purpose right now.
Right.
I mean, if I wanted to keep apathy minding these dumb yups, I mean, yeah, I could. Dude, I've had 800 or 900 people in the chat before. I've done that. And guess what? The conversation wasn't going nowhere. Yeah, I had a bunch of super chats rolling in. Yes, I was making $5,000 a month just off YouTube. But I didn't feel good about it. Why? Dude, I would have to keep doing that content to keep these people here, and I'm not for that.
Okay, well, see, that's what I understand. Dude, you have to sleep at night.
Yes.
It's like, what? Why? What?
You know how I felt?
It is.
You know how I felt, Stanley? I've been doing one of them live streams. It felt like owning that club again. That's what it felt like. I got to be around all these different people that I don't like, I don't care about, I don't respect, and I don't want to see live another day. I'm not going to keep up this conversation. And I have to be able to talk to her and be like, it mostly had a lot to do with Ellen Roger Curry dying. But, after she left the funeral, and she was like, I hope you're not going to go back to doing that content after that dude's dead. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm just not going to. I mean, even though I probably would have been more popular after he died if I was on some dancing on his grave and, messing up his little legacy that he do have with these idiots. But at the end of the day, that chapter's closed. It came in with the Manic Spirit, and it closed with Alan Roger Curry dying.
Mhm.
That MOT's gone. Gone. That person's gone. The person I was then, there was a far different person until after he died. After he died, it felt very hollow and very stupid doing the content. I was already on my way out of doing that content, but like
Mhm.
him dying, the Kevin Samuels dying, the actual what was this guy from Cleveland? Jesus. Anyway, just a lot of management dying from like the old guard. And I'm like, hey man, I can't do this content no more because it wasn't those people who they were listening to. It wasn't Kevin Samuels. It wasn't Alan Roger Curry. It was those people who had problems, and they were using those people as excuses to not move forward. Like BGS, they use BGS as an excuse to not learn politics, to not learn American history, to not know what's
Right.
going on. And it's like at some point, you got to stop being that person that they come to escape reality. Now I get it. People can live off of it, but I don't want to live off that. Dude,
Mhm.
listen, I'd rather be online once a week. I'd rather talk to people about things of substance. And that's
Right.
it. Dude, things are going too well right now for me to have to get back in the gutter and pretend like I got to keep churning out these live streams every day, minding these people's apathy for money. Like, no, fix your own issue. Hold your own nuts so that way I don't have to be the person who you look at as a release valve. I
Yep.
just couldn't do that stuff like day and think about it. Dude, I probably want to commit suicide if I had to do this shit. To live every day, I gotta talk about the same dumb shit 2, 3 hours. Everybody knows who I am. They Google my name, and it's that my face up there is on that. Dude, that's gonna shut so many more doors for me than it's gonna open for me. But for those dudes, it's the only thing they got, and it's like, no, it's not the only thing I got. No, man. And look, Brownsville could easily come to my channel, could say something in the chat. My links always drop. He never does. He wanted to say all that shit in front of a bunch of people who didn't know me and up there. And I have no interest in going up there. Now, we'll talk to
Well, let me
Brownsville
put
and
it to
actual
you this
Sharon
way.
outside of that.
Um,
Yeah.
it's these look, and I kind of went through it in a mini way with Mike 123, and I hate to beat up on Mike 123. These guys, when they can't, you will pin them to an argument.
Yes.
You said this, so let's concentrate on this very thing that you said, and then they want to just fucking do this. I listened to Brownsville. Like, is your name Brownsville? Oh no. The brown means this and the ville means that, and let's look at the etymology of the ville and the brown. Dude, it's like I just asked you a simple yes no question.
Yes.
It is so goddamn annoying. Dude, I listened to it. You can't have 10 people up on a channel and you're going to make a lot of money and all that stuff. Everybody wants to move the goalpost. So you have 9 people wanting to move goalposts, and then
Yes.
you have the moderator or the channel owner, and he's got his own goalpost. Dude,
Correct.
it
Why
was
would I go in
sloppy.
an environment
Okay,
like that, dude? I'm too smart to go in those
MOT,
environments.
you are absolutely right. And then Sharon was like, well, Stanley Cross, are you scared? Fuck yeah, I'm scared. Motherfucker, I cannot go into a place where no one can hold a thought for more than 2 seconds.
Yeah,
You want to
no.
move the goalpost as soon as you get uncomfortable.
Now-
And look, it is just honestly, I understand. It's like these motherfuckers cannot stand 10 toes down.
And here's the other thing about Stanley. I've been here for far too long to know that's exactly what they're setting up. They're setting up a situation for me to go over there and go through what Full Circle went
Yes.
through. I've been through that already. I've been through that already. Look, you made your point. Well, not you, but yeah, he made his point on Big J Triple X's panel. I asked him a simple question: are we gonna have changed behavior from you? And then he just started addressing full
Yeah.
circle like I didn't even answer the question. So it's like, okay, the conversation's
Well,
over.
no.
It's
I
time to start
watched
throwing
that part,
chairs.
dude.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Why can't? Okay, if someone says, "Is the sky blue?" Yes or no. You don't need to do. You don't have to go, but you don't have to go. Well, it's kind of blue. I literally heard someone talk about the kind of blue. Like if it's blue, is the sky blue? Motherfucker, it's blue. We can get into the subtleties. Is it blue? I am sad for my black people. You know, if we want to be all communitarian and we want to talk about like you represent the race, motherfucker.
No. I mean,
No,
he's here for a
this is
specific
sad.
purpose.
It's like it doesn't have to be this sad.
No, but you have to understand how men of substance really the very sight of us asking a very specific question and not letting him wiggle his way out of it is something that he's not used to. Because he's used to love bombing on broken women and unaccomplished men, calling them kings and shit. Now that shit is infuriating to me whenever a man start love bombing on random women and doing that shit. I can't stand pro blacks.
Well,
Just
MOT,
period.
it
Yeah.
goes back to my story about my son. My name is Stanley. I don't need to be called king, because that's embellishment. That's
I mean,
fucking
Jordan has a king. Jordan has a king.
That's empty. That's empty. That's empty flattery.
Yeah.
No, you know what my name is. Call me by my name. And then, dude, these guys are pussies.
Yeah, they are.
Honest, dude. I try not to. And again, I've had a couple too many Guinness stouts. These motherfuckers are pussies. They cannot stand on their own fucking DNA. You need to abuse women. You need to, motherfucker, why would you talk about a woman if she's not yours? Why are you even on this panel?
And that's what I said to him. Cause you said before. I'm like, dude, I didn't come online to protect women. I didn't come online to call unaccomplished men kings, so that way they can feel better about themselves. And it's like a woman I had a lot of respect for. She kind of came to his defense, and I'm like, you are the exact woman that I would take in a fucking heartbeat if you were fucking single. Now you tell me that. Now you show me that you're here for this type of piece of shit, and I'm like, kind of fuck you too. And it's like, at the end of the day, this guy did this rather than address questions because he knew he was talking to. He knew he was talking to a bunch of effing morons. He knew that. He like people don't understand that those type of emotional predators worship the black condition because of what he's getting out of it. He loves a non-changing, non-functional community where he has a voice. If all men got their stuff together, would you need a Brownsville? No, you wouldn't need one. Do your son need a Brownsville? No. Do I need a Brownsville? Also no. So they're here to maintain the community for what it currently is, so that way they can keep having a voice. And that's just where we're at, man. It's nothing else to say beyond that.
Yeah, I'm about to make a joke with our. Well, I'm gonna finish spelling this out.
And along the side of that, Stanley, when somebody could not bounty off full circle, he got mad and he left. Same
Well,
route.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't.
I hate the bounty
watched-
system. I think it's ridiculous. But yeah, I get it.
Well, I've made a couple bucks, but I do the reverse bounty. I'll just drop you for free, and if they want to hear you, spend spend some money if you bring them back, because I'm gonna drop your ass for free, and that's probably a little much too, but
No,
makes
but
me
that
feel better.
specific bounty system to shut down somebody's argument, to not have
Right.
the intellectual fortitude to get up there and address them, you could just pay $20 and they're gone. I mean, I don't even like it when Amazing Lucas does it, and he knows how to argue points pretty good. But it's just that we have to be able to. Well, actually, it does it for a different reason. Like if they're not adding anything to the conversation, they bounty them off of there. But like these people use bounty as in let's shut down conversation. At period. Let's shut down pushback. And I'm like, I can't be a part of a system like that. Now I could go to a place where neither one of us are under that. Just like that's when Sharon jumped up on Big J, I jumped up on it. Like when Brownsville jumped up there, that's when I jump up there. I'm not jumping up on Sharon's panel and trying to fight through 8 or 10 clout chasing clowns to be able to do that. Like I know what they're there for. They're there to build a place for themselves so they can split off and be on the same effery that everybody else is on. And you just have to be smart enough not to engage in it directly, no matter what they say. I mean, they're cowards. They're intellectual cowards. Why would I follow around intellectual cowards? Like, we have enough intellectual cowards right here within the manosphere. I got to go make new.
Well, I
intellectual coward
honestly
friends? No.
don't look there. When you say intellectual cowards, I think that there was nothing there in the first place.
No,
And
there isn't.
you know, it is so weird. Your base. I listened to Philosophical today. It is talking points built on talking points that you heard on a YouTube channel built on talking points. And the reason I say this is I brought up a simple book that I'm reading. And I'm gonna actually do a buddy of mine who is like a really good guy. So I'm talking about the Empire of Cotton, and he's like, well, no, Sven Beckert is a liar. Capitalism was built on North American forests that they cut trees down and made ships from. This is
come on, Stanley.
Hold on. Please. I was like, what? And now this motherfucker is supposed to be like someone who has an economics degree. And I'm like, what in the fuck? So no, I can go back and find literally North American forests, they built ships, and that was the base of capitalism.
Okay, so how'd they get here?
I'm like, what in the fuck? Dude, the ships rotted 500 years ago. What still exists? Dude, these motherfuckers have, honestly, I don't even know dude, this was a white boy. Actually, he's in his 50s. I was like, what? Now, the first thing I thought is he being intentionally racist? No, this motherfucker actually thought that he was taught that capitalism came from cutting down trees and building ships. And I was like, what? Well, the question I asked him is, well, where was the market for ships? Yeah, Britain had some, France had some, but where was the world market for ships? Ships had been fucking built like 1,000 years before that. This dude, but and he's actually, I know he is. Dude, don't step out of your lane. This is why economics, chemistry, mechanical engineering, you have to have some sort of grounding in the liberal arts. Dude,
You
just
better.
because you can do some mechanical engineering shit doesn't mean you actually understand how history works. I was so disappointed. Dude, I have been disappointed all day. Seriously. My bubble was bursted at some motherfucker who thinks he's an economist when he said capitalism was built on North American hardwood forests because they built ships. Motherfucker, where? In Virginia? Where the fuck did they build ships in 1619? They weren't building ships, you idiot. And this is a white boy.
And this is where the ships went after they was built elsewhere.
It's
the ships
like
were to
they
come here.
weren't building ships in goddamn 1619 in
No,
the
there wasn't.
what became the United States. Dude. But he will stand 10 toes goddamn down.
Stanley.
No, North American hardwood forests fucking built capitalism. The fuck?
Stanley, if they built ships in the United States, why did Great Britain have to sail across the seas to come to the United States to start a war?
Well, I know what he's saying.
If they
like,
built ships here.
Well, no, they would cut down the forest and they would send the lumber over.
Yes, timber over here.
Lumber. See, this is the other thing that worries me. Lumber didn't building capital. You can't mortgage lumber. You sell it. The funny thing about cotton bought slaves, you could mortgage slaves. They cannot follow. Dude, lumber built the ships that sailed to, the triangle trade and did all that stuff. The lumber was the tool. This motherfucker doesn't understand capitalism. Most of capitalism is in your head. It's commodities of commodities. The money is mostly theoretical.
Yes, it is.
When you mortgage a slave and then you bundle up the mortgages and then you put them in a bank in England, that's not a slave. What the fuck? And this motherfucker is supposedly an economist or majored in economics. Capitalism is mostly trust, and it's what's in your head. Motherfucker, if you spend $1, try and turn that into like something you could buy a candy bar with. You can't. Capitalism is trust.
Yeah.
Oh wait, hold it. Megabyte is this young man, and I wish I could get him to come up. This motherfucker is a London School of Economics major, according to him. But he can't come up and explain this shit. He's working in marketing.
What does that mean? I work in marketing.
He's a salesman. Yes, Kelvin, hit the link. Let's hear the London School of Economics PhD talked about. I need you to explain how capitalism is not based on anything hard. Capitalism is a concept, essentially. It's concepts built upon concepts. Somewhere way down that line is something you can trade in for silver or gold. But capitalism is mostly conceptual. So, and you know, you don't have to come up, but dude, you don't need a PhD in economics to understand that capitalism is concepts. And it's a white boy thing. It's a white boy thing. Now, I'm not going to pick on Kelvin too much. He will get me back. He will. But honestly, black people actually understand fucking capitalism better than most of their white brethren do. It's a
Yes.
concept.
I mean, to them, capitalism is a religion that's responsible for everything that they have in life. They don't need
Oh
to
my
understand it.
lord.
They just know they
These
benefit from
motherfuckers.
it.
Oh,
For now.
yesterday I was watching Francis Fukuyama talking liberalism with Jonah Goldberg, and they brought up dude, they talked about,
Jonah Goldberg came out with a book called Liberal Fascism.
you know what? Jonah Goldberg, it's hard to describe him other than he's a klutz.
Yes. And even
And here's
he's
the
not a
deal.
part of the Trump administration. And given how bad he is, still not
Yeah.
part of the Trump administration.
Well, here's the deal. And you know what? Actually, it's funny you say that. That's why he is so kind of cynical about it. Dude, Francis Fukuyama, there's another lady, and I have not read her book yet, but she's right. Laura K. Field. Honestly, one of the weird things about Jonah Goldberg is he spent 10 years at AEI, and I didn't know this before like the last week. He has always been a foot soldier, and now he's
Yes.
at the Dispatch, so he's older, and you know, and that's how it works. You know, when you get older, you know more, but he wasn't a whip smart, brilliant, like
Never
young
was.
conservative.
Never was.
The motherfucker was a Nazi. Okay, and
Yes, he
I'm being a
was.
little hyperbolic here. He was one dude. He was Barry Goldwater. Fucking. And as he's gotten older, there's Donald Trump, and dude, if you listen to what he's saying, he literally said, like in the last week, that he never believed in horseshoe theory. It kind of became apparent. It became apparent to him once Trump, once MAGA. I was like, what? Motherfucker, you didn't realize that horseshoe theory was a thing? But you get people, honestly, and I think this is actually my biggest disappointment, is YouTube has been a boon and a bust. It's like I had no clue how and this is going to sound horrible. The worst thing for the black community, if we
Yes, it
must
was.
think of it as a community,
Yes.
is dumb black. It's dumb black men.
Yes.
Jeff St. James, dude, there are more, and I hope I'll probably get castigated. Dude, there are more dumb. If there is a thing that men have to be leaders and women have to be subservient, then it's black men's fault.
I mean, but you have to realize that pushing that type of narrative is going to keep these men single. It's going to keep these men socially awkward. It's going to keep this situation
Well, then
exactly the way that it is.
I guess it'll be social Darwinism.
It is social Darwinism, and it's like, look, and I'm just going to draw a through line between all of this. BGS is not interested in creating actual men who can actually um, who can actually separate and get better outcome. Jeff St. James, not going to be a person that's going to be able to lead them there either. The problem is those people exist to actually show you that these men are not serious about moving toward actual solutions. Because actual solutions are in their community. Like, you don't need to listen to me online. If you're unwilling to listen to actual cultured, successful people in your community, and you evade that responsibility by coming online and listening to BS artists and not even questioning them, then you're already a lost cause anyway.
Right.
Content creation is an escape from reality. By hoisting your ignorance onto another person so that way they can be your provider. That's all it is.
Well, Lupin, if Mike has gone over to other channels, he's not here. So hit the link, Lupin. Haven't talked with you in a while.
Yeah, but here's the thing about Mike. He will find other providers. If he can't get his
Well,
stuff
no.
off here, he will find somewhere else.
Look, there are plenty of channels
Providers.
that I don't
Provider
go to,
networks.
but
Provider networks.
well, let me put it to you this way. I could literally go on those channels and it would be fine. But let Mike do what Mike does, which is mostly be horrible.
Yeah.
There's a reason, dude. This Mike said a month ago that he's never coming back. Motherfucker. If nothing else, shit, he hit my cash out. It's not like he had to. It is what it is. So let's see what else is here. And Lupin, hit the link. Haven't talked with in a while. We can be a council of old men. So let's play this. I will be right back.
Oh, but he doesn't help. They're gone.
Well, I don't know. I think I'll kind of enjoying this.
Say they're Haitian, right?
I honestly don't know. You know what? I like seeing young people have fun. I will never be able to do that again. I think there's a song I'm thinking about, all these young people running free. Motherfucker, they look like they're having fun, and I am just okay with that. You're not quite as old as I am, MOT. You'll understand. Let them have fun. If you want to do that, it couldn't be me. Why the fuck would you do that, son? Well, Savage, I have no doubt you could do those dance steps. Wait, hold it. So, hood conservative. Okay, Sin, now I'm curious. So, hood conservative is going to clip this, ma'am, and tell me why that is a bad thing. Oh, Savage, yes, you could do these dance steps, sir. I know you can. So, let's see, cause he's always, yeah. Hood conservative. I'm not going to be lured into my thoughts on hood conservative. He pretty much knows my disdain. It doesn't change.
I think your disdain is probably
That motherfucker. That
disdain.
motherfucker is the whiniest little man, dude. I won't be lured into this. Sin 77, Sin 77. And by the way, Sin 7 Sin is the most interesting woman in the world. There was the most interesting man in the world. Well, Sin is the most interesting woman in the world. I think it's Roland Martin that he has dancing at present. No idea what that means. Not particularly funny. So, let's see. Savage, hit the link. It should be pinned. Come on up, hang out, Savage. Savage is a good conversationalist. And there's nothing particularly, political about it. Come up and hang out. You never come up on this channel. You owe me one. I was up on your channel. We bullshitted forever. Hit the link, son. Let's see. Jeff St. James. We don't want to do that.
Yeah, I'm really getting kind of tired of him and his political obfuscation, and people are falling for it. Like, I have seen people get punched in the face for what he does online.
Jeff St. James?
Oh, yeah. Playing up that nonsense about how he don't know anything about politics or Black American history in the South.
Mhm.
That would get you hands. Like, this is a Midwest, East, maybe West conversation. There ain't no conversation you can have down South. Even if people ain't political, they're not going to let you get away with talking like that. But, that's what content creation is. It's the Super Bowl for stupid people. So, you don't have the
I said hoodie should use. Okay, Sin, come on now. The most interesting woman in the world is standing outside of Walmart eating Cheetos. Ooh,
Sounds interesting
well,
to me.
that's not that's not something the most interesting woman in the world would say. She would make those Cheetos into caviar or something. So I guess I have been disavowed of my notion. I don't know. I should not do that because he'll be mad when I just start. Mr. Savage, you there?
Hello.
What's going on?
What's going on, yo?
Well, welcome to the show.
They want me to be the villain.
Motherfucker, I didn't invite you up here to be a goddamn villain.
No, not you, Stanley. I'm talking about other people. That's why my
Who gives a fuck?
I know.
This is, let me do the commercial. This is Stanley versus the world. There are no villains.
Nice. Man, worked all day. My body
Doing
hurts.
what?
My chef.
Oh, that's right. Oh, motherfucker. Oh, boy. I forgot about that.
Yeah, man.
Motherfucker, did you make shrimp scampi today?
Not today. Not today. Not
No,
today.
I tell you what, we were talking about how you do shows. Okay. You're a chef and I am not, but I like to cook. Let's do that angle.
Cool.
No, motherfucker. If you are a professional chef, have you heard me talk about my goddamn sourdough journey?
Yes, I like those.
Motherfucker, it was horrible. and you will not believe, and please forgive me, MOD. You know how I actually got a barely decent loaf of sourdough?
How long it took?
Motherfucker, on my 7th loaf, I got it close to right.
Oh,
And it's still not but it's sliceable. But here's the deal. I did nothing. You know how, I don't know how good are you with bread? You understand how that sourdough slap and fold, and it can get rather intricate.
Kneading the dough, yeah.
Oh my God, it's worse than that. You have to fold it and then reshape it, and there's it's oddities. Then you gotta slap and fold. Then you gotta do 4 slap and folds or stretch and folds. Then you do the bulk fermentation, and then you pre-shape it twice, and then you put it in a goddamn basket
and let it sit.
You know, you put it in a Bannaton for 24 hours to 48. Dude, motherfucker, it'll take 2 days.
Yeah, but that the bread comes out so perfect.
But let me tell you how it got short-circuited. You can actually look. This is some English dude who fucking didn't want to do the work. But you also have to understand, you can leave bread. It'll do the gluten formation by itself. You just have to leave it long enough, and then you stretch it. So the recipe I did in Savage, I am so disappointed to tell you, the laziest shit I did made the best loaf.
Really?
It is. I can show it to you. You know what, motherfucker? Dude, seriously. And I got a little bit more alcohol left, and man of tomorrow, my travails as a retired man. I read books and fail at making bread, and
Man, watch.
when you least expect it, you're gonna like go in there.
No, honestly,
do
I'm having fun. My son is doing well,
Nice.
and it'll be warm enough for me to walk down the road and go fishing.
I love fishing.
I'm scared of that
But
retirement shit. After taking a half a year off and then
no,
taking a whole year off, man, I'm not
yeah.
gonna do the fresh retirement shit, man. I mean,
Well,
if I were to stop, dude, there's so many businesses I would own in one place. I think I'd be even busier than I am now. Far busier.
well, you don't call yourself man of tomorrow because you want to retire.
Yeah,
You will
That's
be a superhero for quite some time.
yeah.
Always gotta put the work in, man.
But no, it's different strokes. Look, let me ask you a question. And actually, you were the two perfect people to ask. I'm an introvert by nature.
Oh, same here. Oh yeah,
I can find shit to do. You know, there's a lot of stuff to do inside the house. I can fail 7 loaves, and then I make a great loaf of sourdough bread. And then you know what? Let's try the 8th.
And guess what? The 8 be that one. Be like, yes,
yeah,
not perfect, but it's right there. And the next thing you know, you start getting creative.
Look, I made
my
my sister laugh because I had failed at this goddamn sourdough, and I was like, you know what? I had to make regular like milk bread, sliced bread, just to make sure I could still make bread. I thought the curse.
You had to go reset.
And my sister died laughing because I never lacked confidence, but dude, I had to make like regular bread just to make sure there wasn't a flour curse or some bullshit like that. It was like, dude, I'm not sure I can.
That looks all right there. Crunchy on the outside, probably soft on the inside.
Well, I did it right this time. It wasn't perfect, but here's the recipe. And since you're a chef, and I know there's a difference between baker, because I never considered myself a baker until I'll have to tell you the story. My son was like, I guess I'll never have cookies again. Because his mother, no, dude, it broke my fucking heart. My wife liked baking and stuff. And once again, I was an asshole. I'm like, nah, I'm not a baker. And then he told my sister-in-law, well, daddy says, so I guess I'll never have cookies in my life again. And you know what? He wasn't acting. He wasn't being dramatic. He was sincere. And I'm like, oh my God, this motherfucker. Dude, I don't think I've ever had my heart broken like that.
Thinking about it, that is kind of sad.
No, motherfucker. I was in a precarious place. My wife died.
Yeah,
and something that she was, he was happy. She look, losing your mother is a fucking 7. So, and I was really flippant. I was like, well, no, we don't bake. Dude, seeing him tell my sister-in-law, I guess cookies are out of my life.
Yes.
Motherfucker, you don't know how much that hurt me as a man. Motherfucker, like, I'm gonna have to deal with this hun. I learned how to bake, and I taught him how to bake too, by the way.
Nice.
Well, no. I know it sounds so weak as shit. Dude, it honestly, as a man, that shit, he might as well have just pulled my heart out. Like,
Time, you know.
I don't know that I can express how much it hurt.
I
Like,
don't think it's possible.
Daddy can't do it.
I don't think it's possible to be able to express something like that.
Right.
You know, that's something you would just have to, you know, you could tell a story
Well,
about it.
I figured it out and overcame.
But the thing,
But
what are you
here,
so good?
oh no, motherfucker. He knows how to make a pie from scratch. My
Right.
son, oh, dude, you want cookies? Well, bake them yourself. It's interesting how much less cookies they eat if they have to make them themselves. So, you know, I'm always gonna, but you know, when you got a 7-year-old boy, and no, this is what the BGSs and, you know, the Andres and all these motherfuckers, I have had my core hurt and had to rebuild as a man and as a black man. Motherfucker, I know more than Sharon. I know more than most of the black men I know on this channel. Motherfucker, I've literally had to go from puddle of goo to rebuild a man because my son was a boy and I had to. It was, dude, I've done it. And I think most of the motherfuckers that I know in this, there's no one, present company, barely accepted. I know how to be a man and I know how to do it and not be an asshole in the process.
I think that's why I rock with you, Stanley.
Do you?
What do you mean, do I? Stanley, I would not be over here rocking with you or even calling you over to my panel if I didn't rock with you.
Oh, no. Dude, I had a good time with you and Ruthless. Dude, that's how it's supposed to be.
Right.
I had fun. It was good banter. It was fun.
I was actually watching it again right when I got off of work, and I couldn't stop watching it. I was like, the conversation's so damn good. We're just going and going. It's funny too. A lot of comedy in it. I like sitting there talking like that. No arguing. You know, people just discussing or talking about stuff.
No, dude, it was just good-natured ribbing. It wasn't toxic.
Not at all.
No,
well, you know, a little bit.
I would. Ruthless is a good guy.
Yeah, he's cool.
Odd points of view.
I understand him though. I do understand because I know how that life is. I lived many, so I know how that part of life is. But you know, sometimes you have to go a certain way. Sometimes a different path is chosen for you. So that's why I'm not doing that stuff anymore. But it's always
so I want you to watch this, and I did this recipe. There was no stretch and fold bullshit. And then we can just kind of freeform. But look, I have 294 subscribers, down from 300 because of pussies. And look, it is what it is. But this is how I follow this recipe, which is it's amazingly lazy.
Okay, I'm going to make some sourdough for you. This sourdough requires absolutely no effort or energy or intervention at all. And that's because this sourdough recipe I made during lockdown. At a point at which my family came to me and said, listen, Dad, everyone's making sourdough. We've got to make sourdough. And I said, okay, I'll show you how to make sourdough. Got some lovely ferment from work, which we were nursing at home. Got some flour from ship to mill, which is the flour I always use. Made a wonderful auto lees. We made an overnight fermentation. We did 3 different folds. We had 62% hydration. It was amazing. We made the most beautiful bread, but bread that was so complicated, they never ever made it again. So I decided, rather than me having to make this sourdough every single day, what I would do was create a recipe that you could do very quickly. This recipe is minimal intervention sourdough. It's home, basic,
Well,
simple
quickly
sourdough.
is a euphemism.
And now my family make all the sourdough at home, and I never make it ever. If you want to learn how to make sourdough properly, I am not the guy. This is not my expertise. You want to go to Richard Bertonet, you want to buy the Tartine cookbook. There are people online making the most amazing sourdough. That ain't me. But I can make sourdough that will deliver pleasure, give you what you want, minimal intervention, and can be done with minimal fuss. So for any sourdough, there's actually only 4 ingredients. Number 1, salt. Number 2, flour. I use a mix of half ciabatta flour, half malt flour, because I like that nuttiness in there. That goes in your big bowl. Starter. Now, the starter's a very tricky one. I can give you a recipe for starter. This starter is actually 20 years old. There are loads of recipes online to make starter. It's not as complicated as it looks. Definitely have a go at it. It's easy. But without the starter, you can't really make sourdough. That's the sourdough part. Then in goes the water. At a sensible hydration that you can kind of cope with, and it works, and it's malleable, and it's usable, and probably not going to give you the biggest bubbles on planet Earth, but it is going to give you a really decent bread. Bring that together. Just bring that together really simply with a spoon. And I'm not making my hands messy with this. That's really important. And I'm just keeping it nice and tight. Once it looks like it picked up all the bits and pieces, I'm just going to chuck that on the board very quickly to bring it back together. So that comes out onto a board very quickly. And all you need to do is just bring that together. It will do this. It won't stick to you. It won't make a huge mess. It'll be very simple. That is absolutely enough of that. Back in the bowl, cover it with a towel and leave that for 8 hours. Done. Okay, so very simple. All you got to do is turn it out. And kneading is a very interesting thing. All you need to do is just slap it across the board like that, and you're adding air to the dough. You see this dough is very usable, no sticky hands, no nightmares. Okay, that is now ready to go into our vessel overnight. I'm pulling it in a little bit because I just want that underneath to be really tight. That's really important.
I'm at the heat.
Like a really nice dough. Then, very simply, that goes into one of these.
I'm sorry,
lovely
what?
shaper. Give you the lovely lines around it. But if you don't have that, just get a simple bowl, get a cloth, take some flour.
Well, here's where I will disagree. That slap and fold. I'm gonna change that because I pretty much did everything he did in the bread. It wasn't like super perfect, but it was very good.
Right.
I'm gonna intervene instead of doing the slap and fold. I'm gonna do the stretch and fold.
Stretch
and
and
see
fold.
if that makes a difference.
You can still,
however,
use your palm to fold. Like when you stretch it with your palm, then fold it back. Then stretch it with your palm again, fold it back. You can do it that way as well. It's kind of
I'll do that differently, but I will say this: it was literally sliceable. Like you look, you know how bread cannot. It'll be dense and gummy. This was actually good. Not like picture perfect, but it wasn't. It was decent. So, sorry, I have put you all through.
It's all good.
Dude, I was so fucking happy.
You're actually going to develop your own technique because you're doing it so many times.
Yep. Yeah, I did that with regular bread. Dude, I can whip out like decent, like a milk bread. You know, it's not quite brioche, but I do use the egg, and I can use milk powder or actual milk. You know, I
How does
used
the
to
milk
do
powder
that
work with that?
complicated buttermilk and all that. You
Yeah.
don't need it.
So how does that milk powder work out with it?
You
It's
know
still
what? Actually, better than liquid milk. You would never believe it.
interesting. I never
I
used it.
actually like Walmart milk powder. You know, you put it like what is it, 3 or 4 cups, and then 2 cups. It's like 1 to 2 or something like that. Believe it or not, it works out better than regular milk. Buttermilk's a little different, but you can do the dry milk powder, and it's actually better for things like hot dog buns, hamburger buns.
Okay.
Now, sandwich bread is a little different. You know, you don't need hamburger buns or hot dog buns to rise
No.
like sandwich bread. But no, for like, because sometimes you'll do hamburger buns instead of like sandwich bread because it's quicker. It's way quicker.
It is something. I like the taste of the like even like the brioche bread.
You know what? I pretty much only make brioche.
Yeah,
When I say milk bread, it's always going to have egg and butter in it.
Mhm.
Sometimes, you know, it's not like French, like super fancy, but you can whip up like brioche buns, like
Yeah.
hamburger buns. You can literally do it in probably 3 hours, and that's with a good rise.
Right. Put it right on top of the stove. That heat rises from the oven. Helps it
I would do any of that shit. I give it a full hour.
helps it rise a little quicker. But yeah, I like that. I wanna start baking. Because I got a lot of ideas that I want to try.
Oh, it's a journey, dude. You know, the fanciest shit I do is like oatmeal cookies. I put homemade peanut butter in oatmeal cookies, and I didn't have any chocolate chips, so that's going to be the next thing I do. But look,
Like a Reese's.
not as sweet, but on the same order. But let me do the as a man shit.
Bro,
Look,
Stanley, you need to do that.
No, come on now.
You really gotta do that shirt.
Look, my son can literally make a fucking pie crust from scratch. He can literally slice the apples, make the pie crust, and that sort of thing is kind of complicated because you got to keep it chilled.
Yeah.
My son can do it. He's done it a bunch of times. He is actually, and we're process people. Sometimes having fun with the process. The dough is more fun than fucking making the pie. Get the dough right.
Playing with the dough.
It's a chemistry thing.
Definitely.
Anyway, I have bored you to death.
Who, me?
So, yeah, but yeah,
this
is boring shit. But I want to finish the bread, and then we can watch something else.
No, do you think?
Yeah.
This is assuming you don't have
In
that at home.
night is just all we can
flour on
take this circus over
And then
there.
what's really important is nice and tight dough. Turn it upside down like that, so all the sealing is underneath.
See that it's so
It goes
simple,
in there,
dude.
like so.
I
Fold
don't
that
know
over.
if you, I really, and let me tell you why I even got interested in sourdough. My father is 82. And he's like, well, Stanley, you know how to make bread. He got into sourdough, the taste. It is a very specific thing. He's into strawberry yogurt on sourdough bread. and specifically
What?
whole wheat sourdough bread. No, hey, when my father says jump, honestly,
I
this
don't
month.
think I've ever had yogurt on any type of bread, but I need to try that.
No, look, you have to. One of these days, I've said I don't have heroes because of my father. If I did, it would be Frederick Douglass. But look, my father. By the way, he lost my mother. It's like 3 years ago. When my father wants something, and I can't tell you how good a father he was. It's just ridiculous.
I mean, I can't believe
He
I never
taught
put
me
yogurt
how to
on
be a
toast.
father, etc.
That's the bougie way of eating right there, Stanley.
You know what?
Crumpets and yogurt.
My father grew up in Adel, Georgia.
Mm.
No, he didn't grow up bougie, but he
I didn't say
grew
that.
up.
I'm just saying that's the bougie way to eat.
Motherfucker, if you're 82, if you're 82 and you
crackers.
put 3 motherfuckers through expensive elite colleges, yeah. If your little naval officer son who can make bread, why can't he make his daddy some bread?
Right.
And he didn't say it quite like that, but no, if my father wants something, you can damn Skippy, I'm going to do it.
I mean, but that sounds so good though. Just eating yogurt on bread. It sounds
dude,
like something
hey,
I should have tried before. Before now.
Oh, MOT. My father's a great cook. Where the fuck do you look? My mother was a good cook. My father, great cook. Look, the treat when daddy, it would be, my sister and I, and then my brother's 13 years younger, but we'd wake up and daddy's making pancakes. Dude, the specialty.
I love
fried quail and grits. Quail and grits.
Oh,
you
now
would
that
never. Oh my God!
I don't think I've ever heard of that before in my life. Not even quail eggs and grits, but just quail and grits.
Dude,
Nah.
it was deep fried quail and grits.
Look at you,
dude. We still motherfucker. But my father used to cook it. It's like, dude, my father and I have gone quail hunting, dude, on our farm. Dude,
I would
it's
love
like,
I would love it.
I remember I'm 17 and it's a little kind of cold. And you know what? No, my father and I, dude, put those quail in that pocket. They're warm. I know it's a little gruesome and stuff, but my father and I, fuck, it wasn't. Look, it's my father. I've been a lucky man, but I'm talking about when I was 17 and, we're out in our field fucking scaring up, some quail.
Nice.
But look, that's what I remember. My mother, she Hurricane Dolores. But, my father's still alive. These are memories. These, it's I try to do it with my son. It's what I know.
That's a good quality right there, Stanley.
And my sister, she's meaner than me. She has my brother, 13 years younger. That motherfucker makes more money than I ever did. My brother is so nice. Well, who taught me how to use computers? No, that motherfucker's independently smart. So I'm sorry. This is the Black America that I know, which is smart, and I get surprised at some of the ratchetness that happens.
Oh man, you
I
mean like the
well, no.
downtrodden black man?
I
That
know
ain't you?
I
That
know
ain't
a
you?
different side. I am as Southern as anyone, but Black people, I know. That's why I don't think there's one sort of Black community.
Nah, that's multiple.
Like I've probably been through the worst of it, but you would never find me having conversations about it and trying to
Look, MOT,
label
in
the
a
whole
way,
people into
you've
it.
kind of awakened me. So
I
there's all
can't.
kinds.
I
There's all kinds of Black America. Stop thinking it's all ratchet.
No, like I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
that's the
more
truth.
poor. Like I haven't
That's,
dealt with like like the kind of ratchet stuff was like something that was totally different. But like I was more like the poor, super poor type. Like I guess the ratchet stuff kind of birthed out of like the children having children type of stuff. But like I was like more of like the poor, not really having no opportunity, doing all types of things to make money, that type of thing. But the ratchet part is just something that I just never dealt with directly. I just don't know anything about that. I just don't have any experience.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question. If my father 82, he's told me stories. It didn't look. The one thing that I learned is my father grew up in Adel, Georgia. Okay? My grandfather, my grandmother didn't, I know, poor. Well, I know it secondhand. Look, I know it. My father will, and he told me the story and it really didn't resonate. Dude, indoor plumbing. My grandfather, my uncle, my father, to earn the money to get across the road, and I know the road because the house is still there. They literally had to install the indoor plumbing into the house that I used to spend 2 months every summer, me and my sister. Guess what? They had to dig the trench. And guess how they got the money? They picked cotton. Dude, I didn't have to do it, but my father did it and he overcame it. But they
I've
wanted
done it in my
indoor
lifetime.
plumbing.
I've done it in my lifetime.
Right, but
Yeah, chop cotton
and
and
you know
pick
what?
cotton.
I never
I've done all
have, but I trust my father. Look, he didn't make it. See, this is the wonderful thing. He didn't make it seem like a victim story. Oh, we had motherfucker. My granddaddy and my uncle Amos, they motherfucking made it a victory story. They won. They worked. Dude, it's not a victim story. It's a motherfucker. My daddy, my granddaddy, and dude, they won. The house is still goddamn there. There's no victim story here. They did it.
I just don't see how.
And I had no idea. I used to take it's gonna sound, dude, my sister and I, dude, in that bathroom, we'd fill that tub up with water, and my grandmother would give us Mr. Bubble. It was like I had no idea what it took to make that bathtub with Mr. Bubble. And my grandmother didn't tell me. My granddaddy didn't tell me. Shit, I honestly didn't know what it took to build that bathroom until maybe the last 5 years. They never talked about it.
I
This
just don't see how we
is
have those
the
great
Black
stories and then
America
turn.
I know. They did it. They won.
I mean, Stanley, but I just don't understand how we have the same type of stories, the same type of backgrounds, or worse, and it turns into a woe is me story. I cannot rationalize that point of view, man. I cannot understand it. Can't understand it.
Well, we're not all the same.
But it's kind of like a deliberate ignorance, a deliberate not making it past it, a deliberate kind of standing in it. I mean, it's very deliberate of not really progressing and kind of installing like retarders on yourself so that way you don't make it past it. And then you have kids
Yeah.
and you sabotage them from getting past it. And then those kids have kids and then they're not past it. And so now it's like the quote unquote black normie is the actual enemy of the actual whole community because we interpret
Well, let
things
me
very
ask you a
differently.
question. Is there
Yeah.
such a thing as a black normie? I don't think there is.
No, I'm just saying in air quotes, you know.
What's a black normie?
Well, no. I understand the air quotes, but is there such a thing? I mean,
No, I
now it's a weird argument. It's an experimental argument. It's
yeah.
something I'm thinking about. But I mean, you're not normal.
No, I don't think so.
If it is someone on YouTube, dude, you're exceptional. But it's also normal. I mean, the kind of South you grew up in, the kind of South I grew up in, dude, you better be exceptional because you have to, you don't have a choice. Do you want to stay here for the rest of your life? Sorry. You might have to look. I honestly think that if there is such a thing as a Black America, dude, you cannot. You got to work. You got to drive. You got to be a naval officer. You got to do something. You cannot fucking just sit there.
And content
And
create your way to greatness.
well, I'm a content creator, but it's motherfucker. I do it, dude.
I mean, but as
You
the only
know,
and exclusive experience that you've ever had in life, like, no, you can't do that.
and motherfucker, why are you up on a panel? Okay, I'm gonna have to do it. And Philosophical is gonna be pissed off, motherfucker. I don't understand what this dummy got out of doing this show. In the lazy bread, it worked. I'm gonna have to figure out. And this is my disappointment of the day. And I didn't get around to it.
Ellie, I got a recipe for you. And I
Do
want
you?
you to try. Yeah, man.
Put it in the back.
I
Put
will.
it in the back.
We find it. Wow. I want
What
you to-
is it? A baking recipe?
Yeah, you'll see.
Hey, let me tell you the next thing I'm gonna do. Let me tell you the bougie life I live. So for Christmas, my nephew, my brother's 13 years younger, and his son, my nephew, it's like, well, Uncle Stanley, we're gonna give you a special Christmas present. Where he bought me, like, there's an Asian grocery store near my grandmother's house. And so my nephew bought me beef tripe. So, and I didn't have time to cook it there, but that's what I'm going to do probably come Monday.
Really? Let me know how that works.
Dude, it's not going to be hard. You have to boil that tripe for like 6 hours. Dude, it's soul food. There's look, my
I haven't had tripe in
nephew.
years, man. I haven't had tripe in years.
Let me tell you something. My nephew is probably going to be the next Georgia Tech engineer, but he's going into 9th grade. And look, I'm the old uncle, and he's like, "Well, let's see what Uncle Stanley could do. Can he cook this?" Of course, I can. So, look, being old, dude, being black is awesome. It is. I don't understand why we have these 18-person panels where young black men and young black women. Motherfucker, why do they hate each other?
Because I can tell you. I can tell you.
Please do.
Because they're trying to get a significantly better deal from each other when they should be selling from each other and building. That's all it is.
Wait, hold it. Shouldn't they be loving each other in my 260s?
No. But see, they want a significantly better deal than each other can offer to each other at this point. The men want fitness models and the women want Morris Chestnut with like, $100 grand a year and a heart of gold, and it's like neither one of you guys are what you are actually asking for. So like other cultures of people, if you want to actually be that culture of people that you think you are, you have to shut down this gender war and just get off the field.
Well, see, this is the thing I've never understood. Why do we need to be like other cultures?
Well,
we don't.
Well, the people who make that need to be about other culture argument.
Are we.
But Stanley, the people who actually say we need to be like other culture argument are normally the people who don't bring anything to the culture themselves. So therefore, if other people, not them, were to be like people of other cultures and create jobs so that way they can exclusively benefit, then they can feel like they're part of other cultures. What it is it's shifting the actual blame of not success to other people.
I mean, where did they get the idea of blame? They're listening to other cultures, right?
No. Like they have a perception that other cultures protect every single person within the culture, and that's not true.
Oh, well, then that's ahistorical.
Correct. But see, they want to remain ignorant enough to not learn that much about other cultures, but have this perception of other cultures so that way they can exclusively benefit. So it's kind of like they want to keep it like in a very tight circle because they actually think that everybody just, oh my God, everybody just work together, and oh my God, there are no actual no, dude, they still have high amounts of crime. They still have high amounts of domestic violence. They still have high amounts of alcoholism, heart disease, and all that kind of other stuff. It's just that they don't know that all other cultures operate the same. It's just that they don't want to learn that much. They just want to benefit that much and not learn that much. They're looking at it from like a beneficiary standpoint.
I agree.
I mean, because and it's also environmental too. Environmental, you can like I said, neglect can give you a lot of horrific levels of sense of entitlement. Neglect can give you a lot of that. But what actually gets rid of that neglect is actual experience and reality. But what happens when you take other people's complaints is lived experience and not have any experiences of your own, right? And then like these people are the people who just apathy mind people around them. with nobody having any experience, and the person who's at the top of the quote unquote inverted pyramid has less experience and socialize other people not to have any experience with other people, other cultures, other everything else. It's really bad. It's
And you
really
know,
bad.
you know what I noticed? Most introverts could see that because they're the ones that's on the outside looking in. Also, like, cause me myself, I'm an introvert. I'm an empath, and I could get kind of social with people out in like the crowd of people, but it makes me uncomfortable. But what makes me continue doing stuff like that is to getting to know and learning from other people, so I can like feel what it could be like if someone was to explain something to me that I've never been through.
Correct.
So it automatically gives me the benefit of not gives everybody the benefit of the doubt to have the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not being biased or I'm not sitting there judging you because of your way. I'm trying to understand your way so we can have the conversation, so we can have an understanding conversation. And this is why when I listen to people like the corner, I'm gonna just keep calling the corner that over there at Sharon's place. It's hard to even listen to the conversation because nobody's even willing to stop, think. I'm like, well, maybe let's look at their point of view instead of trying to be, put them down and belittle them and all that stuff because they don't understand nothing. Like, because there's so many people in the world that are so different, and people are willing to just sit there and like, this is my way and this is the highway. So kick rocks instead of trying to understand people. So they look like idiots doing stuff like that.
But you have to understand that they do it to make themselves feel superior as well. Like they know it's in like an inferior position. They know they're inferior everywhere else in the world except for on that panel together with other group of like-minded people, and that's what this kind of thing is kind of turned into.
And this is why we like indulge in these conversations with like us three, where we can just vibe out, converse. And this is what I like to do. That's why I get so confusing for my channel because nobody wants.
Hold it. By the way, Savage,
Yes,
you know this is MOT, right?
I do know. No time.
Okay, just checking.
I dig it.
Because you were up on Sharon's channel.
Oh yeah.
And those honestly,
I like to be
this. No, look. Do they actually know that they are? And look, I'm much too.
Say it.
They literally, those dudes are just. Well, no, I'm not.
Stanley.
They are weird.
They're fucking weird beyond control.
Well,
bro.
no, I'm a little, effete. I like books. Shoot,
That's not weird though.
But motherfucker, I also know how to split wood, and I mean, you got this is one of the things that I find lacking in this whole, and not YouTube, but when I hear a Sharon or even a Big J, motherfucker, you literally have to be a Renaissance man. And this is something that my father, and my mother too, but something that was a father thing. Dude, you need to be able to cook quail and grits, but you also need to be able to wield a chainsaw. You got to be a Renaissance man. The fuck? You got to be able to do math and read, I don't know. And that's how I raised my son to be. Dude, you need, and it bared out. It was borne out in the SAT. Motherfucker, he was a little bit better in the English, but dude, he was elite math and English. That's what black men, black women, black children, dude, you gotta be able to do it all. And you know, not everyone's going to be able to, you know, sometimes verbal is better, but if it's possible, stop fucking worrying about what other communities are doing and worry about what we're doing.
You know what's so funny?
And
You
some of
said
it
that.
is just, motherfucker, I don't care what the black people next door are doing. This is our four walls. This is what we're doing.
Right.
And it's funny, it'll jibe. People are not that different within a community. I don't understand. Fuck, I don't understand most white people. What the fuck are these people doing?
I think
Excellence starts at home.
yeah. I think we should stop acting like we're supposed to be
There is
equal.
no we, is my point.
No, I'm just saying, like,
There will
people.
be a we. I want when I step out, this is my son, this is my wife, this is what we do coming out of this house. You join other people. Communities are families. And MOT actually makes probably the best point I've heard. Dude, live in a community that's like-minded, excellence in the house, excellence in a community. You can't, there is no we until there is a we.
And everybody has responsibilities in a community, and it's like,
Oh my Lord. Yes.
bro, and it's like these people think this online community where the only thing you have to do, show up, be stupid, be entertaining, be relatable.
Solutions. Oh, solution-based motherfucker. Solution-based what?
I can't even with it, man. I can't even with it. And that's why I had to get him on the record on Big J Triple X show about how can you be solution oriented when you haven't solved a simple problem of showing up once every 2 years and participating in the process to make stuff better in your community, because the community it's a lot of that stuff. And it's like, look, you know whether you participate or not. They send your ass text messages. They don't stop bothering your ass about showing up and letting you know what's on the ballot or whatnot. But at the end of the day, you can't do that and keep up 10 person, 15-person panel foolishness online. It shuts a lot of doors for you, man. It shuts a hell of a lot of doors for you than it opens.
I want to know how people could be solution based if they have a bounty, or if they're not even, if they're not even willing to have the conversation about certain topics.
And the bounty is meant to shut down conversations.
Facts. It's not solution based at all.
And your cousin, quote unquote, will leave the panel because somebody isn't booted off the panel. And it's like, you know, even though it did happen, Big J.
Family Feud. Did you see the Family Feud? MOT?
No.
You didn't see? Oh my god! The cousins were sad with each other and shit. That was
no. I did see that there was a leaving of the panel because the rules wasn't followed. Like, you want to hold somebody to dishonest rules. You don't want to hold people to honest decorum. Got it.
They were pretty much they kind of got at Brownsville because he was trying to control Sharon's show, and Sharon was getting frustrated.
No, but Sharon was right to put his foot down in the way that he did. But he set the stage to where people can pay to get people off of there. So it did happen with Big J Triple X, but it didn't happen with Full Circle. So I'm just saying, to me, I think it's cowardly to have a bounty system that shuts down discussion or debate or conversation. It should be paused. Or like either way, think the way Amazing Lucas do it is better. Like if a person is talking and they're having a
Amazing
conversation.
Lucas, you like him? Ugh.
No, I said the bounty system that he. Well, I wouldn't call it a bounty system, but like the shutting off of the phone call with somebody who you're talking to, who was actually ran his business of
okay.
actually doing that. That's what I'm talking about. Not everything else you're talking about. Extremely problematic on certain things, but the way he does it is a way that I agree with. And the way Sharon had to actually do it for Full Circle was also a way that I agree with. and so that's why he had to leave, because he couldn't face full circle in an actual conversation. So he
Well,
probably
no,
had somebody else
Ron.
call him
Well,
down
let
again.
me put it to you this way. Let me give you my actual opinion. Square Circle, what's his name? Full Circle. He
Full
should have
circle.
never gone. It's a den of thieves up there.
Oh, I know. That's why
He
I
went
would never go up there.
now I have to tell him he was brave for doing it. And I was in the chat. Big J was up there. Look, Sharon is like, well, you remember when Sharon said he has no clue who Stanley Cross is?
Yes.
Yes, he does.
No, and that's why I wanted to get him on the record, right? And it's like, okay.
All of a sudden, I'm trolling in his chat, and he literally says, well, you never come up here. Are you scared? And my response was, yes, I am, but not for me. Dude, I will. I know I won't win because it'll be 9 against 1. There's not a motherfucker up there that it would be embarrassing because I relish motherfucker. Bring PH Diva should be first in line so I can dispatch her first. She's a fucking idiot. And Sharon should be second. In Brownsville, don't come up, Brownsville. They are the 2 week crew. They are literally. Why would I go up there? They're not a challenge. They are their
so that way
own
they can
little,
drop you down.
those motherfuckers are like the Little Rascals Clubhouse. Seriously, which one of y'all is Spanky? I pity no one. It is so sad.
It's sad.
Sharon
I guess
is
everybody needs
alpha.
a Howlers, but when they say they don't like the Manosphere, yet they're doing exactly the same thing years ago.
That is the problem. They don't even fucking understand that they're worse.
Yes, they were
They're
worse.
literally worse.
No, actually, you know what? They are, if you can believe it, they were the Angry Man show, I'm going to say about 2014.
Oh, now that's bad. You mean?
Yeah.
No. So their
Ron show is right now
their
is Angry Man show in
Angry Man.
2014. Yes. Because Angry Man did have a gang of people on their panel. Like, even I was up there. About 2014. That's what kind of Sharon show kind of runs. Like, Angry Man 2014 is what his show, because it's going to become a point, family or not, to where things are going to devolve once he gets, quote unquote, think he's big enough, and then he think he's too good or better for these type of conversations, and things are going to devolve. So that hasn't happened yet. That should happen in a year. But yeah, it's going to go along the same lines.
Well, you know what I decided to do today, man, and tomorrow? I went back because I wanted to actually get a picture of what Brownsville looked like, so I could read his face. Right. So I went
It doesn't really matter. Look, what?
No, wait, no. I'm not saying. Oh no, I'm going to his point to minute tomorrow's point. With me going back, just looking for a picture, I decided to listen to some of the episodes and look at some of the people that's on the panel and how there's a difference from back then and now. Like all these people that used to rock with them don't even fuck with them no more because of the way the panel is ran now.
Yeah.
Which seems like it's totally different. You know what I mean? So,
well, how is it
the
different?
man was up there forever, and now they shunned him. They just shunned him off the panel. Like his cousin said, they need to set a standard and stop having fake filter pictures on the screens. They need to people who rock with Anton. You can't rock with him. You can't be on that panel no more.
Wait, hold it. Why are we talking about Anton for 99 days?
We're not talking about.
Well, no. Let me tell you my thoughts.
Okay.
This Anton forever. This
Are we
Corey
talking about
forever.
Anton?
Okay, well, maybe I'm hearing things. This is actually my major disappointment. Motherfucker, both of them are fucking ghetto boys.
Oh
What
yeah,
the
Delta
fuck?
Novembers. Yeah.
Why are we look, I haven't talked about them. Motherfucker, they are literally nothing. Where and why is what they're doing important? They're not doctors. They're not lawyers. They're not senators. They're motherfucking, look, they are Jay-Z. They did good for themselves.
At the
That's
expense of
it.
everyone else.
That's it.
Well, my whole
Okay,
point was
motherfucker, Beyonce. Why Beyonce is with Jay-Z? Who knows? But all I'm saying is, like, Anton is nothing. If my son knows who Anton Daniels is, he's 19. Motherfucker, Anton Daniels is not my son, nothing he should know about. The motherfucker has done well, but that's that. That's that.
my point was though, Stanley, was that when said that, well, man, tomorrow said that it's gonna. Oh, you said it die. The show's gonna die down. You know what I mean? And I'm just trying to say that you can see that it is going to die down from me going back and watching the shows. Some of the
Okay,
people
it's not
watching.
about you. It's literally we need to. This is gonna be so horrible. Shit Anton out of your intestines. Shit Corey too, and be done with it.
What are you talking about?
Wipe your ass and move on.
What are you talking about, Stanley?
Anton and Corey
I'm not even talking about Anton and
literally are literally.
We're just talking about
nothing more.
Sharon's channel and how it's going to die down.
No, wait, hold it. What has Sharon been talking about for the past month? Have you noticed Corey and Anton has been much of his diet? You didn't notice. You didn't notice when you were up on that panel. Sharon or Corey and Anton, Freezy, all these motherfuckers have been talking about two motherfucking losers for 99 days and acting like it was more important than Trump dude. I had someone who's a friend of mine I've known for a while tell me that the Epstein files aren't important. Oh, motherfucker. The black community, the black YouTube people have fucking been talking about Corey and Anton. Like, that's more important than the Epstein files. I need someone to level set. Corey is I didn't even know who the fuck Corey Holcomb was before Corey and Anton. Anton, good for him. He's a millionaire, but it's fluff. Drug dealers are fucking billionaires. He's nothing special. That's where I'm going with Sharon. Sharon is doing well. He's got a channel, but motherfucker, I will never raise a child and go, ooh, you need to be like Sharon. Ooh, you need to be like Anton. Ooh, you need to be like Corey. Motherfucker, they're failures of concept. They're not Ralph Bunche. They're not Frederick Douglass. They're not MLK. These motherfuckers are literally nothing much. If I'm going to raise a boy up as a man sort of boy, motherfucker, I'm not looking at fucking Corey Holcomb. I'm looking at something much, much better. Black YouTube, the Coreys, the Antons, the Chevrons, the Nidishes, dude, y'all are literally looking down at a floor when we should be looking up. Even in the past of American history, the black part of American history, motherfucker, where is Anton? In 100 years, motherfucker, he'll be the chewing gum. Be historical. Be smart. Set high goals. And motherfucker, YouTube is not a high goal. 1 million subscribers on a channel, and that's not historical. Any questions about my point?
No, you made your point.
No, sir.
Motherfucker, YouTube is literally nothing for black people. It is a band-aid. I did not raise my son to be Corey Holcomb. I didn't know who Corey Holcomb was. Anton Daniels, motherfucker, I learned who Anton Daniels was a year ago. Certainly, even now that I know who they are, motherfucker, I would never, like, motherfucker, put it to you this way. I asked my son maybe last summer, do you even watch YouTube? He was like, well, of course we do. But I didn't go farther than that. First off, he should not watch this show. He'd be disappointed. And I would be
Like
more
most
disappointed.
younger people are not watching these ratchet shows, man, online, bro.
Oh, dude. These motherfuckers, Anton Daniels is literally the worst thing a black man could be. Corey
Yeah,
Holcomb
scum of the fucking
too.
planet. Yeah.
Oh, dude. I could go farther, dude. And some of these motherfuckers, every goddamn time I watch some of these motherfuckers, and I'm being rather loose-lipped now, dude. I have not been impressed, and I could name names, and neither of the two on this panel, but dude, name me a popular motherfucker who has, dude, they're all sad. It's like there is no complete package, and I might just have to name names just to make enemies. But I'm disappointed. I'll take my 300 or 294, and I will just do what I'm doing, dude.
We all have our skill sets, Stanley. So
No.
I'm
No,
security.
there are no skill sets. That's the problem. There are no skill sets.
No, I'm saying don't drop names. Just send them to me. I'm security.
No, seriously. And they're the usual suspects. Dude, I'm so disappointed. I got a 19-year-old, and there's the usual suspects, and I guess that's what I'll just refer to them now as. Dude, I want my son to be like BGS, motherfucker. Why would I want my son to be happy? All right. Well, I have Dawn, you know what? I just discovered who this woman is, and unfortunately, she is awesome. So It's a small channel. It's as a matter of fact, I might just show it just to be anti-manosphere. I can only imagine what a savage would say.
Stanley.
I think I found my next wife.
Uh-oh.
I'm kidding. Probably
Man,
not.
I would
But
love to have a dialogue with her about the manosphere. I would
What is the manosphere?
you
Like, for real, like, I don't even like some people bring it up. I don't even
you got
pay
the mic. You got the mic. Go ahead,
What?
MOT. I don't understand the manosphere, but I do know I'm going to talk about this. I look, she might be my dream wife.
Oh Lord.
So MOT, take the mic. Who is the manosphere? And
No, what is the manosphere?
I know I'm not the manosphere. I know.
Definitely not the manosphere.
Let me put my part in it. If you start your sentence with "as a man," then I know we are not.
You gotta get the shirt.
We are not kindred spirits. As a man, motherfucker, we already know you're a man. You don't have to. We know.
But Stanley, as a man.
Yes. Dude, that
What
is
is the manosphere?
honestly, it's the gayest shit. And as a
I
like
mean,
a
man,
soon
I just hear the
to
shaft
be
music playing
as
in
a
the background as somebody say as a man.
61-year-old man, as a soon to be 60-year-old man, it's come down to you have to identify every start of a concept with as a man. Then no, it's creepy.
I'm not going to disagree with anything. I want to know what it is so I can
One can say
where
as a man.
I fit in over here.
No, you don't.
Motherfucker, no one's criticizing over there or the work. I'm just saying if you want to be a man, you don't have to identify yourself. They'll know.
As a man. Yeah. I mean, but the thing is that all right, so what it was supposed to be was a bunch of people voicing their concerns about things in society. What we didn't know that these people wanted to live off of these problems in society. They did not want to put down policy things in order to actually solve problems. So they cultivated purposefully cultivated a bunch of people who did not know how to solve problems. And they kind of left them in that hurt locker and they keep dousing them with their worst fears and everybody else's experience and to get them to give up on life and not have any experiences. So the actual time that these people could actually spend with actual women, they now spend this time online talking to men, talk about women.
Wow. I can understand that.
No. Even illogic has a pattern, but that's what the pattern is. The pattern is to sell comfort to loser-based guys. That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's the short version. I mean, the much longer version is just apathy mining, loser-based dudes who don't have any level of experience and too cowardly to actually go get experience. So they need all of these tropes and talking points in order so that way they can justify their position of being alone. They want to be alone. They want to have an excuse for not participating in society, going to get a job, actually settling for the women that's already here. They need all of this other information to actually parrot so that way they can have all these excuses for not actually being involved in society. That's why when you ask a question, you hear nothing but rhetoric and parroting talking points back and forth. Now, it did.
It's a red fish, blue fish, one fish, two fish.
Yes, exactly what it is.
Means let me take off my shoe fish.
Yeah. And then the thing is that they're just being re-manipulated by that red pill rage, by the people who are quote unquote doing good for them.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: it's predatory. It's predatory. It looks for a specific type of non um, non-involved person in society. So the thing is that the fact that these people cannot deal with women or having kids is actually a good thing. But if you look at a lot of these murder cases, especially these self-suicide, self out taking, like Uber outs, with these people,
Yeah.
Ubering themselves out, right? You start to seeing the same information, the same books, the same subscriptions, the same everything else. So when they came to me asking me about it, I had to let them know that this is what's actually going on. Now, I didn't cite anybody within the Black manosphere, but I just gave them an overall thing about what the actual thing is in total.
So how did the Black manosphere destroy it?
No, the Black manosphere had to separate from the white manosphere is because the Black manosphere wanted to talk about the Black women that they couldn't get any submission from, any type of cooperation with, but the white dudes were already getting that out of the Black women. So they kind of kicked Black men out of the actual conversation. So the Black men came and made a Black version of the Black manosphere so that way they can hone their message in on disaffected Delta Novembers within the Black sector of YouTube. Because the manosphere was about doing that for disaffected whites. And, kind of the older guard where people were Black who were still talking to disaffected whites. So when it became a Black quote unquote sort of thing, they started honing the message to go toward the kind of incelish, non really involved personnel within the Black sector. And they did use people like myself, like professionals, because I actually thought that they was going to lead somewhere and solve problems. Like I solved all the problems in our society in Colorado, right? But none of these people were anywhere near the point of solving problems. The problems they wanted to solve was to get themselves off the field and leave all the problems in place and make sure that these people remain unhappy so that way they can keep their position. Yeah.
I know
it's as bad as it sounds.
Yeah. What I do see, because I always listen to learn and give my own little standpoint about what's going on. Some of the points is pretty much just like complaining.
It is complaining.
About if we want let's just get the submission for us because we're men and not from our actions.
No. It's I'm a man swinging dick. I get submission. Period.
Right.
I don't have to produce. I ain't got to do anything. I'm a man. I was born a man. Nah, boo boo. Give me submission.
That's what it sounds.
And if you give me the bitch first, then I'll be a man later. But give me the bitch first. That's the crazy part about it. I don't want to produce. I don't want to fix things in society. And to me, Black family will be fixed. Just give me sex and I'll fix Black family. But give me sex first. Give me the woman first. Then I'll fix things. Then I'll do what I'm supposed to do. But give me the woman first. If you don't give me the woman first, I'm just going to hold myself hostage and I'm not going to do anything. And I'm definitely not going to be a man. But respect me as a man while I'm not being a man until I get a woman. That's exactly what it is.
Right. And I went through that and learned. I learned a lot about that the hard way, but I knew that it's not about just walk around and get what you want, because I could do that constantly. But I didn't feel good within myself, that being what it was. I'm like, I like to work for everything I get. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so that way I can keep it.
And it's very appreciated when you are. And I don't even when I'm walking around nonchalant, even doing the dumbest shit, and just getting because I'm a 6'4" Black man that looks decent, you know what I'm saying? And getting what you want because of that. I've been there, but it seems like you're just being used because of that. I like because I'm a hard worker, because I'm a good conversationalist, because I try to see other people's point. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm kind
That's not the point of the manosphere. The manosphere is not trying to create men like that. The
No.
manosphere is trying to create codependent men, codependent upon these complaints about experiences that they don't have. Now, they
Right.
came in under the guise of trying to solve issues, but that's every electoral issue. Okay, well, all right, so let's take this administration, for instance. Before the right wing had all the levers of power, the actual idea was that if we give all these people the levels of power, the actual white man will fix our black woman for us. That's what the black manosphere's message was before Trump got elected. That's why you have so many of these so-called liberal people who live in, these miserable liberals who call themselves conservatives, but they live in these liberal areas and they never lived around conservatives because they actually thought that, oh, well, they're going to fix marriage and, oh, they're going to fix the two-parent household when the right wing got power. And it's like, dude, do you realize that's how they keep your ass in line, is keeping you unhappy? Why would they go in and just solve all of your problems? Like, none of this stuff was a problem-solving thing. It was a money-making thing. Like, this administration is a money-making thing.
It is. I see it about the money. And him trying to use the typical points of how to make money on YouTube, which is what YouTube's about, but they're using the laziest way about it because there's not real content, because it's recycled content throughout the man.
It's not even theirs. It's not even theirs.
Not theirs. None of it's theirs.
It's other people's complaints, because if you understand it for what it is, it's other people's experiences synthesized to people's personalities. And these are the people who've actually thought that it was the men. No, it was the women who was attracted to bad men. It's actually the point that men are attracted to bad men too. Yeah, that's what I found out here, is that as many women that they think, procreated with the wrong people, these people want to procreate after those people who procreated with the wrong women. So they want the wrong woman. So what they did is, in order to get the woman that doesn't want them, they became the man that the woman don't want. I'm going to repeat that. In order to not get the woman that they claim they want, they turn themselves into the man that she don't want.
Or the man that they think she want, that's not you.
No. They're playing a role of hard to get.
It's not them, but they're like I said, playing a role to be something that maybe she wants, and that's not really what she wants, because they're not really paying attention to what she really wants.
Correct.
Why they can't be themselves.
Yeah, because they think that's what she wanted during some certain part of her life, which means she should want that right now. And they don't understand. These women come with 5-figure, 6-figure problems because they've been out here for so damn long. But see, they're not productive guys, and they don't have 5-figure, 6-figure things. So they think, you know what? I want what they got for the free, and you're going to give it to me for the free. And it's like, hey, man, that era's over with. So the type of men that they are, it's over for those guys already. And for them, remaining ignorant and remaining unhappy is a badge of honor for these guys. And tuning in to these guys to be led in these
Stan, Stan, hit the damn link. I need you up here, sir. Sorry. I saw a buddy of mine. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So if you understand that the whole point is to make sure that these people remain single, broken, and alone, and not having proper experience, that's the overall goal of the manosphere at this point. And they're doing it all under the guise of entertainment, but people are spending real time with fake people trying to solve real problems, and they're never going to get there.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I have a question. Why did they ever think? Did they confuse concept with actual material, like solving
Correct.
problems.
Yes, it's a
Okay,
personal
well,
failure.
where the
It's a
fuck
personal
did they go
failure.
wrong? You cannot, dude. They don't understand concept versus like brick and mortar.
No, like what it is instead of going to actual professionals and solving their issue.
Well, no, that's the conceptual. Have they ever laid a brick?
No, they never
Have
done
they ever
anything.
dug a hole? Have they ever planted a
No, no,
pepper?
no. No, the greatest crime to them is not having sexual access. That's the greatest crime to them personally.
Well, okay, well, good. You probably so the women owe them pussy?
Yes.
Wait. No. Listen to
Yes.
this. Wait, hold on. I dig it. But you know what the problem is, right? There's
Oh
more.
no,
There's more.
I'm eager to hear what you have to say.
Right, because I grew up this way. And it's not you. I wasn't the guy that didn't get it.
No,
But I knew the guys that did, but they were great dudes.
Do it. You're
Wait.
gonna do it, aren't
They
you?
were great dudes who didn't get
Okay,
cool,
okay.
right?
Go ahead,
And so,
Seth.
but they were smart,
I'm
and they
warning
were
you.
they were also rebellious.
You're going to.
Wait, listen,
You
Stanley.
need to reframe it because I think I know where you're going.
Well, I'm going to there's people that don't really have the swag, who don't have
Okay,
the potential to talk to females.
let's start. Okay. You know what? You go where you're going. I would reframe it differently.
All right, well, let me see
What you talked about how you were raised.
Mhm.
That seems to be a little bit more a better place to start.
Okay, I'll start.
What you're going to say from the
All right, so
swag doesn't matter.
it doesn't, but that's what I was going to get at though, man, because I was going to go into my life. The swag doesn't matter.
Okay.
The person that you are that matters the most. Me, even not like when I was younger, not really knowing who I was just still me, and I was wondering why so many people were attracted to me and wanted to be around me. Because I was like, my thoughts weren't the same as my actions. My action was pure and like loving. But I'm like, nobody really does it. Nobody really likes me because I'm not everybody that they like join, or all those dudes that are not like me. They're always attracted to those dudes, but they're still attracted to me. So I'm like, me just being a normal person gets the same thing that those lame ass dudes are getting. You know what I'm saying? So I automatically knew I was going to be above that. So, but I understand that these guys are still good dudes. So when they're good dudes and they don't get the cooch, and there's so many people that puts that out there. It's like even social media, that's the thing to be a man. You need a bunch of cooch. You need a bunch of cooch. You need to take
crazy talk.
You know what I'm
Crazy
saying?
talk.
And then that's what they go at. So then they're seeing all these jocks and they seeing all these basketball players,
Attention on deck.
all these guys like me.
Hold
Players,
on.
jocks, and all
Hold
that.
on. When I say attention on
I
deck,
don't know what that meant. My bad.
motherfucker, if I say it,
I'm not in the military.
what this is
Well, I
the
know what that
Stan
means.
Autry.
Hey, salute
In the
everybody.
Navy,
How's everybody?
in the Navy, when we say attention on deck, you stand tall.
Scott, what you doing?
Well, you MOT, you know the, it is Stan Autry.
Hey, salute to everybody. Stanley, MOT,
Stan,
and
I am
Savage.
so glad that you were here. So,
Yeah,
you know
the
MOT,
cat.
you know Savage, probably.
Yeah, I know Savage. Yeah, I'll let him finish cooking because I want to tell y'all something that I heard earlier today. That's going along with what he's saying. But go ahead, Savage.
Well, basically, to sum it up real quick, that I've grown up being who I am, being both at both worlds. Me believing that I'm not the jock that I am, but I was that guy. You know what I'm saying? But I was still getting the same love, being like shy and all that shit back in the day with all the guys that's you know what I mean, just putting themselves out there, but they were like Pookie Railways, which they call them. You know what I mean? So I know they're still good dudes, but what it was is they're not getting it. The guys that are like lame a little bit, they would call it, but not really lame. They were like smart, intelligent, which girls didn't go after. And so they didn't get in there. So what happened was you had that group of like-minded, not lame, but smart guys who wasn't getting the cooch. What they decided to do was start that manosphere to try to control the cooch because they couldn't get it. So they're like, since I'm a man, this is what has to be done.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a man, you're supposed to, because it says God, man, and woman. So, and they're taking all these points. And
Oh my
putting it-
God! Wait, hold on. God, man, and woman. What does that actually? No.
the Christian
I'm
way.
not going to let you off.
No.
What does that mean?
You're not
What
trying to
does it
understand
mean
what
to you? Don't. Nope. This is Stanley versus the world.
I know, but you gotta let me understand.
Okay, no, there
have-
is no quarter. I need you to explain the God, the woman. Can you break that down a little bit?
First, I want to apologize. My mind does go everywhere
who?
because I am.
Well, no, this is the best place
and all
for
that
your mind to go everywhere.
Right, but
We'll gather it. We'll gather it back up.
All right, cool. Thank you, Stanley. I appreciate that.
It kind of like that wet dough. We will use a dough scraper.
Put some powder on that shit. But what I was gonna say, it's just like every man would try to create a way for them to get what they want. So if you have the ones who don't get it like that,
oh my Lord,
they will build a group of men who don't, and then try to make rules because men are going to be men.
Okay,
and they think that
this
men-
is.
So I'm saying because I've listened to people say that they use their Christian way or the way the Bible is. They're saying that it's God, man, and woman. They'll use those talking points and say
Okay,
that
what's the
I'm a man and the woman is
like
below
88
me.
years? So what's the end? God, man, woman. What is the end? Tell us the end. Which is more important, God, man, or woman?
Well, that's not the reason why we're saying this.
Or children. Sorry, forgot about the children.
Yeah.
Which is more important in your mind? Oh, okay. I'm not going to let
What's
you
more
off this
important to
hook.
me is
I'm
for us to-
not going to motherfucking let you go on and on and on.
I'll be silent, Stanley.
Who's more important? Children, woman, man, God. What's your opinion? Don't tell us what everyone else has told you to think, Savage. What do you think?
It doesn't matter. I think my own way. I was trying to.
Okay, it does matter, Savage.
All right, then I'm
What
gonna be
you
silent.
think-
I'll be silent.
I know you've been taught.
I'm gonna be silent. Thank you.
But what you think matters, Savage. What do you think, Savage? Tell us what Savage thinks. We don't want to hear what other people think, what you've been taught. What have you been taught to think? Savage.
As I told you,
Be silent.
I-
Okay, dude,
my
you
true
you
thoughts
can
are-
do
what my
that
true thoughts-
puddle.
You
Yeah,
just
see,
asked me to tell you?
this is why you did not succeed. This is why you did
This
not.
is you just want to
succeed
argue. So
on
we're
show-
gonna make this Shiraz
Oh,
channel?
yeah, motherfucker.
Okay,
I'm
so I'm
gonna
gonna be silent.
argue.
Right, Sharon?
Please be silent so I can tell you what to think, like Sharon did. Dude, you did not win on Sharon's channel. You did not win on his panel.
Okay,
Motherfucker.
I wasn't there to win. That's the problem. That's-
Okay.
See, and then
Is
now
your
you're
response?
contradicting
Is
yourself
your
on what you
response?
dislike.
Okay, Stanley.
Now you're
You're not
contradicting
gonna
yourself
win. Yeah.
because you
No.
just said that was
Where
ridiculous.
am I
You do over here, and you're doing
contradicting
the same
myself,
thing you're
son?
doing.
Where am I
But
contradicting?
this is what I'm gonna do because
No,
I do what I
motherfucker.
do. I'm gonna be
Don't
silent.
tell me
I'm
what
gonna
you're
let
gonna
you look
do.
like you look
Just
like,
do.
Stanley. I'm
Do
gonna
what
let
you're
you look
gonna
like what you look
do.
like,
Don't
Stanley.
tell me. Just do
I'm
it.
not even gonna do what I would do over at Shiraz's channel. I'm gonna let you look like you look.
Motherfucker, you're not on
It's
Sharon's channel. Guess where you are? Should I explain it to you?
No, I'm just gonna tell you like this. My girl's waiting for me. Up.
Okay, finally, you're in a state where you can. Yep, I thought so, dude. This pussy behavior. So annoying. Stan, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing outstanding. Hope you are.
Well, I'm actually doing pretty well. I just, motherfucker, I don't care. Don't tell me about everything about your life. And then when you get called to the floor, dude, Savage thinks that he was crystal. He was standing tall. He got destroyed by PH Diva, who is a substandard intellect by any measure. Don't come on my channel and act like you fucking like did some. You did not change. You did not course correct Sharon Bracey's channel. So annoying. So how you been, Stan?
I'm doing well, man. And trying to do my thing, man, on my other side of the house. But yeah, we've been losing forever.
Well,
We've been losing forever, and we wonder why we keep losing using the same tricks. But let's call it what it is, right? And I just listened to some other stuff, that it's just all about laying with a woman, laying with a woman, laying with a woman. So I'm a man of a certain age, and because I come from a generation that said romance with no finance is a damn nuisance. And so I'm listening to Joker saying that women love you to massage their butt. And I said, wait a minute. I said, they love that. And I said, well, they love food, water, and shelter too. So I don't know how we got so shallow. I do. But, it's all superficial. That's why MOT, man, he be spot on. He's like, man, we keep going backwards on stuff that really does not tangible. You can't hold on to it. Can we make ourselves better? But it's always somebody else trying to pull a scam, right? And say, bring down your walls, lady. If you gave it to this guy, you should give it to me for free. And that it doesn't matter. I mean, that's not moving anything. But I'll answer your question that you try to ask Savage. Well, in my order of category is God and the children. And then the parents in the middle. See, because God can see everybody through, but them parents, we see what the parents are raising them to be. It's about the children. Without the children, there's no future, brother. Who's gonna be there?
Well, see, I am totally like, here's my problem with Savage. Stop fucking prevaricating. Do it right in the first place, and you don't have to worry about baby mamas. You don't have to worry about the children. Motherfucker, they all live in your house. And I'm sorry, motherfucker, stop pretending that you can put Humpty Dumpty back together again. Stop
Hey, Savage, come
acting
back
like
on
it.
the panel, brother. Come back on the
No,
panel, brother.
motherfucker, he can come up. Yes, I will judge you. Don't bullshit. It is so annoying. If you made mistake, brothers, if hearing people like Sharon Bracey, he's a problem too. Breezy, all these motherfuckers are fucking baby daddies trying to fucking act like they, if you had a rough childhood, fine. Just say you had a rough childhood. Stop proselytizing. Stop acting like, you are the best thing. Listen to my advice. Motherfuckers, you didn't have the best childhood. You grew up in the hood. Fine. Stop acting like your hood logic works on most of the black community. That has been a problem for quite some time. Most black people don't grow up in the hood. Stop acting like we should all be hood. That is a huge problem. So I've said my piece.
Yeah, well,
It's
I like
late.
what I like where Savage was going is that on one part of what he was saying is that people choose how many women that you can conquer that makes you a man.
Motherfucker, conquering women has nothing to do with being okay. I need you to just stand because you understand how I think. What
Yeah.
does Savage, his theory about women have to do with adult males?
I don't
I'm
know. I
connect
came
those
in late.
dots.
I can't. But what he was saying
Well, you said you agreed with his theory.
with that point when I came up, well, when I came in rather,
Mm-hmm.
and he said
Mm-hmm.
that people have been taught as men, and a lot of
Who
men,
are the
and I don't,
people? If you
the people. Well, I clarify because I
no,
know how you
I'm
like it
sorry.
nice and
I'm
clean. I
sorry.
know
I'm
how you
sorry,
like it
Stan.
nice and clean.
Go
I know
ahead.
how you like it
I'm
nice and clean.
sorry I interrupted.
Yeah, but I know how you like it nice and clean. It's that sexual prowess. You the man, you can get the most number. You the man that you can get with a lot of women. And I'm telling you, what I thought he was going towards, he said that's not the answer. And that's what I'm getting the benefit of the doubt on that. That's where he was going down that path talking about that. Because that has no substance. That has nothing, and whatever. So that's what I was talking about. That one point he made. Yeah, man. I mean, there's more to being a
Well, let
man
me
than women.
okay.
So
I,
go
I'm
ahead.
I'm just gonna have to come clean. And I'm gonna be rather judgmental. Motherfucker, if you're a baby daddy, stop fucking talking like you're not a baby daddy. Okay, dude, this is the thing that makes me laugh. Like, dude, don't go up on a panel of baby mamas and baby daddies and act like y'all don't change diapers. And dude, the refuge is YouTube. Motherfucker, actually engaged parents don't have time to be up on YouTube panels. Now, my son is will be 20, so I don't have to change his diapers. Dude, I see failure. I see Lapeef as failure. Dude, why aren't these
Yeah, man, I would never
people?
watch that show ever, ever,
Well, you know what?
ever.
I don't, but my and honestly, Nightish, I look, he is he is kind of an oracle. I get to see this stuff through his eyes. And, as I get older and a little bit more oriented to the horrible bullshit, those are pretty girls, and that's why they're baby mamas. Those are handsome guys. That's why they're baby daddies. They had no discipline. And do better. But don't motherfucking act like you don't act like you if you are a baby mama, you made mistakes. Tell us about why you would do something different. But motherfucker, don't go up on Lapeef and act like subservience or if I had a baby daddy who was a leader. Dude, you're already lost. Cope. Make you lost. Make your children's lives better. the fuck are these idiots talking about? You lost. Don't make your kids fight the same fight y'all are doing. And in my opinion, the baby daddies are worse. We got a whole lot of motherfucking hood conservatives out there.
Yeah, but these are the people who want to come online and want to be content
Oh,
creators and want
god
to teach
damn
the
it,
youth
dude.
shit. It's and then they try to make it look like people who had, at a two-parent household, grandparents and
Oh,
shit, and it's like, and like involved grandparents, and they try to make that not part of the black experience. The new black experience is I grew up in the hood.
you
I ain't
have
got
the
no
new
father.
black
Mother's
experience.
fucked up, and I'm trying to get it out of the mud. So let me content create and come up here and buck dance. And I'm like, hey man, what you trying to do is you trying to erase masculinity and try to reframe masculinity to cover all of these dudes that are just not masculine.
Well, let me
That's the issue.
do you one better. These motherfuckers, dude, I've caught some shit because I care about the language. And it's not like the overarching, but dude, Stanley, women come up here and you don't treat them like shit. You're a simp, motherfucker.
I
I
mean, but
like women.
I mean,
The fuck is wrong with these weirdos?
but at the end of the day, Stanley, the only way that they can interact with a woman is confrontationally. Because that's what they think men do. They think men just like,
Really?
woman here, roar, gotta Hulk out on the bed. And it's like, dude, that's not how you interact
Hey,
with
if
women
you don't
anywhere.
if you let that woman talk like she has a college degree, she gonna defeat you. She gonna crush
Oh,
you.
she's an educated woman. Ring the Manisfield bells. Get her. Bring her down a notch. She ain't that smart. And it's like, what on earth?
Dude,
Oh my
if you
God.
let me tell you the pussy behavior. And honestly, my wife was smart. Motherfucker, be smarter.
Oh, I'm not dealing with a woman that
That's
ain't
the
smart.
whole
Fuck the
point of
bullshit.
dude, if she is smart, well, motherfucker, you better be smarter. If that is how you think, my wife had a PhD, but motherfucker, I wasn't that worried about it. But if you are challenged by your wife, dude, this is the weirdest thing. Ooh, my wife is smarter. She motherfucker, be a man. Be the man she probably wants you to be.
I don't get it, man.
This is failure in progress.
Hey Stanley, something real quick.
Sir.
MOT, check the back chat, and let me know what you think about it, because I would love to be able to talk with you one on one about what I was already doing, Stanley. You already know what I'm doing. So, but yeah, we can go back to the conversation. I just want to make sure so it don't
Oh, don't
disappear.
worry about it. I'm just being an ass.
Yeah, I don't want it to disappear on him in the back chat. So when you get a chance, just peruse over it and stuff. And it's, time out for being the damn problem. What are you going to do for a solution? I give A
Look,
way, not B
there
way.
honestly, conceptually, there is no problem. There's not, Glenn Lowry actually said something that was useful. There's nothing wrong with black people.
Nothing.
No, not a goddamn thing. What's wrong is people like Sharon Bracey. People, dude, y'all fucking bought into, oh shit, there's something wrong with black people when there never was. That is what is so fucked up. Motherfucker, don't come up to my panel and say, well, black people are okay, but Savage, you're one of them. Motherfucker, your buddy Cellulite is the most fucked up Republican I know. Look, stop acting like all black people are fucked up, because most of us aren't. Savage, you had a hard life, great, but not every black person did. This is like the weirdest bullshit. We black people are perfectly fine. We didn't all grow up in the hood. Stop telling white people we did. So MOT is gone, and then I am going to play. Yeah, is it golden though, Savage? This is going to be the horrible thing that as a men like fucking Savage. Dude, y'all are missing out. Start having a brain, black men. Honestly, black men on YouTube are kind of like the white kids that Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis. Don't hurt the black men's feelings. So here's where I'm going.
When I was a sophomore at Harvard, my grandfather died, and it was then that I learned about this powerful experience he had that just changed the course of my life. My grandfather wanted to know in his 11th grade history class in a public school in New York City why textbooks presented the world just one way. He wanted to know where African Americans were. The whole world really was left out. And when he asked his teacher, she told him that African Americans in particular had done nothing to merit inclusion. And he just didn't accept that as an answer. But the question he was asking became the foundational one for my life. What is the role of art and culture for justice? And what is the role of art and culture for creating these narratives that define who belongs?
Professor Dr. Sarah Elizabeth Lewis.
She's a scholar and writer of unparalleled originality and clarity, and this book testifies to that.
Best-selling author, curator, and guest editor of the landmark Vision and Justice issue of Aperture. In her Harvard class, Professor Lewis urged me and countless others to think about visuality and its relationship to citizenship and belonging.
A woman who takes seriously a mission put on her life to understand what we have failed to see.
Sarah Lewis is here. She is an art scholar, curator, and writer. She has served on President Obama's Arts Policy Committee. She turns her curatorial eye to the concept of failure in her first book, The Rise, Creativity, the Gift of Failure, and the Search for Mastery.
I never thought that The Rise would be the book that it became. As a young curator at the Tate and then MoMA in New York, I had the privilege of seeing what was being left out of the public presentation of an artist's body of work. And I could see how many they would consider so-called failures were vital for what was deemed to be a kind of success. And that allowed me to see that there was a whole conversation we weren't having about how it is that we become. The Rise for me became a way to offer the different guides I understood would be required to pursue paths that didn't have people that looked like me walking. The Unseen Truth began through research for a dissertation at Yale and continued as I realized the stakes and what I really had to say.
The work of a decade of deep research and analysis.
A book like this allowed me to see the world in new ways that then caused me to want to continue to see it in new ways.
You bring fresh, new perspectives, new knowledge about an area that I've lived my 65 years and thought I knew a lot about.
The contradiction at the country's founding, the commitment to the fabrication that upheld racial dominance have played out nowhere more than in the visual realm. When are we going to give up the lie? The idea that anyone is better than anyone else. The book looks at the moment in which we could have. We had the evidence. To be brave enough to put on the page this narrative took spade work in the archives, and it took ensuring that I had the narrative just right, that it was unassailable. I would see the stakes of the project through what was being denied. Archives that should have been opened, a photo permission wasn't granted once the title of the book or the argument behind it was disclosed.
Well, I'm gonna go forth with this. And I understand as a man, I have no clue why what the fuck? I'll act accordingly to your actions. Thanks for showing your true colors. What in the fuck? Okay. Savage. Dawn. Well, Dawn, please tell me you're not mad. What in the fuck is this boy? Let's see. I was until Stanley became else like usual. How did I change? Then Stanley, don't fuck with me if you have to keep having to go. Motherfucker. Okay. Let me help. Savage, is there are we butting heads? What the fuck is your problem, son? Okay, here's where we're gonna have to you help me. If you have to keep having to go against me, how am I against you, son? You are, son, we're opposing, the fuck are you talking about, Savage? You're not my challenger. You don't have the skills. Keep being a good conversationalist. We're not opposing. We're not on opposing sides. Don't understand. You're fucking dude. Go find an enemy. I'm not your enemy. Go find one. And Dawn, I'm glad. Dawn, I think you understand me sometimes. And you know, who knows? This is what I want. This is an artist.
Those denials
Or
only
someone
upped
who
the ante of the
understands art.
project and gave me even more fuel and
I've
fire
always
to
wanted
complete it.
this.
Writing The Rise, prior to writing The Unseen Truth, gave me the guides that I needed to understand how to do it. Mr. Secretary General, President, Your Excellencies, I'm honored to be here at the United Nations. I'm the child of immigrants who came via Ellis Island from the Caribbean, who saw in this nation the aspirations for dignity and human rights. I'm inspired by one of the first thinkers to focus on the power of vision and culture for justice and the work of ending racism in society, the formerly enslaved leader and abolitionist, Frederick Douglass. What coheres all of my work is this question: what are we failing to see? With Vision and Justice, I found in the archive the same question that Frederick Douglass had.
Well, this is going to be great. Yeah, the great Frederick Douglass. You know, it always goes back to, I don't need heroes. I have my father, I have my mother. But Frederick Douglass would be a hero if I needed one.
During the Civil War, he went up on stage in Boston's Tremont Temple and made the case that it wouldn't be force, combat, politics alone that would cohere a new sense of what America could be. I want to advocate for one of the most overlooked, simple, but critical ways to combat the root causes of racism, questioning what you see and why you are seeing it. Douglas was pointing to the future and offering a baton. And I came across this speech written in his own hand in the Library of Congress in 2010. I remember that day I stopped everything. The speech existed in the Library of Congress, but no one had taken it seriously as a manifesto. What I wanted to be able to offer was a way for those outside of the arts to understand the power of this unfinished idea. Vision and Justice became my contribution for how we might consider doing that. Vision and Justice began as an elective course, and within a year was invited to be part of the core curriculum at Harvard. I had no expectation for how many students would turn up and what the response would be, but the transformations in the students, the requests on the part of educators from Wyoming to Kentucky asking me how to teach with the issue in their K through 12 classes, all combined allowed me to understand the need for how we change teaching and for more public-facing work.
We have illuminated the capacity of visual images to affect change and social progress in America.
Nothing should blunt our resolve to correct the distortion of historic facts. Ignorance is not simply the root of racism. Ignorance is necessary for racism to exist. Because once you know the facts, you have to act. My hope is that Vision and Justice is part of this, the unseen truth, the rise as well. When I saw these works on display at the Brooklyn Museum, it felt to me as if I was looking at a marker of one way in which
All right. Well, there will be one more. And then I will let's watch this. This is my favorite. This woman, I had no
solutions
clue
are
she
our
was.
attempt to find the answer to a problem, but increasingly we understand that innovation is the route you take to arrive at it. So yes, I see creativity and innovation as a problem-solving device. We don't acknowledge the fact that a creative idea is actually the answer to a problem. So say you're going to go to a museum and you want to see Paul Cézanne's paintings. So he had a problem he was trying to solve in his paintings. His problem was, how can I realize nature in paint? How can I get as close as possible to that experience, right? He only signed 10% of his paintings. It really has to do with not letting a benchmark that you hit be your reason to get complacent, to not propel you to the next idea. Instead, all these individuals and organizations too focused on the near win, and cared about coming just shy of their goal. We see this oftentimes with companies that had a product that didn't quite go into the market the way that they wanted, and they're able to come back even stronger. His assistant, he couldn't believe how Thomas Edison was able to persevere. He didn't understand it because he saw him constantly failing in the laboratory. But that's what Thomas Edison said. He said, I have not failed. I have found 10,000 ways that will not work. It relates to the idea of the importance of a private domain for innovation. Privacy is crucial for innovation. It lowers the barriers to the embarrassment of seeming wrong in public. So the example that led me to understand that is the work that happened in the laboratory of
and Konstantin Novoslav, who developed the electronics sort of product graphene, and they found it through very rudimentary means that were so basic and childlike that they were ridiculed for having done the experiment. And it was rejected from the journal that they sent it to. But eventually it won the Nobel Prize. So their tactics, they were not ones they could have employed if not for the privacy of their laboratory.
En un sector pues tan tradicional como puede ser la banca, lógicamente también tiene su impacto. Estamos en un mundo con clara transformación digital, un mundo donde la disrupción, esa ruptura brusca.
Well, my Spanish is not that good. So I guess we have figured out how to do a show kill. So there we go.